Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Unlocked Mysterious Gaming System after achieving Level 2 Movie 2. Before we start, please go support Sparta1617 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Chapter 25, Hestia Family. Moving at a steady pace, Belle followed his goddess into the shadow of a building and around the corner. Suddenly he could see our new headquarters, completely renovated and shining like in a dream. So what do you think will live here from today on? Hestia said, smiling. Belle smiled. He had paid for those renovations and had been the first to see them, but he feigned surprise so as not to kill his goddess's fantasies. Belle walked through the front door and placed the boxes in the garden before taking a look around. Previously the base of the Apollo Familia, which the Hestia Familia took by force and made their own before remodeling it. The mansion, formerly 3 stories high, was now 5. It was surrounded by an imposing gate made of sky-blue bars, each 40 centimeters in diameter and 4 meters tall. The emblem of the Hestia Familia, a bell in flames, hung above the main gate. Hestia couldn't help but smile when she saw her new home. "I've come a long way since Hephaestus left me in that dirty basement," Hestia said proudly. As she gazed upon her beloved, longed-for, and splendid new home, Hestia placed her arm upon her face as she shed a rare and manly feminine tear. "Hestia, the work has been completed as requested." "Oh, thank you, Goibniu," Hestia spoke, still admiring the mansion as the architects responsible for the renovation. Members of the Goibniu family emerged from all directions in succession, preparing to leave. "It was a pleasure working for you, man. We were quick, direct, and on time with our payment. You're one of our best customers. For any expansion or anything, call us," Goibniu said, waving to Belle. Belle nodded as he shook the god's hand. "Remember, you're our client. Don't go off with another construction company," Goibniu said with a small laugh. Belle responded to the god's laughter with his own. Goibniu was a god of blacksmithing and architecture. His familia was quite unique in Arario, undertaking construction work on demand. Naturally, the blacksmiths and artisans in the Goibniu familia were well known and had quite a following. While not as popular as the Hephaestus familia, there were several high-class adventurers who preferred their work above all else. 4 days had passed since they started working. They worked quickly and did a spectacular job restoring the stone on the exterior of the mansion. Goibniu shook Hestia's hand with his own fleshy hand before leaving through the front door. Upon seeing their leader leave, the rest of his family followed in a line behind him, carrying their equipment with them. As expected from Goibniu, "They followed our instructions to the letter," Hestia said with a smile. Belle nodded as he checked a notebook where he had several notes. "Ma'am." Just as everyone wanted, they made changes to some rooms and installed some new facilities inside and outside the mansion. Hestia spoke self-satisfiedly. "Oh." With her hands and knees on the floor, Makoto peered into a full steaming bathtub. She had been walking around the 3rd floor of their remodeled headquarters. She had dropped everything to investigate the room she had requested. The architects had used the existing showers and other surrounding rooms and transformed the space into a large bathhouse. As if they had read his mind, there was a large cypress bathtub, made in the style of his homeland, that could comfortably accommodate 20 people at once. She could hear the quiet sound of hot water steadily running from the spout above the bathtub. The faint fragrance of cypress wood wafted up to Makoto as she gazed into the tub, her face reflected in the water's surface. Still on all fours, Makoto suddenly looked up and raised her head. Everything from the walls to the ceiling, the floor, the pillars, and the cubes was made of wood. The gleam from the showers added to the room's charm. Everything reminded her of her home in the Far East. She was so excited to see him that she trembled slightly. At the same time, he watched the fine wisps of steam rising above the water. A sound emerged from his thin throat. Makoto was conflicted. They were currently in the process of moving. Even now their colleagues were carrying boxes and more boxes to the mansion and working very hard. "I don't have time to be lazing around right now," she thought as her eyes fell on the pile of luggage on the floor behind her. But the white steam and seductive smells were so attractive, drawing her in as if it were magic. "I had been suppressing those impulses, but now." "Just a short one," murmured Makoto. She quietly uttered her flimsy excuse as she walked back to the locker room. Leaning her head against the main hallway, she glanced nervously both ways to check that no one was there before closing the door completely. Undoing the sashes on their clothes, the sounds of fabric sliding filled the dressing room. She dipped the tip of her foot lightly into the water, creating ripples across the surface. Her slender calves hurried to follow, and then her thighs, before her entire body slid into the steamy bath. A sigh of pleasure escaped Makoto's lips as she submerged herself up to her shoulders. "I enjoy the warm embrace of the bathtub." Closing her eyes, Makoto let her body relax. "Please forgive me, take Mikazuchi-sama, everyone." Makoto spoke with feelings somewhere between pleasure and guilt. As she apologized fervently, she also let her face relax. She had been forced to live in relative poverty after arriving in Arario with Take Mikazuchi and his childhood friends. A proper bath was out of the question and they had to make do with showers. Needless to say, none of them complained or tried to live beyond their means, but now, the repressed desires she had kept suppressed were immediately released. Memories of her old outdoor hot springs rushed to the surface of her mind. She happily recalled old scenes and landscapes of her hometown until soon, her skin turned the same color as cherry blossoms. For Mikoto, there was no greater pleasure in this world than a hot bath. Incidentally, it was still early in the morning. Well, as expected from the Goibniu family, quick and efficient, Wendy said with a smile. Wendy approached the door of her new workshop and there she saw a note stuck to it. I haven't the slightest idea how to design a space for a blacksmith, so I asked the guys at Goibniu, what should your dream workshop include? I hope you enjoy it, this is your reward for your help. Wendy couldn't help but smile at this. She had seen this workshop from afar, but now she wanted to see even the smallest detail thanks to this. Small two-story stone house had been built in the courtyard behind the mansion. Wendy stood in the open doorway, completely unaware of the excited smile growing on her face. His new workshop was built outside and apart from the rest of the grounds, a personal castle for a blacksmith, a forge. It had more than twice the space of the workshop assigned to her by the Hephaestus family, more than enough. Metal shelves lined the walls, and there were stacks of firewood for fuel and barrels for cooling or storage. There was even a basement. The quality of the construction was top-notch in every respect. He couldn't even complain about the design of the thin chimney that extended from the top of the forge. They're blacksmiths too. Of course they'd know what I want, Wendy said with a smile. Wendy surveyed her new workspace with complete satisfaction. She began hauling the small mountain of boxes she had brought from the Hephaestus family with the enthusiasm of a child in a toy store. He couldn't wait to make this workshop his castle. His personal set of mallets, metal shears, and anvils found new homes throughout the workshop. The weapons he hadn't been able to sell earlier were used as decorations in his basement, including the refined ingot he'd bought with his meager savings. He then carried more weapons and armor of various shapes and sizes to the basement himself without any trouble, thanks to his improved status. Finally, with the hammer he had received from the goddess Hephaestus held in his hand, he took a step back to admire the fruits of his efforts. This is where I'll start again, Wendy said with a smile. A new family, a new workshop, and a renewed spirit. The young high-class blacksmith looked around her new workshop again, gripping her crimson hammer tightly. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't gone up to the second floor, he had only focused on the first floor. She really didn't understand what use a second floor could have for a blacksmith other than for storage. A single floor should have been more than enough. Wendy went up the stairs that connected to the second floor. There was a small hallway, and beyond that there should be an area similar to the first floor. The first thing she saw was another note. This one was stuck on the door that led to a room. You'll probably lock yourself in here to work. It's a bit far from headquarters, and if it gets too late, please spend the night here. Wendy smiled before opening the door and seeing an ordinary room with a bed, a desk, and some shelves. If it weren't for the several boxes in the middle of the room, it would be a completely normal room. Wendy approached the first box only to see a third note. One last detail from me. I asked what a blacksmith might like and they told me many things, some of which I didn't even understand. I hope you like them. Wendy felt like a child at Christmas as she opened her presents. Mallets, chisels, metal shears, anvils, tongs among a long list of other tools. There were many tools of all sizes, forming very complete, if not absolutely complete sets. All these tools were finely crafted, and for any blacksmith they must have been a delight to behold. Each one was pure white with a rabbit engraved somewhere on it. Idiot, Wendy muttered as a blush spread across her cheeks. Each tool had the same quality as a high-class weapon, and there was something about them that a blacksmith could tell in an instant. Durandal, tools with the Durandal attribute, and many of them, which got into your head, Wendy said with a smile. Ignoring the storage areas, there are more than 50 additional rooms, not including the hidden or underground ones. Lily spoke aloud. Lily walked through the interior of the mansion with a map in both hands. She followed him into a room and glanced inside before jotting down some notes about the interior and anything that stood out before moving on. The more rooms she checked, the more worried she looked. This place is too big, Lily sighed. The mansion, built of solid stone and wood, was 5 stories high because Belle had requested an expansion. It also had walls along the front and back, as well as a surrounding iron fence. When it was still owned by the Apollo family, over 100 adventurers had called this place home. Since then, several renovations had been made and many rooms added. Even if they included their goddess in the count, the Hestia familia only had 6 members. This residence was completely unsuitable for their circumstances. With just everyone else and Lily, it will be impossible to clean and maintain this place. Maybe hiring a maid would be a good idea, thought Lily. She knew that spending money unnecessarily should be avoided, but this problem had to be solved. They could hire someone from outside any family or a non-combatant member, someone who belonged to a family but had not received the grace of a god. Several families focused on trade around Aurario employed non-combatant members to assist in their sales efforts. Even their own goddess, who worked part-time for the Hephaestus Familia, was a prime example of this arrangement. Of course, those employed in this way worked somewhere far removed from their employer's secrets, for their own safety. Professional butlers often received a high salary, comparable to that of guild employees or low-class adventure workers in the dungeon. Given this, it would be cheaper to hire a young woman who couldn't find work in Arario's renowned magic stone industry and was already looking for a job. Lily's thoughts reached that point before stopping. Belsama's eyes would wander, so that's not an option, Lily murmured. Lily had doubts about adding another young woman to the headquarters. But if she couldn't even trust an older servant, it would be a sign of impending financial ruin. Visions of the gray-haired girl, Seal, smiling at Belle flashed before her eyes. She shook her head vigorously from side to side to make them go away. But on the other hand, murmured Lily. She glanced out the first-floor lobby window at all the flowers and plants in the indoor garden that would require a lot of care. Lily's mind weighed her young, maidenly heart against the current situation. Lily put her thoughts to rest and headed to her personal room located on the 5th floor. The 5th floor of the Hestia family, nicknamed by Hestia as the business area, was, as the name suggests, an entire floor dedicated to business. There were several invitations for holding meetings, study rooms, and several offices. 10. Lily walked past 15 rooms, each marked with a silver plaque, and then arrived at her own. There were 6 rooms with gold plaques: Lily's room, Lily's office, Belle's room, Belle's office, Hestia's room, and Hestia's office. Both Lily and Hestia were disappointed with this arrangement, as they each had a room separated from Belle's. Lily first went into her room. The little hobbit stood motionless in the doorway of her room. She took a step back and closed the door, then reopened it, repeating this action several times until she accepted that whatever was behind that room wasn't going away. Lily sighed as she looked around her room. Lily slowly approached her new bed while examining every detail of her room. It was too much. There was even a fireplace that was exaggerating. Lily stopped in front of her bed where she saw a note. "I know perfectly well that if I asked you for something, I would flatly refuse, saying you don't deserve it. But let me tell you that my dear partner and vice captain deserves this and much more." Lily smiled slightly as she finished reading the note. Each member of the Hestia Familia prepared for their new lifestyle and surroundings in their own way. The remodeled walls of the building reflected the sunlight and seemed to glow. While Belle was lost in his thoughts, he saw Lily and the others walking here and there. A smile grew on Belle's face as I adjusted my grip on the box in my arms. "Hey, leave him alone. I don't want to." Voices reached Belle's ears as he walked along the outer wall of the building, heading towards the backyard. 2 girls were arguing on the street that passed by the new headquarters. Well, maybe not arguing. One girl had her arms wrapped around 2 bars of the iron fence surrounding our property, while the other girl was trying to pull her down by the neck. The girl in front was throwing a tantrum like a child, crying all over the place, while her counterpart couldn't hide her irritation. "Wait, I remember them, Cassandra-san, Daphne-san," Belle said as he looked at the 2 girls. They were exactly as Belle remembered them. One had long, flowing hair while the other had short hair, and their personalities couldn't have been more different. Both were former members of the Apollo Familia. Belle couldn't just leave and pretend he never saw them at this moment. "Ah, little rookie," Daphne spoke as she looked at Belle. Belle lowered the box he was holding and approached the 2 girls. Belle tried to think of how to start a conversation with 2 girls who had probably been kicked out of their home. Faced with Belle's dilemma, Daphne seemed to realize this and spoke first. "You won fairly, so you have no reason to be sorry. Besides, we started the war, so there are no hard feelings," Daphne said. Belle nodded. "We were both pressured into joining anyway, so it's actually a good thing things turned out this way. Now we have the opportunity to join a family led by someone a little less crazy than our old god," Daphne said with a small smile. Cassandra's clothing stretched again as Daphne made another attempt to pull her away from the iron bars. Adjusting her grip, the short-haired girl explained what they had been doing. They seemed to be at a crossroads, trying to figure out their next step. As high-class adventurers, they had received invitations from many gods and goddesses. Unfortunately, all of their recruiters had significant drawbacks they simply couldn't ignore, so they declined every offer. The high-ranking families showed no interest in them, and neither of them had any interest in selling their services as mercenaries. So for now, they were trying to find a decent god to lead an average family. "So what brings you here?" Belle asked. Daphne sighed and pulled Cassandra close once more. "You see, this girl lost her favorite pillow," Daphne said. "Pillow?" Belle asked hesitantly. "Yes, I keep telling her she can buy a new one," but Daphne said with a small laugh. "That's the only one that works. I can't sleep without it," Cassandra said in a small tantrum. This was the first time Cassandra had said anything in this entire conversation. With tears in her eyes and speaking between sobs, she looked over her shoulder at Daphne pulling at her neck. "So that means—" "Cassandra-san, did you forget your pillow inside?" Belle asked. "They had taken out everything the Apollo family left behind when we moved out. Was there a pillow like that when we were cleaning?" Cassandra pushed her betrayed face through the gap between the iron bars after Belle asked my question. She spoke timidly, choosing her words carefully. I don't remember, honestly. I saw that I was here in a dream, so, Cassandra spoke timidly. A what? Belle asked, bewildered. Like I said, stop saying those stupid things. Daphne said irritably. I beg you, please believe me. Cassandra said with teary eyes. Daphne scolded Cassandra for saying that a dream brought her here. At this point, Belle had figured out most of the matter. Daphne was trying to prevent Cassandra from showing up at another family's headquarters unannounced, making a request under such embarrassing pretenses. At the same time, she wasn't taking Cassandra's dream seriously, so they were both at a loss as to what to do. Belle did not believe in divination or clairvoyant dreams, but, as expected, Cassandra's tearful, pleading eyes were heartbreaking. In that case I'll go take a look, Belle said, unsure what to do. Hey, both girls looked pleasantly surprised, and at that point Belle added, because of the pillow, to clarify when both girls fell silent and stared at him. Daphne looked completely surprised, while Cassandra had a bewildered look behind her collected tears. You really? It was a dream, a dream. Are you going to trust an illusion? Asked Daphne, stunned. I illusion, but you're sure he's here, right? Belle said with a small smile. He looked away from Daphne to make eye contact with Cassandra. She didn't say a word, just nodded up and down as fast as she could. I asked Belle where to look and he hurriedly told me about his dream so I could get directions. Do you believe me? Until the very last moment I still speak timidly. Everything's fine, I trust you. I'll do everything I can to find her, Belle said with a small smile. The moment those words left my mouth, Cassandra was overcome with emotion, looking directly at Belle with tears in her eyes and a lump in her throat. I'll leave now, Belle said as he turned away. Is this it? Belle said with a smile. That's it, Cassandra exclaimed with great joy. Belle handed the light pink item through the fence, and the next thing she knew, Cassandra was hugging her tightly. Her eyes closed as she embraced her long-lost friend, as happy as could be. As Cassandra continued to radiate the joy of a puppy that had been reunited with its owner, Daphne next to her murmured, she was right in disbelief. Thank you so much. Thank you for believing me. Thank you. Cassandra said with a slight blush. It's not a big deal, really, Belle said, downplaying the matter. She continued to bow repeatedly, thanking Belle continuously. Cassandra began to lean forward once more until she finally pushed half of her face behind the pillow. I sucked on her cheeks while her eyes studied me. There was a strange warmth in his gaze, and Belle gave him a strange feeling. Keeping her eyes fixed on me, Cassandra took a few small steps beside Daphne. I whispered something in Daphne's ear with the pillow still in my arms. What, seriously? Are you sure? Daphne said, sounding very surprised. Surprise was written all over Daphne's face as Cassandra's cheeks turned pink and she nodded again. Little rookie, we have something to attend to. See you later, Daphne said. They both turned a corner and disappeared from my sight before I knew what happened. The Hestia Familia is now recruiting new members. Come, my children. An invitation to join the Hestia Familia, written in Kaine, was on the paper. The emblem, a flame and a bell, was at the top of the invitation, which also contained information on how to apply. And the day to meet Hestia and Belle in person was today. There's another one like that on the guild notice board, and I asked the women at my part-time job to post one there. It's almost time to meet everyone. They should be outside right now, Hestia said with a big smile. I glanced out the window. The others rushed over to take a look. Everyone's surprise was immediate. Just outside the iron fence in front of your door, many races of humans and demi-humans were there. Hey, let's take a look at the potential new recruits. We'll meet in the front garden, Wendy said, speaking to Makoto. She spun around to face him. It was then that the young blacksmith noticed something was amiss and smiled ironically. Did you take a bath so early in the day? Wendy said with a smile. Oh no, this is just you see. Makoto said timidly, a layer of loose clothing, slightly pink skin, and damp black hair hanging loose. She realized that just by looking at her, anyone could tell she'd just come out of the bathroom. Her face quickly turned a much darker shade of pink. Even though it had only been a quick one, he felt guilty for skipping the task he'd been assigned. His hair, usually tied back, hung loose, and he now looked like a child with a guilty conscience as he tried to hide behind the boxes in his arms. Looking at Makoto, Wendy's earlier smile deepened. I won't tell the others, so come when you can, Wendy said with a smile. I'll be there right after I drop this off. Makoto said, humans and demi-humans of all shapes and sizes flooded our front yard the moment we opened the door. Hestia took a few steps ahead of Belle, extending her arms to welcome the newcomers. Thanks to her recruitment posters, all these people, more than 50 in total, had arrived at her headquarters today because they wanted to join the Hestia Familia. Were the talk of the town after winning the war game, especially among the newly arrived adventurers who just got to Arario. Lily's Familia and the others have the most momentum right now, Lily told a surprised Wendy and Makoto. Lily stood on the other side of Hestia, explaining the flood of hopeful recruits. The images they saw of the war game through the divine mirrors scattered throughout Arario were still fresh in their minds. Seeing a young family, vastly outnumbered, defy the odds and emerge victorious must have left a strong impression. Travelers and merchants probably also spread word of his exploits outside the city, which helped even more. There were many races. Humans, of course, but also elves, dwarves, beastmen, hobbits, and even some mixed-race people all standing in the front yard. Several of the men looked ready for the dungeon, dressed in full armor and carrying their weapons of choice. There was a group of girls at the gates dressed in travelers' clothing. They must have arrived in the city a few days ago. They were all chatting excitedly. The bright sun in the blue sky above, everything so bright and colorful it was hard to believe this was happening. Dreams do come true, Daphne-san, Cassandra-san. Belle spoke as she recognized two familiar faces in the crowd. They pushed their way through the crowd and reached the front entrance. Daphne forced a smile. "This girl told me she wanted to join your family," Daphne said with a smile. Daphne placed her hand right above Cassandra's head. Cassandra smiled shyly for a moment before hiding her face. Belle nodded before turning to look at Hestia. "Kami-sama, I'll go attend to other matters. I'll leave the rest here. Remember, don't deny entry to anyone without a good reason. That's an order," Belle said as he turned around. Hestia nodded as she watched Belle leave. "Well, shall we begin the interviews?" Hestia said with a smile as she turned to face the crowd. Hestia called to the crowd while she was scanning the candidates. The goddess Hestia sighed deeply. Out of more than 50 applicants, only 4 people were a good fit for her family. Hestia saw the 4 people, 4 young women sitting in front of her. Lily never thought the list would be reduced so much. Lily was expecting at least 10, Lily said with some annoyance. Many were idiots, others hopelessly perverted, Makoto said with a sigh. Considering that whole group, they're too good, Wendy said with a sigh. Well, now all that's left is for the captain of our family to see them. If he approves, they're in, Hestia said with a sigh. Captain, isn't the god supposed to decide who gets in and who doesn't? Said a short-haired redhead girl. Our family is a little different. All important matters require the captain's approval, Hestia said. The 4 nodded dismissively. After all, every family had its quirks. Trying to start a conversation, Hestia began asking her 4 potential members things they liked and disliked. After the group had been talking for a while, Belle finally returned to his headquarters. You took longer than expected. Where were you? Hestia asked. I had to go see a certain person I owe something to. I needed to warn them about certain things, Belle said. Hestia nodded. She didn't feel like delving any further into the matter and knew that Belle wouldn't tell her anything more. Belle glanced at the 4 girls in front of them. Only 4, that's how small the group has become, Belle said with a raised eyebrow. That group was full of idiots, conceited people, and worthless people, Hestia said indignantly. Belle nodded as she looked at the 4 applicants with a smile. Ermid Tezenaire, Cassandra Ilian, Daphne Lauros, and Anna Cleese. It's a small world, Belle said with a smile. The 4 of them nodded upon hearing their names. She still remembers my name. I feel so happy, said the girl named Anna with a blush on her cheeks. Wait, Belle-kun, where do you know this girl from? Hestia asked, pointing at Anna. Belle gave a nervous laugh as he explained everything, his entire ordeal at the casinos and how he met Anna. When he got to the part where he and Sir pretended to be engaged, Belle felt many piercing eyes on his back. So, Belle-sama isn't engaged? Anna asked very seriously. Belle nodded, only to suddenly find himself being hugged by a girl probably a few years older than him. Anna hugged Belle tightly as they buried Belle's face in her not inconsiderable chest. Since Belle-sama is a single man, then yes, I can have a relationship with him, Anna said while hugging Belle tightly. Huh. A loud shout could be heard throughout Arario after Anna's statement. Anna, who was sitting on a sofa with her head down, was receiving a strong scolding from Hestia. Now that I think about it, Anna-sama, are you seriously planning to enter the dungeon? Lily asked while glancing sideways at Anna, who seemed more like a princess than an adventurer. My goal is to be as useful as possible to Belle-sama. I will do anything he asks me to do, Anna said with great determination. Belle raised an eyebrow at the latter. Are you sure? Belle asked. Yes. Anna replied without hesitating for a moment. I'll make you work so hard it'll probably make exploring the dungeon seem easy, Belle said with a smile. I am fully determined and prepared to be as helpful as possible, Anna said. Belle smiled slightly before speaking. Well, it's decided. You can join our family. From now on you'll be my personal assistant, Belle said. Anna nodded with great happiness. Once the talks were over, Belle turned around while waiting for Hestia to finish the conversion of the 4 girls. Daphne Lauros, level 2. Strength D 505s. Stamina E 478. Dexterity B 707. Agility C 698. Magic F 370. Abnormal resistance I. Cassandra Ilian. Level 2. Strength H 101. Stamina H 189. Dexterity G 248. Agility F 341. Magic D 588. Treatment I. Ermid Tezenaire. Level 2. Strength H 153. Stamina H 189. Dexterity F 378. Agility F 341. Magic A 857. Mystery F. Anna Cleese. Level 1. Strength I0. Stamina I0. Dexterity I0. Agility I0. Magic I0. The Hestia Familia has gained 4 new members. Chapter 26. Vacation Part 1. During his childhood, his head was always filled with the fabulous life that an adventurer led. He was always told that the captain of a family is the strongest, the most suitable to lead, and the one who leads the best life. But they never told him that a captain had so much work. Bell sighed as he looked at the mountain of papers to one side of him. Sitting comfortably in his chair, Bell sighed as he tried to relax as much as possible. He had too much work to do. Exploring the dungeon at the moment held little appeal. He hadn't even leveled up his skills after gaining such an abnormal amount of XP. Now that I remembered, I should do that to take my mind off things a bit. Congratulations, the gamer has been promoted to rank C. Your HP, MP, and AP have increased by 200 points. Your HR, Mr. and AR have increased by 20 points. Plus 10 points in all stats, the gamer. Bell raised an eyebrow at the notifications. By raising his skill to rank C, he had gained a 10-point increase in all his stats. Likewise, the normal increase to his HP, MP, AP, HR, Mr. and AR had been doubled. Well, it was a fair increase for having paid 960,000 XP points. Bell, seeing that she could still evolve her ability, raised it to rank B. Congratulations, the gamer has been promoted to rank B. Your HP, MP, and AP have increased by 400 points. Your HR, Mr. and AR have increased by 40 points. Plus 20 points in all stats, the gamer. Bell saw how his boost had doubled again. This time the boost cost him 1,920,000 XP. Bell tried to rank up his skill again but realized he lacked XP. To upgrade his skill to rank A, it would cost him 3,840,000 XP points, and he had 2,620,700 XP. He had the option of waiting to gather the necessary amount or increasing other skills. Bell decided to go for the second option, which was a better choice in his view. Even though I had plenty of XP, it didn't mean I could waste it on any stupid thing. Firstly, what benefited him most were the development skills. He had mystery. If he acquired mage, he could create grimoires, and that was an element he was missing. Normal grimoires granted magic, but only through chanting, and Bell wasn't very suited to that type of magic. In fact, his chanting magic was very weak, or rather, it had many disadvantages compared to others. Bell needed to create grimoires that would provide him with a way to acquire magic later. Now that he thought about it, he had read 3 grimoires that granted magic without chanting. Those kinds were surely extremely rare. Having decided to acquire magician, Bell began to analyze what else might be useful to him. Although it sounded cruel, he couldn't rely 100% on Naza's or the newcomer Ermid's abilities to create positions. And although Naza already had his full trust, Ermid didn't yet, so he couldn't increase the latter's abilities, but he could increase the former's. Later he would go see Naza to help her a little, but even so, Bell decided to obtain Mix. With those 2 skills acquired, he now only had to read a lot about the creation of magical objects and potions. Bell decided to investigate further and discovered that his best options had requirements, such as performing a certain action or reaching a certain required level. He decided to settle for his second choices, Ruler, which drastically increased his leadership skills, and Swordsman, which was the same as Lily's Spearman, only directed at swords. He then used his remaining XP to level up his 3 main spells, leveling them up until they reached absurdly high levels. Finally, he invested his remaining XP in his projection spell. Each time he leveled this spell, it increased the amount of time Bell could keep something materialized by 1 hour. Since he had already leveled it up a few times, Bell raised it to level 25, at which point his spell completed the additional 24 hours for a total of 48 hours. With all of the above done, Bell had to return to work. "Bell-sama, I brought you your coffee." Bell looked up when he heard a female voice only to see Anna, who was wearing a maid outfit. "Just because I'm awake at this hour doesn't mean you have to be too," Bell said as he picked up his coffee cup. It was currently 4 in the morning. In the entire Chimney Mansion or Rabbit Mansion, there were only 2 people awake at this hour. The first was Bell, who never went to sleep, and the second was Anna, who only slept a couple of hours on one of the sofas in Bell's office. "But Bell-sama, my duty is to serve you with all my effort," Anna spoke with great determination. Bell sighed softly. He never believed the girl in front of him had spoken seriously. "You should rest. After all, it would be a real tragedy if dark circles appeared on a woman's face, especially if that woman is beautiful," Bell said while looking at a document. "Beautiful. Bell-sama thinks I'm beautiful of everything," Bell said. Anna only heard the word beautiful and her mind did the rest as she imagined all kinds of romantic scenes. Anna's face turned pink as hearts appeared in her pupils, all while she hugged herself and rocked her body from side to side. Bell, who had shifted his gaze from the document he was looking at to Anna, didn't understand why she was hugging herself. "He's probably cold," Bell thought, dismissing his assistant's actions. "Could you make me breakfast?" Bell asked, looking at his assistant. With pleasure, what would you like to eat? Anna asked. Since you're going to be in charge of the kitchen, I think it's necessary that you have this, Bell said as a book appeared in his right hand through a small portal. Anna picked up the book only to see that the cover said Mom's Recipes. My mother wrote the book. She was a terrible cook, but her recipes, if prepared by someone other than herself, will result in something truly delicious, Bell said. But Bell-sama, it's okay for me to have something like this. It must mean a lot to you, Anna said. Okay, by the way, make me a stew. Page 35 is a very delicious dish, Bell said. Anna nodded before leaving the room. Bell, for his part, resumed his work. Statistics: the gamer. Name: bellcranel. Gender: male. Family: Hestia. Nickname: Little Rookie. Alias: Knight of Diamond. Money: 0. Level 3. 7. XP: 1,978,000. Points: 0. HP: 1429. HR: 168M. MP: 1495. Mr. 167M. AP: 1257. AR: 178Ms. INT: 110s. WIS: 150. VIT: 112s. ATK: 153. AF: 71. DF: 143. AM: 92. DM: 130s. Strength: 3450. Stamina: 3375. Dexterity: 3250. Agility: 3672. Magic: 3523. The gamer: B. Abnormal resistance: S. Hunter: S. Luck: S. Merchant: S. Mystery: S. Cooking: S. Tamer: S. Mage: S. Mixture: S. Ruler: S. Swordsman: S. Firebolt LV 53+. Quick cast magic: if cast using the user's mana, will cost 10 MP each time it is cast and will cause 62 points of damage. Regeneration. LV 20+. Allows you to regenerate the HP of something, consumes 10 MP and restores 200 HP. Electric sphere. LV 34. Creates a sphere of electricity which can be thrown at the enemy. Consumes 50 MP and inflicts 176 points of damage in an area of 10 meters. Projection. LV 25. Quick cast magic that creates something instantly. Created objects can remain materialized for a maximum of 24 hours. In the labyrinthine city, the sun's rays illuminated the streets and open spaces of all of Arario with their usual intensity. At a certain street food stall, a short-statured goddess could be seen. The Jayagamarukan is the best, but we must expand our menu. Now that I am the owner, we must elevate ourselves to a new level, Hestia said with great determination. Come on, Hestia, one thing at a time, said a slightly older woman with a small laugh. As a thank you to his goddess, and so that she wouldn't be idle all day, Bell had bought the former head of Hestia's Jayagamarukan stalls and had modernized them a bit, making them small rooms with enough space for a kitchen and a bar along with a back storage area. All our customers are people who don't have time to go into a restaurant or who are just passing through, in other words, busy people who need fast food, Hestia said with a smile. The woman in front of Hestia nodded. Then we must expand our menu with fast, delicious, and easy-to-cook food. All of this will attract more customers, Hestia said with a smile. And what do you suggest? The woman asked. Hestia smiled before handing 4 sheets of paper to the woman in front of her. They might work, the woman said. I'll leave it to you. I'll be gone for a few days, Hestia said. You've barely become the boss of the place and you're already taking a vacation, the woman said with a small laugh. Belkun planned this. Besides, I need some time to adjust to being the boss, Hestia said. The woman could only laugh at the little goddess's reactions. Poor boy, you're probably leaving him with all your family's work, the woman said with a small laugh. At that moment, Hestia felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. And you'll probably leave most of the work of your business to him, like taxes, income, employee payments, etc., the woman said with a smile. Upon hearing the woman's words, Hestia curled up in a corner in a fetal position while an emo aura enveloped her. It's just while I learn how to do the paperwork, Hestia said. The woman could only laugh at the weeping goddess. Walking through the streets of Arario, one could see a black-haired woman named Mikoto who had a huge smile on her face. Hey Mikoto, where are you taking us? The smiling Mikoto turned to look at a man with black hair and eyes who had a hairstyle and wore clothing typical of the Far East. Take Mikazuchi-sama, I kindly ask you to be patient. We will arrive at our destination in a few minutes. Mikoto spoke with her typical seriousness but without losing her smile. Take Mikazuchi gave a settlement, as did the people behind him, who were Mikoto's former companions. After a few minutes, the group passed in front of the Hestia Familia headquarters. The members of the group, even Mikoto herself, had to admit that every detail of the headquarters was very intimidating, from the fence bars, which looked more like posts than bars, to the imposing 5-story mansion. Every detail demonstrated great wealth. Mithril posts, and about 100 of them in this area alone. How much did each one cost? Or rather, what purpose do they serve? Aoka asked, glancing at the fence. Beldono doesn't tell us anything about the prices of anything. He says that we shouldn't worry about that, and that as our captain he is the only one who should look after those details. Likewise, I don't know much about the reason for the posts. Only Beldono, Lilydono, and Hestia-sama know that. They say it's useless to tell us. For the moment, Mikoto spoke seriously. Well, it's Hestia and Bell. They're not the type to do something like this just to show off. They must have a good reason, Take Mikazuchi said with a small smile. The others nodded as they continued walking. After several minutes, the group spotted 3 buildings. One was 2 stories high and quite large. It appeared to be a shop. The second was an ordinary house, also 2 stories high, and the third. Mikoto, is this a joke? Take Mikazuchi asked, his gaze lost. This is a gift from Beldono and Hestia-sama, Mikoto said with a smile. They said don't worry and just take it. It's just too much, Take Mikazuchi said, using his forearm to wipe away a few tears. The other members of the Take Mikazuchi family were equally reluctant to accept what they were seeing. Beldono told me to tell him this if he didn't want to accept his present, Mikoto said while looking at Take Mikazuchi. Take Mikazuchi turned to look at Mikoto's voice. How dare you refuse a gift from your king? Are you implying that my gifts are not enough for someone like you? You should be completely grateful. It is disrespectful to me that you have the audacity to reject my kindness, Mikoto said as her gaze darkened and her eyes lost their usual sparkle. Seeing the normally serious and cheerful Mikoto terribly imitating what would be the anger of some nobleman, Take Mikazuchi couldn't help but stifle a laugh. I suppose you're right, refusing a gift. What kind of manners am I teaching my children if I behave like this? Take Mikazuchi said with a smile. Mikoto smiled as she handed a set of keys to Take Mikazuchi. By the way, Miyach-sama lives in the house next door, and the other building is the new potion and similar shop that the Hestia Familia is going to open under the management of Ermid Dono and Nazadono. If you need anything, stop by there. The members of the Take Mikazuchi Familia have a 50% discount on Hestia Familia products, said Beldono. Mikoto spoke with a smile. Take Mikazuchi nodded with a broad smile as he approached the iron fence in front of him. Inserting a key into the lock, Take Mikazuchi opened the gate, the back of which featured bars aligned to form his family's emblem. Take Mikazuchi opened the gate very carefully and slowly, and when he finally opened it, he put one foot inside onto a stone path. Take Mikazuchi felt a warm sensation wash over him as soon as he stepped onto the grounds of the building in front of him. Every detail of the place was designed to remind him of the Far East. Even trees and shrubs from the Far East had been planted all over the front yard and probably the back as well. It was simply too much for someone like Take Mikazuchi, who had already begun to doubt his eyes and was starting to believe he was dreaming. Although I would love to give you a tour of the place, I have to go. There are important things I must do, Mikoto said. Take Mikazuchi snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing Mikoto's voice. Beldono wants our family to take a vacation to relax after all the stress of the last few days, Mikoto said. They all nodded. Beldono said that if any of you wish to come, you were completely welcome, Mikoto spoke. The brunette looked somewhat disappointed when all her colleagues denied it. Now that we've been given this, we'll be busy with a move, but Mikoto, have fun and don't think about us. This is more than enough, Take Mikazuchi said with a smile. Mikoto nodded before leaving. Well, who wants to explore the place? Take Mikazuchi said with a big smile which widened when he saw all his children raise their hands. 2 people could be seen in what appeared to be a warehouse. That makes 244 elixirs of the highest level, spoke a silver-haired woman. According to what you said there was and what there is, apparently your ex-god didn't take anything, spoke a beatsman with a somewhat subdued voice. He may be stingy and greedy, but he's not a thief. Although with his latest actions I don't know what to believe, said the silver-haired woman. That's right, she provided a cursed sword to the Apollo family and they almost killed Bel-san with it, Beatsman said. Naza-san, please don't remind me of that. I still feel guilty. I was the closest to Diane Sex-sama and I never saw when he did it. I shouldn't have lost sight of him, the silver-haired woman spoke. Ermid-san, you have your own life too. You couldn't always be watching over that god. Besides, you shouldn't blame yourself for the actions of others, Naza said with a smile. To think that you would unite a small family when high-level families want you in their ranks, Naza said to the silver-haired woman. I owed Bel-san and Hestia-sama a lot. This is my way of repaying them, Ermid said seriously. Naza raised an eyebrow at the silver-haired woman's response but decided not to investigate further. Do you seriously think this store will ever reach the level of the one your god used to run? Naza asked. If you're honestly resonating with it, you'll get over it in no time, Ermid said with a smile. What makes you think that? Naza asked. The smiles of my colleagues when they worked for Diane Sex-sama seemed like they were doing it out of obligation. Besides being part of her family, Diane Seksama paid them the bare minimum. Now they are all working happily, Ermid said, while pointing to the more than 10 employees who were going back and forth everywhere. Mayach-sama asked them to join his family, but they all refused. In fact, they have rejected all the requests that have been made to them, Naza spoke. Everyone had bad experiences with Diane Seksama. He made them work overtime to fill his pockets. Since Mayach-sama is the majority shareholder of this place, they might think that if they join his family, the same thing will happen to them. That's the same reason why they haven't joined the Hestia Familia and simply asked to be employees, non-combatant members, Ermid spoke. No sooner had it been announced that this place was opening and that you were involved than everyone came applying for jobs. They can't be away from their Saint Day, Naza said with a smile. They tried going to other places, but since they were already used to the quality of the products our family sold and the high-level items they used, it was difficult for them to go to mid- and low-level pharmacies, and the high-level ones didn't compare to what they were used to, Ermid said. So they went back to their comfort zone, as simple as that, Naza said. Ermid nodded. Aren't you two getting late? A male voice interrupted their conversation, and when they turned to see where the voice was coming from, they saw Mayach. I'll take care of it from here, you must go see Hestia, Mayach said. Both girls nodded, forgetting while they worked that they had to meet with Hestia to get some essential material for their vacation, a vacation to which they had dragged Naza. Upon seeing the time, the two hurried out of the place only to bump into Mikoto, who was passing by. Greeting him, they decided to join him to go to the designated spot. In the Tower of Babel on the top floor, an argument was taking place between two people. Come on, Otter, I'm not a bird to be in this cage forever, said a certain silver-haired goddess. Freya-sama, it is my duty to take care of you and not expose you to danger. What you want to do could put you in danger, Otter said. If it's for my safety, you'll come with me and he'll be like that too. Come on, he's as strong as a level 5 adventurer with the bare minimum, Freya said. Otter remained silent as he pondered the words of his goddess. We'll go, period, end of discussion. Seriously, you can be stubborn when you want to be. This discussion almost lasted a whole day, Freya said, laughing slightly. Otter sighed in defeat as he recalled the events that triggered this. Yesterday afternoon, a certain white-haired man had come to apologize for standing up his goddess with her date, and as an apology he invited them both to a vacation that his family was going to have out of town. Well, Otter, I want you to give me your opinion, Freya said. Otter turned to look at his goddess, who had lit a magic stone stove and placed several vegetables on a table. Freya also placed a metal pot filled with water. Freya-sama, are you going to cook? Asked Otter with his eyes wide open. Of course, we're going to have a picnic, and what better way to win a man's heart than with homemade food? Freya said with a smile as she looked for something on her shelf. Freya picked up a somewhat old book which was titled Mom's Recipes. Fufufu Mama Hera's recipe book. No man can resist these incredible dishes, Freya said as she flipped through some pages. Otter stared at his goddess for a moment before speaking. Freya-sama, with all due respect, I don't think my opinion will be of any use to you. My palate isn't very sophisticated. If I could suggest that someone else with a better sense of taste try it, Otter spoke respectfully. You're right, you're not very suited for these things. You'd probably just say synonyms for delicious, Freya said while chopping various ingredients. Otter nodded before going to look for someone else. In Freya's private room, 3 more people had arrived. One was a catman, another was a dark elf, and the last was a blonde-haired elf. How exciting, food made by Freya-sama, said the catman Alan while he stared mesmerized at his goddess who was wearing a pink apron. Never in my life did I think I could delight in something that Freya-sama cooked, said the elf Hedin, who was a blonde-haired elf with great sophistication. Freya then served what she had cooked in 3 deep dishes. Even being served by Freya-sama. What an honor, said the dark elf Hogni as he saw Freya place 3 plates on a tray and then turn away. Because you have a brain of muscle you'll miss out on trying a dish from Freya-sama, Alan said mockingly as he pointed at Otter who was leaning against a wall with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. He certainly did well to bring us here. That muscle brain of his wouldn't be able to understand the delicacy of Freya-sama's food, Hendi said mockingly. Hogni, for his part, remained silent as he watched his goddess approach them. Freya stood in front of the table where her 3 assistants were sitting and placed a plate in front of each of them, who were sitting with their backs straight and their gaze forward. I hope you enjoy it, Freya said with a smile. That was their signal. The 3 of them turned towards their plates with great excitement, and at that moment, none of them could utter a word. No dungeon expedition, no training of any kind prepares you for this. In front of them was what was supposed to be a stew. The broth, if it could be called that, was extremely thick and black with purple undertones. The meat looked like a solid piece of coal and the vegetables looked like pieces of plastic, which were melting into the broth, leaving small dots of different colors in the middle of that tar-like broth. The 3 of them immediately turned to look at Otter, who smiled back at them. He sold us out. The 3 of them screamed in their minds. Now that they were seated in this place after having expressed their excitement, could they still refuse to try it? The three of them swallowed hard as they turned their gaze to their plates. Alan was the first brave soul. He plunged his spoon all the way to the bottom of the bowl and with great determination slowly pulled it out. When he finally removed the spoon completely, not a single drop of broth came out. In fact, he stared blankly at his spoon, which was now just the handle. The rest of it had apparently melted into the broth. Otter Alan spoke with a lost look. Otter slowly opened his eyes and looked at the catman. "Tell my sister that I always loved her and that I regret cutting ties with her," Alan said as he looked up at the ceiling with a tear running down his cheek. Otter was startled by the catman's statement. Alan took the plate in front of him with both hands and brought it to his lips before pouring the contents into his mouth. With a loud slam, Alan left the empty plate on the table. The two elves stared at the catman with amazement and admiration. Just as they were determined to repeat the same action, they heard a loud crash. A cold sweat broke out on their backs, and when they turned around, they were filled with terror. Alan's head had hit the table hard, the area around his lips was burned, and purple smoke was coming from his mouth and nose. The two elves swallowed hard as they stared at the plate in front of them as if it were the final boss of the never-before-recorded 100th floor of the dungeon. Otter sighed as he looked at the three motionless bodies of his companions. Alan had fainted at the table, Hendy had fallen backward and was currently lying on the floor, and Hogni remained motionless, sitting with his head and limbs extremely limp, as if he had lost all motivation to fight and had accepted his death. "I don't understand what went wrong." Hera had gathered the recipes for the most delicious dishes in the world. "When I went to see her, it was a delight to taste each one of them," Freya said uncertainly. Otter swallowed the words, "The problem was you," and simply shrugged. "It would be best to go buy something," Freya said resignedly. Otter nodded with great relief. "But if I buy high-quality food, I can make them uncomfortable, but I can't show up with just any third-rate dish," Freya said as she analyzed her options. An idea came to Freya before she took off her apron and started walking. Once Freya left the room, Otter approached Alan and tilted his head slightly. "I looked for a small bottle in a small ball and poured its contents into its mouth. Then I looked for another bottle and repeated the operation." The magic antidote and the strongest elixir were the only things that could bring a person back to their senses after ingesting Freya's food. Otter looked at his two elf companions before repeating the operation. On West Main Street, standing in front of a three-story stone building that looked like an inn, two people could be seen who were attracting too much attention. Freya entered the building with a calm step while being followed by Otter. As soon as they entered, everyone inside the building was speechless and frozen in place. "Hey Mia, I've come to ask you a favor," Freya said as she approached her former captain Mia Grand. "What do you need?" Mia asked respectfully but without losing her intimidating air. "I'm having a picnic with the family of a goddess friend. I'd like you to give me your best dishes to take away and a good amount," Freya said. Mia gave a small moan as she brought a hand to her head. "I wish you would stop using me as an intermediary in your plans," Mia said, then turned to look at her employees. "You heard a big order, use the best ingredients," Mia said. "I'd also like several barrels of your best liquor my date loves to drink," Freya said with a small smile. Otter simply searched for someone until he found them. He approached the person before speaking. "I have a message from your brother," Otter said with his typical seriousness. The cat with brown hair and eyes was startled. He said, and I quote, "Tell my sister that I always loved her and that I regret cutting ties with her." Otter spoke with his typical seriousness, but it seemed somewhat amused. Catmem Anya took a couple of steps back as she processed what had just happened. He said that stubborn cat wouldn't swallow his pride so easily. Not even drunk would he say something like that. Mia's loud voice completely filled the place. Anya, who seemed to share the same point of view, lowered her gaze while her ears looked down like an abandoned cat. "Wait, don't tell me, Anya. I know you haven't been getting along with him lately, but bringing flowers to his grave," Mia said, annoyed. Anya nodded as she clenched her fist. Aura, Alan hasn't died. He's just hospitalized in serious condition," Freya said with a small laugh. Mia raised an eyebrow as she looked at Freya. "So what happened to him? Was he injured in the dungeon?" Mia asked, stating the most obvious reason for a first-class adventurer to be hospitalized. "But I haven't heard that the Freya family is undertaking an expedition," Sir said doubtfully. "Alan hasn't explored the dungeon lately," Otter said as everyone's questions increased. Mia turned to look at Freya, who under Mia's intense gaze gave a small laugh while scratching the back of her neck. "Don't tell me you're cooking again," Mia said with a nervous tick. At Mia's words, Anya's whole body tingled as she trembled, and a large amount of cold sweat flooded every inch of her body. "By the way, Mia, could you tell me what went wrong this time?" Freya asked as she took a Tupperware container out of a bag. Everyone heard a loud bang accompanied by a scream like the scream of a tormented soul. "Ay, get that thing away from me," Mia screamed. All of the employees of the Lady of Abundance opened their eyes wide when they saw Mia lying on the floor while trying to escape. "Hey Anya, how bad is Freya-sama's food?" Lunwar asked as he turned to look at the place where Anya was. Lunwar blinked a couple of times when he saw that the place where Anya was supposed to be was empty. Lunwar looked all around, but when he looked up at the ceiling he saw Anya clinging to a beam, trembling like a frightened cat. "Come on, Mia, just a taste," Freya said with a pout as she approached Mia. "Eh." Mia screamed in terror as she desperately struggled to get away. They all turned to look several times between Mia and Freya with a drop of sweat behind their necks. Otter, meanwhile, was on the other side of the room, leaning against a wall. "By the way, where is Alan?" Sir asked doubtfully since Diane's sex clinic had been closed. "I asked the Gulliver brothers to take them to the Hestia Familia clinic. It hasn't opened yet, but they accepted it as a special favor to my goddess," Otter said. Sir nodded. Chapter 27. Vacation Part 2. Marin was a port city southwest of Arario. With only about 3 kilometers between the two, getting from one city to the other was relatively quick. Marin served as Arario's gateway to the sea due to its proximity to the shores of Lake Lalog, a large body of brackish water that led to the ocean. Day after day, countless ships from countries all over the world arrived at the city's port and unloaded their heavy cargo. Most of the goods would be transported to Arario as imports. In fact, almost everything that eventually reached the Arario markets was first assembled in Marin. The sea route's ability to transport large quantities of goods was one of its main advantages, and Arario, too, was no stranger to using it for its own exports. The city has long used the port as its intermediary to exchange its world-renowned magic stone products for foreign imports. It goes without saying that the port of Marin was an important point in Arario's ocean ventures. "I haven't been here for a long time," Mikoto said nostalgically. Just as Belle had informed them the night before, Hestes and the rest of the Hestia Familia, along with companions, headed to the port city early this morning after doing some shopping. Just as the quantity of goods making their way through the port city was high, so too were the number of people heading to Arario. Those already on the mainland could reach the labyrinth city by traveling along its northern and eastern highways. But travelers from the Far East or from various islands and nations across the ocean first had to pass through Marin. Mikoto and her companions had made that journey many years ago. "Look at this enormous database. I know they sell them in the city too, but I've never seen one this big," Hestia exclaimed, pointing at a gigantic fish on display in a nearby shop. It was over a meter long. Hestia turned to look at Belle, but the white-haired boy was chatting happily with Freya. A vein popped out on Hestia's temple, who wasn't very happy about Freya and Otter joining her vacation. Just as she was about to head towards Belle, Lily and Wendy each grabbed one of Hestia's arms and stopped her. "Second rule of the Hestia Familia: never anger the captain. You said that Hestia-sama." Lily spoke. But Hestia complained. "Belle has been under a lot of stress lately. The guild has been putting too much pressure on our family. They have no idea how hard he's been working," Wendy said. Hestia lowered her gaze at the redhead's words. "Please refrain from creating an unnecessary tantrum. Belle-sama needs to seriously relax. He hasn't been sleeping well lately and I'm worried about his health," Lily said with great seriousness. Hestia sighed in defeat. Her two dependents were right. Even she was surprised that Belle had suggested this trip. Knowing Belle, he would have returned to the dungeon as soon as he was free of the paperwork and wouldn't have allowed his body to rest. With that in mind, it was better to keep anything that bothered her to herself. "We're going to the place a god recommended to me. Don't go too far," Belle said. Belle's voice caught the attention of the entire group, who nodded and moved closer to Belle, Freya, and Otter. The arc-shaped port city that circled the shores of the brackish lake was so bustling it almost put Arario to shame, which was why Belle didn't want anyone to get lost. The muscular sailors dragged boxes and barrels from their ships, where horse-drawn carriages carried everything to unknown places. Beyond the pier itself, the vast expanse of Lake Lalog was a sight to behold. Large enough that its opposite shore remained hidden along the hazy horizon, it could easily have been mistaken for the sea spread out beneath a band of fluffy white clouds. Following the recommendation of the god Njorder, the group headed even further south, putting distance between themselves and the city itself. They stopped when they came to a small niche, hidden from view in the shadows of the surrounding trees and rocks. As soon as they arrived, no one could hold them back. It was a fairly large entrance right next to the shores of the lake, completely surrounded by towering trees and giant rocks. The cliffs scraped the sky on both sides while the beach itself was lifeless, a true hidden gem if you had ever seen it. The sound of the gentle waves lapping the sand attracted them like moths to a flame. None of them could suppress the smiles on their faces as they gazed at the sculpted coastline. Belle clapped a couple of times to get everyone's attention, which he did. Kami-sama, Freya-sama, Anna, Wendy, Mikoto, Lily, Cassandra, Daphne, Ermid, Naza, and Otter. "If we are all here," Belle said with a smile as he looked at everyone. Unfortunately, Lewin couldn't go. He had decided to stay behind to manage some employees alongside Mayach. Gilgamesh wasn't interested in this sort of thing, so he didn't come. Therefore, those Belle mentioned were the ones who had come. Belle surveyed the place with his eyes and snapped his fingers, and in a blue breeze the place was filled with all sorts of things. From hammocks strung up on palm trees that weren't there before to small beds with thatched roofs to block the sun. Welcome to danmachi V. Faced with everyone's surprised expressions, Belle gave a self-satisfied smile. I definitely like this place. I'll build a beach house here, Belle said, putting his hands on his waist. Belle's statement passed without notice to the others who were fascinated by everything. Belle then snapped his fingers once more and a small house with only one room appeared next to a gigantic rock. You can change there, Belle said, pointing to the small house. Belle, like Otter, had already come to Marin wearing simple shorts and a shirt, so they didn't need to change. If anything, just take off their shirts. Okay, Otter, you're going to help me, Belle said as he headed towards the shade of a tree. Otter nodded as he followed Belle. Belle snapped his fingers again and a spit of considerable size appeared. A table of considerable length appeared and on top of it, emerging from a small portal, fell an icebox. Buy some of the best cuts from the Demeter family and in a little while Nr. George-sama should bring me some fish. We have to prepare the fire, some sauces, marinate the meat among other things, Belle said. All I understood was that we're going to make grilled meat, Otter said. We can say it that way too, Belle said, shrugging his shoulders. Belle-kun. At the sound of a female voice shouting, Belle turned around just to look. This is paradise, thought Belle as he shed a manly tear. Long, long ago, when the gods had first descended from the heavens, they had brought with them culture and inventions to impart to the peoples of the underworld. Among those inventions was a set of things commonly known as the three sacred treasures. Although 3 was included in their name, their numbers varied depending on the race or cultural sphere in question. They included everything from special ears that could be used to make a person look like an animal, stretchy suits popular even among adventurers, bloomers, sailor uniforms, the list went on, often instigating debates about which of the inventions should actually be considered a sacred treasure, and on occasion even causing bloodshed. Even to this day, the heated debate continues among those who sought the truth, people whose eyes had been opened after the desecration of a god who refused to die. However, there was a treasure that not a single soul in the whole world would deny, and that was the bikini. At that precise moment, Belle's gamer mind increased by 10 levels to help him stay calm. Meanwhile, in the abode of heroes, quite a few shouts of approval could be heard. One that's hot and they put that on it, said a somewhat older man who had a hat and a prominent mustache. We completely agree, the local men said. Now I just want to know when they'll start heating up, said the man in the hat, raising and lowering his eyebrows several times. Foo, you like what you see, Belle, Freya said as she put her arms around Belle's neck. Belle gave a slight nod. Belle, my eyes are up here, Freya said as she pointed to her eyes with 2 of her fingers. I make my own decisions, Belle said with great seriousness as he tried to find an opening in Freya's bikini to take a peek. Freya could only laugh slightly at this. On the other hand, Hestia was throwing a tantrum somewhat away from Belle. Hestia sighed to relax when upon raising her gaze, her eyes met those of a certain person she didn't particularly like. Dwarf, yelled a red-haired, flat-chested goddess. Loki, Hestia shouted as she pointed at the redhead. What are you doing here? Loki asked, annoyed. I should ask the same thing, Hestia grumbled. The 2 goddesses bumped foreheads as sparks flew from their gazes. Oh wow, the sand is so white, it's a beautiful beach. And I always thought the port here was nothing but rocks and cliffs. It's spectacular. Tayoni and eyes could not hide their amazement at the sight of the white, sandy hills that stretched out before their eyes. The group of girls following Loki completely ignored the fight their goddess was having. Oh. It's Argonaut-kun, Tiona shouted joyfully as she ran to see Belle. Because that human is everywhere, asked a certain half-lesbian elf. It's a pleasant surprise to find you here. Did you come here for a vacation? Belle said with a smile, something like that Tioni said with a sigh. Belle nodded dismissively. From Tioni's expression, it seemed somewhat troublesome and he didn't feel like doing anything during his vacation. Tell me, how did you pull off that awesome attack in the war game, that light attack that cut through an entire wall? Tiona said excitedly. Belle laughed as he explained that he simply threw a slash and that was it, and that even he didn't know how it worked. Obviously he was lying, but it seemed to satisfy Tiona. The white-haired man sighed as he approached the 2 goddesses to stop their fight. Belle-kun, tell him to leave, Hestia said irritably. Kami-sama, the beach is not our property. I cannot kick her out. She is free to come here if she wishes, Belle said with a sigh. See, he understands, Loki shouted in approval. Anyway, Loki-sama, what brings you specifically to this place? Belle said with a small smile, and Arjord recommended it to me, Loki said simply. What had happened was that the same god had recommended the same place to them. There was no more mystery. Seeing you here, I know it would have been better to come earlier, Loki said, annoyed at the sight of Hestia. Just as Hestia was about to start another fight, Belle covered the little goddess's mouth with his hand. Why did they delay their trip? Belle asked. Firstly, my family's last expedition left us in the red. It was worse than we thought. My children had to spend 2 weeks cleaning the dungeon from top to bottom to pay off our debts. We couldn't afford to make this trip under those conditions, Loki said with a sigh. Belle nodded in understanding. Then when the preparations were complete, Apollo declared a war game against him. The guild forbade my family from leaving. You know how we are the strongest family. The guild wanted us to take charge if things escalated into a war in the city. Well, actually, they asked Ganesha, Freya, and me. Normally, a first-class adventure would be enough to eliminate a family like Apollo's, but the problem is that, being inside the city, it must be done with as little damage as possible. In other words, my entire family would have to capture Apollo and Hestia's children if they started fighting in the city, Loki said with a sigh. Belle nodded, thinking it was a good thing it hadn't come to that. Apollo's war game ended and we were finally free, but the guild was still sensitive and we had to wait until today for them to allow us to leave, Loki said. They really have it tough, Belle said with a sigh. You have no idea. Well, since Finn is your friend, you must have some idea of our problems, Loki said. Yes, Finn is quite talkative when he's drunk, Belle said with a big laugh. Loki glanced from Belle to Otter and Freya, then gave a small laugh. You also brought Freya to this place, Loki said. Yes, tell me, do you want us to invite you to eat? Belle said with a smile. Of course, Loki said without hesitation. Who would have thought that the great Loki would accept food from a small family, said Hestia with a small laugh. We're not doing well financially lately, so I can't refuse, Loki said without showing any annoyance. Maybe we should charge them per head, Hestia said with a smile. Your captain already said it's free. Free, Loki exclaimed, several veins bulging on his forehead. If you're going to change, you can use that place, Belle said, pointing to the small house or room. Loki nodded before speaking. Very well then. I brought you a change of clothes. Loki shouted excitedly. The shrill voice of their goddess stopped her appreciation of the beauty of the place. More girls turned to look at their goddess. She had taken a strange pose as if she had been waiting for this moment and was now rummaging through her backpack and exposing its contents. So this is the real reason we came to Marin, Aki said with a blush on her face. Aki groaned, her face flushed, as she used both hands to cover her chest and stomach, where her skin was bare thanks to the ridiculously scant scraps of cloth her patron deity had forced her to wear. The thin tail that protruded from her backside bobbed back and forth as she and her family members emerged from behind the room they had been lent. After they had all donned similar attire, they now hid behind their hands. Apart from their breasts and hip areas, every part of the maiden's skin was exposed to the bright sun overhead. Even after all those baths we took on the 18th floor, Lefia said, blushing deeply. Somehow this is even more embarrassing, Lean said with great shame. Lefia and Lean swayed awkwardly from side to side. Most of them had been forced to wear two-piece outfits, and the size of the lower halves only increased their embarrassment. Lefia's still developing breasts formed an elegant valley that protruded from the top of her outfit, the lower half, complete with a miniskirt fitting snugly against the smooth curves of her lower body. Did you carry that big bag of bikinis all the way here? Alicia asked. She was wearing a one-piece swimsuit that turned her a brilliant shade of red that extended to the tips of her long, pointed ears. Nearby, his patron deity was observing the elf's fully developed body with a sense of satisfaction. Wow, this is incredible, bodies glowing in the sun, is this paradise? Loki exclaimed with a loud laugh. The goddess's excitement was reaching its peak. Although Loki had denied his true motives for investigating the lake, his followers understood what was most important to him. With her fist raised triumphantly to the sky, her bloodshot eyes scrutinized every detail of the embarrassed and incredibly uncomfortable girls and their bodies. Hey, where's Reveria? Where's my dear, adorable little Reveria? Loki spoke uncertainly. She's frozen inside that room, still holding her suit, Lefia said. What? Please, I need to see that material. Hurry up or I'll show it to you myself, Loki shouted. You won't do such a thing. Stop right there. You are not going to desecrate Lady Reveria. The elves in the group immediately stood up, running towards Loki as she ran towards the room where Reveria was paralyzed. With Alicia at the head, the elves sent the goddess flying face down into the arena. Meanwhile, just as Lefia had described, Reveria remained motionless like a statue inside the room, holding a daring outfit in her hands. They're not lying, it's really embarrassing, Eyes thought, her eyes traveling along her bikini-clad body as she blushed. It was a two-piece white suit, similar to the others, apart from the long sarong-style skirt that hung from its lower half. She had fought back too, when Loki had forced her to wear her standard battle attire, but even that didn't contain a candle in the shameful scraps of cloth she was now forced into, even if no one besides her family was present. Rubbing her bare arms uncomfortably, she glanced shyly towards where Belle was standing. Several meters away from her, Belle was cooking meat next to Otter. Miss Eyes in a bikini. Wow. I knew she'd look good in that. I'm jealous. There were many compliments once Eyes emerged a few moments after the others. And not just from Lefia. Her smooth skin, slender body, and well-formed breasts left the group speechless with amazement. It was also enough to make little Eyes inside her, dressed in a tiny swimsuit, feel dizzy from the attention as her cheeks flushed. Although Eyes didn't notice, Belle, for his part, had a severe nosebleed and his gamer mind increased by 30 levels to the maximum level 100 due to the shock he suffered. Meanwhile, in the hero's abode. Between you and me, what a delicious pork chop, said a man with a hat and mustache. Okay, sir, stop it, a male voice spoke from behind the entire group of men. Nah, heroic pedo, the man said as he stuck out his middle finger. You and your sister aren't embarrassed at all, are you? Aki said, glancing towards the two Amazonian sisters. Why should we? It's not like it's a big deal, Tione said without much concern. This isn't that different from what we usually use. Tiona said dismissively. They responded nonchalantly. True to Tiona's words, the blue bikinis they wore now revealed no more skin than their normal battle gear. The feather-like fabric was so thin you could practically see through it, but they felt no shame in baring their copper-colored legs or their ample breasts. Before long, Loki called them, having abandoned his search to see Reveria dressed. Okay, everyone, it's time to put our work aside for a while and have some fun. Loki said excitedly. They all nodded. Instead of swimming in the ocean, swim in the lake, a little much-needed relaxation for my battle-weary maidens. Loki spoke as his attendants nodded. I'd like them to lose their clothes in the process, of course. Loki spoke to all women in general, not just those in his family. As if we wanted to, the scream from the group of red-faced girls was unanimous. Although summer was far off and the water still held that spring chill, the dungeon-hardened adventurers plunged in en masse. They played in the waves and splashed each other, their laughter quickly filling the deserted entrance. Pushing breasts, moving hips, stretching hands to fix pieces of fabric that had gotten stuck a little far away. Belle-sama, I should be the one to cook, Anna said as she approached Belle. Belle turned to look at Anna, who was wearing an orange two-piece bikini. It doesn't really matter, Belle said with a smile. Anna tried to approach and help Belle, but a look from Otter made her back away. The art of spit-roasting meat is a man's thing, Otter said with even more seriousness than usual. Anna, intimidated by the king's gaze, took a couple of steps back only to bump into Freya. Foo, calm down, dear. Otter is very serious when it comes to meat. Let's just say that a mom was his teacher when it comes to cooking meat. He was also the one who taught my lovely Mia to cook, Freya said with a small laugh. Meanwhile, in the hero's abode, a white-haired, brown-skinned man sneezed. Anna nodded as she walked away with Freya. Ah, this is kind of uncomfortable, Daphne said as she lay down on a blanket she had spread out on the sand. You don't seem very affected, Cassandra said as she tried to make herself smaller and smaller to hide her body. The swimsuit doesn't bother me. After all, almost everyone here is a woman and the only two men don't seem affected. The king looks indifferent, and if his gaze happens to meet yours, it doesn't convey any lascivious feeling. Belle, for his part, even if he looks at you with some lust, gives you his innocent smile and instantly calms you down, although that's more terrifying in my opinion, Daphne said. Cassandra nodded. What bothers me is that we've literally only been in the family for a day and they've already invited us on vacation, Daphne said with a sigh. The captain says that we too were victims of Apollo-sama, and that we needed to relax from the stress it caused us, Cassandra said. I agree with that. I'm still afraid to think of Belle as my enemy, Daphne said with a sigh. Hestia-sama is also a bit odd, not like Apollo-sama. In her case, it's a good kind of oddness, Cassandra said with a smile. That's right, she forced us and D-Saint to go shopping. Without asking, she rummaged through our things and counted how many items of clothing with our former family emblems we had. Then she bought us exactly twice as many new clothes as she had counted. After that, she burned our old clothes while laughing with joy, Daphne said with a smile. Anyway, we were going to throw those clothes away since they had Apollo-sama's emblem. They became useless now that he's gone. It was lucky that Hestia-sama gave us new clothes, although the clothes were exactly the same as the old ones, only now with her emblem, Cassandra said with a small laugh. That clothing is contaminated with the Apollo virus. This new one is totally acceptable, or so she said. Daphne spoke with a big smile. No, he's not seeing you. Naza's monotonous and somewhat boring voice reached Ermid's ears, startling her. To think you fell so in love with Belle that now you follow him with your eyes and wait for him to notice you, Naza said with a small laugh. That's not true, Ermid said as she hugged her legs to cover her chest. Oh, Belle turned to look this way, Naza said with a smile. Almost instantly, Ermid's body responded on its own and moved her legs away from her chest, exposing it, and she even made it known by inflating it more. Who would have thought that with such a serious face? You're a closet pervert, Naza said with a big smile. That's not true, Ermid said, puffing out his cheeks. I think you wanted Belle to take you there, Naza said. Of course not. Those kinds of actions should only be done between two people who love or desire each other, Ermid said. So, if Belle had asked you in a more private place, would you have accepted without hesitation? Naza said with a mocking smile. At that moment, Ermid's face turned bright red as he muttered unintelligible things. Naza smiled happily, and just as she was about to deliver the final blow, another person interrupted their conversation. Ermid-san. The half-lesbian elf had come to the rescue of the silver-haired girl. What's happening? Ermid asked as she regained her composure. Nothing, I was just surprised to see her here, Lefia said as she took a seat. Loki-sama said that he tried to recruit you for our family, but you refused, Lefia said. Ermid nodded. Don't tell me, did that human do something to him? Lefia said, looking at Belle with annoyance. Who is Belle? No, he's not that kind of person, Ermid said, glancing occasionally at Belle. So then, what was the reason for joining the Hestia Familia? Lefia asked. As a doctor, I firmly believe that a cursed sword is something that shouldn't exist. The fact that Diane Sex-sama gave one to Apollo-sama to harm Belle-san left me deeply scarred, Ermid said with a guilty look. This is my way of making amends and making my heart feel better. By becoming the doctor of the Hestia Familia, I will ensure that everyone recovers from their injuries and that no one goes through the same thing as Belle-san. Ermid spoke with determination. That and because she wants Belle to give her his warmth, Naza said with a big smile. Ermid's speech was abruptly cut short by Naza, who was looking at her with a wide smile. Ermid, for her part, blushed noticeably while muttering unintelligible things. Lefia laughed nervously as she walked away from the pair. Don't you think Wendy-sama chose a swimsuit that's a bit tight? Lily asked as she walked alongside a redhead. I could have sworn that was my size, Wendy said, sounding somewhat embarrassed. Wendy-sama, when was the last time you bought underwear or something like that? Lily asked. It's been 3 weeks, it's embarrassing, but my clothes stopped fitting me very quickly, Wendy said with a sigh. Lily sighed in defeat upon seeing the redhead. Lily doesn't like being so small. Lily's figure doesn't capture Belle-sama's interest like the others, thought Lily with an emo aura. Lily turned to look at Wendy, and her depression increased considerably. Belle walked happily along the beach carrying a tray full of food. Just as he passed the room that had been created, a hand came out from behind the curtain and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. The hand pulled Belle slightly, managing to make him lean forward. A pair of lips appeared at that moment and whispered something to him. Belle sighed when he saw the hand release him and disappear into the room. A blue breeze appeared in her hand, and a moment later she pulled it into the room. Ooh. Several shouts of astonishment filled the place. Reveria had finally come out of the room where they had all changed, wearing a sensual two-piece bikini in light green. Absolutely no one had ever seen Reveria in a swimsuit before. This was the first time, and with the exception of Otter, everyone showed their amazement. Thank you, it's still embarrassing, but it's better than what my goddess chose, Reveria said as she walked beside Belle. No problem, just don't rely on using it tomorrow, it could disappear at any time tomorrow, Belle said. Reveria nodded. By the way, my eyes are up here, Reveria said with a smile. I prefer to look down here, Belle said, looking at the elf's cleavage. Foo, that kind of attention you should give to eyes, not to me, or do you also want me to give you a lap pillow, Reveria said with a small laugh. What self-respecting man wouldn't want to be pampered by a pretty elf? Belle said with a smile. If you can make me see you, impress me with your accomplishments, consider it, Reveria said, tossing her hair slightly. Meanwhile, Eyes had found herself in a small corner of the beach and was currently distracted with nothing much to do. Somehow she looked less and less like the distant sword princess and more like a little girl who hesitated to approach the white waves breaking on the sand. Miss Eyes, would you like to join us? Lefia shouted exuberantly once she noticed her isolation. Eyes' gaze turned away from the elf bathed in the sea. Just past the beach, she could see the heads of the others in her group floating in the water. Even farther out, she could see Tiona gliding happily back and forth among the waves. It seemed deep, very deep. I'm fine, really, Eyes spoke in a very awkward way. Lefia tilted her head to one side, confused by Eyes' more indecisive attitude. What's wrong, Aizu? Don't tell me you still can't swim. Loki said as he approached Eyes. Eyes in response looked away. The goddess's guess hit the mark. Can't you swim, Miss Eyes? Lefia asked, confused. This is not good. Eyes thought. Eyes' behavior became even more suspicious. The nervous movement of her golden eyes betrayed her secret. Lefia's cry of surprise was enough to attract the attention of Tiona and Tyone, who made their way overs. You know, now that you mention it, Alicia said as she put a finger to her chin. Even in the dungeon, she never got too close to the water, Lean said as she reminisced about her expeditions. And every time it seemed like she was about to fall into one, she would simply use her wind magic to launch herself off the surface, Tyone said somewhat doubtfully. While Tiona and the others discussed the situation among themselves, Eyes took a small swallow. Clasping her hands together, she awkwardly rubbed her slender fingers against each other. When I try to swim, I just sink, Eyes said, her face red. What, really? Tiona shouted in great surprise. You can't be serious. Tyone said, hoping Eyes was lying. But you've never had any trouble bathing in the dungeon pools. When you were on the 18th floor, you seemed to be fine, Lefia said. The reactions only increased Eyes' discomfort. I'm fine if I can touch the ground. I just can't put my head underwater, Eyes said with great embarrassment. Lefia couldn't contain her surprise. To think that the girl she had adored for so long could have such a monumental weakness. The sword princess Eyes Wallenstein, 16 years old and a human anchor. This was the result of her repeatedly venturing into the dungeon, focused on nothing but perfecting her combat skills. Good heavens, to think you still can't swim. I was sure you'd be able to by now, after all those times you went to the dungeon's beach floor, huh? Wait a second. This means if I can get her in the water, I win. She won't stand a chance against me when she's struggling just to stay afloat. Get ready, Eyes, Loki said with a wide grin. The crude smile that accompanied Loki's words was positively obscene. She quickly pulled the frightened girl into the water, only for Eyes to respond kindly, her eyes shining with sudden vehemence. The powerful slap she delivered to her patron deity sent her crashing to the sand. Meanwhile, Tiona hurried over to Eyes and grabbed her hands. "How about we teach you, Eyes?" Tiona said. "Well," Eyes said timidly. "Yes, it'll be a great opportunity for you to practice. It'll only get worse if you keep distancing yourself, won't it?" Tione said with a smile. "I'll help you, Miss Eyes," Lefia said enthusiastically. Pressing her, Eyes ultimately had no choice but to nod in agreement. And so the heart of the girl in question spun in turmoil like a typhoon. The first swimming lessons for the human anchor began. "Why don't we start by seeing how bad things really are, Tione said analytically. "Could you walk in the water for us a little, Eyes?" Tione said with a smile. "WL," Eyes said, her voice trembling slightly. Eyes unwrapped the sarong around her waist. Knowing she had no choice but to accept her fate at this point, she gathered her hair and tied it into a ponytail. With a sidelong glance at the other girls who were now watching the situation with curiosity, she very slowly, very cautiously advanced towards the water until she reached the vicinity of her hips. "If you lie on your back, you'll float. Try it, okay?" Tione said. Eyes repeated what they said, lying back on his back. "Oh, she did it, she did it," Tiona exclaimed excitedly. "I knew you could do it, Miss Eyes." Lefia said admiringly. "There you go, see, it's easy. Now let's try your head underwater and using your arms and legs to move," Tione said with a smile. As soon as Eyes turned face down, she began to sink. There was an almost inhuman noise as Eyes sank to the bottom of the lake. "I am possible," Tiona shouted. "That was so fast, she just disappeared." Lefia cried in shock. Tiona, aren't you going to save her?" Tione asked fearfully while Lefia and Tiona just stared in shock. That was enough to attract the attention of the other family members, causing them all to jump into the lake with screams of panic. "Miss Eyes," Lefia shouted. "It's not going to work. The trauma from Reveria's special training is deeply ingrained," Loki said on shock. "What did Reveria-sama do to you?" asked Alicia. Loki explained, having recovered but still having a red leaf-shaped mark on his cheek, and Tione responded with a scream loud enough to send spurts of saliva from her mouth. The high elf in question, however, remained motionless as she sat enjoying a snack. Many of the other lower-level members of the Loki familia had never seen their sword princess like this, and the shocking scene was enough to cause a great deal of anxiety throughout the group. They kept trying, even having her try a couple of floats once she'd recovered, but nothing seemed to work. Every time she tried to move her feet, she sank straight to the bottom. "This is even worse than I thought," Tione lamented, "but that's exactly why she needs to practice." Tiona said this time, "More than being afraid of the water, it's almost like when it's time for her to swim, she tenses up and gets completely lost," Tione said analytically. "A reflection then, Reveria-sama must have really done something horrible," Lefia said ruefully. While the two Amazons lamented the situation with serious faces, Lefia sympathetically rubbed Eyes' back. As for Eyes, her legs had given out, and she was currently supporting herself with both hands on the sand. She could only watch as the little eyes inside her gurgled from deep beneath the surface of the water. The other family members who had been watching the show unfold began to gather around her. That moment, a young man with similar white hair arrived on the scene. "What's going on?" Belle asked. "Oh, it's Argonaut-kun, what brings you here?" Tiona said with a smile. "Reveria-san asked me to come here," Belle said. "Well, you see, what's happening is," Tione said as she explained the situation to Belle. "I understand, but honestly I don't know what use my help would be. After all, the way I learned to swim is the least curious way," Belle said. "How did you learn to swim?" asked Alice, puzzled. "Well, my half-drunk grandfather threw me into a lake and said, 'Belle, your instinct will always guide you down the right path. You should never doubt it. Now use your instinct and learn to swim.'" Belle spoke with his eyes closed and his arms crossed. Everyone remained silent. "Belle, is your grandfather sane?" Tione asked with a look of total confusion. "Honestly, he's completely crazy," Belle said with a smile. "But between you and me, the best people are the craziest," Belle said with a smile. Everyone fell silent again as they watched the smiling Belle. "You're too good for this world," said the elf Alicia as she hugged Belle, Belle's face trapped between the elf's breasts as she wept waterfall tears. Once Belle was freed from the elf's embrace, he looked at Eyes uncertainly as he thought of a solution. How about you practice with me then, Eyes-san? You can take my hand," Belle said while ignoring Lefia's piercing gaze. Okay," Eyes said shyly. Determined, she took Belle's hand and the two of them went back into the water. Belle walked backward through the bottom of the lake, both hands tightly clasped in Eyes' as she helped hold the other girl in the water. Slowly, with small kicks like those of a small animal, Eyes began to move on her own, determined to keep her head above water and stay afloat. "There's no need for you to be so tense, Eyes-san," Belle said with a smile. "Are really?" Eyes asked shyly. "Okay, I'll let you go now," Belle said. 1, 2, Belle counted while shaking his hands a little. "I'm not ready, I'm not ready, I'm not ready." Eyes shouted several times. 3, here we go," Belle exclaimed as he released Eyes and raised his hands. The moment Belle let go of her, Eyes began to writhe like a frightened little animal. With a horrible gurgling sound, she began to sink underwater. Desperate now, she reached Belle, somehow managing to hug him tightly with both arms around the white-haired man's body. Pressed against Belle's abdomen, she simply trembled with fear, not unlike a frightened child. "No, don't let go," Eyes said with small tears in her eyes. Belle remained silent, his gaze blank. "She's so cute. Isn't it adorable? Absolutely gorgeous." "Oh, Aizu, you're adorable even like this. So different from usual, you know." The sight drew plenty of comments from across the beach, including Loki's. The only one not looking at Eyes was Lefia. Her blue eyes were fixed on Belle as a jealous moan echoed deep in her throat. At that moment, Belle reached his breaking point. A powerful jet of blood shot from his nose, pushing his head back. Belle lay unconscious on his back while Eyes used his body as a float. Game player mind. LV 100 max plus 150. Not even the mind of a gamer at the maximum level could help Belle against the terrible impact of cuteness that Eyes gave him. The impact was so great that this ability, even at the maximum level, went up 150 more levels. Argonaut-kun Tiona shouted upon seeing Belle unconscious. "Tiona, hurry up and do something," Tione shouted. "He was too close, he took most of the damage," Loki said. "An instant kill on an adventurer who can stand on equal footing with first-class adventurers," Aki said in shock. Meanwhile, in the abode of the heroes, the last thing everyone saw was Eyes' beautiful face as she clung to Belle's body. When he lost consciousness, he severed the connection with them. "And Calderon, I say yes," said a man with a hat and a prominent mustache. While Belle was unconscious, the Loki Familia gave up trying to teach Eyes to swim and decided to continue with their mission to ensure that the Leviathan seal was in perfect condition. Tiona and Tione were in charge of doing this. Meanwhile, the others were gathered enjoying the meal. "The meat will take longer to be ready," Otter said simply. "You can eat whatever you like, it's all on me," Freya said with a smile. An impressive banquet with all kinds of food was served in front of the group. "How delicious. It's incredible." The responses from everyone were unanimous. While Belle's unconscious body lay in a hammock, the others were eating. "Oh, what is this? It must be something as good as the rest," said Mikoto as she picked up a container. When Mikoto opened the container, a small cloud of strange purple smoke appeared, followed by the appearance of a very strange substance. "Freya-sama brought this here," Otter said. "Oops, I forgot to put it aside," Freya said with a small laugh. Upon seeing the container whose contents could not be called food, Loki gave a nostalgic smile. "Of course, after all, you're his favorite daughter. Obviously, you were bound to inherit his terrible culinary skills," Loki said with a smile as he looked at Freya. Freya, for her part, looked away. That was when Belle opened his eyes. "Mom," Belle murmured at the smell that reached his nose. Belle quickly stood up and appeared in front of the table with great speed, surprising everyone. "It smells just like Mom's stew," Belle said, looking at the container with its dubious contents. "EHHH," was the unanimous cry that filled the place. Belle inserted one of his fingers into the container. He then pulled it out, covered in a strange, viscous substance. "Belle-kun, don't eat that," Hestia shouted. "Belle-sama, that's dangerous," shouted Lily and Anna at the same time. Belle ignored him and put his finger in his mouth. Everyone stared in astonishment at Belle, who seemed to be savoring the contents of his mouth. "It's definitely just like Mom's. It almost looks like she made it herself," Belle said with great nostalgia while trying not to cry. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Belle sat down in front of the strange-looking plate and began to eat its contents without showing the slightest discomfort. "Hey kid, how bad was your mom at cooking?" Loki asked, forcing a smile. "You told me I was a terrible cook, but I didn't think I was this bad," Hestia said, watching Belle eat food that could only be described as poison with no major consequences. Belle openly, "My family was never good in the kitchen. My grandfather only knew how to make dishes that could be called drunkard's food. Nachos, carne asada, which was always burnt, scrambled eggs, that's all he knew how to make," Belle said with a big laugh. They all nodded. "That was the reason I started cooking for myself and my grandfather from the age of 4. When I was 7, an old friend of my grandfather's came to our house, and she forced me to call her mother," Belle spoke as she got lost in her thoughts. "My mother, to celebrate her arrival, cooked a roast pig for the two of us. That thing was anything but meat. It was still moving on the plate," Belle said, his gaze lost in thought. They all trembled slightly at the thought of the scene. "When my mother went to the kitchen to prepare a side dish, my grandfather turned to me and said, 'Listen, Belle, when a woman cooks something for you, you should never refuse it. You should always eat it with a smile on your face. Listen, as a man, never, ever. You should break the hopes of a woman who put her heart into cooking.' With a smile on my face, I forced myself to eat what my mother put on my plate," Belle said. Warm smiles flooded the group at Belle's words. Her food was horrible, burnt, salty, its consistency was strange, sometimes it moved. I can't count the times it gave me a stomach ache or I felt my mouth burning, but my mother's joyful smile when she saw me eating her food was worth it. I spent 7 years eating her food. Over time it got easier, said Belle before eating the last bite of the strange dish. Belle slightly moved the empty plate in front of him. Freya blushed furiously as she turned to look away. At that moment, Otter stood in front of Bell and with a loud blow placed his hands on Bell's shoulders, forcing him to look him in the eyes. "You're a real man, you've earned my respect. Listen, if there's anything you need, anything at all, money, a weapon, a partner, even a lung, just ask and I'll give it to you," Otter said as manly tears flooded his eyes. "Wah, Bell-kun, you're too good for this world," Hestia said as she hugged Bell tightly. Hestia wasn't the only one who praised or hugged Bell with teary eyes. Everyone, including Lefia, did the same. "Bell, where is your mother right now?" Aki asked. For Catwoman, Belle's story was touching, and the white-haired man reminded her in a way of her friend Raoul. Raoul was also from outside Arario and had family in a small town to which he constantly sent money. Belle's gaze darkened at the question. "My grandfather and my mother fell off a cliff. It was too deep and the place was full of monsters for anyone to go down and look for their bodies," Belle said as he turned to look away. "I'm sorry," Aki said, looking down. "Belle-sama, you don't have to feel sad. I'm here for you," Anna said as she hugged Belle and buried his face in her prominent, still-growing chest. Belle barely managed to break free from Anna's grip and spoke with a smile. "It's okay, I'll be back in my village soon to get my things. I left a lady looking after them. I have a lot of books I want to get back," Belle said with a big smile. Belle, ignoring everyone's tearful stares, looked towards the sea. "A ship, wait, I know those things," Belle said as he stood up from his seat. When everyone turned around, they saw a ship that was about to be attacked by a carnivorous flower. What was surprising was not that. What was surprising was that a passenger on that ship defeated the carnivorous flower with ease. Tiona and Tayoni then came out of the water and saw the ship's passengers in shock. Chapter 28, Vacation Part 3. Tiona remembered it very well, the look in her sister's eyes, the moment she began to lose herself. The day Tayoni reached level 2, Tiona also leveled up. It was by the same method, killing one of the girls in their shared rooms. However, Tiona's mind was not as developed as her older sister's, and even when she realized that she had killed one of her beloved roommates, she barely felt anything. Kali and the other Amazons had always congratulated her when she had won. And yet, every time she was forced to kill one of her sisters, she had a strange feeling in her heart. Tiona had been too young to know how to put it into words. As long as she focused only on the emotions stirring in her blood, things would be fine. She could still be like the other Amazons. That's what she had believed. That's what she had innately understood. But the amused feeling in her heart brought all of that to a halt. As a child who acted on instinct rather than reason, the more her blood stirred with excitement, the more she felt disturbed deep within her heart. The line between the two emotions was, at best, as thin as paper. When he returned to his stone room on his 5th birthday, Tayoni had already been there, alone in a corner with her weapon and mask thrown to the ground and her face buried in her knees. "Who did you fight with?" Tiona asked. Zelda's Tayoni spoke without even looking. The amused feeling in Tiona's heart grew even stronger. "Good," Tiona murmured. Tiona may not have truly felt the connection in their blood, but that didn't stop her from understanding that Tayoni was someone special to her. She was relieved that Zelda's had died and Tayoni had lived. "I'm glad you're alive. I'm glad they didn't kill you." That was what Tiona had meant by her words, but all he encountered was a fist. He was filled with ferocity. Although the two sisters may have argued often, none of their fights had been so extreme. Tayoni aimed to kill as she broke Tiona's jaw. Pain exploded across Tiona's face. She saw red and with a furious howl prepared to leap at her sister. Just to stop at the sight in front of her, Tayoni was crying. Her body trembled, her features contorted in a strange mixture of rage and despair as giant tears streamed from her eyes. Tiona's fist loosened, her arm fell limply to her side, and then she just stood there silent, watching her sister cry. Tayoni became even more savage after that. She had never been the most eloquent of girls, but now her words had begun to border on the obscene. She became aggressive toward everyone and everything. Even her sister was no exception to her abuse. With each passing day, her eyes grew dull and cloudy, indicating the turmoil in her heart. Tayoni wasn't alone. Everyone in her room had felt their numbers dwindle by more than half. Now that they fully understood the truth behind the rituals, none of them spoke. Some feared forming any further emotional connection with their companions, while others worried about being killed. There were also those who reached a kind of understanding, surrendering to their own instincts and awakening as the warriors their country so desperately craved. His days of struggle were rushed by. Those who survived the rites rose in rank and were eventually selected one by their senior Amazons. It was an acknowledgement of his own strength and abilities, and a bonding relationship as teacher and student. Tiona was chosen by Bach, and Tayoni was chosen by Argana. The training was grueling. Not a day went by without the girls seeing blood in their vomit, and there were even times when they broke bones. Just surviving from one day to the next meant desperately stealing every move, every technique they could from the two Amazons considered their instructors. "At your feet," spoke the eldest Amazon named Bach as she looked at Tiona, her gaze icy and unfeeling. Tiona felt fear for the first time in her life. It wasn't until later, once they had both escaped, that she learned Tiona's training with Argana had been even more arduous. Between the rituals and their training, the time they spent in their room inevitably dwindled. as did the time spent by their roommates. In fact, before they knew it, they were the only ones left in their small stone room. But they weren't given time to despair. The constant training wore down their bodies and minds, their emotions were almost extinguished, and their only happiness came from their victories in battle. Tiona found herself lost, wandering aimlessly through her daily routine, the same routine Telskura had already used to mold most of her warriors, stripping them of everything but their will to fight. It took a whole year before it reached its turning point. He'd been creeping around the empty arena like a cat, having gotten a moment of peace before his training started, when he found a crumpled piece of paper that had been carelessly tossed down one of the empty corridors, a scrap of a story. A pile of sheets of paper. Bach had been training her that same day as always in the arena's training room. With her face covered in blood, Tiona searched for the paper she had hidden in a corner of the room and handed it to the older Amazon with both hands. Would you read it to me?" Tiona asked, a spark of curiosity lingering at the pile of papers. Tiona had never seen that writing before. Given that he couldn't even read or write in the Amazonian language, the words on the paper were indecipherable, no matter how much interest he had in them. Tiona would never forget the look Bach gave her. The always stoic Amazon was clearly taken by surprise. Instead of responding with her typical emotionless apathy, she seemed very nervous, and after standing there for a good couple of minutes, she took the piece of paper and left the room. "Give me a moment," Bach said before leaving the room. It wasn't until a few days later that Bach returned, and once she finished her training for the day, she read the contents aloud. She shouldn't have given a second thought to the whims of an inquisitive child, and yet somehow her pride wouldn't let her continue. Her dignity had been enough for her to go and see Kali, her face contorted with anger as she demanded the goddess. "Teach her the meaning behind those words. I want to know what he says," Bach said. Although Kali had laughed enthusiastically at the request, she had diligently translated Koine's words for her. Unaware that he was being deceived, the young man told the king, "Understood, my lord. I will save the princess captive deep within the labyrinth." Bach spoke aloud while reading the papers. "What happens next? What happens next?" Tiona asked with great excitement. Tiona urged Bach to stand under the torchlight, sometimes kneeling, sometimes sitting cross-legged on the cold stone floor, without even bothering to tend to her wounds. Bach seemed bewildered, this being her first time in this type of position, but she slowly made her way through the text, recounting the story little by little after each training session. But like all stories, this one came to an end. Especially considering that this was only a fragment of a larger book, the end came very quickly, although this meant concluding her secret post-training history. The damage was already done, and Tiona no longer saw Bach as the terrifying authoritarian she once was. "Direct your enemy's attacks, draw them in until you can feel the wind against your skin, then block," Bach spoke. "How do I block it?" Tiona asked, intrigued. "Just block," Bach murmured. The rigorous training sessions became more than just pain and suffering. In fact, they almost became funny. At the same time, the young Amazon, who had been taught to know nothing but combat, found herself dreaming of bigger things. She wanted to know how the story ended. With each passing day, her desire grew stronger. Then one day, upon completing another rite, Kali asked him if there was anything he wanted. "I want to know the end of this story," Tiona said immediately. His wish was granted, and a complete and undamaged book was sent. Tiona may have been a bit of an idiot at times, but she wasn't stupid. And a child's flexible mind was a powerful thing. Her interest ignited a flame within her, and soon, with Kali's help, she was reading Koine with ease. She could still remember the looks Bach had given her, almost dejected. In the grim world of the arena, she had discovered another kind of excitement, one different from fighting, and Tiona found herself instantly in love. From then on, every time Tiona won a fight, she would ask for another book to add to her collection as a reward. And so Tiona devoured more and more and more stories. In that hostile world, books, stories of heroes became his escape from cruel reality. His love for each of these stories only grew as he read them again and again. Before she knew it, she was already smiling and laughing. Facing the unpleasant life, she had to live with a smile on her face. In his eyes there was no fear, there was joy, a joy not caused by the fights, but a joy caused by the stories he had read. Every time she fought, she thought she was in some kind of history class, and with a smile on her face she faced her adversary just like the hero she loved so much. Always smiling, always cheerful, showing no fear, resentment, or anger, that was the person Tiona became. She had been saved by the power of hero stories. The Loki Familia was currently enveloped in a gloomy aura. The Amazon twins had begun to remember things that neither of them wanted to remember. How former members of the Kali family had killed more female companions than they remembered. Their hearts were in great conflict. They thought they had already left that whole world behind. On the other hand, the Hestia Familia and their companions were only concerned with getting to their hotel. The internal conflicts of the Amazons did not concern them. Unless Bell orders otherwise, the Hestia Familia will maintain a neutral position regarding all of this. The whole group arrived at the luxurious inn that Bell had rented, and each person took a room to rest. Bell barely touched his mattress before falling asleep. He had accumulated too much stress, he had worked too hard, so he let his body relax completely and his consciousness drift into the world of dreams. It was a beautiful day. Fluffy white clouds drifted lazily across the sky, the sun's brightness reflecting a beautiful emerald green on the waters of the brackish lake. But despite the peaceful calm of the weather, Marin's main street, normally filled with the hustle and bustle of passers-by, was currently shrouded in an eerie silence. Nobody moved. Or more accurately, nobody could move. All eyes were glued to the middle of the street, where an Amazonian warrior was holding one of the local fishermen up by his throat. "Is there a problem?" the Amazon asked with a smile while making the best use of her scarce kine. Her long sandy hair was tied in a ponytail that fell down her back. The revealing clothing practically drawn on her coppery skin was undeniably Amazonian, and around her waist she wore a belt not of fur but of scales, an object fallen, perhaps, from some kind of dragon. Despite her obvious beauty, between the sparkle in her eyes and the upward curve of her lips, she emitted an aura, intentional or not, that reeked of reptilian malice. Far from what anyone would describe as enchanting, she resembled more a giant snake eager to lock onto its prey. Even her tongue seemed inhuman, incredibly long as it flicked out to wet her lips. The well-built young man, currently in his clutches, said nothing in response to his question. A ragged, wheezing breath escaped her mouth as her legs dangled uselessly in the air. The Amazon clung to his throat and held him aloft with her slender arm. Desperate to breathe, he scratched at the fingers that were digging into his skin. Please, forgive me, it was just a minor collision." Another fisherman pleaded in a pathetic and helpless way. The Amazon's head turned towards the man, torn to tears with an almost audible crack. "In my country, clashing with a warrior is a challenge to fight to the death," spoke the Amazon. The man's face went pale instantly. His grip on the fisherman's neck tightened with a series of cracks, and the man's body spasmed in response. When frightened screams began to emerge from the crowd, the woman's companions, another group of Amazons, simply watched with amusement. Her sister, also with the same sandy hair color, simply watched the events unfold with apathy. The man appeared to lose consciousness, his arms went limp while his attacker narrowed his eyes in amusement. Right then, "Let it go." An arm reached out the same coppery color and grabbed her wrist. It was Tyone, the Amazon said with amusement. "I said let him go, Argana," Tyone said with great seriousness. But Argana's smile never wavered, even when she felt the crushing grip of his arm. Finally, as Tyone's murderous glare continued, she loosened her grip on the fisherman's neck, shrugging her shoulders almost as if she'd lost interest. The man's body hit the ground with a loud thud and she shook off Tyone's grip on her arm. "Where were you? We were looking for you," and Tiona, Argana said with a smile. "I see you can talk, Kone, now, so fighting isn't the only thing in that monkey brain of yours," Tyone said, glaring at the woman in front of him as the fisherman's companion hurriedly dragged him out of the way. Argana didn't even flinch, her eyes filled with amusement. "Kali taught me that. She teaches us many things. The joy of growing stronger and how to understand those who are different from us. We wanted to know, what are our prey screaming? Are they angry? Are they begging for their lives?" Argana said with a smile. The naked sadism provoked a look of pure repulsion from Tyone, who stuck his tongue out at his former comrade. They were still the same as always, interested in nothing but power, bloodshed, and combat. Tyone felt her blood begin to boil face to face with the red thread of destiny that connected the Amazons to her native country, Telskura. His hand instinctively curled into a tight fist. "Did you hear, Tyone, how strong the outside world has become?" Argana said. Tyone tightened her grip. "They have turned into snakes just like us," Argana said with a smile. "I'm not like you, you wicked witch," Tyone growled. Argana continued smiling with that same crescent moon smile, her head slowly turning to one side. "So, shall we see how strong you've become?" Argana said with a smile bigger than before. For a single moment, no one moved along that wide road. A few meters away from where Argana and Tyone were about to have their fight, Bell was walking. He had gone out to do some sightseeing for a while. Seeing the impending fight, Bell sighed. "Damn, Palom, your instincts never fail," Bell thought with a sigh. Bell took a couple of sighs to relax before adopting a serious expression. "Flow acceleration," murmured Bell. In a fraction of a second, Bell appeared between the two Amazons and stopped Argana's fist before it hit Tyone's face. On the other hand, Tyone did land a punch on Argana's face. Flow acceleration was a martial art that increased Bell's agility and speed exponentially, depending on how much AP he used. With the amount of AP Bell had just used, his agility tripled. The consequence of using this martial art was excessive exhaustion. Both Amazons were shocked by Bell's appearance. Neither saw when the white-haired man appeared before them. "Bell," Tyone managed to say with difficulty, "who the hell are you?" Argana shouted as he threw another punch that Bell blocked with the palm of his hand. "Tyone steps back," Bell said. "This isn't your fight, don't interfere," Tyone shouted. "This became my fight the moment you were in danger," Bell said as he continued to receive a large number of blows from Argana without taking any damage. "Huh," Tyone said. "Don't you want to be Finn's wife?" Bell asked with a smile. At that moment, Tyone opened her eyes in surprise. If a friend's wife is in trouble, you should help and protect her as if she were your sister. Those were my grandfather's words, Belle said with a smile. At that moment, Thyone blushed as she imagined herself as Finn's wife. Invulnerable fortress, Belle murmured as he was covered by a white aura. An instant after Belle activated a martial art, Argana bit Belle's right forearm. Argana's eyes opened in shock as she felt immense pain in her teeth. It felt as if she had bitten into some kind of extremely hard metal. Belle, after nearly dying due to a cursed sword, acquired a sixth sense that warned her about curses, and at that moment the Amazon was using one, activating Invulnerable Fortress. A protective layer that not even curses could penetrate was activated on her body. The Amazon quickly regained her composure and attacked Belle again, who was not affected in the slightest. Its long, almost snake-like limbs pecked at her in increasingly rapid blows. There was no doubt about its level 6 rank, but against Belle its ATK fell short of doing any damage. Eyes and Tiona navigated through the crowd, pushing and shoving spectators, about to end the fight wins. Someone else stepped forward from the crowd to block his path. She was the other sandy-haired Amazon, the one who shared the same blood as the woman in the fight. "Move it, Bach," Tiona shouted. "Ru-mu" was the response of the stoic Amazon. Eyes couldn't understand the words, but she could understand their meaning, that the woman had no intention of letting them go. At that moment, several shouts of astonishment filled the place. Belle had grown tired of simply standing still and getting hit. The white-haired man decided to unleash a full power attack without holding back against a level 6 Amazon. There shouldn't be any problem. When Argana threw a punch, Belle instantly counterattacked, hitting the Amazon in the face. Argana's head bent backward due to the strong impact he had just received. Belle's first attack wasn't at full power, it only had 70 ATK. Although it sounds cruel, Belle was using the Amazon to experiment a little. Taking advantage of Argana's defenseless position, who had not recovered from the first blow and was centimeters away from hitting the ground, Belle launched a kick which connected with Argana's stomach, sending her flying. The body of the Amazon moved the earth of the ground on both sides, leaving a large division in the ground, 1 meter wide, almost 2 meters deep and more than 20 meters long. A kick with 224 ATK had hit Argana's stomach, plus approximately 30 damage due to the impact of her body against the ground, leaving the Amazon extremely injured. Argana Caliph. HP, 276-600. Argana lay on the ground, not understanding what had just happened. She was severely wounded, but a warrior Amazon like her would not give up so easily. The reason she was immobile was due to her surprise. That force was monstrous and unreal, something difficult to believe. Argana couldn't understand what had happened. First, all her blows were useless, no attack had any effect, and finally she was defeated with just 2 blows and her opponent looked completely fresh and unharmed. For her opponent, she hadn't even been a warm-up. Her pride had been shattered in an instant. And she wasn't the only one surprised. All the Amazons and even Kali herself looked completely shocked. Belle said nothing, he simply turned around and started walking while the members of the Loki familia looked extremely surprised. As Belle passed by Loki, she spoke in a low tone, audible only to the goddess. "I already knew you were coming here. Finn mentioned it at one of our meetings. He said his thumb has been hurting a lot lately, especially when he thinks about Thyone." "Be careful," Belle said before continuing on her way. Loki nodded. Over time, she had learned not to doubt the instincts of the hobbit captain of her family, and apparently the case was the same with Belle. Velvet curtains lined each wall of the room, which was illuminated with magic stones. The velvet carpet, the vases, the sofa, everything was dyed a deep crimson color. There was something almost licentious about it, as every corner exuded an aura similar to a brothel. It contained not a single window. The entire room was underground. Inside, its walls were covered with images of Amazons from the Kali family, dressed in warrior attire. Argana, Bach, and the others were resting around the room, each lounging on their own, while Kali lay stretched out on the sofa, her small lips parted for a yawn. Without warning, Bach, who was standing alone in silence, turned her eyes towards the entrance. In response, the only door in the room opened. "They're all here," Perfect, a female voice said. The newcomer was a copper-skinned goddess. Her body was adorned in gold, from the ring around her head to her earrings, necklace, bracelets, and anklets. As for clothing, she wore nothing but a loincloth and strips of fabric for a top, all tied with a belt at the waist. Everything about her seemed molded to incite lust in the male gaze, from her ample breasts and supple limbs to her curvaceous hips alone. She was breathtakingly beautiful. "Finally, we've been waiting for you," Kali said. Kali stood up with her usual confident smile as she got up from the sofa, the only one in the room who was not affected by the charm of the newcomer. When the goddess entered the room, a group of women followed her. They too were Amazons, similar to the Kali family. Each of them had a monstrous body, practically indistinguishable from a monster over 2 meters tall, yet incredibly beautiful with long legs. There wasn't one among them who was anything less than a goddess clad in combat gear that accentuated the cascading valleys between her breasts and the bare curves of her hips. And yet, even despite their beauty, it was clear from their demeanor without a single visible opening that they lived at all times breathing weapons of destruction. Her captivating patron deity sat on the sofa opposite Kali. Kali's followers in turn took their places behind Kali while her visitors did the same in front of them. With the table in the center of the room between them, the two factions led by goddesses faced off. This might be a little out of place this afternoon in the game, but I just want to confirm you're Ishtar, right? Kali spoke. Yes, I am Ishtar, the other goddess said with a smile. You're a bit strange, you know, sending a request to a faraway country like ours, Kali said with amusement. That is why I explained my reasoning in great detail in the many letters we exchanged. I am not afraid to use whatever means are necessary, Ishtar said with complete confidence. In fact, it was at Ishtar's behest that Kali and the rest of her followers traveled to Marin in the first place. A certain letter of request signed by the goddess of beauty simply appeared on their doorstep one day. I will bring down that woman Freya, Ishtar said with a dark flame burning in her eyes. There was no one Ishtar despised more than her twin sister Freya, who also happened to be the other goddess of beauty. Jealousy fueled her hatred. She envied the other goddess's prestige and renown, and above all, the fact that she was considered the most beautiful goddess in the world. Ishtar had vowed to defeat her rival. That's exactly why he had asked the Kali family for help to explain his plan now. I had no idea what to expect when that first secret message from you arrived, Kali said, recalling the first letter she had received from Ishtar more than a year ago. The Freya Familia was easily the strongest in Arario, and Ishtar wasn't stupid enough to think she could defeat them. Her only option, if she had any hope of being victorious, was to ask for help from one of the most powerful in the world, the Kali family, with their warriors who rivaled the top-level adventurers of Arario. Although Kali had not believed in the letters at first, after multiple shipments and tributes of superior-grade armaments, she finally agreed to consider Ishtar's request. In the end, it didn't take long to capture his interest. It's a great opportunity to fight against the infamous Freya family, and really you should have done your chores before coming to us, Kali said playfully. The real reason the Kali family decided to heed Ishtar's request, even going so far as to leave their own country, was because of the opportunity it offered to fight against the undeniably powerful Freya family. This was an offer that Kali and her battle-hungry Amazons simply could not refuse, and it was a chance meeting of interests for the two goddesses. The two copper-skinned goddesses began a series of negotiations before reaching an agreement that was agreeable to both of them. Once Ishtar explained her entire Kali plan. If that's the case, I'd like us to finish this whole business about my compensation, Kali said with a smile. Ishtar's dark hair fluttered, with flashes of purple visible amidst the rich obsidian. I'd be happy to pay you as much as you want. Just give me your price and I'll. Ishtar began but was interrupted by Kali. Save your money, I don't need it anymore. I want something more, Kali said. Ishtar simply looked at the little goddess with curiosity. And I want it before all this is over too, Kali said with a small smile. Ishtar frowned. With eyes as sharp as needles, she stared straight at the other goddess. Continue, Ishtar said in a cold tone. The Loki Familia is currently here in this port. Don't get me wrong, it has nothing to do with us. Just a coincidence, that's all. It seems they're here hunting a man-eating flower monster or something, Kali said. Man-eating flower, oh yes, so what, you don't say. Ishtar said, frowning. You got it. I was hoping to go against them, Kali said with a smile. You can't be serious. Going against Freya and her followers is ridiculous enough. The Loki Familia would be even more so. I can't have them all bloody and bruised before the fight with Freya even starts. Ishtar said, clearly frustrated. Kali raised her hands in supplication. I'm sorry, I wasn't being clear. By they I didn't mean the whole family but rather two certain sisters within the family, Kali said. At the word sisters, Argana's lips broke into a smile behind the goddess. You see, Loki has laid his hands on some of my children. Well, former children at least. I lost them both in a rather unfortunate incident. It still makes my heart ache a little, you know, Kali said with a smile. Are you talking about the two Amazon twins? Ishtar asked. Exactly, I would really like it if my Argana and Bach could face them, Kali said with a victorious smile. Ishtar cast a puzzled glance at the two Amazons in question. The two were sisters with the same sandy-colored hair falling over their shoulders. While one didn't even try to contain her joy, the other remained silent. And yet, although their attitudes may have been different, both were imbued with the same carnal desire to fight. Two sisters who left, two sisters who stayed. I wonder which ones proved stronger. Will they be able to break free from this fate of years past? Will they reach new heights, a new level? Kali spoke with a satisfied smile. I want to see that battle, that carnage. I want to witness for myself the right choice in a rain of blood, Kali said with a sadistic smile. What pleased Kali the most, and what had been her sole purpose in descending to the lower world, had been nothing other than war itself. But for that to happen, I need you to keep the rest of your family in check, especially your sword princess. And I want This to be just a fight between sisters, Kali said haughtily. Ishtar, however, would have none of that, and she was about to tell him so when. Let them have their fun, Lady Ishtar. A certain giant woman who had been silently observing the scene unfolding behind Ishtar finally opened her enormous mouth. Fine, Ishtar murmured. That's great, isn't it? It's a warm-up for the fight with Freya, so to speak. Besides, sooner or later, even Arario will find out that Kali and her followers are here in Marin. If they're convinced that their purpose in coming here was to fight the Loki Familia, there's no chance that the guild or Freya and her group will raise any suspicions, the Amazon explained. NT, it's not worth revealing her identity. We all know she's the level 5-toed woman and captain of the Ishtar Familia. I'll take care of that sword princess for them, Frine said. All right then. Frine has a good point. And I can't say I'm happy about Loki and his merry men either, Ishtar said. One last thing, Kali said as she raised a finger. Ishtar rolled her eyes in annoyance at the little goddess. I also want you to keep that white-haired boy in check. I think they called him Bell, Kali said. Bell, you're talking about the little rookie from the Hestia Familia, Ishtar said, raising an eyebrow. I think that's him. He gave us a great show this morning. That boy is something unique, Kali said with a smile. Argana, upon hearing about the white-haired man, brought both hands to her cheeks as a blush spread across her face. That kid has the strength to sweep the floor with a level 6 without even breaking a sweat. I'm counting on you, Kali said, pointing at Ishtar. Going up to level 2 and 3 in just 1 month in both cases, a kid who cuts through entire walls, defeats an army single-handedly and saves money, wipes the floor with a level 6. Seriously, where did Hestia get that guy from? Ishtar sighed. Ishtar looked at her attendants with doubt, wondering if Frine was going against the sword princess who would restrain the little novice. Okay, Ishtar said listlessly. Kali smiled with joy at this. Everything was so peaceful. Bell was sleeping peacefully in his bed. His face was completely relaxed and he was totally serene. But at that moment, a huge explosion happened at his inn. Bell stood up immediately, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he had to stop a kick with his right hand. Bell didn't even bother to look at who had attacked him. He simply threw him aside with great force. Sense enemy, Bell murmured. Thanks to a martial art, Bell was able to sense 5 other presences, not counting the one he had already knocked out of the fight. Flow acceleration, Bell murmured as he stood up. He couldn't keep this martial art active for long, so his time was running out. His first enemy was behind his bedroom door. Disregarding the furniture, he kicked the door, shattering it into pieces and trapping his enemy in the impact. Bell didn't stop to see if his enemy was alive or not. There were still 4 others left, and he had held back, only using an ATK of 50, so theoretically he shouldn't have killed anyone. The white-haired man soon found his next opponent, a gray-haired Amazon who was running towards him alongside a black-haired Amazon. Bell propelled himself forward and grabbed the face of the first Amazon, slamming it against the ground. Then, without removing his hand from the Amazon's face and using it as a point of support, he launched a kick at the second Amazon. The kick hit the Amazon in the stomach and sent her crashing against the wall. Bell didn't waste any time and continued on his way. He quickly encountered an Amazon who was dressed as a dancer and carried a large sword. I dodged the slash she threw and connect with a punch to her stomach, knocking the wind out of her and in the process sending her crashing into the ceiling. At this point, flow acceleration stopped working. He had already exhausted a good part of his physical resistance. Bell calmly walked towards his next opponent. His opponent, who was wrapped in a robe, took a couple of steps back while trembling. Bell appeared in front of him in an instant and grabbed him by the collar of his robe. Huh, was all Bell could say upon seeing his opponent. What appeared to be a blonde-haired beat girl had teary eyes and conveyed no sense of danger. Rather, she conveyed a feeling of wanting to protect her. Her teary eyes, those beautiful eyes that shouldn't be covered in tears, were terrified at Bell's presence. Bell froze in place as he stared at the girl in front of him. Bell's moment of hesitation was used by the Amazon, who had previously been lying on the floor, to grab the blonde and flee. I knew I shouldn't have brought you here. In fact, we shouldn't have come at all. Amazon spoke in a grunt, and that was the last thing Bell heard. Bell clicked his tongue at the sour taste that flooded his mouth. At that moment, the others came down. They really attacked us, Wendy said with a sigh. Why would they do that? Lily asked. We're not well liked by many people, Makoto said. More importantly, this doesn't look like a typical attack, Daphne said, pointing to a window. Everyone except Bell turned to look out the window only to see many carnivorous flowers appear in the city. Otter Bell spoke, still without taking his eyes off where his enemy had been just a moment ago. Otter nodded before taking Freya and Hestia over his shoulders and starting to run. The king jumped out of a window before continuing to run under Hestia's continuous screams. Before coming here, Bell and Otter agreed that if anything dangerous appeared, Otter would take both goddesses and flee. For Otter, ensuring the safety of his goddess came first. He could deal with fighting later. I'm not sure if you can handle those things. You'd better stay here, Bell said before leaving through the door. Everyone present remained silent as he watched Bell leave. As soon as Bell came out, he could see that a big fight was brewing. There were too many Amazons in the streets. The white-haired man, amidst that dispute, was able to spot eyes fighting against what appeared to be a woman. Bell didn't think twice before equipping himself with an item he had been saving for when he returned to the dungeon. On her legs, in a flash of blue, appeared boots that looked like black metal, Flossford. That was the name of those boots. A few weeks ago, Tsubaki had appeared at his headquarters and said, "Here, I'm ordering a Tsundir wolf for you. Don't worry about the money, he already paid for it." After that, he left them in Hephaestus's hands to modify and add Yuru, along with a Durandal status and attribute. The initial cost of those boots was about 93 million volleys. After the improvements made, their current cost was over 500 million volleys. Several hieroglyphs glowed across the surface of the boots as Bell walked. "Electrosphere," Bell murmured as he extended his right hand, looking upside down. A sphere of electricity was shot directly at his boots, which absorbed all the magic and acquired an electric blue hue while Bell's body was surrounded by stems. Bell took one step, then another and another. Each of his steps left an electric trail and a series of craters. At this moment, Bell was very too angry. That girl had disturbed Bell's heart. With a bitter taste in his mouth and as he began to run at an inhuman speed, Bell let out several angry growls. The Amazons at Bell's pass were sent flying as soon as Bell approached them, and if they got in his way, a strong impact awaited them. Many carnivorous plants were torn to pieces in no time. Bell literally ran right through them as he ran in a straight line. In a matter of seconds, Bell was at the place where Eyes was fighting. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful kick on Eyes' opponent, sending him flying to a place unknown to Bell and Eyes as they lost sight of him. "Situation," Bell spoke in a very angry tone, a far cry from his usual cheerful one. "Lefia was kidnapped. Tiona and Tyone are fighting somewhere," Eyes said as best she could. Bell nodded as he looked up. At that moment, a small flash of light was visible to both of them. "Is that it?" Bell asked. "Yes, it's probably the magic circle of Lefia," Eyes said. Bell nodded. "Bell, what's bothering you so much? You're not usually like this," Eyes said with concern. "We'll talk later," Bell said before disappearing in a blue flash. Eyes looked at Bell in confusion before following him. Bell appeared in a matter of seconds at the place where Lefia was kidnapped with a great bang. As if struck by lightning, a large crater formed where Bell landed. Moving extremely fast, Bell knocked the Amazon guards out of the fight. The magic was about to disappear, and taking advantage of the last of what he had left, Bell gave a great kick to the wall, breaking it into 1,000 pieces, revealing a cave which was full of Amazons. Kali jumped to her feet, her seemingly impenetrable calm demeanor vanishing in an instant. "That damned Ishtar, have they already been defeated?" Kali growled. Tiona and Bach then put their fight aside and turned to look at Bell. Bell, forcing his body to use flow acceleration, appeared again in front of Bach, then grabbed her by the head and slammed her into the ground. The Amazons, who until this moment had been merely spectators, launched an attack on Bell, but all were defeated in the blink of an eye. His power was overwhelming. Kali didn't want to admit it, but standing before her was the strongest man she had ever met. Kali's gaze narrowed as she clenched her teeth with barely contained rage. "Looks like you picked the wrong people to mess with, you damn dwarf." The voice came from nowhere. It came from very high up above the battlefield. She looked up at the sky with a shudder, only to find a certain red-haired goddess sitting on a rock that jutted out not far from the ceiling. It was Loki. "How are you feeling right now, huh? Are all your glorious plans crumbling around you with your precious children lying face down on the ground?" The goddess laughed. She had just appeared through the hole behind her that led to the rest of the cave. The unpleasant development of the smaller goddess was too amusing. "Don't be condescending to me," Kali growled. Loki's vermilion eyes opened slightly as his smile widened. "I'm going to say it, that's all, you ignorant little thing. Really, you chose to mess with the wrong people. By the way, thanks, Bell. I don't know what your intervention was about, but thanks nonetheless," the goddess said with a smile. Kali's face burned with shame and humiliation beneath her mask, the screams of her warriors echoing around her. "Even so, Tyone has never strayed from my will. She is gone now. She is far away where your wretched people cannot reach her," continuing their own struggle, Kali said with a smile. "Oh, shut up. Do you think I'm worried about her?" Loki said, waving his hand dismissively. "What do you mean?" Kali asked. "I have my strongest knight taking care of it," Loki said with a smile. Just as Kali was about to speak, she felt her breath catch in her throat. Bell had grabbed the little goddess by the neck and pinned her against the wall. "You insolent little piece of trash, you dared to attack your king's castle," Bell growled as he activated his ability. Kali found herself absorbed as an unviable force overwhelmed all her attempts to fight back. "Now tell me everything you know about a blonde-haired beastman," Bell said. Kali opened her eyes slightly. "I don't know anything, I swear," Kali said with difficulty. Bell clicked his tongue before violently throwing the little goddess's body to the ground. Not even a god could resist Bell's king's skill. He had already proven it on Hestia and Hermes. Therefore, Kali was telling the truth, but still. That look was still etched in Bell's mind. It was similar to Lily's when she was in despair for her family, but Lily's was more somber, that other girl's was more afflicted and sad. She was asking for help, she wasn't begging for it. Bell clenched his fist in frustration. Just as a dark aura was about to begin surrounding Bell, he felt a small tap on his back. "That's it, it's all over," Loki said with a laugh as he hit Bell's back several times. Bell relaxed a little while watching Loki. "More importantly, my other knight must be saving his damsel. Do the same, your damsel there can't move well," Loki spoke cheerfully while hitting Bell's back several times. Bell sighed as he approached Tiona, who was sitting on the ground. Without warning and to the Amazon's surprise, Bell picked her up. "W8," Tiona stuttered. Bell didn't speak, he simply started walking. As Bell carried Tiona like a princess, his expression softened and his signature smile returned. It was almost as if Tiona's natural joy had rubbed off on him. "This is not necessary," Tiona said with great embarrassment. "You must be tired, I'll take you to your room," Bell said in a relaxed tone. Tiona couldn't say anything more, or rather she didn't want to say anything as she settled into Bell's arms. Nevertheless, the Marin incident was almost completely cleared up that night. The guild decided to blame the Kali Familia for the Loki Familia's fight in the middle of the docks. An unfortunate accident caused by savage Amazons from a remote land was how they described it. As for the Violas, well, those were just monsters that happened to be on land at the most inopportune moment. The leading members of the guild didn't have many options in the matter, given that Loki had dragged them into the investigation. From the release of the Violas into the sea, to the involvement of the child wonder Enurr, to the conspiracy of the Murdoch estate, and perhaps most egregious of all, that a high-ranking member of the guild would participate in the embezzlement. They knew that making it public would shake Marin to its core. The guild, being the guild, could already imagine the kind of criticism they would receive, and the many ways in which other families could take advantage of it and invite them to ruin. If the details of this incident were to come to light, the arguments for revealing their weaknesses would also come to light. Once the fight in the sea cavern was over, she and her followers took pity on Bach and the other wounded Amazons, healed their wounds, and sent them back in their boat to Telskura. But almost against the wishes of their patron deity, however, who had forcibly returned them, seeing the little brat jumping around angrily at their current arrangements only made Loki feel more gratified. "First of all, you'd better promise not to lay a finger on my Tioni and Tiona, you hear, and make sure those battle-crazy girls of yours know that too," Loki said. "If you're talking about Argana, it's no use to me anyway," Kali said with a sigh. "Huh," Loki said in surprise, "and not only Argana, nor but all of them, even Bach, have been dishonored by losing to a man," Kali said. Kali continued frowning. "In love they were lost to that boy's strength," Kali growled. Loki laughed openly at Kali's tantrums. "That boy is something else. It seems that charming women is part of his personality," Loki laughed. Kali frowned at Loki's laughter. "And what about Tiona? She's probably interested in him too," Kali said mockingly. "As long as I love her and take care of her, I have no problems," Loki said with a sigh. "Please make me vomit if you act like a loving father," Kali said with disgust. "What did you say, dwarf?" Loki growled. While the two goddesses were arguing in an open room, Reveria could be seen having tea next to Eyes. "What's bothering you?" Reveria said as she put her teacup on the table. Eyes didn't speak, she just turned to look the other. Reveria followed Eyes' gaze, and there she saw him, the white-haired boy who had been attracting a lot of attention lately, reclining in the lap of an Amazonian woman while she read a book. "Oh, I see," Reveria said with a small laugh. Bell had been severely shaken after the battles he had. Even after resting and receiving treatment from Ermid, his body was extremely exhausted. While his companions strolled around the city, Tiona had promised to take care of Bell and had been doing this by allowing the boy to rest in her lap while she read him heroic stories. Reveria had been the one who had instilled in Eyes the habit of giving Bell lap pillows, and currently the blonde felt betrayed seeing Bell resting in a lap that was not sleep. Eyes stood up and walked towards where Tiona was. Eyes leaned forward slightly, took Bell's head and lifted it up, then moved Tiona aside and laid Bell's head in her lap. Tiona was surprised by Eyes' action and was displaced in a matter of seconds. Reveria couldn't help but laugh at the scene before her eyes, Tiona and Eyes fighting over whose lap Bell preferred. At the headquarters of the Hestia Familia, Hestia could be seen lying on a sofa in a state of great depression. Due to the last attack, Otter had brought her and Freya back to Arario, leaving Hestia at her headquarters and taking Freya to his home. "I wanted to spend more time with Belkun," the goddess murmured as an emo aura enveloped her. Chapter 29, Pink District. His vacation was over and Bell had to face his greatest enemy once again, an enemy more powerful and more invincible than the Black Dragon, the dreaded Paperwork. But for the greatest hero of all, this was an enemy he could easily deal with. "Bell-sama has visitors," Anna's voice spoke. Bell raised an eyebrow as he watched a red-haired goddess and a blonde hobbit enter his office. The last time he'd seen them was just a few days ago. "Wow, what a nice place you have here," Loki said with a laugh as he saw Bell's office. "What brings you here?" Bell asked. Finn and Loki adopted serious expressions as they sat down. "You know, my Aizu isn't the best at keeping secrets," Loki said. Bell sighed deeply, he already knew where this was going. Since we ran into you on the 18th floor, Bita and Eyes have experienced a considerable increase in their attack power. Likewise, these two were able to acquire large amounts of money in a short time. All of this is connected somehow. We want to know how, Finn said. Bell massages his temple at this. I hadn't investigated because nothing seemed wrong, but I still want to know what happened. After all, I can't allow my subordinates to be using something dangerous, Finn said. And if possible, we would like you to do the same to my other children, or at least to our elite, Loki said. Bell sighed heavily as he cleared his thoughts. Okay, I trust you, Bell said before starting to explain everything. It's a very valuable skill you have at your disposal. I understand why you want to keep it a secret. Rest assured we wouldn't give anything away, Finn said. And about doing the same with the others, Loki said, smiling. And what do I win? Bell asked. Give us your price, Finn said seriously. I don't want your money, I want something more valuable, Bell said with a smile. I won't give you my girls, Loki said in a tantrum. I'm not a degenerate either, Bell said with a sigh. And that's it? Finn asked curiously. Bell, with a wave of his hand, added Finn to the party function. I've been getting XP from Eyes and Bita, but that XP is very poor. Where they gain 1 point, I gain 10, so I want something much more valuable, Bell said. Finn raised an eyebrow, confused. To make it easier to understand, let's go to the dungeon, Bell said with a smile. Finn nodded as he stood up. As Bell left his office and went down to the living room, he could see all the elite members of the Loki Familia plus Lefia, all of them sitting on one of the sofas in the place. Dungeon 10th floor. Once they reached an open area on the 10th floor where there were hardly any people, Bell spoke. What I'm about to tell you is something Eyes and Bita have been dealing with for several days, but Eyes is a bit too dumb to explain it to you, and Bita is probably a terrible teacher, Bell said with a smile as he heard a growl from the werewolf. Everyone in the group nodded in understanding, even Eyes, who admitted she wouldn't know how to explain it. Finn, please kill that orc, Bell said, pointing at an orc several meters away. Finn nodded as he killed the orc with a swing of his spear, causing it to explode in a cloud of smoke, leaving only a magic stone. Bell picked up the magic stone and showed it to the group. My interest, what I will charge you for is this, but not the loot that the monster drops, but the loot that my skill produces, Bell said. Finn immediately checked his inventory and saw that there was a magic stone there. Hey Bita, these things are real, Finn said as he took the magic stone out of his inventory. Absolutely, even the money from the exchange box is genuine. I've exchanged it at the guild and there haven't been any problems, Bita said. Seeing that they were going off topic, Bell coughed a couple of times to get their attention. Each monster you kill will give you 2 magic stones, one produced by the monster and the other by my ability. Likewise, if you get drop items, you will get 2, Bell said while raising 2 fingers. They all nodded. From now on, 50% of the magic stones and drop items produced by my skill from the monsters I hunt will be mine. That's my price, Bell said. They all nodded in understanding. In the long run, that was more valuable and beneficial than any sum of money Finn could give Bell. And how will we know exactly what that 50% is? I mean, logically, to make things easier, we'd keep everything in the inventory, which would mix the 2 types of loot, Gareth said. Gareth's question made sense, and just as Bell was about to speak, Finn spoke with a smile. Problem solved, Finn said. Inventory, objects obtained. Objects produced. I want to try something, Finn said as he gripped his spear tightly. Finn approached a group of 3 orcs and killed them in an instant. Then in his inventory in the produced items section, 3 magic stones appeared, and when Finn put the other 3 into his inventory, they went to the acquired items section. That solves things, Finn murmured. If you want to make collecting magic stones easier, just select Save Drop Items automatically, Bell said. Finn obeyed before killing another orc. This time no magic stone fell to the ground. Both had gone into his inventory, each to its corresponding section. Checking one last thing, Finn sliced an orc in half. That was an attack that should destroy the magic stone, but again 2 magic stones appeared in his inventory. It's increased battle power, unlimited supply transport, automatic item collection, and finally a portable trade box. It's definitely too good, Finn muttered before turning to look at Bell. I can't accept 50%, Finn said. At Finn Bell's statement, he raised an eyebrow. I feel like we're robbing you that way, Finn said seriously. Everyone fell silent under Finn's gaze. Bita probably felt the same way, and that's why she gave you those boots, Finn said with a smile. At that moment, Bita clicked his tongue while murmuring, I don't like owing anything to anyone. On the other hand, Eyes remembered that fight and the boots that Bell was wearing. At that moment, Eyes' imagination started to work. Matching boots were a start, which was followed by matching outfits. Little Eyes in Eyes' mind couldn't stand the image and started throwing a tantrum, moving in a fetal position from side to side while crying her eyes out. Little Eyes was devastated. For Eyes, that was bad, very bad. He had to do something to reverse the situation. While Eyes was lost in her imagination, Finn continued talking. Being able to transport large quantities of supplies is invaluable. You don't know how much that helps us. Now, being able to transport large quantities of drop items from the upper floors is even more invaluable. An adventurer's profit is always what they can carry, and thanks to this, That's what we can achieve, Finn said seriously. At the words of their companion, Reveria and Gareth nodded. The first-class adventurers were abandoning a large quantity of magic stones to bring back a few more valuable ones. Taking their last expedition as an example, if they had brought back all the magic stones and drop items that the monsters they defeated dropped, they wouldn't have been in the red. They might even have had an exorbitant profit. Inventory alone was an invaluable resource. Both first-class adventurers perfectly understood their companion, who might feel as if he were stealing from the white-haired man. And now if you add the fact of becoming significantly stronger, only 50% of the items produced by his own ability was very little in their eyes, or they would literally be paying him with something he produced. 100% of the items your ability produces are yours by right. There's no objection to that. They will be given to you completely, Finn said seriously. Bell opened his eyes slightly at the hobbit's words. As is obvious, those objects are produced by your own skill. They don't even count as payment. From now on, for each of us, 10% of the objects, whether magic stones or dropped objects that we obtain, will be given to you. That will be your payment. This will be for each of us, Finn said as he extended his hand. Bell nodded before shaking Finn's hand. Without wasting any time, Bell added those who were missing to the party and gave them a brief explanation. Similar to when you level up, we have to get used to it. Let's do a mini exploration, said Finn as he started walking. Everyone else nodded as they followed their captain. Bell, for his part, shrugged before turning around and walking towards the dungeon exit. As Bell walked, he momentarily thought about how the Loki Familia distributed their points. They all placed great importance on their DF and DM, followed by ATK, AM and Reveria and Lefia or WIS in some cases. That's how they all allocated their points. Loki Familia stats: name, Eyes Wallenstein. Gender female. Age 16. Family Loki. Title Sword Princess. Money. Level 60. XP. Points 0. HP 1305s. HR 28Ms. MP 675. Mr. 34M. INT 25s. WIS 192. VIT 90. ATK 183. IF 22. DF 125s. IM 87. DM 125s. Strength 4400. Stamina 4500. Dexterity 6100. Agility 5900. Magic 6500. Hunter G. Abnormal Resistance G. Swordsman H. Spiritual Healing I. Name Tiona Hurutes. Gender female. Age 17. Family Loki. Title Amazon. Money. Level 6. 0. XP. Points 0. HP 1285s. HR 25Ms. MP 495s. Mr. 15M. INT 20. WIS 150. VIT 105s. ATK 205s. IF 26. DF 152. AM 5. DM 110s. Strength 5250, stamina 5250, dexterity 5250, agility 5250, magic 1000, punch G, dive G, abnormal resistance H, crush I. Name Tioni Hurutes. Gender female. Age 17. Family Loki. Title Jormungand. Money. Level 60. XP. Points 0. HP 1285s. HR 25Ms. MP 511s. Mr. 16M. INT 70. WIS 150. VIT 105s. ATK 205s. IF 26. DF 152. AMs 9. DM 118s. Strength 5250, stamina 5250, dexterity 5250, agility 5250, magic 1800, punch G, dive G, abnormal resistance H, healing power I. Names Lefia. Gender female, age 15 years, family Loki. Title 1000 Elves Money. Level 3. 9. XP. Points 0. HP 365. HR 3M. MP 235s. Mr. 8M, INT 60, WIS 20, VIT 15, ITK 38, IF 6, DF 57, AM 65, DM 81, Strength 687, Resistance 784, Dexterity 1010, Agility 1100, Magic 3195, Mage 8, Abnormal Resistance I. Name Reveria Eljas Alf. Gender female, age 99 years, family Loki. Title 9 Hell's Money. Level 65. XP. Points 0. HP 1220. HR 22M. MP 859. Mr. 32M. INT 80. WIS 170. VIT 25. ATK 110. IF 20. DF 125s, LM 89s, DM 179, Strength 2000, Stamina 2500, Dexterity 6000, Agility 4000, Magic 7984, Mage, Treatment G, Abnormal Resistance G, Spiritual Healing H, Magic Resistance H, Name Findamni. Gender male. Age 42. Family Loki. Title Valiant. Money. Level 6. 5. XP. Points 0. HP 1345s. HR 27M. MP 555s. Mr. 35M. INT 80. WIS 219. VIT 60. ATK 150. IF 20, DF 130, IM 20, DM 140, Strength 4000, Stamina 3000, Dexterity 5995, Agility 3000, Magic 4000, Hunter E, Abnormal Resistance E, Magic Resistance H, Initiative H, Chain Attack H, Names Gareth Landrox. Gender male. Age 56. Family Loki. Title Elgarm. Money. Level 65. XP. Points 0. HP 1588. HR 28M. MP 515. Mr. 19M. INT 60. WIS 150. VIT 139. ATK 239. AF 34. DF 169, IM 10, DM 120, Strength 6994, Stamina 6994, Dexterity 4000, Agility 3500, Magic 2000, Punch E, Abnormal Resistance G, Magic Resistance E, Crush Age, Strong Defense H. Name Beteloga. Gender male, age 22, family Loki, title Vanargant Money. Level 60 XP. Points 0 HP 1255. HR 24 MMP 500. Mr. 17 MINT 50. WIS 150. VIT 90. ATK 214. AF 23 DF 145, AM 6 DM 115, Strength 4700, Stamina 4500, Dexterity 5000, Agility 6200, Magic 1250, Hunter G Punch G Abnormal Resistance G Magic Resistance. H. The sun rose in the morning after Belle's meeting with the Loki Familia. Hestia left early for her job, leaving the others to take care of their own business. Naza and Ermid left for the opening of the Hestia Familia's potion shop and clinic, while the others were literally wandering around. Belle decided to take a break from his work as captain, and while he was lying on a sofa in the living room, Anna was preparing something for him to eat. "Mikoto-sama, you have a visitor. Chigusa-sama is outside," Lily said as she entered the living room. "Chigusa don't?" asked Mikoto, who. Mikoto and Wendy, who were playing cards, turned to look at Lily, although Mikoto had a very doubtful look on her face. Mikoto immediately dropped everything and went out to meet the visitor. Belle, reclining on the sofa, took a quick look out of one of the windows that had a perfect view of the entrance. Belle could see her. Chigusa was talking to Mikoto about what seemed to be something very important. Her bangs were always long enough to hide her eyes, but she seemed more anxious than usual. With her arms crossed over her chest, she paced back and forth in the front garden. Bell narrowed his eyes. He felt that something was wrong. Bell couldn't hear what they were saying, but Mikoto seemed just as surprised as Bell by Chigusa's body language suddenly. Are you sure? Mikoto shouted in great surprise. Bell sighed. Mikoto wasn't exactly the best at hiding her emotions, although he wasn't one to criticize her. A month ago, he would run away for anything. Did something happen? Wendy asked. Lily has no idea, said Lily. Wendy and Lily walked behind Bell and also looked out the window. While Bell remained lying down, both girls moved closer to the window, trying to listen to what was being said outside. Chigusa was outside for only a few more minutes before turning around and running across the front lawn. After that, Mikoto went back inside. Mikoto, is something wrong? Bell asked as he closed his eyes. No, nothing at all, Mikoto stammered. Bell said. Too nervous for it to have been nothing, Bell said as he opened his eyes and looked seriously at the nervous Mikoto. Mikoto took a few steps back under Bell's gaze. Well, it doesn't matter, Bell said, downplaying the issue. At that moment, Mikoto sighed and hurried to her room. I think I'll retire early tonight, said a dark-haired woman. The dinner dishes had been washed and put away. Only 4 of them were sitting, relaxing in the living room when Mikoto made her statement. Hestia was absent tonight. Ermid was resting in his room. The clinic had opened today and he had worked too much. Daphne and Cassandra were also resting. The 2 of them formed a group and had been going to the dungeon in the last few days. Anna was organizing some documents at Bell's request. Lewin had been working on a project for the past few days, so it was unusual to see him at headquarters. And Gilgamesh had been missing since everyone else went on vacation. Bell and the others ignored the tremor in Mikoto's voice and either waved or said good night as she stood up. The clock had not yet struck 8 when the girl left the room and closed the door behind her. Climbing the stairs and walking down the moonlit hallway, Mikoto headed towards her room on the 3rd floor. Suddenly, he changed course. Turning in the other direction without making a sound, he opened a 2nd-floor window and jumped into the grounds behind the mansion. He hid behind the trees and made sure the hall lights were still on before leaving through the back door. That's our signal. We're going to follow it, Wendy said with a smile. It's been a long time since Lily did something like this, Lily said while forcing a smile. Bell, for his part, said nothing and only nodded. Wendy, Lily, and Bell saw Mikoto pass by the back door from a different point of view. They had been expecting Mikoto to do something like this. After the girl went upstairs, they left the living room lights on and hid in the garden where they could see both exits. 3 figures moved quickly and silently through the darkness. Clearly, the stubborn girl was trying to hide something. Following her was the only way to find out. Mikoto-sama seemed very concerned about cleaning the windows today, just as we expected, Lily said. Anyone would have guessed it from the way she kept glancing out the window, Wendy laughed. Wendy and Lily noticed that Mikoto hadn't been herself during the day. Their concern for their friend could not allow them to ignore her secret and strange behavior. It reminds me of Bell from a few weeks ago, Wendy River. Huh, Bell said, feeling offended. Wendy-sama is saying that lying wasn't a strong point, Bell-sama, and currently you lie to us all the time, said Lily with a small laugh while Bell felt offended. The black-haired girl, who was always honest to the point of exaggeration, headed to the vibrant city. She was too focused on her destination to notice she was being followed. Her 3 pursuers kept to the shadows, staying far enough behind her to conceal their presence. They followed Mikoto away from her home in the southeast and into the southern part of the city. It wasn't long before they arrived at a district right off South Main Street, the commercial district. Mikoto traveled to the heart of the shopping district before suddenly darting into one of the alleyways and ran to meet another figure standing in front of a gloomy-looking shop. Is that Chigusa-sama? Are you alone? Lily asked, intrigued. Yes, and they're moving now. Where are they headed? Wendy said as she looked at both girls. The 2 girls from the far east shared an anxious nod before leaving the store. Bell and the other 2 watched their movements from the corner of a stone wall. Ignoring the suspicious glances of a few demi-humans, the 3 continued tracking their targets. Absolutely not, this address it can't be, Wendy said, her eyes widening in shock. Their targets turned southeast. Wendy struggled to get the words out of her mouth. A jolt also traveled through Lily's brain as she connected the dots. Bell looked at his friends, confused. Bell, you should go home, Wendy said as a blush covered her face. Bell-sama, please come back, said Lily as she pushed Bell, which was useless since Bell did not move at all. Bell, for his part, raised an eyebrow, confused. First they make me come here and now they're asking me to leave, Bell said, rolling his eyes. Seriously, listen to me. You're not old enough yet, Wendy said as her blush intensified to the point that it rivaled her hair. Old enough? You must never go there, Bell-sama, never. Lily shouted. Our goals are getting further away, let's go, Bell said as he started walking. Their brief argument almost caused them to lose sight of their objectives. Damn it, Lily Dwarf, quit, it's no use. After them, said Wendy. Gaia, Mikoto-sama, why there of all places? Lily groaned loudly. Abandoning their attempts to convince Bell to return, the 3 emerged from their hiding place. Lily seemed the most frustrated, a bitter expression distorted her face. They passed several drunken adventurers lying in the street before finally reaching their destination. And then, Bell's eyes opened wide to take in everything that appeared as the alley opened up before him. They had reached the easternmost point of Arario's 4th District, adjacent to Southeast Main Street. Despite being relatively close to the commercial district, there was a much more impure atmosphere about this place. Each magic stone lamp attached to the buildings and columns cast a pink light. Although there weren't many, each light dimly illuminated a poster decorated with seductive red lips and other alluring feminine features. Women of all shapes and sizes, wearing tiny dresses or clothing that completely revealed their backs and hips, walked back and forth across the street. More than half of those women were Amazons, but several humans, beastmen, and even hobbits also thronged the street. They called out convincingly to men in all directions, smiling as if issuing a challenge. Then they would spend a few minutes talking with these men before taking their hand or even their waist and leading them into one of the many buildings. The street was absolutely teeming with luscious breasts, slender shoulders, and seductive thighs in every direction. The air was thick with perfume, or perhaps it was simply the sweet, natural scent of the women as they worked themselves to the bone. Meanwhile, at the abode of heroes. "No, Bell donated because going to that place," shouted a dark-haired woman. "Kohai, get out of there, that place isn't for you," shouted a pink-haired girl. While the women expressed their disapproval, the men expressed their approval. "They grow up so fast," said a white-haired, tan-skinned man as he wiped away some tears. "Gentlemen, it's time to take the nosy one out," said a man with a hat and mustache as he unbuckled his belt. "Yes, sir, don't be a degenerate," shouted a hero from the back. "But I want to heat things up, damn it," said the man with the hat and mustache, wearing only his underwear and his inseparable hat. "But you're here and there's no," shouted the hero from the background. "And by any chance, do you have a cousin you could lend me?" said the man with the hat and mustache, raising his eyebrows several times. "Hey sir, calm down," shouted another hero with a decidedly heterosexual appearance, not homo. "It whistled sadly," said the man with the hat and mustache as he stuck out his middle finger and cried waterfall tears. Bell sighed as he took in the whole scene. An inevitable awakening was taking place within him. The fact that these erotic women were prostitutes shook him to his core. He had arrived at the night district. If it weren't for his gamer mindset, he'd probably have a flushed face right now, but instead he remained completely calm. "That's why Lily didn't want you to come here, Bell-sama." Lily shouted. "So this is what they were trying to warn me about." Bell thought as he shook his head. Bell's understanding came a little too late. "Cultural designs from the Chios Desert, architecture from the Dazara region, it never ceases to amaze me," Bell murmured. "What, Bell-sama, you've been to this place before?" Lily shouted. Bell shrugged. "A couple of times. I've been investigating some things," Bell said with a sigh. While Lily was screaming, Bell decided to ignore her. A small group of women of the night approached the three adventurers, flashing their alluring smiles. Lily jumped between a girl and Bell, pushing her aside like a bodyguard. "Lily was lucky not to have ended up here until today," said Lily. She shot a furious look at the prostitute who was coming for another attempt. "What are Mikoto-san and Chigusa-san doing here?" Bell said with a sigh. Bell's head kept spinning as his eyes searched for Mikoto. "The young women who willingly come to this place. Lily is afraid to say it, but it's to sell their bodies for money," Lily said. Bell gave another big sigh at Lily's words. "No, those two didn't come for that," Wendy said calmly, pointing ahead. "Take a look," Wendy said with a small smile. Both girls frantically rejected the advances, waving their arms at chest level. Their faces were red enough to compete with Wendy's hair. Mikoto and Chigusa stood side by side, their eyes frantically scanning the area. Their shoulders jerked whenever they heard the whistle of some lecherous man or the jeers of the women working on the street. It was at that moment that a big man decided to make a move and reached out to touch Mikoto. Please stop," Mikoto murmured. The frightened girl closed her eyes as her body moved on its own. The man landed face first on the stone pavement a moment later. Chigusa looked like she was about to cry. They both looked like lost baby deer in the city center. Lily narrowed her eyes and Bell broke out in a cold sweat, but they both agreed that wasn't why they were there. "Lily, you see your point," Wendy-sama. "Pure girls like Mikoto-sama and Chigusa-sama could never do such a thing. In that case, why are you in the pleasure district?" Lily asked. The three of them remained silent, contemplating Lily's question. At the same time, the two girls began to move again. Bell, Lily, and Wendy followed them to Main Street. The lights in the 3rd district were much brighter than on the previous streets. Wendy spotted Mikoto immediately. She was surrounded by a group of gods who wore obscene smiles. "Wow, if it isn't Zetsui, imagine finding yourself here. Black hair, I can't get enough of it. Oriental girls are so hexy." If you'll excuse us, we have an important matter to attend to," Mikoto managed to say with difficulty. The group of male gods had both girls cornered against a wall. Each one offered to show them a good time while preventing them from escaping. Mikoto stood before Chigusa, protecting her from their advances. However, these were gods, not mortals. She was forced to rely on words to defend herself against them. The gods themselves, however, were enjoying her reactions more than seriously trying to initiate a transaction. With each comment and suggestion more vulgar than the last, the gods took great pleasure in seeing the shapes Mikoto's face took. Wendy and Lily sighed as soon as they realized what was happening. God Sama, are you having fun? Wendy asked. The group responded in unison as they turned towards her. Mikoto and Chigusa went as pale as ghosts. Lily came out from behind the young woman and opened her mouth to speak. Why waste time here? Won't the night be too short? Lily said, forcing a smile. Oh no, she's right. The special playtime at Jessica Chan's place is almost over. I had to sneak away from my own family. Tonight better count. I brought my family's money. Oh, me too. And me too. Me too. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. They all shared a big laugh before continuing on their way. It was common knowledge that some gods got most of their entertainment from places like the Pleasure District. The wrath of their servants wasn't enough to stop them from draining their hard-earned Varus's savings. Why are you here? Mikoto managed to say with difficulty. Lily sighed and took a step forward. You were acting strange, Mikoto-sama. I may have been rude, but we followed you, Lily said. Now we're a full-fledged family, no hiding anything from each other, understood, Wendy said, giving a little scolding. With her eyes still hidden behind her bangs, Chigusa stepped out from behind Mikoto. I'm so sorry, Chigusa said. Wendy scratched the back of her neck before smiling and speaking. How about an explanation? Wendy asked. You see, we found out that someone from our hometown in the Far East was seen here, and Chigusa spoke with difficulty. Chigusa struggled to speak and looked to Mikoto for support. Since the girl wasn't the best at communication even under normal circumstances, Mikoto nodded and took over. Chigusa Dono acquired this information from a trusted acquaintance yesterday. This person disappeared from our city many years ago, explained Mikoto. Lily listened intently, whispering, so that's why, after Mikoto explained where they got the information. So you and Chigusa-sama came here to verify the report, right? Lily asked. That's right. This was our business and we had no proof. It would have been improper to involve anyone else at this stage, and it's this place, Mikoto said, her face flushing. What about the big guy? He's from the same place, why didn't you ask him? Wendy asked. Just as his name suggested, Aoka was also from the Far East and the captain of the Takemikazuchi family. A childhood friend of Mikoto and Chigusa, they still maintained a close relationship to this day. Chigusa blushed and hid his face the moment Wendy pointed at him. I didn't want to bring him here, I don't want him to come here, Chigusa said, blushing. If I may, Chigusa Dono doesn't see Captain Aoka as a friend, but more as a man, Mikoto spoke as her face turned bright pink as she divulged one of her friend's secrets to help others understand. That was enough to convince Wendy. Instead of involving her own family, she reached out to a valued friend in a different group to help her confirm the information first. Lily nodded in agreement as well. After seeing Chigusa's pure heart, how could she not? But how can someone else's description be so accurate? They could have made a mistake, Lily said. This person is a member of a rare race. There were too many defining characteristics to ignore, Mikoto said seriously. Lily understands the situation, but this was reckless. The Pleasure District is under the direct control of another family, one that shouldn't be trifled with. It would be best not to make a scene while searching for your acquaintance, Lily said. The girls' heads bowed after Lily's sharp warning. They seemed genuinely sorry for their actions. We need to go somewhere else. Staying in the same place too long here is just asking for trouble, Wendy sighed. Lily and the others agreed. Wendy turned to leave when suddenly she realized something. Where's Belle? Wendy asked, forcing a smile. Lily turned around and couldn't believe what she saw. The white-haired boy was nowhere to be seen. Did Belle Dono accompany them? He hasn't been here since they arrived, Mikoto said. Yes, I wasn't here, Chigusa said. Mikoto and Chigusa's words confirmed the worst. Time seemed to stand still as everyone broke out in a cold sweat. They were completely surrounded by the noise of the Pleasure District. They could clearly hear the voices of the working women less than a block away. Wendy was speechless as all the color drained from Lily's face. It can't be, Wendy and Lily thought at the same time. Chapter 30, The Best Waifu. I hate this place, Belle muttered. Belle had been to the Pleasure District on several occasions. He had always aimed to find that mysterious girl, but he always ended up getting lost and finding nothing. Where am I? Thought Belle as he looked around to see if he recognized anything. All the buildings were completely different from the previous ones. Far Eastern design. Belle murmured. Many tall red doors were lined up along the road. Even the design on the pavement looked foreign. Wooden buildings with highly decorated white walls and red pillars were everywhere. Each one was 3 stories high and strikingly colorful. Tiles as thick as bricks covered the roofs of the buildings and the upper parts of the red doorways. This entire area was built in the same style. If I remember correctly, this is called the Red Zone, Belle murmured. The Red Zone, the lights weren't just red, they were bright. Of course, there were magic stone lamps all over the place, but there were also globe-shaped lanterns with lit candles inside hanging from the doorways. They cast soft lights on the men and women who passed beneath them. Belle looked ahead, admiring the blue flowers, when I saw something out of the corner of his eye. The first floor of one of the brothels. Several young women dressed in kimonos were lined up in a room that faced the street. With a large array of accessories, they called out to people on the street, trying to attract customers. There was a group of about 6 or 7 men standing outside, their eyes gliding over every inch of the girls, trying to find one who fit their fantasies. He continued walking forward, observing the mix of races lined up behind that wooden fence. He accidentally made eye contact with the girl sitting at the far end of the room. Her golden hair shone around green eyes. She was a beastman. The wide, round ears on top of her head and a thick tail the same color as her hair proved that. It was her, the girl he had been looking for the past few days. Belle stood there like an idiot staring at the golden-haired girl, who blushed at Belle's gaze. The white-haired man was grateful for his luck as he looked at the girl. Even among all the other girls and magnificent women, her beauty stood out. Dressed in a flowing red kimono, she sat behind the other working women. Belle remained completely silent, admiring those incredible green eyes. Vast as the night sky, they gazed at him with a pang of envy and longing, a desire to be on the other side of the wooden fence. Her lips parted without her looking away. A sad smile. The other women around her were laughing, teasing, and full of energy. But she was very different from them. Belle frowned, imagining what had probably happened to the girl. Well, if it isn't Belle. Belle snapped out of his trance when a hand touched his shoulder. When the white-haired man turned to see who was calling him, he saw a god with orange hair and eyes. Hermes, Belle said doubtfully. Haha, I thought it was you, Hermes said while giving a wide smile. Hermes was dressed in his usual traveler's clothes, except that now he had a feathered hat on his head and a small bag over his shoulder. Imagine finding yourself here. You've grown up so fast, Hermes River. More importantly, what are you doing here? What would his fee say if she found out? Belle said with a smile. At that moment, Hermes' face lost its color. I saw you looking through the gallery. Do you see anything you like? Hermes spoke quickly as he changed the subject. Want some tips on how to get a good one? Hermes asked with a smile. Belle simply shook his head. I'd like you to keep the fact that I was here a secret between us. Okay, Hermes said, forcing a smile. That will cost him, Belle said with a smile. If you don't say anything, I won't say anything, Hermes said. You're the one who loses, Kami-sama. Even if you get upset, you can't do much, Belle said with a smile. Damn lucky rabbits, how did he manage to have complete control over his family? Hermes cursed inwardly. Well, here, a parting gift, it's just the payment for your silence, Hermes said with a smile. Hermes opened his bag and rummaged through it. He then handed Belle a small bottle. It was about the size and shape of a chess piece. There was a thick red liquid moving inside. An aphrodisiac, Belle thought with a sigh. Then, Belle, I hope you enjoy your night as much as I enjoy mine. Hermes said with a small laugh. Belle sighed before turning to look again at the girl from before, but she was gone. A small grunt escaped Belle's lips. The white-haired man, having no other option, decided to keep walking. Completely focused on calming his rising anger, he left the Far East red light district behind and traveled through darker alleyways. He truly hated this place. They should sell maps of this area based on his opinion. As he turned a corner, a person came towards him from the other direction. He turned the corner with such force that he almost collided with the person. Careful. Belle managed not to hit the surprised woman and instead only grazed her shoulders. I'm sorry about that. Are you okay? Belle said in a calm tone. The first thing that greeted their eyes was a pair of long, beautifully sculpted legs. The lines and curves of the smooth muscle made their way to her hips. The woman wasn't wearing much clothing. She wore a purple band of fabric around her chest that somehow contained a cleavage large enough to rival Hestia's, but not quite as plunging as Wendy's. Her shoulders and stomach were completely exposed. As for her legs, they were covered by a sheer fabric no thicker than a veil. Her thighs, along with every other feature of those incredible legs, were clearly visible through it. The woman was barefoot. However, she had quite a few accessories, especially around her neck and wrists. Her loose black hair reached past her hips, an Amazon dressed as a ballerina. Of all the women I've seen today, she's easily one of the most attractive, Belle thought. The Amazon felt a chill run down her spine when she saw Belle. This is bad, very bad, thought the Amazon as she took a step back. Belle looked at the woman curiously. Her body was trembling violently. She's probably cold, Belle thought, but the woman was an Amazon and Amazons don't usually wear much clothing. Then what's the reason? The woman was also extremely flushed and her eyes wandered a lot towards him. A novice. The woman's expressions were extremely shy. The possibility that she was a novice prostitute was more than likely V. But there was something that ruled that out. Until a moment ago, she hadn't shown even a hint of shyness. As Belle looked the woman up and down, the Amazon felt utterly cornered. She wanted to flee, but her legs wouldn't move, and besides, her Amazonian nature prevented her. At that moment, something in Belle's mind clicked. Her once calm and kind gaze vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Amazon was trapped against the wall, and Belle had no escape. The white-haired man's hand exerted inhuman force on her neck, making it difficult for her to breathe. Why did you and your companions attack my inn? Belle asked, his tone of voice growing increasingly somber. The Amazon froze as she stared in horror into the white-haired man's eyes, feeling like a helpless animal in the gaze of a savage predator. Look, you low-class boor, answer me before my patience runs out, Belle growled angrily. "It was my goddess's order, I swear I didn't want to do it," the woman said with difficulty. Bel gave a small nod before increasing the force of his grip on the Amazon's neck. "Now tell me, which goddess must I destroy?" Bel asked. "Ishtar," the woman spoke with difficulty. Bel nodded before letting go of the woman. The Amazon fell to her knees while clutching her neck and breathing with difficulty. "Ishtar," Bel murmured as he clenched his fist. Her inn had been attacked, her goddess and companions were in danger, and Bel was extremely angry about it. Kali had already been reprimanded for it, but the other collaborator was still missing. Bel already suspected Ishtar because of the toad woman he had defeated. Loki had told him she was part of the Ishtar familia. Kali, for her part, remained silent, and Bel had no desire to make her talk. Bel hadn't retaliated since destroying a family because of the actions of a few went against his principles, but now that he knew that God was the one who gave the order, things changed. Just as Bel turned to walk away, he felt a hand grab his leg. When he turned to see who had grabbed him, he saw the Amazon from before. The Amazon, without getting up from the ground, clung to Bel's waist and hugged him tightly while pressing her face to Bel's crotch. "Huh," Bel murmured. The Amazon raised her gaze and saw Bel with a blush adorning his cheeks and small tears welling up in his eyes. "Please, make me your wife," begged the girl with teary eyes. At that moment, Bel's face lost all its color. Meanwhile, in the abode of the heroes, what the hell? Yelled a white-haired man with brown skin. "What?" said the man with the mustache as his eyes lit up with a red flash. Bel saw the Amazon with a blank face before slapping his face. It had to be an Amazon, Bel thought with a sigh. Amazons usually fell in love with an extremely strong man who had defeated them. Of course, these men also had to fit their personal tastes. For example, if a man defeated an Amazon but didn't fit her personal tastes, she would never fall in love with him. On the other hand, if she was defeated and her adversary fit her tastes, as long as he was the first, she would fall in love with that man in an almost obsessive way. Bel sighed deeply as he looked at the woman. This wasn't the first time he'd had trouble with Amazons in love, or rather, it was the second time. The first was in Marin. Flashback. In the port city of Marin, the sun shone with its usual intensity, the sky was clear, and a beautiful blue could be seen in it. Everything was beautiful except that the usual tranquility was missing. "Bel, dear, my love." The white-haired captain of the Hestia familia, whose name was Bellcranel, was running for his life. Behind him was a group of more than 30 Amazons. A great diversity of ages, hair and eye colors, and equally varied breast sizes were pursuing Bel. As far as he knew, the Amazons of the Kali familia spoke a language he didn't understand at all, but somehow they had learned to pronounce his name along with words and phrases like, "Darling, my love, give me a child, I love you." All of this, for some reason, sent a shiver down Bel's spine. The white-haired boy, while running, accidentally misstepped and fell face-first to the ground. At that moment, a huge avalanche of girls threw themselves on top of him. Many hands, lips, and breasts were being pressed onto every inch of the white-haired man. Bel felt his breath being cut short. There were at least 4 pairs of good-sized breasts blocking his airways and his vision. At that moment, Bel could see a light and a figure that he recognized perfectly. "Grandpa," Bel thought. An elderly man with tan skin, along with a gray beard and mustache, and who was wearing work overalls, leaned slightly towards Bel and extended a hand while smiling. "Bel, don't die yet, you still have a harem to expand," the old man spoke. Meanwhile, in the hero's abode, many women could be seen with incredulous faces, while the men shed quite a few tears. He died in the most macho way possible. "As good as the Bel. Some people are so lucky. Between you and me, those are some delicious chops you've got yourself." Just as Bel was about to leave the earthly world, a hand reached through the large crowd of women and grabbed the collar of his shirt. The Amazon Tiona grabbed Bel by the collar of his shirt and pulled him out from among all those Amazons, then hugged him protectively. Tiona gently stroked Bel's hair before letting go of him. "Run, I'll distract them," Tiona said with a small smile. Without wasting any time, Bel started running with all his might. As he turned a corner, he bumped into someone. "I'm sorry," Bel said as he extended his hand and bent down to help the person who had thrown the object. Upon closer inspection, Bel could see a woman with brown skin, sandy-colored hair, a good-sized chest, and who, for some reason, was wearing a school uniform or a sailor's suit. Bel knew that woman, Argana, thought Bel with great surprise. "Hey, you look where you're going," the Amazon said while pointing at Bel. Faced with the Amazon's accusations, Bel remained completely silent. Argana spoke while rolling her eyes as if trying to think of something. "That's it. It's your fault my bread fell, isn't it?" Argana said with mock annoyance. Just as Bel was about to apologize, he saw the Amazon put her hands to the top of her clothes and start sliding them down. "Take responsibility and have a child with me," Argana spoke as she fully exposed her shoulders and part of her chest, along with her probably practical shy look and a small blush. Bel had a slight nosebleed. Once Bel had recovered, he stared blankly at the Amazon. For better or worse, Bel spent the entire day running away and hiding from the Amazons. End of flashback. Returning to the present time, Bel was being restrained, no, pressed against the woman. Incredible physical strength and tenacity paired with overwhelming beauty. She was the physical embodiment of everything the Amazons are known for. Belle sighed deeply at the woman who was passionately embracing her. "Come on, just one night," the woman said as she buried Belle's face in her not inconsiderable breast. Belle rolled his eyes at this. How many times had he been told the same thing already? "What's more, you don't have to pay me, I'll pay you," the woman said in a seductive tone as she leaned close to Belle's ear. Belle sighed heavily. He wasn't as innocent as one might think. After all, he hadn't exactly had the most decent man for a grandfather. His grandfather had told him countless wonderful things about the Arario Pleasure District when he was just a child, not that he was an adult now, but you get the idea. Likewise, at 12 years old, he'd taken him for the first time behind his mother's back to a prostitute. His first sexual experience was at that age, and he had many more while accompanying his grandfather on his business trips. Even so, he wasn't a big fan of prostitutes. It wasn't that he had anything against them, it was just that he was a very jealous and possessive man. The idea of another man touching his woman disgusted him, and he also didn't much like the idea of touching where someone else had already been. Now that he thought about it, he'd always wanted a hair. He wanted many beautiful women to love him and be his, but he didn't want those women to have any other romantic relationships with anyone but him. That was quite hypocritical of him. Although the idea of having a relationship only with eyes wasn't entirely unappealing either. Belle shrugged at these thoughts, dismissing them as unimportant. Belle glanced at the woman clinging to him. Now that he thought about it, he had no idea where Ishtar's headquarters were. "Come on, Belle, use her, she wants you to. Use her as a tool to find out about Ishtar's weaknesses and then destroy that bitch." Belle heard a voice to his right. When he turned around, he saw a miniature figure of himself with horns and a devil's tail next to a red trident. The bad Belle or demon Belle made his presence known while whispering ideas to Belle. "Use her. It doesn't feel right to use a woman as a tool," Belle thought with a sigh. "What are you worried about? Give her a night or at least a few hours of you know what she wants," it laughed the mini Belle. "You have a point, but first let's hear what Angel Belle has to say," Belle thought with a smile. "Brother, in this situation I am Angel Belle," said the mini Belle. Belle rolled his eyes before noticing on his left shoulder a kind of monstrous red rabbit. What the hell? Belle thought with disgust at the rabbit-shaped atrocity on his left shoulder. "Make her lead you to her headquarters, then grape all the women, kill the men, and finally torture Ishtar until you tire of seeing her suffer, then return her to heaven," laughed the rabbit on Belle's left shoulder in a sinister voice. "I'll go with your proposal," Belle thought as he counted to see Angel Belle on his right shoulder. The Angel Belle smiled before disappearing in a small cloud of smoke, while the rabbit gave a small grunt before also disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Belle turned his gaze back to the Amazon woman who was rubbing her cheek against Belle's abdomen. What would Grandpa say in this situation? Belle thought with a small smile. In Belle's mind appeared the figure of an old man who raised both thumbs in approval while saying, "Take advantage of the bug." "I'd probably say that," Belle thought with a small laugh. Just as Belle was about to speak, he heard several footsteps behind him along with several voices. The harvest was dismal tonight. "Who is that, Aisha?" On either side of Belle, more beautiful, scantily clad women were approaching him. At that moment, Aisha stood up and embraced Belle possessively. Being Amazons, the newcomers' clothing was similar to Aisha's, though some were wearing even less. Belle, trapped in Aisha's embrace, could only see sun-kissed skin in every direction. "Hey, wait a minute, this human boy, isn't he that little rookie?" Suddenly, they all stopped moving. A breeze swept through the now silent alley. White hair, red eyes. "The one who defeated Jacinto in the war game. Who is the fastest adventurer to reach LV? 3. Belle could hear them whispering to each other with all his eyes glued to his head. The Amazons looked at him like a piece of fresh meat on a skewer. Well, almost all of them. 2 Amazons were a completely different story. One with black hair and orange clothing had a terrified look on her face as she tried to shrink herself. The same was true for a gray-haired Amazon who was equally terrified in Belle's presence. Belle remembered those two from the attack on his inn. A moment later, almost all of them approached Belle at the same time, until a strong one arrived. "Hey, I'll make sure you have a good time. Ignore these weaklings, come with me." An Amazon tsunami hit Belle. Shoulders, arms, clothes, hair, legs, his hands grabbed everything. At that moment, Belle's face went completely white. If you looked closely into his eyes, you could see many explosions, people screaming, and strange metal birds falling to the ground in flames. Memories of Vietnam, a hum of Marin came to Belle's mind. "I found him first, he's mine. No one else can have him," Aisha shouted as she pulled Belle closer to her chest. Aisha freed Belle from the frenzy of the other Amazons and held him tightly against her sturdy chest. Aisha was moving, spinning like a hurricane, the other hands let go one by one. Belle managed to look up, trying to ignore his predicament. Belle sighed deeply before easily freeing himself from Aisha. "Listen, you stupid boars, you already tied me up." On my knees, Belle shouted with his eyes bloodshot with rage. An instant later, the Amazons minus Aisha fell in perfect synchronicity to the ground. Since they all fell to the ground, it meant that none of them had a level higher than 3. Well, Aisha and the gray-haired Amazon had a level 3, but the gray-haired Amazon had a look of having abandoned the battle before it even started. Take me to that headquarters of theirs, Bell said as he pulled Aisha towards his body. Bell longed to see the face of the goddess he was about to destroy. That goddess wished she had never messed with him. As Bell walked with Aisha tightly clinging to his body, he gave a small smile before reaching for another Amazon's bra and pulling her towards him. You think I've forgotten your involvement in that incident? Bell whispered in the Amazon's ear. The gray-haired Amazon trembled like jelly. What's your name? I want to know the name of the woman who was involved in that distasteful incident, Bell said. Samira, the Amazon spoke with difficulty. Well, Samira, feel grateful, I'll bring you as my appetizer, Bell River. The Amazon couldn't help but tremble. She wasn't a novice in this district, but Bell made her feel like a small, defenseless animal, probably because he defeated her with a single blow once, and his current gaze and tone were very, very intimidating. Bell, for his part, was still upset about the incident. If it hadn't been for Otter, his goddess could have been hurt. No one except him had the slightest idea how he would punish the bastard who dared to cause even the smallest wound to his goddess's body. He was currently containing his rage by repeating to himself that neither his goddess nor his companions had been harmed. And besides, he had to follow the guild rules. But if they dared to harm his goddess or companions, he would completely disregard those rules and destroy the one responsible. To gather information, he was going to use those two Amazons who stood on either side of him, one with a look of pure joy and the other of utter terror. It was always better to have two versions of the same story. Bell turned to the group of Amazons still kneeling and spoke. They can move, Bell said before turning around again and continuing on his way. At that moment, the Amazons were able to move freely. Their previous emotions intensified even more. Those who had great excitement and arousal were now ecstatic, and a great heat took over their bodies when thinking of Belle. On the other hand, the girl with a somewhat small body and orange clothes, she for her part was full of fear and her body trembled too much. Belle continued walking for a while until he stopped in front of an extremely large building. Judging by the exterior and the number of scantily clad women around it, this was also a brothel the size of a palace. It looked as if it had come straight from a fairy tale set in some mystical desert, covered in pure gold leaf. An emblem appeared as Aisha brought Belle even closer to the circular structure. The body of a naked woman hidden by a veil, the symbol of prostitutes. Was this the base of operations for a family? Their headquarters, Belle wondered to himself. Another tug from Aisha and the three of them crossed the threshold of a large wooden door. The interior of the palace shone as brightly as the exterior. It bore an eerie resemblance to the interior of the Tower of Babel, except that the interior was open like a multi-layered donut. Men stood on every floor arm in arm with their chosen companions for the evening. Couples vanished into the rooms every second. Aisha guided Belle through the incredibly wide entrance. The atmosphere here was even more stifling than in the pleasure district. The mixture of obscene smells made Belle feel uneasy. This is our headquarters, babbly Aisha spoke. Belle nodded indifferently. Don't think it's just this building either. This whole area is our island, Ishtarsama's territory, Samira said. Belle nodded slightly. Brothels or casinos who would win in a battle of influence, thought Belle with a smile. Girls down there, why aren't you working? A high-pitched female voice called from upstairs. Belle, hearing the voice, looked up and saw what she saw. It was a beautiful figure that exuded temptation. Wearing almost nothing, her absolutely radiant tan skin was almost blinding. Her body was adorned with a multitude of gold trinkets, including a crown, earrings, a necklace, bracelets, anklets, and even some things that dangled extravagantly from her breasts. Her dark, almost purple hair hung down to her waist in several braids. Belle smiled as he looked directly at the woman. The woman smiled back, and after looking at her for a few moments, Belle turned to talk to Aisha as they discussed her room. At that moment, the woman was pleasantly surprised to see Belle talking normally with his companion. Belle, for her part, smiled broadly. Goddesses hate being ignored, even more so the goddesses of beauty. Someone had told her that once. You chose the wrong enemy, you cheap bitch, Belle thought. Now that Belle thought about it, why had the woman Ishtar scolded her companions, telling them to go to work? The way Belle was bringing them along, it must have been more than obvious that they were with him. Belle turned around to look behind him where he saw a large number of Amazons who greeted him timidly. They had followed them here. Belle sighed heavily at this. The three of them passed several more women who were wearing dresses so transparent that they were see-through. Aisha called out to them and Belle smiled at this. His companion must have a very high rank in the family. Aisha exchanged a few words with the women. The next thing Belle knew, he was being led to the third floor. The staircase opened onto a wide, highly decorated hallway. Aisha let go of Belle and stepped forward a little before opening the doors. Belle entered the room, still with Samira to his right. Once inside, Aisha quickly closed the doors before approaching Belle. Belle was practically thrown onto a sofa covered with a velvet sheet. There were several of these sofas scattered around the room, but hardly anyone was there. The only light came from a magic stone lamp on the low table and a few candles on the wall. There was also a strange smell in the air, high-quality perfume. "That's aromatic musk," Aisha said with a smile as she watched Belle sniff everything around him. The rest of the women who had sneaked in ran around the room, grabbing any chair they could find and sat in a circle around Belle. Belle could see another man across the room. He was standing at a counter in front of another woman wearing one of those see-through dresses. She must be serving drinks or at least some kind of alcohol. "Bring me a drink, better make it 3. Now bring me a few bottles," Belle said to an Amazon who nodded several times before running off. "All the rooms are in use right now, so let's relax here for the time being," Aisha said with a smile. Belle nodded as he sank into the sofa. He stretched out both arms and instantly Aisha lay down on his right side and rested her head on Belle's chest. "Or we could start right now if you'd like," Aisha said in a seductive tone. "I asked to be second." "Aisha, just let me try something." All eyes of the Amazons were on Belle, and none of them hesitated to show their interest in the white-haired man as they took turns. "No thanks," Belle said, looking at the ceiling. Belle didn't feel like playing with the other Amazons at this moment. At that moment, Samira, who was still fearful, almost forced herself to take the same position as Aisha on the other side of Belle. "Of course, if you want to do it your way, fine by me. Here in bed, I'll take you anywhere, anytime," Aisha said as she kissed Belle's neck. Belle sighed before feeling mild joy when an Amazon returned with several drinks. Belle took a while to take with some difficulty a glass of liquor before bringing it to his lips. As Belle calmly sipped his drink, many voices echoed throughout the place. At that moment, Belle slammed his foot against the ground with enough force to create a loud noise but not enough to break the floor. "Listen, I decide who to take, not you. Shut up and maybe I'll take a third one," Belle said seriously. Belle personally wasn't very attracted to the personalities of the Amazons. Or rather, not to these particular Amazons who treated him like a prime piece of meat. Because they can't be like Tiona, Belle thought with a sigh. Belle was too distracted thinking about an Amazon with a radiant personality and extremely attractive in his eyes to notice that Aisha had looked up and away from him. The circle followed suit. Each of the Amazons looked in the same direction, a mixture of worry and fear on their faces. It was at that moment that Belle snapped out of his thoughts and realized that something strange was happening. Many of the footsteps were heading in this direction. "What do we do, Aisha? Freyne is coming." Another Amazon opened the double doors and entered the room. Every pair of eyes in this room immediately fixed on the look of despair on her face. Belle knew that name. It was that hideous frog woman. "Come here, hide now." Two Amazons ran behind the sofa and pulled Belle away, hiding him. Boom. The doors came off their hinges. The Amazons closest to the door retreated to protect themselves. He was just as surprised as they were. "I smell a young man." With her nostrils flared and taking a deep breath, she appeared. "I won't describe her, how disgusting." "Jejejejej, so you found a man, Aisha," laughed the frog woman. The grotesque woman, if she could be called that, went through the open door into the waiting room. "Why are you here, Freyne?" Aisha asked, annoyed. "A little bird told me you'd found a delicious little one. So I had to see for myself," the woman laughed. "So show me," said the frog woman with a little more force. Then he started walking straight toward Aisha. There were sofas and tables in his path, but he didn't even stop. He pushed his way through them without even slowing down. Belle, who was lying on the back of the sofa with two Amazons on top of him who were trembling with fear, sighed as he pulled them both off. Belle had lost count of how many times he'd sighed in just 1 hour. "Gggggggh." Laughing like the croaking of a frog, the woman approached Aisha. Rising up, Aisha led the Amazons as one to block her path. "Let me have some fun, Aisha. I'll pay you back," laughed the Amazon. "Who do you think I am? I got him. He's my man. Get yourself one," Aisha growled. Aisha did not back down from Freyne. In fact, she looked ready to fight, nor was it just her. Her entire circle of followers stood up, tensing their muscles as if they wanted to knock her down. "All the men I've been with recently couldn't entertain me. I was bored out of my mind, so why won't you let me?" laughed the frog woman. "Go back to your lair. I can't count how many men you've wasted. You won't get mine," shouted an Amazon. At that moment, Aisha turned to look at the Amazon with a "what do you mean, mine?" expression. The Amazon, for her part, apologized with a sorry. "So now beauty is a sin. It's not my fault that no other woman is up to par. Ishtar-sama is approaching, but I'm out of her reach," the toad woman laughed. "Is she serious?" Belle thought as he felt nauseous. "It's your fault the adventurers don't come near this place. Catching the good ones takes time and energy. Read the writing on the wall," Toad snarled an Amazon. "Ooh, jealousy, how scary. It just so happens that I'm the perfect complement to beauty and power, you miserable vermin." Freyne River. Belle thought with a laugh. "Gah hhh, how useless. I'll take him by force. We are proud Amazons. We take any man we deem suitable. Isn't that right, Aisha?" Freyne River. Aisha remained silent at this. "Why don't we fix things our way, or are you scaredy?" Freyne laughed. "Go ahead, Toad," Aisha said seriously. At that moment, Belle peeked his head out from behind the sofa with a smile. Belle easily returned to his previous position, sitting down on the sofa. All the Amazons stared at Belle with wide eyes, and although none of them noticed, Freyne took a couple of steps back. "If it's not too much trouble, could you leave?" Bell laughed as he waved his hand. Frine grunted as she took another step back. You know, it's insulting that you want to hurt my companion. If you hurt her, how am I going to enjoy her? Bell said with a smile. At that moment, a deep blush appeared on Aisha's cheeks. If you want to fight, come on, or are you scaredy? Bell said with a laugh while waving his hand. Frine grunted as she took another step back. None of the Amazons could believe what they were seeing. Someone was forcing Frine back. You're a very funny woman calling yourself beautiful, beautiful Aisha. You're a horrible, miserable toad, Bell said with a wide smile. At that moment, Frine growled as she clenched her fist tightly. And you were seriously planning on trying something with me with that hideous face? I mean, you're so hideous and your voice is so unpleasant that it wouldn't excite a man even if you were blind and deaf, Bell said before letting out a big laugh. At Bell's last statement, everyone except Frine in the room couldn't contain their laughter. The frog woman facing the smiling Bell launched herself at him while extending her fist. All the Amazons in the room were terrified by this. The sound of a powerful blow filled the place. Everyone in the room watched in amazement what had just happened. Without getting up from the sofa, Bell kicked Frine as soon as she entered his attack range. The toad woman was now lying on the floor with Bell's foot buried in her face. Without wasting any time, Bell kicked the woman in the stomach and sent her flying to the other side of the room. Now my shoe has his disgusting blood on it, Bell grumbled. Bell turned to look at an Amazon before speaking. Hey, you, take off my shoes, Bell said. The Amazon, who was in complete shock, jumped at Bell's voice and gave a slight nod before removing Bell's shoes. The next instant, a new pair appeared on Bell's feet in a swirling blue breeze. A room on the top floor has just been vacated. It's already been completely cleaned, a male voice said. Bell nodded before starting to walk while Aisha and Samira followed him. Hey, that's not a luxury room, an Amazon whispered in the ear of the man who had given Bell a key. You'd give that guy a cheap one, the man said, clearly afraid. Good point, said the Amazon as she looked at the frog woman. Bell arrived at a very spacious room with a bed that could easily fit 5 people. Without wasting any time, Bell's 2 companions undressed. Warning: the following content contains images and descriptions related to adult and strong themes. Bell emerged from the room where he had been locked up for a couple of hours with a small yawn. He stretched his body while repeating to himself the information he had obtained. He had spent almost 6 full hours with his 2 companions in that room, although he did not begin to interrogate them until half an hour later, and had obtained extremely valuable information. I already knew the name of that golden-haired girl and her exact location where she should be right now. Bell set out to meet the girl whose gaze practically begged for someone to save her. The white-haired man spun around before starting to walk, only to stop after barely taking a step. There were only about 10 steps of Bell's space and an immense group of Amazons. Each pair of eyes burned with enough ferocity to cook an egg. One of them licked her lips. The first one to reach it gets to keep it. That was the sign. All the Amazons, along with Bell, started running as a chase began. A group of nearly 100 Amazons ran behind Bell. Why do the Amazons always chase me? Bell thought as tears streamed down her face. Everything was in slow motion, the footsteps, the screams, the sound of furniture being crushed. Seconds felt like hours. The night sky outside the window beckoned Bell. Keeping his eyes open, Bell kicked the floor and made his way through a glass window. The next instant, he was outside in the air. A life-or-death race was now underway. The Amazons were on the hunt. Still suspended in the air, Bell felt a large amount of sweat flood his back. There was no need to look. Bell knew the Amazons were following him. He could sense their presence before he heard them on the ground below. Worse still, the wall collapsed behind them. Fragments of glass and rocks rained down on the street below. At that moment, Bell landed on the ground before starting to run again. The magic stone lamps flashed across his line of sight as he ran down the alley. The men and women clung to the walls, their eyes wide as they watched them coming. A working woman jumped out of the way at the last moment. Behind him, don't let him escape. At that moment, Bell forgot his more than sufficient abilities to deal with all of them, and he devoted himself to running. He went that way, down 5th Street, a white-headed adventurer. Bell finally gained some distance, his instincts urging him to move further away. He barely noticed the change in the surrounding buildings. The stone buildings of the Pleasure District gave way to the tiled roofs of the Red Light District. Many lights were blinking at street level. The Pleasure District was still busy. I could lose them there, Bell thought. He jumped toward the deck of people on the opposite block but felt the air pressure of a boomerang approaching right toward his head. A dagger appeared in his hand by pure reflex and he deflected the weapon, but now his momentum took him in a different direction. He was heading straight for the largest brothel in the Red Light District, right off the main street. And through a second-floor window, portable, foldable paper dividers called shaoji stood as barriers between the rooms, at least until a second ago. Bell flew through them, falling across the room and into a wooden corridor. The woman inside was genuinely shocked. Her male partner fainted the moment I flew over. The interior of this brothel was like the exterior, decorated in the style of the Far East. Sliding doors called fusuma, decorated with gold leaf, separated the individual rooms from the hallway. Red pillars and handrails began to appear and disappear from view from time to time as he kept moving. I have to find a hiding place, thought Belle, gasping for breath. Belle reached the 5th floor and looked both ways down the hallway. Compared to all the commotion in the other sections, it was strangely quiet here. Stay still. A voice came from the other end of the hallway, but this was the end. There was no more corridor on either side, so Belle quickly opened the nearest sliding door and stepped inside. Belle quickly closed the door and breathed heavily as quietly as he could. The room was quite dark. Belle walked deeper into the dark room, his left hand on the wall for guidance. Wait a minute, there's light coming from the other side of that fusuma, thought Belle. Belle took a quick look over his shoulder to make sure he wasn't being followed, and when he saw that there was no one there, he sighed and went into the room. So, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, master. A beastman was sitting on her knees on the other side of the room. Long, shiny golden hair with a matching tail and wide ears on top of its head. Upon seeing the girl, Belle brought his right hand to his face while laughing. He had completely forgotten his goal when he began to be pursued and ran aimlessly, but somehow he had ended up here in the place he wanted. What a small world, thought Belle with a small laugh. Belle relaxed before seeing the girl. He couldn't take his eyes off the fox ears on top of her head. The girl leaned forward in her seated position, with 3 fingers extended in front of her on the far eastern bamboo mats tatami. She slowly raised her face. I will accompany you tonight. Please address this humble servant as Haruheim, the girl said. That last part confirmed everything. That was the same name Aisha had given Belle when he asked about a golden-haired Renart. This way, master, the girl said. The girl gestured behind her without getting up. Her golden fox tail swung back and forth on the tatami. She stood up and in a silent, swift movement took Belle's hand before gently leading him inside. They passed through another set of golden sliding doors and into another room. A futon was set up on the floor. Is something wrong? The girl asked. Belle was going to speak and tell her that he hadn't come to use her if she didn't want to talk to him. Unfortunately, Belle's plans went to hell when he tripped and fell on top of the girl on the futon. Belle heard a cute moan of pain next to his ear. The words wouldn't come out. She was close enough for Belle to feel her breath on his face. We both stood there looking into each other's eyes. The girl's cheeks were getting redder and redder with each passing moment. A magic stone lamp beside the pillows illuminated the right side of her face. She was beautiful, stunningly beautiful. She had the aura of a beautiful young maiden. She wasn't even wearing makeup and she was incredibly beautiful. But there was something about that girl that bothered Belle. Her eyes, not her gaze, were empty and conveyed sadness. Women were more beautiful when they were happy. Belle had forgotten how many times his grandfather had told him that. And this beautiful woman was absolutely sad. Her beautiful eyes should be filled with happiness, not sadness. I, Haruheim, will guide you tonight, the girl said. Her eyes changed. It was as if she were determined, but Belle didn't know if she could. Sitting down, she began to loosen her clothes. Should I stop this or let it continue? Belle thought. I untangled the thick belt of her kimono. Different sections of the red fabric fell from her body. In a very short time, only a thin layer remained, practically underwear. The sight made Belle blush. Not even the naked bodies of Aisha and Samira had managed to do that, nor even when he had made both Amazons have Yuri scenes for him. They hadn't managed to make him blush as much as Haruheim was doing. Please calm down, master. Trust this Haruheim with everything. Haruheim spoke. Her pink thighs glistened before Belle's eyes, though that was nothing compared to her full, curvaceous breasts. That kimono concealed them incredibly well. A look of determination took hold of her face as she lifted her leg and hugged him just like Aisha. I couldn't move. I will give you my services, master, Haruheim said with difficulty. A tremor erupted through her ears and down her spine as her hands gripped Belle's shirt. Haruheim unbuttoned the top of her shirt. At that moment, the almost naked girl froze in place. Its tail shot out and its ears perked up. Its eyes were fixed on my chest. Master, you have such a beautiful collarbone, Haruheim said, blushing deeply. Belle raised an eyebrow at the girl's words, not understanding. Collarbone, Belle thought. This was the first time a woman had praised his collarbone. They had complimented his hair, his eyes, and even recently 2 Amazons had praised the size of his mini-Belle. Haruheim's eyes rolled in her head and she subsequently collapsed on top of Belle with a thud. Belle was startled by this and moved slightly, letting the girl's body fall onto the futon next to him. What the hell just happened? Belle asked himself. My sincerest apologies. Renart, still blushing, bowed her head. Belle laughed nervously at the girl's apologies. Strangely, she reminded him of Mikoto, probably because they were from the same place. At this moment, Belle wondered to himself if a girl who fainted just at the sight of a man's collarbone had actually worked as a prostitute. As long as no man has abused her body while she was unconscious, she is probably a virgin. Currently, both were fully dressed once again. Haruheim was sitting on her knees and leaning forward as deeply as possible. So it's all just a serious misunderstanding, Haruheim said, clearly embarrassed. Belle just laughed while scratching the back of his neck. I found it strange that my designated client hadn't arrived yet, Haruheim said. Finally, I lifted my head. Those beautiful green eyes were trembling with embarrassment. It might be too late for proper introductions, but I'm Haruheim. How should I address you? Haruheim said, blushing slightly. Oh yes, I'm bellcranel, Bell said with a smile. Well then, Cranel-sama, if you're not my client, why are you here? Haruheim asked. At that moment, Bell began to think about what he should say. Saying that he had followed Mikoto was a good idea, but later. Bell completely removed the part about Aisha and simply said that he was chased by Amazons to this place. You've experienced quite a turbulent afternoon, Haruheim said ruefully. Bell gave a nervous laugh in response. The Amazons who are chasing you, was one of them named Aisha by any chance? Haruheim asked. Do you know her? Bell asked with feigned surprise. Obviously he knew her. Aisha had told him about Haruheim. Yes, Aisha-sama has been very kind to me, Haruheim said with a small smile. I'd say passionate, Bell thought with a small laugh. I have a proposal. Once our time together comes to an end, I'll guide you to the safest escape route. It's highly unlikely you'll be discovered if you remain hidden in this room until dawn, Haruheim said. Are you sure? Bell asked. Yes. Maybe for just one night, but I, Haruheim, would like to lend you my help, Cranel-sama, Haruheim said with a smile. Bell smiled. As embarrassing as it may be, I have a request for you, Haruheim said with a blush. Bell raised an eyebrow as he waited to see what the girl would say. Can we talk until the appointed time arrives? The girl said while joining both hands in a supplication. I shouldn't have many visitors who aren't customers, Bell thought, forcing a smile before nodding. Thank you so much. Haruheim exclaimed with great joy, beaming from ear to ear as her fox tail wagged happily from side to side. After the two of them got comfortable, they began their conversation. Where do you come from, Cranel-sama? Haruheim asked. I come from the north of Arario, from a small valley behind the mountains, Bell said. News break. I'm too lazy to include the whole conversation. It's the same one everyone already knows. Besides, Haruheim's story makes me sad, and since I don't want to cry, I won't include it. But I will include Bell and Haruheim's hero talk, which is very beautiful. End of news break. The conversation between the two quickly became one-sided, with Haruheim telling her life story and Bell giving small nods. I always wanted to come to the mainland, being from an island nation. So my wish came true from a certain point of view, Haruheim said, quickly changing the subject upon seeing Bell's clear annoyance at his fateful destiny. A fake smile. Bell hated those smiles, especially if they hid great pain like Haruheim's smile. It may not be the best of circumstances, but my new sisters take very good care of me, Haruheim said as she tried to convince Bell that everything was fine. Bell remained silent as he considered all his options. There's also the fact that many stories from this city have reached the Far East. Arario has always been appealing to me, Haruheim said with a slightly more genuine smile. Are you talking about Dungeon Oratory? Bell asked. That's the one, Haruheim said with a smile. Dungeon Oratory. It was a collection of stories that Bell received from his grandfather. It was practically his Bible growing up. He documented in great detail the journeys and deeds of many heroes in a Dungeon Oratory is fascinating, but the story I remember most was about a group of brave knights from different countries joining forces in search of the Holy Grail, Haruheim said with a smile. Isn't that the Adventures of Garland, where the queen was ill and only water purified by the Grail could cure her? Bell said with a smile. Do you know it? Then what about the story of a spirit trapped in a lamp and the young magician? Haruheim asked with great excitement, if I remember correctly. Aladdin the magician, Bell replied with a smile. Yes, Haruheim exclaimed enthusiastically. Bell smiled broadly at the girl's change of mood. It was the first time her smile had been genuine and there was happiness in her eyes. Don't tell me you like legends and fairy tales. Bell asked with a smile. I absolutely adore them. They were the only way I could learn about the outside world when I still lived in the mansion. Haruheim said with a smile. Durandal the Lost, Our Song of Anu, The Legend of St. Giorgio, and more. Haruheim knew quite a few unusual stories. Even if Bell didn't, he had the right to judge. I doubt any of the other prostitutes know any of those stories. This might be the first time I've been able to talk about it in years, Bell thought with a smile. Bell could only smile openly at the excited and cheerful girl. That's how a girl's eyes should be, bright and full of joy. If Haruheim was beautiful, the joy she now exuded increased her beauty tenfold, not 100-fold. I truly admire the knight who sang of love to his queen, even though they both knew their dreams would never come true, Haruheim said with a small sigh. I think the jousting scenes in Sir Laszlo are much more impressive, Bell said. Cranel-sama, are you familiar with the story of Snow White? Haruheim asked. I know nothing but stories of heroes, Rio, Bell nervously. Bell could keep the conversation going about hero stories. He knew many, but Haruheim also knew a lot about this subject, being almost on par with Bell. However, Haruheim knew more than Bell when it came to other kinds of stories, such as princess stories. So Haruheim, what's your favorite story? Bell asked with a smile. It's hard to choose, but the one that has left a lasting impression on me was about a princess who was saved from a demon by a young, nameless warrior. It's one of the oldest stories from the Far East, Haruheim said with a small longing. Bell smiled at Haruheim's response. There was a time when I too wanted my own hero to take me somewhere far away, like in the pages of the book, Haruheim said with a hint of sadness. At that moment, Belle's smile vanished completely. But that was the foolish dream of a girl lost in fairy tales. No hero would come for someone as humble as me, Haruheim said sadly. And who decided that? Belle asked with a smile. Escanner-sama, the powerful lion of pride from the story of the seven sins, Haruheim said with a smile as her tail swung from side to side. Seeing that the girl had understood the reference, Belle winked at her. Belle had managed to bring the girl's mood back with a single sentence, but unfortunately it faded away again. I'm sure the heroes you speak of had the same kind soul as you, Cranel-sama. However, I am neither a beautiful queen nor a damsel in imminent danger, Haruheim said regretfully. At that moment, Belle frowned. I'm a prostitute, Haruheim said with a smile. And that's why, Belle said, annoyed. Haruheim was pleasantly surprised by Belle's words. Although I have no experience yet, I have given my body to many men, Haruheim said with shame. So, Belle asked, it wasn't my destiny to wait for true love like a pure flower. In my story, money comes first, Haruheim said ruefully. You just said something very true, Belle said with a smile. At that moment, Haruheim's ears drooped over her head while a sad expression washed over her. Why would the heroes want to save someone as filthy as me? Haruheim said ruefully. Prostitutes are the downfall of heroes. You probably already know that, Haruheim said, turning her gaze away. Fortunately, I'm not a hero, Belle said with a smile. I haven't had the right to enter the world of fairy tales and heroes since the day I learned what had become of me. Dreams and desires are meaningless. I'm not allowed to have them, Haruheim said, ignoring Belle's words. Belle, for his part, smiled broadly. As you said in your story, money takes priority, and as I said, I'm no hero, Belle said. Haruheim felt a lot of sadness at that moment. I'm just an idiot with a lot of money, Belle River. Haruheim said in amazement. Tell me, how much money do you think Ishtar will ask me for your redemption? Belle asked with a smile. Cranel-sama wouldn't think, Haruheim said as she looked at Belle. Like I told you, I'm an idiot who doesn't know what to spend his money on. Is there a girl around here who wants to leave this place? Belle said with a smile. Cranel-sama, Ishtar-sama will never let me go, Haruheim said sadly. You stay calm, I'm nervous, everything will be fine, Belle said. That's Jake, stop using hero quotes to cheer me up, Haruheim said with a small laugh. Belle stood up and extended his hand. Tell me, do you want to leave this place? Belle asked with a smile. I'm just a prostitute, Haruheim said, looking away. I didn't ask you that, Belle said before taking Haruheim's hand and helping her to her feet. Look, Haruheim, I'm an idiot, stubborn and rich kid. Maybe I'm not a hero, but I'll get you out of here the legally way, and if I can't, I'll destroy the entire pleasure district and take you with me. But one way or another, I'll get you out of here, Belle said with a smile. Haruheim brought both hands to her mouth and covered it as small tears escaped from her eyes. The boy's words in front of her were empty, they had no basis whatsoever, but for some reason they made Haruheim extremely happy. Don't cry anymore, you're more beautiful when you're happy, Belle said as he hugged Haruheim and allowed her to cry on his shoulder. Now just be strong and wait for my return, Belle said before pulling away from Haruheim's embrace. Belle didn't take long to leave the room, and when he stepped out the window and saw the sunlight, he knew immediately that a big scolding awaited him at home. Chapter 31. Battle of Words. So, let's listen to it, Hestia said, a dark aura surrounding her. I'm innocent, Belle shouted. In a room of the chimney mansion which had been modified to resemble a courtroom, Belle, who was wearing black striped clothing, could be seen sitting a few meters from a platform where Hestia was seated. To Belle's left was also Lily dressed in formal attire. Your Honor, the evidence is clear. Bellcranel is completely guilty, Lily spoke harshly. Hestia nodded as she fiercely hammered a wooden mallet on her desk. On the other hand, to Belle's right, a few meters away, sat a jury composed of Ermid, Cassandra, Daphne, and Naza, seated on benches. This is ridiculous, I don't even have a lawyer, Belle shouted. Silence, Hestia screamed. Mr. Cranel, refrain from shouting or we will accuse you of contempt in court, Lily said. The judge and the opposing lawyer are totally against me, at least the jury is impartial, Belle thought, tears streaming down her face. The reason Belle was brought to trial was because he had returned from the pleasure district just half an hour earlier. His return that morning, smelling of alcohol, hex, and musk, provided enough evidence to warrant his prosecution. Since the accused cannot present evidence of his innocence, he will be condemned to the maximum punishment, Hestia spoke harshly. Belle, who was crying waterfalls of tears, could not defend himself. Objection, Your Honor. Belle, like everyone else, turned to look at a blonde man who was wearing a very elegant suit and carrying a briefcase. I'm sorry I'm late, I will defend this half-breed, Gilgamesh said as he approached Belle. Belle looked at the blonde man with a glimmer of hope. This court has already reached a verdict, it's unheard of. Hestia cried. What verdict or anything, the noble jury hasn't had time to speak, Gilgamesh spoke harshly as the four girls acting as the jury nodded. Gilgamesh slammed his fist on the table before sharpening his gaze, then pointed at Hestia. I accuse that judge of clear favoritism towards the opposing side, his feelings are clearly clouding his judgment. I will not accept any verdict from that judge, Gilgamesh said harshly. That's ridiculous, Hestia shouted. Noble jury, what do you say? Gilgamesh asked as he turned to look at the jury and completely ignored Hestia. Hestia-sama certainly has a clear misplacement of priorities, Daphne said. Hestia-sama has handled everything herself. She hasn't allowed anyone else to speak except Lily, Cassandra said timidly. A change of judge is the most appropriate thing in this situation, Ermid said. I support Ermid's idea. A new judge is needed to reach a completely fair verdict, Naza said, narrowing his eyes. Wait a minute, I am the goddess of this family. These kinds of things are my responsibility, Hestia shouted. Goddess or not, with her judgment clouded she can do absolutely nothing, Gilgamesh shouted. Hestia growled when she saw that the jury supported Gilgamesh's idea. After a short break, Hestia moved to the opposing side alongside Lily, while Wendy was selected as the judge. My esteemed half-breed does not deny having spent the night in the pleasure district, and admits to having spent his time with several women, Gilgamesh spoke. The jury and judge gave a joint agreement while Hestia growled. But my noble lordship, my half-breed client, aren't you entirely free to spend your time as you please? If you wish to spend time with a prostitute, you have every right to do so, Gilgamesh spoke in a wise voice. Objection, that behavior is improper, shouted Lily. Right or wrong, there's no rule against it, Gilgamesh said with a smile. Hestia growled at this. Noble jury, if you allow my half-breed client to be sentenced for enjoying his freedom, what will happen next? That goddess has a clear misplacement of priorities. If bellcranel is sentenced, what will happen next? Think about that, Gilgamesh spoke. What did the jury decide? Wendy asked with clear disinterest. Innocent, the four of them said together. Certainly bellcranel spent his time with a prostitute, but beyond that he didn't commit any crime, Cassandra said timidly. Wendy sighed heavily before speaking. The redhead turned her gaze to the sheet that was the punishment Hestia wanted to impose on Bell. Bellcranel is strictly forbidden from any interaction with any woman other than his family's goddess. His room will be shared with his goddess so that she can keep an eye on him. This punishment has an indefinite period of time. What kind of sentence is this? Wendy thought with a big sigh. I declare bellcranel innocent, Wendy said as she banged her wooden gavel on her desk. Bell and Gilgamesh celebrated having won the case, while Hestia sighed in defeat. I told you, Hestia-sama, there was no way this was going to work, Lily said with a sigh. Everything was going well, grumbled Hestia. I'm surprised that Bell-sama allowed himself to be taken to court when he has complete control of the family. Possibly he felt guilty too, Lily said with a small laugh. Hestia snorted in response. Anyway, I'll help her so our deal is still on, Lily said with a smile. Hestia nodded with an emo aura. My sincerest apologies, Bell Dono, Mikoto said. As soon as the trial ended, Mikoto approached Bell to apologize. Don't apologize, I certainly went there following you, but I was the one who decided to stay, Bell said with a smile. Mikoto blushed slightly at Bell's words. Oh yes, Mikoto-san, why did you and Chigusa go to the pleasure district in the first place? Bell asked. That was something Bell hadn't understood. We heard there was a prostitute living in the pleasure district who looked like someone from my homeland. We went there to look for her, Mikoto said. Bell nodded as he thought about Haruheim. What are the chances that she knows Haruheim? The world can't be that small, Bell thought before speaking. Hey, by any chance do you know an aristocrat named Haruheim? Bell asked with a smile. How do you know that name? Mikoto asked in total shock. What a small world, Bell thought with a sigh. Bell proceeded to explain everything that happened to him in the pleasure district, omitting the hex parts. You had a very hectic afternoon, Anna said, forcing a smile. Bell nodded. Bell donated what he said was possible, freeing Haruheim only by paying. Mikoto spoke alludingly. If it's normal, it's like buying a person. Prices range from 2 million to 100 million. I don't think they cost more depending on the level, race, and a long etc. A price is determined, Bell said. Everyone in the room nodded. On the other hand, Aisha said that Haruheim has a curious magic that may make her purchase difficult, Bell said. Mikoto lowered her gaze at this. Don't worry, I have a plan. I also plan to get information from Ishtar, Bell said with a smile. Bell's words brought hope back into Mikoto's eyes. Well, I'm going to take a bath, then I'll see about Haruheim, Bell said as he turned his back on the group. Several hours had passed since the trial. After resting for a while, Bell decided to head towards the Pink District. As he walked, he was stopped by a cheerful, smiling Catman who asked Bell for a favor. White hair, do your best for us, Naya. I'm sorry about this, Adventurer-kun. Anya the Catman had caught Bell's attention as she walked past the Lady of Abundance. She asked for his help repairing the leaky roof of a nearby building. Anya and one of her human co-workers, Lunwar, spoke to Bell as he climbed a ladder to fix the problem. This saves us a lot of time, Adventurer-kun, Lunwar said with a smile. Another Catman named Chloe appeared alongside Lunwar while Bell was working. Once you're done with that, Naya, I'll give you my panties as thanks, Naya, Chloe said with her typical lascivious smile. A reasonable price, Bell said, returning Chloe's smile. Catman Chloe, for her part, had not expected that kind of response at all, blushing quite a bit while laughing slightly. While Bell worked, a fourth person, the elf Ryu, approached from behind the first three and struck them all on the back of their heads with a swift movement. They all winced in unison. Bel completely ignored the girl's interaction and continued with his work. The first thing Bel had to do was pry up the rotten wood with the back of a hammer and then slide in fresh plywood before nailing everything in place. I haven't done any of this since I lived with my grandfather, Bel thought. Bel momentarily admired his work while recalling old memories before going down the stairs where the others were waiting for him. Thank you for your hard work, Cranel-san. I apologize on behalf of my colleagues, Ryu said, taking time out of your busy schedule to fix our roof. I'm sorry, Bel-san, Sir said with a small bow. It's nothing anyway. What I'm going to do today is until a few hours from now, Bel said. What are you going to do today? Sir asked with a smile. She was truly curious. Several days had passed since Bel had gone to the dungeon, which made her curious. Just as Bel was about to speak, he abruptly closed his mouth. He had learned that mentioning a brothel in front of certain women could have serious consequences. Various business matters, they're very boring things to mention, Bel said with a smile. Sir smiled back at Bel because he had been doing a lot of bureaucratic work lately. She completely believed what Bel said. Cranel-san, if you have time, please have lunch at our cafe, Ryu said. Are you sure? Bel asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, you repaired our roof, so I'm sure Mamma Mia will allow it, Ryu said. If that's the case, I gladly accept, Bel said with a smile. After having lunch at the Lady of Plenty, Bel headed back to the pleasure district. Walking at a leisurely pace and with a somewhat arrogant look, he arrived at the pleasure district. As it was still daytime, there was hardly any activity in the streets, or rather, there were no prostitutes offering their services. Without having walked far, Bel arrived at the gates of the Ishtar family headquarters. Without a doubt, it was easier to move around these kinds of places during the day. I want to see your goddess, Bel said, smiling arrogantly. One of the guards nodded as she entered to deliver a message. After a few minutes, Bel was allowed to pass. Bel had wiped out Ishtar's elite forces twice, so the goddess couldn't afford to anger the white-haired man, especially when he was at her doorstep, so denying him entry was something Ishtar couldn't do. Bel walked with a slow and steady pace with an aura of total confidence and superiority. When adventurers entered the dungeon, they prepared themselves with extremely expensive weapons and armor to face those dangers. In this case, it was the same. Bel had to prepare properly to win the negotiations before they began. Shoes worth 11. 2 million volleys, a black suit worth 72. 8 million volleys, a watch which was on his right wrist, worth 18. 4 million volleys and 2 gold rings on his middle and index fingers of his right hand, each costing 1 million volleys. These extremely expensive items were currently Bel's armor and weapons in this word battle. With her clothes clean and without any wrinkles, her hair perfectly styled, and her shoes clean and shiny, Bel arrived at Ishtar's room. The first thing Bel saw was a brown-skinned man who opened the door for him. Bel was led to a sofa in front of the goddess of beauty. The man promptly offered Bel a drink, which was inside an extremely beautiful bottle, one of the best liquors in all of Arario. Ishtar, like Bel, was quick to show off her wealth by offering Bel a bottle of liquor that cost more than 10 million. The two most powerful figures in Arario's training, each controlling one of Arario's richest businesses, bellcranel the casinos and Ishtar the brothels. Neither could falter in the slightest detail. It would be a blow to their reputation not to display absolute wealth and power against their equal. Bel brought his glass of liquor to his lips and drank its contents in one gulp. This was not the first time he had tasted that liquor. To what do I owe your visit? Ishtar asked, smiling. Refrain from using your charm, it won't do you any good, Bel said, smiling. Ishtar growled inwardly when she saw that the man in front of her was not suffering the slightest effect from her charm. Yesterday your Amazons gave me a picturesque afternoon, Bel said with a smile. I deeply apologize if I offended you, Ishtar said, though without bowing her head even an inch. Ishtar wasn't stupid. She was intelligent and manipulative like few others. She had thoroughly investigated bellcranel after he defeated several of her Amazons from a liar in Marin. Discovering that the man before her controlled the Arario casinos and essentially had the training district in the palm of his hand didn't sit well with her at all. That doesn't bother me, after all I punched your captain, were even, Bel said. Ishtar growled again inwardly. The strongest member of her family had been humiliated twice by the same man. Today I came to make a purchase, Bel said with a smile. Purchase? Oh, I see. Who is it? Ishtar asked. I had an amazing night last night with 2 of your employees. I'd like them to be mine from now on. Aisha, Belka and Samira, how much are we talking about? Bel said with a smile. Ishtar crossed her arms and assumed a thoughtful pose. The 2 women Bel was talking about were executives in the Ishtar family, both level 3 and high-ranking in their family. Normally, asking for redemption for these 2 would be virtually impossible. But these were not normal circumstances. Fine, but it won't be cheap, Ishtar said harshly. Money is no problem, Bel said with a smile. Ishtar nodded as she wrote something on a piece of paper and gave it to Bel. Bel saw the number on the paper and gave his nod. That seems like a good price, Bel said with a smile. Tell those 2 Tamas to pack their things, they now have a new owner, Ishtar said to the man on her right. The man nodded. Before she leaves, there's a 3rd woman I'm interested in, Bel said with a smile. Ishtar raised an eyebrow before speaking. Who? Asked Ishtar. She's a cute Renart. I think her name was Haruheim, Bel said with a smile. At Bel's words, Ishtar was startled. The goddess of beauty almost lost her composure. That can't be possible, Ishtar said, sounding somewhat nervous. What? You agreed to sell me 2 of your high-level workers, so why don't you sell me a low-level one? As far as I know, that girl is a non-combatant, Bel said with a smile. Ishtar growled inwardly as she clenched her teeth. I'm sorry, Mr. Cranel, but Haruheim already has another buyer, Tammuz said. Bel raised an eyebrow as he watched Ishtar's assistant speak. That's right, there's someone else paying a lot of money for her, Ishtar said hurriedly. I'll give you double, Bel said with a smile. Ishtar remained silent while cursing Bel. That won't be possible, the buyer is an old acquaintance, he has preferences in these matters, Ishtar said hurriedly. I see, Bel said with feigned depression. Ishtar unconsciously sighed in relief. You know, I'm a very resentful person when I don't get what I want, Bel said with a smile. Ishtar growled at Bel's words. Brothels or casino, which has more influence, which generates more money, Bel said with a smile. Ishtar clenched her fist in anger. 3 days, Ishtar spoke, almost spitting out those words. What did you say? Bel asked with a smile. You can have that girl for 3 days, take her away, but in 3 days I will send someone to look for her, Ishtar said angrily. Thank you, Lady Goddess, Bel said with a small laugh. Yes, whatever, go to the waiting room, Tammuz will take you to your acquisitions there in a moment, Ishtar said irritably. Bel nodded before leaving the room. That bastard, I swear he'll pay for this. Nobody humiliates me like that, Ishtar shouted as she slammed her fist on the table in front of her. Ishtar-sama, Tammuz spoke with concern upon seeing his goddess. Ishtar, for her part, growled even louder while clenching her fist in great rage. Ishtar-sama, this sect, Tammuz spoke. I don't want to hear it, I know my actions weren't the best, but I was between a rock and a hard place, Ishtar said angrily. Tammuz raised an eyebrow, confused. Facing the Freya familia is bad enough, but adding bellcranel to the mix makes it even worse. That kid has power, he single-handedly defeated Kali's level 6 girl. He has financial resources and one wrong move could ruin me before the ritual even takes place. Worst of all, he has a lot of influence. I've heard he has very close ties to the Loki familia. If I act rashly, I could have that familia on my back. Even worse, according to that messenger god, he's Freya's favorite. One wrong move and that bitch could attack us directly. I swear that after I finish off Freya, he'll be next, Ishtar said with great frustration. Tammuz nodded. That's why I agreed to give it to Aisha and Samira so easily. I never thought he would ask for that fox girl too. Fortunately, he agreed for 3 days. After he took his eyes off the girl, the ritual would take place, Ishtar said. But what if they talk? What if bellcranel finds out about the ritual, and what if he tells Freya? Tammuz asked. No problem, my charm will prevent any of them from speaking. Aisha has an extremely strong one over her. Samira and the other Berbera were also charmed after what Aisha did. Although it wasn't very strong on them, it was only to ensure their obedience. The fox girl is different, I just have to charm her before she leaves, Ishtar said while downplaying the situation. Tammuz nodded. Bel sat comfortably on one of the velvet sofas in the waiting room. He gladly accepted the drink offered by an Amazonian woman and raised the glass to his lips before drinking its contents. The white-haired man hadn't been sitting in that spot for more than half an hour when he heard a scream. Immediately after the scream, someone rushed to hug him. You couldn't even go 24 hours without me, Aisha said as she hugged Bel. Bel laughed as he watched Samira walk while carrying several suitcases, and Haruheim walk awkwardly while carrying a small suitcase. The 2 Amazons had left their families because of Bel's purchase, so they both had to pack all their belongings, and Samira was carrying more than 10 suitcases, which was no small amount. Haruheim, on the other hand, was only going for 3 days, so she only packed a couple of kimonos and some underwear in a small suitcase. Bel could see a small, almost indistinguishable smile on Haruheim's lips and a small glimmer of joy in her eyes. Bel, with all the simplicity in the world, stood up and began to walk while being followed by the 3 girls. Once they were outside the Ishtar Familia headquarters, Bel, with a flick of her wrist, slipped all the girls' luggage into her inventory. This surprised the 3 of them as they watched their suitcases vanish in an instant. Bel simply smiled and said, I kept them safe, it's one of my skills. With that said, the 3 of them calmed down and followed Bel. After a short walk, the 4 arrived at the chimney mansion. Following Bel, they headed to the room where an impatient Mikoto was. Mikoto barely saw Renart before rushing towards her and bombarding her with a sea of questions. Poor Renart felt dizzy from so many questions and answered as best she could. Kami-sama, turn them both into our family, Bel said as she lay back on a sofa. Hestia nodded as she performed the conversion on both Amazons, albeit with annoyance. Once the conversion was complete, both Amazons stood in front of Bel. Ishtar charmed them, didn't she? They can't talk about Haruheim's situation, Bel said as he rested his head on his right hand. The 2 Amazons nodded. Amplify power, increase effect, increase chance, Bel murmured as he activated 3 martial arts one after the other. The first 2 increased the power and effect of some magic or ability that Bel desired, and the second increased the chance that this magic or ability would take effect if it was of the enchantment type. After activating the martial arts, Belle glared harshly at the two Amazons and spoke forcefully. You two cheap boors are going to tell me now what that so-called goddess of beauty Ishtar is plotting. It's an order from your king, Belle spoke harshly. Both Amazons, who had been tightly pressing their mouths together as if something was preventing them from speaking, slowly opened their mouths as the words came out. Using a killing stone, sealing Haruheim's soul within it, shattering the stone into many pieces, giving one to each member of her family, having each use Haruheim's magic Uchet no Kazuchi, which temporarily increased an adventurer's level to finally attack Freya. That was her plan, and she had allied herself with Kali for that purpose, Belle thought with annoyance. Kali was currently dancing in Belle's palm, and he had been very clear about her rituals. Therefore, that family would not help Ishtar, so she was alone. After hearing everything the two Amazons had to say, Belle sighed heavily. Belle summoned a sheet of paper and a pen, then wrote something on the sheet of paper. Anna, give this to Otter, he must be at our family's clinic right now, Belle said with a sigh. Anna nodded as she took the sheet of paper. By the way, Loki-sama came by an hour ago and left this for you, Anna said as she handed Belle a letter. Belle opened the letter and read its contents. What is the letter about? Hestia asked. A mission, Belle replied as he stood up. Belle turned to look at the two Amazons and Renard, who looked extremely depressed. Don't worry, nothing will happen to any of them. Ishtar did many unacceptable things, but it's only a matter of hours before her family is destroyed, Belle said with a smile. The three of them looked confused before remembering what Belle had said to Anna a moment ago. Give this to Otter, those words echoed in the minds of the three. Perhaps the three of them thought before turning to look at Belle, who gave them a mocking smile. He just incited Otter, not the Freya familia, to attack Ishtar, the three thought as they watched Belle. Without Haruheim, Ishtar had no chance of defeating Freya. As long as Haruheim was protected in the chimney mansion, the Freya familia would have no problem annihilating Ishtar. Belle sighed. I need my armor, where do I leave it, Wendy? Belle thought as he turned to look at the redhead who had been silently watching everything that had happened in the last few moments. A big smile appeared on Belle's face. Honey, where's my super suit? Belle said with a wide smile as he looked at Wendy. The redhead blinked a couple of times before speaking. What? Wendy asked with a small smile. Where's my super suit? Belle said while repeatedly pounding his right hand vertically against his left palm. I put it somewhere, Wendy said, holding back a laugh. Where? Belle asked in a louder tone. Why do you want to know? Wendy asked, raising her voice. I need it, Belle shouted as he approached Wendy. Don't even think about running away to play the hero. We've been planning this dinner for 2 months. Wendy said, shaking her index finger several times. The public is at risk. Belle shouted as he stopped a few steps away from Wendy. My evening is at risk, Wendy shouted as she confronted Belle. At this point in the conversation, almost everyone present was extremely confused. Supersuit, Veil, they had no idea what Belle and Wendy were talking about. On the other hand, Haruheim looked extremely cheerful. Her eyes sparkled as she watched Belle and Wendy's argument. Tell me where my suit is, woman, I'm talking about a great feat. Belle shouted, great feat, I'm your wife, I'm your greatest feat. Wendy shouted, wife. At this point, most people were completely lost. Likewise, at this point, neither Belle nor Wendy could contain their laughter any longer. I can't believe you went along with me, Belle said with a small laugh. My grandfather used to read that book to me when I was a child. I just remembered it at the right moment, said Wendy, laughing. At this point, Haruheim also started laughing, which caught everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look at Haruheim with a face that said, do you understand what the hell these two were talking about? I did understand the reference, Haruheim said shyly, feeling everyone's eyes on her. The book is called The Incredibles. It's a very funny scene in the book, Belle said as she wiped away a small tear. Everyone turned to look at Wendy and Belle again, who gradually stopped laughing. Didn't they have a childhood? Wendy said with a smile. Wendy managed to calm her laughter before seeing Belle. Your armor is in my workshop. I've already finished polishing and maintaining it, Wendy said with a smile. Belle nodded before taking the redhead's cheeks in his hands. You don't know how much I love you, Belle said with a small laugh as he kissed Wendy on the forehead. At that moment, Wendy's face turned completely red as smoke came out of her ears and she muttered unintelligible things. Belle let go of Wendy, then turned around and started walking. My grandfather was right. When a girl plays along and does silly things with you, it's invaluable, Belle said with a laugh as she walked. Once Belle left the room, the redhead fainted on a sofa. Everyone in the room remained silent as they processed what had just happened, with Haruheim being the only one who noticed Wendy fainting, and she rushed to her side to see if she was okay. As he requested, no one has spoken to him since he woke up a few hours ago. He has been left to rest, a monotonous voice spoke. The bowsman, Otter, who was walking beside Naza, nodded. Otter had been coming daily to the Hestia family clinic to check on the health of his 3 companions. In previous days, the 2 elves had awakened. Because they did not eat more than 3/4 of the stew that Freya served them, their recovery was faster. On the other hand, the Catman had remained unconscious until a few hours ago. Otter entered the room where Catman was, and there he could see him, completely pale and lying on a bed. Otter, what happened? Alan said with great difficulty. You fell into a coma after eating Freya's food. 5 years have passed since that incident, Otter said with complete seriousness. Catman turned even paler if that was possible as he stuttered nonsensical things. 5 years so long, what has happened in these years? Alan asked with difficulty. I'll tell you the most important events. First, 3 years ago bellcranel married Freya-sama. She became a housewife and dissolved her family. Unfortunately, you missed her wedding, Otter said with great seriousness. Alan remained silent, then clutched his heart. His pulse had shot up. Otter laughed inwardly. He had played the same joke on the other two elves. Why not play a little longer? Otter thought with a small, almost imperceptible smile. Unfortunately, you also missed Anya's wedding, Otter said. Anya wedding with whom? Alan shouted as his pulse became faster and faster and a large amount of sweat covered his body. Bellcranel Otter spoke simply. Alan's face completely lost its color at what he had just heard. You also missed the birth of his first child, but you're still in time to see the second one born, Otter said with complete seriousness. Son Anya Bell, Alan stuttered. Otter smiled broadly, and just as he was about to finish his little joke, he saw Alan collapse onto his bed. Catman's movement stopped, and on a screen next to him, where there had previously been spikes going up and down, there was now a straight line. What the hell? Otter shouted as he approached Alan. This was not part of the plan, Otter shouted before running off to get help. Minutes later, Naza entered the room, only to be startled to see Alan. Damn it, this is an emergency. Get the CPR equipment to room 45, shouted Naza as she came out of a door. Otter again approached Alan and placed his hands on Alan's chest and pressed. CPR, if I'm not mistaken. Breathe, you bastard, please, Otter thought as he repeatedly pressed on Catman's chest. At that moment, Ermid and Naza entered the room and pushed Otter aside. Otter was literally kicked out of Alan's room and left sitting in the waiting room. At that moment, a human approached him. Mr. Otter, Bell-sama asked me to give you this, Anna said as she handed a letter to Otter. Otter took the letter, then opened it and read it as Anna left the place. After reading the letter, Otter acquired a serious expression. I should stay and make sure Alan is okay or go and tell Freya, Otter thought. Otter looked at Alan's room several times before standing up and walking in the opposite direction. Priorities, Otter thought as he put the letter in his pocket. Chapter 32. Dungeon. Daedalus Street was a large residential neighborhood located in the southeast of Arario. Although it may have been residential, its architectural layout bordered on the obtuse. Staircases ran the length of the multi-story buildings that rose from the stone in all shapes and sizes, and the sheer number of alleyways or side streets was enough to confuse even the most oriented. It was called the dungeon on the surface, and for good reason. One wrong turn was enough to get lost forever in the neighborhood's labyrinthine paths, and not just for those unaccustomed to its twists and turns. Even those who had lived there for a long time had to be careful not to lose their way. It had been built nearly 1,000 years earlier, almost immediately after the gods had descended from the heavens, apparently in what became known as the Divine Age. A monument to the artisans of Arario's past was created by the renowned craftsman Daedalus. This place always surprises me, Tiona murmured as she looked around. If someone got lost here, I seriously doubt they could find their way back, Lefia said with a nervous smile. The sun had just begun its ascent from the eastern horizon when the Loki Familia began their journey to Daedalus Street. We haven't found a single damn thing, Tiona shouted after searching for several hours. Tiona's exasperated cry echoed through Daedalus Street at night as she waved her hands in dismay. It was already the middle of the night. The sunlight had long since disappeared. In the end, it turned out that the name Dungeon on the surface wasn't an exaggeration. I thought I understood, but Daedalus Street is really confusing, Lefia muttered, feeling more than exhausted, and eyes couldn't help but nod. The sheer number of stairs and hills they had climbed and descended made them feel as if they were trapped in an endless spiral. Strange buildings loomed above them on either side, like a series of opposing cliff faces connected by a network of crisscrossing stones as intricate as the passageways below. Lean, the healer and support member of their group, had made a heroic attempt to map the paths as they walked, but halfway through she simply gave up, frustrated tears welling in her eyes as she cried out, "This is impossible." Daedalus Street had often been described as a window into the depraved mind of an eccentric madman. Increasingly, they were beginning to see why. Even Eyes, feeling at home while in the dungeon's winding corridors, was having trouble keeping her head up in this residential labyrinth. So, what should we do? Maybe we could go back to the square, Eyes said. Absolutely not. I have to at least bring something back. What will the captain think of me if I fail? Tione shouted in disagreement. We could be here for days and still find nothing, Tiona said, annoyed. With the group's opinion divided, they were at a dead end. Leviathan, oh, Miss Filvis, Lefia said in surprise. A lone elf leaped from a nearby rooftop. Lefia spotted her as the other top-level adventurers prepared for an attack. However, they lowered their guard when they realized the newcomer was an acquaintance of Lefia's. Her jet-black hair cascaded over her crimson eyes as the elf landed, revealing her snow-white battle armor. With her attire and demeanor, Philvis of the Dionysus Familia was the very image of a sanctuary maiden. "What are you doing here?" Leffia asked. "By order of Lord Dionysus, I have been ordered to cooperate with the Loki Familia. I realize this may seem sudden, but will you allow me to join you?" Philvis spoke very seriously. "Oh, of course. I would be happy, thank you so much," Leffia said with a warm smile. Leffia wasn't the only one who had a history with the dark-haired elf. Eyes had fought alongside her during the battle in the pantry on the 24th floor. Tiona's screams must have led her to the group's location. Miss Tione, would it be alright if Miss Philvis worked with us?" asked Leffia as she turned to Tione, who could barely contain her joy. "Well, a few more hands on deck couldn't hurt, I guess that's okay," Tione said, shrugging. "Ho ho, that's great, the more the merrier. Philvis, right, I'm Tiona, welcome aboard," Tiona said with a big smile. Philvis spoke very curtly to the cheerful Amazon. The warmth the elf had previously shown Leffia was gone. The reserved, almost cold response puzzled Tione and the others. Eyes and Tiona especially could only blink silently. Meanwhile, Leffia laughed uncomfortably as Tiona approached to speak to her. "Psst, Leffia, is that elf super socially awkward or what?" Tiona whispered in Leffia's ear. "It's more like, well, she has her reasons," Leffia said, forcing a smile. "Poor girl, since we're a group, let's get along," Tiona said in a strange way, starting her dialogue somewhat depressed and ending it with a radiant smile. "I may have said we'd be cooperating, but I have no intention of becoming friends with you. It would be improper for all of you to fraternize with a member of another family as well, wouldn't it?" Philvis said, turning away abruptly. Although her response wasn't exactly cruel, it was certainly forceful, bordering on hostile. Needless to say, it garnered a fair amount of commentary from the members of her new group. This unknown, fussy elf was far too difficult to approach. Somewhat self-conscious, Eyes marveled at being around someone who was apparently even worse with words than she was, but if Leffia felt so comfortable around her, she couldn't be all that bad, could she? "What are you and the others doing now, Leffia?" Philvis asked. "Well, we were in the middle of some kind of investigation, but just now we thought it would be best to return to our meeting point and regroup with the others," Leffia explained. An eerie silence fell over them. They were all too aware of Philvis. "Grrrrrrrrr, I can't stand it anymore. Could someone please say something?" Tiona growled. The naive Amazon, notoriously bad at reading the atmosphere, abruptly broke the silence. "Come on, Lean, you must know something we girls can talk about, right? Something juicy," Tiona said as she turned to look at the girl with glasses. "Emmy, do you mean like gossip about our love lives or something?" Lean said as her face flushed a bright red. "Yes, romance then," Tiona said with a smirk of approval, and then, "Hey Philvis, do you have a crush on someone?" Tiona asked with a smile. Author's note, it's beautiful. Philvis, in contrast, almost choked. In less than an instant, her snow-white skin turned completely red. What kind of questions do you ask at the first meeting?" Philvis spoke as a red tone invaded his cheeks. "That reaction means you're in love," Tiona said with a smile and a childlike sparkle in her eyes. "Don't you think the information is a bit private to share at the first meeting, Amazona?" Philvis said. "Oh, come on, gossip is the best icebreaker in the world," Tiona said with a smile. The sight of her fellow elf in such a panic sent chills down Leffia's spine. Miss Tiona is truly incredible. "I've tried for so long here to achieve what she did in a matter of moments," Leffia thought in amazement. Leffia's eyes shone with awe and respect for the Amazon and her ability to break down her opponent's walls without even trying. "I'll gossip too, I could be your constant companion, Lord Dionysus," Leffia said with a slight blush. "Leffia," Philvis shouted in embarrassment. "Wow, an interest in a god, huh?" Tiona said with a smile. "Although it's not that unusual, is it? Especially in the most prominent families," Tione said. Soon the whole group of girls joined the conversation, all of them bursting out with their own kissing and telling stories. The only one who didn't participate, in fact, was Eyes, completely unsure of what to do given the current situation. "What about you? If you're going to ask someone, at least offer something first," Philvis demanded. "I'm after the captain," Tione declared. "What about you, Aki? You and Raoul would probably go out a lot," Tione asked as she turned to look at Catman. "Absolutely not," Aki denied flatly. It wasn't long before the whole group voiced their own thoughts on the matter, and soon the air was filled with the distinct energy of girl talk. Even as they continued noisily along the dark path, it was obvious that the Hobbit captain of the family had the most votes. "Well, there's someone I find, how should I say, attractive, but he always seems to want to harm Miss Eyes' purity." Leffia spoke at first timidly while playing with her fingers and then angrily. "I don't really know if I'm in love or not. What I do know is that this guy is super cool and fun," Tiona said with a smile. Just as Eyes was about to speak next, her face turned bright red, smoke came out of her ears, and she began to sway shyly from side to side. While Philvis was confused by the statements of the three, or rather two, Tione put her arm around Philvis's neck and approached her to say something. "All three of them are hopelessly in love with the same boy, only they're all so clumsy in that respect that they haven't fully accepted it," Tione said with a smile. Philvis was pleasantly surprised by the Amazon's closeness to her, but what she had said surprised her even more. Are they in love with the same boy? Philvis asked, greatly surprised. Tayoni nodded with a small smile, but well, you know, how will they solve it? Philvis asked timidly. Tiona removed her arm from Philvis's neck, then shrugged. They'll probably end up like that boy's harem, Tayoni said dismissively. What? Philvis shouted. Because the others were lost in their own conversations, none of them noticed Philvis's outburst of surprise. Harem, but will they accept it? Philvis asked in great surprise. Tayoni shrugged again in response. Those girls' feelings are incredibly pure. Put yourself in that guy's shoes. Could you reject any of them? If you have a heart, the answer would be no. Now in their place, the three of them are good friends. Their options are to share the same man or fight amongst themselves for him, Tayoni explained. I think I understand, but still, Philvis said with a blush. Take me as an example. I love the captain, but he wants a hobbit heir to continue his legacy and for someone else to be the light of the hobbits. I could never give him a son who is a hobbit, much less a male one, Tayoni said. Philvis nodded. That's why I can accept the captain forming a harem to achieve his goal as long as he gives me a share of his love, Tayoni said. Philvis nodded again with great admiration at the Amazon's determination. But if any bitch plays with the captain's feelings, I'll destroy her, Tayoni growled as she clenched her fist in anger. The conversation about the girls' romance continued for a while until Tiona turned to look at a girl with glasses. What about you, Lean? Tiona asked. Me. The girl with glasses stuttered. Tiona had finally turned to the human girl who had started the conversation in the first place. Mr. Bete, I presume, Lean said, blushing deeply. BT, Tioni said incredulously. While right, Lean. Aki spoke with equal amazement. Speaking of bad taste, Lean, Tiona said lazily. You should think about it again, Philvis said seriously. Meanwhile, Lean practically huddled up in embarrassment, her cheeks burning. Yes, but he can be quite gallant when he wants to be, and I think he's a good person deep down, very deep down, Lean said shyly. Nah, no way, Tiona said, shaking her head. Lean's expression softened as she spoke, but Tiona, who was constantly on bad terms with the werewolf, fiercely voiced her doubts. Even so, I will help Mr. Bete as much as possible. That's my goal, Lean said with a smile. Lean's statement shocked all the girls. The moment was very emotional until a huge burst of laughter filled the entire place. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. When they all turned around, they could see a boy with white hair who was wearing armor similar to that of a knight. The white-haired man was leaning against a wall while laughing openly. Faced with everyone's uncertainty, the white-haired man fell to his knees and then placed both hands on his stomach while still laughing. Belle murmured eyes. Argonaut-kun, Tiona said in surprise. Upon seeing Belle, Philvis became wary, but Lefia immediately stopped her and shook her head. Hey Belle, shouldn't you be with the captain? Or rather, when did you arrive? Tayoni asked. While Loki had taken the women of his family to search Daedalus Street, Finn and the rest of the men had been tasked with investigating the winding passages beneath the city. Belle wiped away a tear and then spoke with difficulty. Finn sent me to look for them, and I arrived when that girl mentioned that she liked Bete, Belle said, then laughed openly. Lean blushed furiously at Belle's reaction. Hey, don't you think it's rude to make fun of someone's tastes? Aki said, sounding annoyed. Don't blame me. Did you ever think you'd hear someone say they like Bete? Belle said with a smile. He has a point, Tayoni said as she turned to look at Aki. Belle sighed to relax his body, then stood up. He walked over to Lean and stopped about half a meter away, placing his hands on her shoulders. Tell me, do you really love Bete? Belle asked very seriously. Lean nodded as a blush covered her cheeks. Belle took a few steps back and then leaned forward slightly. You're too good. I never in my life thought any girl would fall in love with Bete. I'm sure old Gareth would cry when he heard that, Belle said while wiping away some tears. Rejoice, Gareth, your little one will not die alone, Belle said, overacting. Belle turned to look at Lean and then spoke. Listen, you have my full support in achieving your noble goal. In fact, it will be great training to see how Bete would react to a pure girl's declaration of love, Belle said with a big smile. Lean laughed nervously at Belle's statement. Okay, I've decided. Operation Get Bete a Girlfriend, or GNB, begins. We need to inform Finn and the rest. This will be fun, Belle laughed as he started walking. I think you've become the star training partner of the captain and his drinking buddies, Gareth Raoul, Belle, Aki said with a nervous smile as Lean nodded. Bete let out a ferocious sneeze, drawing the attention of his companions. You've got a cold, haven't you, Bete? Finn asked. Come on, Finn, as if I could. It's more like some vandal from somewhere is talking badly about me, Bete said irritably. Since you mention it, you've also been trembling a little, Captain Raoul spoke. It's kind of weird. It's just a shiver, but it never seems to end, Finn said, running his hand over his shoulder. Tayoni and her luck probably won't be good again, Gareth said with a small laugh. Well, we already sent Belle to get the girls. It's time to go, Finn said with a sigh. You're right, we need to regroup and decide how to proceed, Gareth said. Finn nodded as he walked to the head of the group. Finn's group had recently come across a strange door made of what appeared to be orichalcum. Deciding to regroup, Belle went to find the girls, while Finn and the rest studied the place more closely and took some notes. In the darkest hour of the night, The sharp echoes of high heels resonated on the highest level of the White Tower in the center of Aurario. The high-pitched sounds grew louder as a figure in an extremely revealing black dress strode with far more force than necessary down a corridor. The figure's pale, pearly skin emerged from the shadows as she reached a tall doorway. Her assistant was waiting and opened the large wooden barrier to let her in. "Otter, my wines." Moonlight streamed through the glass windows of the Tower of Babel's top floor, filling the room with long shadows. Freya, the goddess of beauty, said nothing more as she sat down in her chair. Her long silver hair curled over her shoulders and extended beyond her feminine back to reach her delicate, slender waist. Her assistant, a beastman with a boar-like body built like a mountain, silently followed his mistress's instructions. "Is something worrying you?" Otter asked. Otter placed the wine cup on an extravagant table carved to resemble a basket of abundant fruit, then waited for his goddess to take a sip and asked her a question. "You were the one who brought me that message. The question is stupid," Freya said irritably. Otter nodded as he bowed. "Haven't you heard anything about Mia?" Freya asked. "No," Otter replied. Taking the almost empty glass from his lips, he turned to look at his assistant and spoke. Certain information had been acquired from a certain god that another goddess of beauty, Ishtar, had realized something important. Freya spoke with a sigh. "Is it wise to continue leaving that god to his own devices?" Otter asked. "Indeed, I should punish him the next time we meet," Freya said rudely. Hermes would have fainted from fear had he been present during this conversation. Freya ran her fingers through her hair, curling her silver strands around her fingers. "I hated that Ishtar watched my every move, so I behaved myself for quite some time, but it's become outdated," Freya said irritably. His goddess had been offended. Otter pressed his mouth shut but couldn't control the angry expression on his face. Freya sighed, completely unaware of the horrible face behind her that would have made a minotaur flee in pure terror. "You know, a king must keep pests away from his garden, but when the king is busy away from his castle attending to more important things than those little pests, and they decide to invade his garden, the queen must exterminate those pests, so that her king doesn't have a bad time when he returns to his castle seeking the warmth of his queen," Freya said with a small smile. Otter nodded in understanding. "For now, keep an eye on Ishtar's children. Thanks to Belle, we know when she was planning to attack us. We'll take care of them the day before," Freya said. "As you wish," Otter said. With Otter's polite reply filling her ears, Freya drank the last of her wine. The next morning, the members of the Loki Familia, including the goddess plus Belle, gathered in the secret passage that led to the door in question. "Damn, so this is the Orichalcum Gate, huh? It's huge," Tiona exclaimed in amazement as she swung her urga on her shoulder. "Yes, and if there's such an extravagant-looking door here, it means we've hit the jackpot, right? Their secret base," Loki said with complete confidence. "Just like my desperate eyes thought," and a hand instinctively reached for the trusted sword hanging at her waist as she looked toward the door among her circle of companions. Orichalcum. The master ingot, integral to the creation of durandals from which superior-grade weapons were forged, such as Iza's desperate, stronger even than the adamantite mind in the dungeon, and easily the highest-grade material in the entire world. It was said that the method of manufacturing the ingot, similar to that of mithril, was first established during ancient times when monsters invading the surface forced all races to unite. Long, long ago, before the honing of skills and the blessing of the gods, Orichalcum was a crystallization of that bygone era, as well as the boundless potential of the realm. Mortal. His wisdom, imbued with the techniques of humans and demi-humans alike. Even making a dent in this Orichalcum door would be impossible. Loki was right. If someone had lifted a door like this, something must be on the other side. Finally, they had found their enemy's hiding place. Even comparing this to the map, there's no doubt about it, this secret passage must connect to Daedalus Street. It's exactly as Loki predicted, Reveria said analytically. And to think it was Bete and those other airheads who found him first. "Well, I'm less annoyed about Captain, Gareth, and Bem, but anyway, it feels like a kick in the pants," Tione said in total defeat. Certainly, the women of the family were ashamed after spending the previous night combing Daedalus Street only to come back empty-handed, although the men. The members of the Loki family did not share the same sentiment. There's no reason to feel bad. "We just found out by chance, almost as if we were drawn here on purpose," Finn said, shrugging his shoulders. "Yes, the old hole was already open and waiting for us. It was practically like asking us to find it. The smell of monstrous scum was a bonus," Gareth said with a grin. The girls glanced at Finn and Gareth, the others stared with tense expressions at the door in question. "So you think it's a trap?" Lefia asked, her voice echoing off the surrounding stone. Almost as if confirming their suspicions, the door suddenly creaked before opening. Little by little, slowly, the Orichalcum Gate rolled upwards on the rock. "Finn," Gareth whispered. "Yes, I saw him too," Finn replied, narrowing his eyes. "It's our masked friend, no doubt about it." "The one who opened the door is that creature," Finn said seriously. An instant before the door opened, Finn's green eyes had caught the trail of a figure just before it vanished into the darkness, a blue-purple robe and a mask with strange designs. He knew them all too well from their fights with the creature in the pantry on the 24th floor and during their expedition to the 53rd floor. Their enemy was welcoming them. The group that made their way into the depths of the sewers consisted of first-level adventurers, except for Reveria, Rawl and the rest of the second-level, Level 4 adventurers, and the remaining lower-level members mostly Level 3. Dead ends, seemingly endless staircases, hundreds of different paths to take. The place where they currently found themselves was more of a labyrinth than the dungeon itself. "Hey Rabbit, don't you have any map abilities or something?" Bete asked as he approached Belle. "I need the escape ability so that my skill can develop a map," Belle said with a sigh. "What good is that skill to a map?" Bete said annoyed. Belle shrugged in response. Just as Bete and Belle finished their little chat, they heard from Finn that they were going to split into two groups. Gareth, Eyes, Tiona, and Tyone would go down the right path. Meanwhile, Finn, along with Bete, Belle, Lefia, and Filvis, would take the left. Gareth's party would have the most top-tier adventurers to balance the lower-level support members. Naturally, Tyone complained about the composition of the two parties, but the object of her affections ultimately won her over. Therefore, the final two parties, including the healers, were divided in terms of combat power. "I'm counting on you, Gareth," Finn said with a slight smile. Gareth gave a settlement. Then the two parties separated, each traveling along their respective paths. As strange as it may sound to say this, the fact that nothing is attacking us only makes this place feel even more creepy, Raoul murmured, as he looked around to observe his surroundings. "However, the whole place still reeks of those flowers. There's no doubt that those in the sewer were definitely brought in this way," said Bete, frowning. "It's almost similar to the upper levels of the dungeon," Finn mused, squinting, as he took in the height, width, and branching nature of his current passage. An orichalcum gate in the old sewer even deeper than the other waterways that crisscross the city. "I'd say we're easily somewhere between the first and second floor of the dungeon now, given those stairs we just descended," Finn thought. In his mind, he was already unfolding his mental map not only of the great pit beneath the Tower of Babel, but also of the first and second floors of the dungeon. It was enough to convince him that the large-scale labyrinth they were currently navigating bordered the upper levels of the dungeon. "It looks like a room," Aki murmured suddenly as the path in front of them opened up. The square-shaped space before them closely resembled the various rooms of the dungeon. It was wide enough to comfortably accommodate 10 or more adventurers. He was calm, restlessly, almost as if it were a signal. Bete's ears twitched. Aki reflected her reaction, as did the rest of the animal people in the group. Each eye was drawn to the path ahead, where a series of unhurried footsteps echoed off the surrounding walls. Soon, a decidedly human shadow emerged from the darkness and joined them. Finn. The scream escaped the woman's lips the moment she appeared. It was so loud it was hard to believe it came from a woman, causing Rawl and the others to cover their ears with their hands. The source was a human adventurer looking down on them arrogantly. "Oh, Braver, you have no idea how I've been dying to see you, you little pile of shit," the woman said maliciously. Valletta, I had a feeling you were still alive," Finn said with a sharp look. "Not a single day has gone by that I've been able to erase that shitty massacre, Mr. Cool Guy Face. Do you remember me, you bastard? You start acting like you've forgotten and you're dead. Do you hear me? I'll rip out your guts, I'll tear off your face, and I'll cut up your little body until you never think about speaking to me again." The woman screamed with great sadism while her eyes shone with a diabolical light, seeing nothing but the hobbit captain of the low-key familia. "Hey Finn, do you have some kind of freakish attraction to crazy women or what?" Bete asked mockingly while giving a disgusted look to the woman in front of them. "If you're talking about Tyone, Bete, then hold your tongue," Finn said as he reprimanded the werewolf. "At least Tyone is human, which is more than I can say for this one," Finn said irritably. Those in the group who didn't remember the woman were surprised to see that Finn and the others seemed to know her well. "Do you know this person, Captain?" asked the Rakuta Hume Rabbit in shock. "I'm afraid so. She's known as Valletta Greed, a key player in the rise of the evils. She helped them disrupt the order and usher in the dark age of Aurario, which is now 15 years old," Finn explained. Everyone in the group was left breathless. The captain, Miss Reveria, Mr. Gareth, they were all involved, and not just the low-key familia either. Even the Freya familia and the Ganesha familia were thrown into the mix, Aki explained. "I always assumed she was dead from the moment they stopped Gale Wind's rampage, which ended with the last of those evils 5 years ago." "That means that during the nightmare on the 27th floor," Rawl added, equally rigid. The Loki family, naturally, had been involved in the extermination of the evils for the past 15 years. Having joined the family 8 years ago, Rawl and Aki were very familiar with the events that had taken place. Yes. He must have faked his own death, using the opportunity to hide, Finn concluded. "What a little genius we have here, he annoys me," Vita said as his smile became more depraved. "Thanks to you and your friends in the Blood Guild, we the evils lost a lot of power that day 6 years ago, so you know what we did, huh? We focused on all Olivas and pretended we were all dead. Valit said with a smile. The nightmare on the 27th floor was a large-scale monster parade instigated by the evils. They lured not only all the monsters on the floor but also the floor's monster Rex, pitting them against the adventurers trapped by the guild. What resulted was a massive battle with almost countless bodies piling up on both sides. Valletta and the others. High-level evils had taken the opportunity to add their own dead bodies to the mix, effectively causing the guild to stop hunting them. Everything, including the sacrifices of their brethren, had been for this day when they could rise again. The true purpose of the nightmare had in fact been to prolong the life of their decaying organization. Do you know what you are, Finn? Scum, you're a miserable, disgusting piece of scum, the worst of the worst. Because you didn't go. That day you didn't try to help on the 27th floor. Instead, you got information from somewhere, took Freya and Ganesha's people and attacked our gods. Valletta growled violently directly at Finn, and it was true. Finn had seen through Valletta and her companions' plans, and realizing there wasn't enough time, had simply left the 27th floor. Instead, he had taken his people and attacked every place that could possibly house the evil's base. He had even discerned that their garrison was weak. Along with the help of the other gods, he managed to send a terrifying number of the so-called evil gods flying into the heavens, which had tipped the balance of power between the evils and the guild. Do you know what it feels like? How terrifying is it to have your god taken away and your blessing sealed? In the middle of the dungeon, I can't even count the number of times one monster or another has nearly sunk its teeth into me. Valletta growled. I don't doubt your suffering. However, given everything you and your friends have done, I can't say I feel any remorse, Finn said calmly. I promised myself that one day I'd get you back for everything you did to me. Valletta growled. After I rip off those scrawny little arms and legs, I'll ride you until I've had enough, and then I'll turn that self-righteous face into mincemeat. And then once I'm satisfied, I'm going to laugh until I can't even breathe. The woman spoke with great sadism. Well, inviting me for a one-night stand, I dare say I'm flattered, however I apologize. Due to the expectations of my race, I am only permitted to whisper sweet words in the ear of my own kind, Finn said with a smile. Seeing their captain behave so calmly and composedly while engaging in what turned into a rather erotic exchange with the hostile woman was enough to make the female members of the group decidedly blush. After all, Tyone wasn't the only one who had feelings for her beloved hobbit captain. I can give you some advice, though I'm reluctant to say it to a member of the fairer Hex. You'll have to work on your attitude a bit before asking me out again. At least aim for something similar to Reveria's sophistication. Finn said with a smile. A scream erupted from the fan club behind him. So he likes Lady Reveria. I need to write this. The girls pulled notebooks out of who knows where, completely forgetting their current situation. Meanwhile, the other members of the group, neither fooled by Finn's charm nor afraid of Tyone's wrath, the men, Aki and Lefia to name a few, simply rubbed their arms in awkward silence. Bete, on the other hand, realizing that Finn's words were meant only to provoke, lowered her head. No, brother, get your elf. I already asked for Reveria, Bell said with a smile as he gave Finn a light tap on the head. Sorry, I forgot about the conversation we had at that bar. I still laugh when I remember that other event, Finn said with a laugh. Don't you dare talk about that, bastards. Bete growled from several meters away from Finn, and Aki, along with the rest of the others, turned to look at Rawl. The captain, along with Bell, Garethson, and Bete, talked about all sorts of things while drunk, from women to their love affairs. They even made stupid bets. At one point, Finn and the rest discussed the top 10 most beautiful women in Aurario, and then they competed in a drinking contest. The winner had the undisputed right to claim any of those 10 as his woman or target. The losers had to give up trying anything with those 10, and whoever finished last had to do a striptease for the others, Raoul said, forcing a smile. Upon hearing the new information, the others looked at Rawl even more questioningly. Bell won and Bete lost, that's all I'll say. I didn't participate, I'm just the designated driver, Raoul said with a lost look and a nervous laugh. At that moment, everyone's face turned pale. Damn it, you want me to kill you? Bete growled. Ignoring Bete's outburst of anger, Bell continued talking to Finn. Besides, you're making the wrong connection. In these situations, you should say, oh crap, the crazy girl liked it, Bell said with a laugh. Really? Finn asked doubtfully. Finn, completely forgetting about Valletta, turned to look at Rawl and Bete, seeking their opinion. At that moment, Bete, who was lifting Rawl off his shoulders, put him down and turned to look at Finn and Rawl. That sounds good to me, Rawl said. Considering how sane that woman is, the phrase fits the situation, Bete said with strange seriousness. Finn nodded before turning to look at Valletta with a smile on his face. Oh damn, the crazy girl liked it, Finn said with a small laugh. Go to hell, Finn, Valletta growled as her fury reached its peak. Veins popped out along her forehead and she shot Finn a look of pure, unadulterated murder. Oh yes, I'm definitely going to kill you right here, right now. Valletta growled. This will be your grave. Let yourself be swallowed up by the majesty of Gnosis and die. Valletta growled. Gnosis? Finn asked hesitantly. Finn's eyebrows twitched at this. Was that the name of the maze? But before he could think further, Valletta raised her right arm, and with it, a small globe-like object. Encased in a layer of ingot, its core appeared to be a round, red sphere with a D clearly carved into its surface. The moment the spherical, seemingly magical object emitted a crimson flash, the door behind them slammed shut. "We're trapped," Raoul shouted as almost instantly the two doors on either side of the room burst open to reveal identical swarms of violas. With a smile on her face, Valletta jumped off the floor and disappeared down the passage behind her. "Start doing something, you bastards," Bete growled. The violas followed with their own thunderous roar, signaling the start of the battle. The members of the Loki family prepared their respective weapons before launching themselves against the incoming monsters. The violas arrived in a relentless flood, and considering that their only way out had been effectively cut off, they had no choice but to press on. "Everyone forward," Finn shouted, and the other members of the group quickly obeyed. They launched forward in perfect alignment, gliding in and out amidst the flurry of giant flowers and speeding toward the distant passage. The violas naturally went on the hunt. Bell immediately drew his hestia blade and gripped it tightly. The next instant, it glowed with a blue light and increased in size, becoming his trusty sword Fitan. Bell immediately afterwards used light cut and destroyed all the violas in the room. His knife and sword had received the Durandal attribute from Hephaestus, and shortly after, Uru was used on them as an enhancer. According to Hephaestus, both weapons attracted each other and accidentally combined into a single weapon which he could freely switch between. Shortly after learning this, Bell ordered other weapons, which were a short sword, a katana, and a war axe which was still in the process of being created. According to Hephaestus, the Hestia knife, which was the primary name of Bell's weapon, was the most powerful and most expensive weapon he had ever forged. For greater convenience, Bell transformed his Fitan into his trusty knife, then ran alongside the group. They rushed into the only tunnel, wide enough to easily accommodate the adventurers, but not wide enough for the large flowers that were hurled into it with the full force of an avalanche. "Bete, stay in front, take out anything in our way, but don't stray too far, we don't want to stretch our numbers too much." "And Bell, stay by my side," Finn said. Bell, who was several meters behind Finn, quickly caught up with the hobbit and positioned himself at the front. Bete, for his part, was quick to respond, guiding the rest of the front line towards the shadows emerging from the darkness ahead. "Those aren't violas, then a new species?" Rakuta asked. The monsters that appeared resembled water spiders. They were tall, reaching up to a human's waist, and boasted 6 long legs. Strange red crystals, unlike the magic stones, could be seen embedded in their central bodies, small but incredibly numerous. "Does it matter? Just finish them off before they even think about attacking." Bete growled. Bete charged forward and cut through the spiders in one swift motion. Their bodies were reduced to shreds as Bete's sharp boots sliced through them like butter. True to his word, he hadn't even given the monsters a chance to mount a counterattack. It was the kind of feat only the most powerful adventurers could accomplish, one that provoked trembling awe from his companions as they lined up behind him. "She's looking at us," Finn thought with annoyance. At this point, he had faced the evils long enough to be very familiar with Valletta's tendencies. Finn's head stopped mid-scan when a massive crossroads appeared. Suddenly, his thumb was throbbing out of control. It was a sharper pain than I had ever felt before, an omen fierce enough to make her fingers tremble. That's when Finn heard it, the sound of a door slamming open nearby. Even for someone with a sixth sense for danger like Finn, this was too much too fast. There was no time to give orders. His body simply couldn't react fast enough. This was an irregular, one that neither he nor the rest of the group had the ability to suppress. The kind of irregular that had already cost him countless men on expeditions into the depths of the dungeon. The fear of imminent death descended upon him with chills like a cold winter. When suddenly, right beside him, the entire group of infernal beasts separated in a single flash of movement. It was almost as if he were clearing a path for his revered king. They revealed the door at the end of the crossroads, now open, and a figure cut through the shadow. That red hair, Finn thought, green eyes, a creepy black sword, and hair the color of freshly spilled blood. Suddenly, the figure vanished. An instant later, the creature Levis was standing directly in front of Finn. "So we meet again," Hobbit Levis said in an icy voice as he attacked Finn. She kept going even as he blocked the blow, almost throwing him back from the incredible shock. After only 3 sword strikes, his strength simply gave out. "This is because of what happened earlier." "Because of what happened on the 18th floor," Levis said. His intimidating aura was a world apart from their previous encounter, and his fighting prowess was almost unimaginable. She was not just a creature, but an enhanced species. How many magic stones had she eaten? "It's hell fingas or nothing," Finn thought. "I had to use it or I would lose." But just as this thought floated into his head, so did a sudden feeling of foreboding. Yes, his patented berserker spell would increase his abilities by leaps and bounds, but it would also saturate his mind with a bloodlust, transforming him into a battle-starved warrior incapable of giving orders. if Raul and the rest of his group were forced to fend for themselves in a situation like this. As the group's leader, he paused for a moment, anguished by the idea, a moment that proved fatal, dies. The mere moment of hesitation was like a great opening for Levis as it was now. His sword made a ravenous arc through the air before connecting with Finn's body. He split the handle of his spear as he tried to raise it in defense before it finally sank into her small body. Finn's world turned red. As blood blurred his vision, he saw Levis's unimpressed features disappear from view. Behind him, no one made a sound. Time slowed to a crawl as his Forsha lance and his body lurched backward. The rest of the group could do nothing to react as their beloved braver slowly fell. Capitaine. His body bounced when he hit the ground amid the screams of his group members. First Pite, then Lefia revolved around the commotion and time stood still. Finn had fallen. Braver, the one who had always lifted the family up to stand up no matter the situation, had fallen. They had seen Reveria, Gareth, and themselves taste defeat before, but the Loki Familia had never felt despair like this. It was an unfathomable blow. Their panic had flared in an instant, threatening to erupt and reset time. There was no one to replace him. Finn was the emotional anchor of the Loki family, the only person who simply couldn't fall apart, that's why. Finn understood better than anyone, faster than anyone, just how calamitous the current situation really was. Time had completely stopped. Nobody could move. Even Belle and Bete stood frozen in place like statues. Their minds couldn't quite process what they were seeing. It's an illusion, this can't be possible, they both thought the same. The mere thought of the hobbit touching the ground on the verge of death was something no one could imagine, an event that should not happen. Dies. Nobody could even breathe, their worst fears were about to come true. Seeing Finn's desperate expression, Raul understood immediately and took action before Finn had to tell him what to do. Throwing his bow and arrow aside, he ran, faster than Levis, faster than anyone. With no one but Finn in sight, he dashed forward at breakneck speed and not even the flash of Levis's sword could stop him. That single decisive action would prove victorious. He extended his arms, still trembling from the shock, his right shoulder still mangled from his earlier attack, and caught him. Levis cursed under his breath, but Raul didn't stop. Cradling the hobbit's small body like an infant, he pushed off the ground with all his might, running toward the farthest passage and into the abyssal void of the nearest trap. "Follow me," Raul shouted. Iki and the others heard his desperate cry and quickly lined up behind him. Abandoning the battle in question, they plunged into the pit, escaping the wrath of the creature and its monstrous brothers. Finn and the rest of the group's center had fled. BWA ha 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 ha. Valletta's laughter echoed in the narrow walls of the tunnel. As Finn had suspected, she had been secretly observing the group's progress. Now, after peeking through one of the side passages, she headed toward the trap Raul and the others had just fallen into. "How do you like that, huh, Finn? Run with your tail between your legs like the miserable dog you are. It's a wonderful sight." Valletta shouted gleefully along the chasm before looking at Levis. "That was a quality job. I guess you chose the right profession, huh, Miss Contract Killer," Valletta said with a smile. "The head's gone now," the red-haired creature replied irritably, peering through the hole. It was no longer her concern. "From now on, I will follow Arya," Levis said. Hey, but Finn is still going on," Valletta said. "Do the rest yourself. Or do I need you to have it handed to me on a silver platter?" Levis spoke coldly, striking his sword. The hobbit's blood still stained its black blade, trickling down the side to color the ground with small splashes. Without another word, she turned on her heels to pursue her own goal. "Whatever, as if I cared. Anyway, I don't want anyone else to have the pleasure of killing him. Don't go too far, Fian. I'll be done in a moment to take you down," Valletta said with a sadistic smile. "Bastards." But this time the voice was the decidedly hoarse growl of a certain werewolf. When the first of the stunned and silent front line recovered from his surprise, Bete leaped toward the woman, his eyes gleaming. Her furious howl echoed off the walls as she flew toward her enemies. Tearing through the monsters that stood in her way, leaving dust in her wake, she stretched her talons toward Valletta. "But are you seriously attacking me head-on, at level 6? Be realistic, Van Argen," Valletta said with a loud laugh before thrusting her spherical magic object forward. Bell, immediately recovering from his astonishment, saw the object in Valletta's hand and instinctively saw the door above them. "He won't make it," Bell thought as he watched Bete run desperately. Bell extended his hand, and in a blue mist a bow and arrow appeared. He had recently practiced with the bow, and without hesitating a second, he shot the arrow, aiming at the woman's chest. Thanks to her keen senses, Valletta managed to react. She tried to get out of the arrow's path, which had already passed through the door that was closing at breakneck speed. The speed of the shot was very high, and Valletta did not manage to get completely out of the arrow's range. Valletta let out a scream of pain. Her right arm had literally exploded, leaving nothing of it, a part of her shoulder literally blown off. Valletta fell to the ground with a large amount of blood trickling from her wound. The crossing vanished before him, replaced by the all-too-familiar sight of an orichalcum gate blocking his path. Seeing the impenetrable obstacle before him, Bite could do nothing but roar with anger. Shit. Bite growled. There was a terrible bang when his fist struck the door, but the orichalcum held strong. He clenched his teeth audibly, his blue tattoo twisting on his face. Bite was not the only one who desperately attacked the door. Arrow after arrow struck the door, but it did not receive even a scratch. Bell threw his bow to the ground and growled with great anger. Mr. Bite. As if this new barrier weren't enough, the frightened cries of his allies behind him alerted him to a new danger. He turned around and came face to face with a multitude of everything from water spiders to violas. Gifts from Valletta, huh? Bite cursed under his breath at the enemy's trap as he quickly assessed the situation. The tunnel they currently occupied had effectively become a cage, and they were the rats. Even if Bite himself emerged unscathed from the horde, there was no way his family members would. As much as it pained him, they had no choice but to retreat. Let's get out of here. Bite shouted. The group responded quickly, pushing through the wave of desperately retreating monsters. Bite could do nothing but join them and leave the gate behind. Rabbit, we'll kill that woman later, for now protect the rear. I don't trust it to any of those weaklings, Bite said. Bell, putting his anger aside, obeyed Bite's orders and positioned himself at the back of the group, protecting the rear. Once everyone had advanced far enough, Bell turned around and launched his firebolt several times to get rid of the monsters. You over there, growled Bite. While Bite and the rest of his group were fighting the monsters, a new contender appeared amidst the pandemonium. Dressed in a robe of the evils open at the front, he carried a long, deep red spear reminiscent of blood. Although it was easy to tell he was a human man, a dark hood, as tattered as the rest of his garments, disguised most of his features. And what's with those clothes? You're not fooling anyone with that half-baked outfit, you idiot. Bite spat, moving away from the pack of monsters he was beating at the front of the group to face the newcomer head-on. Rakuda and the rest of the group were also looking back now, even in the midst of their own fights. The man himself, Dix, laughed, turning his spear over before resting it on his shoulder. He pointed in the direction of Bite. As much as I hate making a bad first impression, you have to die, the man said with a smile. Get lost in an endless nightmare. The man said. In an instant the spell was complete. A spell was cut short, and marking the beginning the nascent cries of a curse. Phobter Daedalus, the man said with a smile. The moment Bite's amber eyes saw the ominous wave of red light coming towards him, they widened with a snap. His next course of action was to run with everything he had. As instinctive as it was for the battle-hungry werewolf to confront the enemy, even he understood that this was not the time. He didn't even issue an order to retreat. Instead, he simply grabbed Rakuda by the neck and threw her down the nearest side tunnel. Bell also ran, driven by a sixth sense, which warned him of curses, but only those directed at him. A moment later, the passage they had been occupying, along with their companions and the monsters they had left behind, was flooded with a wave of brilliant crimson light. And with it came a malevolent, eerie echo that coiled around their ears. In the next instant, with a great roar, his companions, the monsters, all went mad. Guys, Rakuda managed to say with difficulty. Swords, spears, fangs, and whips formed a flurry of random attacks amidst a spray of blood. Person, monster, it didn't matter who was who. Rakuda and Bite could only stare in shock at the inconceivable scene. Friend attacking friend, monster attacking monster, all of them using whatever they could find to kill the being beside them. It's a curse, Bite growled with a hysterical look. More specifically, it was a curse of confusion, one that caused its victims to run rampant blindly, attacking friends and foes alike until their strength was exhausted. It was a rather unexpected opening move from his new opponent, not just a short spell but a real death blow. Even Bite would have found himself trapped by its effects had the side tunnel beside him not been so conveniently placed. I'm impressed. Van Argen, most people wouldn't be able to dodge that attack after seeing it. I suppose I should have expected more from the low-key Familia Dix. Laughed gleefully in Bite's direction. Striking his spear against his shoulder, he turned his gaze to the carnage, his lips curling upward. Around him, the weapon and the claw continued to bite into flesh, staining the ground with human and monstrous blood. Are you going to let this happen, Wolf? If you don't do something soon, all your little friends will be torn to shreds. Ha 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 ha, Dix said with a great laugh. Bite could do nothing but frown at the contempt. Standing before his feast of blood and chaos, the bespectacled man howled with laughter. What's wrong, Van Argen? Don't tell me you're just going to let everyone die. Dix shouted with a laugh. Inside the same tunnel, both friends and enemies continued to rage against each other like crazed beasts. Shit, Bite cursed under his breath as he watched the action unfold inside his small branch of the main passage. If he had any hope of attacking Dix, he would first have to get through that war zone. But even if he managed to escape unscathed, the same could not be said for his companions, who would continue their frenzied rampage until they were completely exhausted. Even as they thrashed about wildly, he could see their wounds piling up. When a friend's sword point met the flesh of a girl's arm, she screamed like a wild animal, but they carried on anyway without even lowering their arms. guys, Rakuta said with concern. Rabbit options, growled Bite. Rakuta looked confused as her rabbit ears twitched. Not you, the other one, Bite said. Bell sighed as he gazed at the landscape. His ability, King, if powered up, could nullify or overcome the effects of a goddess's charm, but curses were another story. Curses were always Bell's worst enemy, yet in that bleak landscape an idea sparked in his mind. It's risky, Bell murmured. Will it work? Bite asked. 50-50, Bell said while waving his hand. That's enough for me. Even if they die from it, it's better than them killing each other, Bite said. There's no time to explain, you'll know as soon as you see him, just run straight to that guy and punch him, Bell said. Bite nodded, they didn't have much time left. Cursing one last time, Bite turned his gaze toward the hooded man with a vengeful look. Wow, you really want to kill me, don't you? The curse will be broken if you only defeat its caster. You must have figured that out by now. Dix laughed. The wolf was protecting himself against his curse, of that he was certain. Dix was only a level 5. If he had to face Bite in traditional hand-to-hand combat, Bite had the clear advantage. But none of that mattered in the face of Dix's curse. Not even the strongest and highest strength level 6 in all of Aurario could survive a direct hit from his curse. Dix couldn't use his Phobter Daedalus a second time without first lifting his current curse, but even so, the distance between him and Bite would now give him plenty of time to cast it again without fear of the werewolf reaching him first. No matter what, Dix was about to have Van Argen's head mounted on his wall. Aren't you going out to play? PSSSHHT, what a lame excuse for a level 6. Dix said mockingly, as Dix continued to taunt him from across the hall, Bite's ashen fur bristled. Then, the instant the emotion had left his face, he suddenly appeared in the middle of the fight. I've got you, Dix said mockingly as he pointed directly at the wolf. The next instant, a golden magic circle appeared below each adventurer, and then they disappeared as they were absorbed by the magic circle. Dix was completely astonished, unable to understand what had just happened. Bite was equally amazed, but he suppressed his astonishment and began to run while destroying all the monsters in his path. Bite reached a speed that Dix could never have imagined, but he still had time. The wolf was already in Dix's sights, and although his chest tightened with fear, the smile returned to his stunned face as he released the curse. Lose yourself in an endless nightmare. But then his spell was cut short, and her expression froze in place. In fact, time seemed to have stopped completely, because in that single instant, the distance between the wolf and him seemed to have vanished. Now he was staring at him point-blank as a single realization blossomed in his mind. If he were to use his Phobter Daedalus curse on Bite now, who would be the mad wolf's first target? No, not really. Who would be right in front of him? Fresh meat hanging in front of the wild, crazed, and unrestrained wolf would be nothing other. Well then, Dix himself. It could be no one but Dix. There was no one else. No monsters, no humans. It would be a one-on-one duel to the death. Bite's momentum would drive his fangs straight into the body immediately in front of him to devour it. At this distance, his curse was absolutely useless. Damn it, Dix growled. Bell had planned everything. He had taken into account both Dix's speed and the strength and nature of the Phobter Daedalus curse. He had eliminated all of his target's options in a single, indescribably fast, all-out attack. Bite's amber eyes burned with barely contained vengeance. Dix's smile crumbled. An instant later, the wolf's metal boots connected with his chest. For a moment, he was overcome with horror. Then Bite bared his teeth at him. You said you wanted to play, right? Bite said with a smile. The first time she saw him, it was so fast that she couldn't even see him. Dix turned around in an almost comical way. At that moment, a blue light flashed down the corridor and hit one of Bite's boots. Bite was surprised, but then smiled wildly as blue rays covered his boot and spread to his body, generating an electric blue aura. Then the wolf howled, releasing all the pent-up fury that had been building up inside him. His feet, his fists, his elbows, it assaulted him all at once. Dix didn't even have a chance to defend himself, much less cast one of his short spells. Blood spurted from his mouth as the bones in his arms snapped like twigs, and his field of vision shifted wildly. The wolf's relentless onslaught was destroying his life. And when Bite's fangs sank into his trachea, only one emotion raced through his mind: fear. For the first time in his life, the cruel and contemptuous hunter feared death. Shit, Dix thought desperately. Using what little strength he had left, he pushed him back and as far away as possible. It was his first and last act of resistance, taking advantage of Bite's attacks to launch himself and successfully break free from level 6. Naturally, Bite followed him. With the wolf hot on his heels, Dix lifted his face from the ground, his red eyes gleaming beneath his glasses. Get back here, damn it, Bite growled. At that moment, the orichalcum gate fell. Bite had reached out to stop him, but his hand was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like a guillotine, the thick wall slammed her to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Dix laughed from the other side of the door. Too bad, Van Argand, you almost had me, Dix said mockingly. While the rivers of sweat running down his temples were sufficient evidence of his emotions, he felt relieved inside and out now that he was safe. Not only that, his enemy's arm had been crushed beneath the door. No doubt even at this very moment, Bite was howling and writhing in pain on the other side. Either that, or he had torn his arm off completely. "Ah shit, I'm not feeling well at all. Damn, how clever, what a shitty show," Dix grumbled. He used his crimson spear as a crutch to stand up, though his battered and bruised body growled at him from beneath his clothes, until a sudden noise was heard at the door. He looked down to see a very visible gap between the door and the floor. The noise continued so slowly, little by little, and the door began to rise. Dix found himself frozen in place. "Hey you idiot, do you even know how heavy that door is?" Dix muttered. Dix could see two powerful legs with metal boots and a wolf's tail swishing from side to side. The wolf was using only one arm, crushed gauntlet and all, to lift the barricade from its resting place. Before Dix knew it, the door was up to his chest and he was staring into the bloodshot amber eyes of a raging werewolf. At this point, there was no other option. He ran. Spinning on his heels, he shot out of the tunnel, pushing his mangled body as fast as he could. "Damn Barca, do you really expect me to ever face this guy again?" Dix cursed as he limped through the maze. "Shit, he got away," Bate grumbled, his eyebrows furrowing in annoyance as he watched Dix disappear down the passage. At that moment, a current passed by him, followed by another and another. Bite could hear with satisfaction a cry of pain followed by a dull thud. "Well done, Rabbit," Bite said with a smile before turning to look at Belle, who had a bow raised. Belle smiled back at Bite before passing by with Rakuta through the space Bite had made. The three continued walking for a while until something caught their attention. A wave of wind reached them. Both Belle and Bite took serious looks while Rakuta looked surprised. "This is," Rakuta murmured. The next instant, Belle disappeared in a blue flash. Bite soon followed Belle, and poor Rakuta, who had been abandoned, ran as fast as she could after the two of them. There was a roar as the wind around it tore to pieces. As fragments of her air current scattered, screaming into the ether, the golden strands of her blood-stained hair danced. The swordswoman's slender body sailed through the air. She crashed to the floor with tremendous force and spun around the room, until she finally came to a stop amidst the tangled mesh of pipes surrounding the floor. Trembling, using her sword to keep her balance, she tried to stand up, but her knees lacked strength. His armor no longer served him well now that pieces were missing. Through the tattered remnants of his battle dress, the wounds on his smooth skin were clearly visible, and blood from his head trickled across the eyelid of one of his beautiful, now half-closed, golden eyes. She was barely standing. "You're tenacious, I must admit that," Philvis said as he walked towards Eyes. She was not unharmed either. Like Eyes, her battle clothes had been torn to shreds, and several of the wounds inflicted by Eyes' wind sword were horribly deep. How many magic stones had this monstrosity devoured? That thought wouldn't leave Eyes. Even after being powered up by the gamer and gaining constant regeneration, Eyes was still being defeated. "You're also strong enough to keep fighting even after the blow you suffered," Levis said. Around them, the room was in disarray, evidence of the savage duel that had taken place. Pipes had been knocked over, their surfaces cracked, and liquid leaked onto the floor. Furthermore, the tanks were almost unrecognizable, their glass was cracked and shards scattered around the perimeter. Her chest heaving, Eyes tried to ready her sword for another attack, only for Levis to repel her efforts. Taking a step forward, the redhead grabbed her face and slammed her against the wall. Cracks spread from the point of impact when one of the large tanks broke open with a high-pitched squeal. The wind tore from her lungs as numb spasms coursed through her arms and legs like jolts of electricity. Levis didn't stop there, wildly swinging his left arm to throw Eyes back to the ground as if she were nothing. "But I'm getting tired of this pointless back and forth, aren't you?" Levis said coldly. A pointless round trip, that was certainly the case at this point. First in Riviera, then in the pantry, and now finally here in Knossos. A humiliating defeat followed by a relentless pursuit. Being knocked to the ground but always getting up, coming back for more. Yes, this struggle had been going on for some time. And once again today, Eyes found herself on the brink of death. "Let's finish this," Levis said. The steps that would spell its destruction drew near. Suddenly, Eyes' consciousness returned to life. "I have to stop my sword, I can't," Eyes thought with difficulty. Her thoughts were a confusing mess. Her body burned with blood and pain. But somewhere within that tide of her mind, she found the last thread of her will to fight, frowning as she forced it out. "That's enough, Arya. There's no point in fighting," Levis said in his typical emotionless voice. "You can't win like this, and no one will come for you. This ridiculous maze has taken care of that. It's the monster that will devour you as it has already devoured your companions." "Without a doubt," Levis said. Eyes gave a small moan as she scratched at sleep with her fingers. "There's no one to save you now," Levis said coldly. "I know," Eyes thought. Yes, Eyes knew it very well. Help wouldn't come through her. There are no hands to stand her up. There is no sword to avert the coming death. No hero to save her. The hero he had longed for ever since his father protected his mother had never come. She was alone. Despair had been everything to her. She had cried and screamed until she could cry no more, until her heart froze and she could no longer remember how to smile. It was then that Eyes had taken the sword. She wouldn't wait to be saved. She would forge her own path, the only one left before her. He craved power, and even now he pursued it with reckless abandon. so that she could fulfill her one true wish, her deepest desire, the longing of her heart. It was all that remained in the hollow shell she had become. She had never had anyone. There was no knight in shining armor, but now. With trembling arms, she lifted her battered body from the ground. As the blood dripped, her thin legs pushed her to her feet, and then his closed eye popped open with a click. "I am not alone, never again," murmured Eyes. She had friends who cared about her, adorable newbies who admired her, trusted allies who fought alongside him, loving adults who cared for her like their own children, a compassionate, fun, and cheerful family who taught her to smile again. And above all, she had him, so I won't give up. Eyes. As Levi's eyebrows arched in surprise, Eyes stood up with her sword ready to fight. Levis was an enhanced species. What's more, she possessed power at level 7, not even beyond. Even with her wind and her enhancement, the gamer, Eyes couldn't expect to fight her. Surpassing her at this point would be nearly impossible. Physically, her wounds were already deep. Her body couldn't withstand another skirmish, but she still had one thing: her mind. He would ignite his own essence, the flames of the little life he had left. His enemy was Levis. No, Eyes had already lost to her. Now she faced someone else, someone bigger, the same labyrinth. "Wake up, Tempest," Eyes shouted. "Wake up, Tempest," Eyes shouted once more. She screamed again, ignoring her battered body as she was once more enveloped in the howl of the wind torn from her. "Roar, storm," Eyes shouted as loudly as she could, and with that came a whirlwind, unleashing a fury that reflected the dormant power awakening within her. "What the hell?" Levis said. As it filled the room, the wind sliced the pipes to pieces before hurtling into the tunnels beyond. And it didn't stop there, pouring out relentlessly as if it were bursting off a hill. "The wind of the Great Spirit," Levis said in shock. Surely with the way Eyes was spending magical power like water, she would destroy herself very soon. However, the fierce gale still showed no signs of abating. Again and again it roared, fueled by the fires of Eyes' very soul. "If you keep this up," Levis murmured. She could awaken the spiritual embryos that lurked deep within the corridors of the labyrinth. Realizing this, Levis moved toward Eyes, her expression twisting with irritation. Like a sword, she sliced through the incoming winds, her blade pointed directly at the Sword Princess. But Eyes met the challenge head-on, lifting desperate to absorb the incoming blow. Her storm was nothing more than a sizzler in the movement as she blocked the first attack, then fled the onslaught like a moving tornado. "You stop squirming," Levis growled. Time and again, Eyes' piercing wind hampered Levis's attacks. The creature woman simply could not bring her down, even with the severe injuries she had inflicted. With the gale dampening his speed and power, every attack from Levis was countered by the Sword Princess's own techniques. There were no blind spots either. The blast of rage grew in all directions, to the point where Levis had to concentrate simply to avoid being blown away. This was no longer armor. This was a fortress. And Levis grew increasingly irritated as she continued her attack. "Not yet," Eyes murmured. Eyes would hold out. Her windstorm raged and she threw away everything she had to avoid Levis's fury. Eyes would wait until his cyclone proved victorious against that labyrinth of chaos. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Wait, wait, wait. She bet everything, her own life, on this reckless defensive plan that only postponed her inevitable death, or so it seemed. Meanwhile, its wind raised its great war cry. "Just fall, silence," Levis shouted. Levis's blade finally found its place to strike. The downward slash sliced through Eyes' wind armor, and although Eyes barely managed to lift desperate in time to block, the force was simply too much. Knocking the sword from her hands, one of Eyes' knees dropped to the ground, signaling her limit, and with that her wind fell silent. Any further resistance will only prolong this far longer than necessary. Now, since I'm going to strip you of your consciousness anyway, let's cut off your limbs to ensure you can't do anything else. Levis spoke coldly. Eyes narrowed her eyes at the figure that loomed above her. A moment before the other woman's sword descended, the sound of a crackling noise caught the attention of both of them. The next instant, Levis, still standing in front of Eyes, opened her eyes in amazement. A fist appeared out of nowhere in front of her and slammed into her face. An immense force sent Levis flying until he crashed into a wall. Eyes could see a back which was covered by a layer of salamander wool, while an electric aura surrounded him. The electric blue aura disappeared and the person in front of her turned to look at her with a smile. Eyes knew that white hair and red eyes perfectly. One by one, they all began to arrive at the place, responding to Eyes' call. Belle, for his part, glanced at Eyes and then at Levis, who was recovering from her attack. If I manage to leave Eyes in that state, her power must be high, Belle thought as he looked at Levis. I'll have to use that, Belle thought with annoyance. Right then, the walls of the room crashed to the floor. It happened without warning. A strip of steel skin suddenly obscured one side of his vision. And as the great, monstrous beast moved towards them in a rain of stones and adamantine, none of them could breathe. Even Levis seemed surprised. "C-O-O-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R They ran towards the exit as a group. As for the lower-ranking members who couldn't get to their feet so quickly, Eyes, Tiona, Tyoni, Bite, Rawl, and the other higher-ranking adventurers grabbed them by their clothes and pulled them along. How did Ugalana get here? Shit, Levis growled. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What the hell is that thing? Tiona shouted. How the hell am I supposed to know? Bite said angrily. Without knowing what was happening, all they could do was find themselves in another large room further ahead. An explosion the size of an earthquake ripped through the air behind them. The shockwave hit them in the back, sending them flying. They fell to the ground, lower levels and elites alike, somehow getting up to turn around just as a colossal silhouette emerged from the shadows. 4 incredibly large and powerful legs supported its lower half, 2 mangled horns twisted from its head, and its skin was the sickly yellowish green of corroded steel. It was tall, more than 6 meters from the ground to its shoulders, and from its back sprouted a tail that split in two, both ends sharp as swords. Overall, it closely resembled an ox except for one thing, the woman's body protruding from the creature's forehead. The upper half of her body was feminine, with her lips curved in a disconcerting smile. Protruding from the colossal ox's forehead was a decidedly feminine form, her small stature of 2 meters contrasted strangely with the giant below. Her short emerald hair and similarly green skin, her richly colored dress and her mysterious smile were features beautiful enough to make many goddesses envious. He just broke through the adamantine walls like it was nothing. Raoul murmured in horrified astonishment as the top-level adventurers felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu wash over them. And then, as if bringing the nightmare back to reality, Eyes said his name. A half-spirit. Eyes murmured. It was then that the demi-spirit moved. It was also when Lefia realized that she had chosen a terribly unfortunate moment to reunite with her companions. Without any explanation, the creature went into attack mode. It began with a simple attack, but that simple attack brought with it unimaginable weight and destructive power. Eyes and the others quickly moved aside, evading them with all the speed and strength they had left, but the spirit simply pursued them with little regard for the devastation it was causing on the labyrinth walls in its rampage. "And no way," Lefia exclaimed in shock. "It's tearing through the adamantite like it's paper." Philvis spoke with trembling. Even Gareth, confident as he was in his strength, could not shatter those walls without much time and effort, and in a single twist of its limbs this thing was knocking down the enormous adamantite barriers as if they were nothing more than building blocks. Not a single member of the low-key familia made a sound as they stared at the enormous hole in the walls of the labyrinth. "I've already decided I'll use that," Belle said, drawing everyone's attention. Immediately everyone turned to look at Belle. "Eyes, when that thing falls, shout as loud as you can. The villain has been defeated, hero. You can rest," Belle said sheepishly. Eyes blinked a couple of times without understanding. "I don't want this armor to be destroyed. I'd better take it off," Belle thought as in an instant his armor disappeared completely, leaving only ordinary cloth pants on his person. Belle sighed before becoming completely serious. Everyone could see a gigantic white magic circle appear beneath Belle as he began to conjure. "I humbly invoke you. I humbly ask for your help. My power is little. I need your help. Allow me to drink from the ambrosia, to carry out a hunt. May I cause my enemy to perish. Before my power, Eyes Wallenstein today will be the switch from this mad destroyer." "Chaos Call," Belle shouted at the top of his lungs. "Chaos Call." A magic that required certain conditions for its activation, being of the enchantment type and mainly immersing its user in unrestrained madness. Before its activation, a person had to be selected who would say a keyword to deactivate the magic. The magic was simple. The user gained power at the cost of completely losing their sanity and judgment. The user would become pure raw power. In Belle's case, for a period of time, he lost his MP, Mr., AP, AR, INT, and WIS stats. Therefore, in that state, he could not use magic or martial arts, and he also completely lost his reasoning. In contrast, their HP, HR, VIT, ATK, and AF increased 5 times, while their DF and DM increased 10 times. That left Belle with his stats as follows. HP 8041, HR 840 Ms, VIT 560, ATK 765, AF 355s, DF 1430, DMs 1300. This magic greatly diminished resistance. It also caused great physical harm to its user. Belle's hair stood on end, his eyes lost their shine and their color seemed to drain away as they turned white, his muscles grew considerably and his veins became prominent in them. Likewise, red lines similar to tattoos appeared all over his body. Belle, to everyone's astonishment, remained motionless as the demi-spirit ran straight towards him. Ugalana. HP 6000. As soon as the demi-spirit was close enough to charge at him, Belle threw a punch which sent the demi-spirit's immense body flying several meters, causing a small tremor. That had been a hit of 11-20 points of damage. Bell took his sword in his right hand and then appeared in front of the demi-spirit with incredible speed. Bell launched a slash which the demi-spirit could not completely dodge, receiving the attack head-on and losing one of its legs. That had been an attack of approximately 1502 points of damage. The demi-spirit's ox head moved violently and managed to hit Bell, sending him flying. Bell's body collided with an adamantite wall and shattered it, but Bell suffered nothing more than minor scratches. Bell again appeared with incredible speed in front of the demi-spirit and launched another slash, followed by a second, third, fourth, and fifth. It didn't matter that the demi-spirit was already sectioned into many parts. For the current Bell who lacked reasoning, there was only the need to wield his sword again and again without rest. Many looked at Bell with terror, others with amazement. Gareth was the only one who could remember what Bell had said before losing his mind, and he gave Eyes a light tap on the back as if telling her that she should do something. Eyes, blushing deeply, murmured something inaudible. Gareth struck Eyes with his sword again, and she mentally prepared herself for what he was about to say. "The villain has been defeated, hero, you can rest," Eyes shouted with all her might. At that moment Bell's body stiffened, the red tattoos on Bell's body glowed brightly before disappearing. Bell's red eyes regained their color, but he closed them abruptly before collapsing to the ground. Bell had completely lost consciousness a while ago. Eyes didn't take long to run towards Bell's body. The blonde was surprised to see many wounds all over Bell's body. With the death of the demi-spirit, the search for the Loki familia had been called off. Everyone rushed to take Finn and Bell, along with all the other injured people, to the clinic of, ironically, the Hestia familia. This search had not yielded the desired results, but it had yielded results nonetheless. Chapter 33. Result. Opening his eyes slightly, he was met by the harsh light of the magic stone lanterns. Although they were weak, he was forced to close them again. The moment their world went dark once more, the unsettling vestiges of reality returned. He gave a small groan of pain, and with his determination returning to his body, he forced his eyes open. "Are you awake?" A female voice reached his ears, removing the last vestiges of doubt from his being. Battling a feeling of fatigue unlike any he had ever experienced before, Finn finally opened his eyes. "Reveria, where am I?" the blonde hobbit managed to say with difficulty. "The Hestia Familia Clinic. You've been bedridden since the curse was broken." Reveria spoke with complete sincerity to a nearly sleepy Finn. As for Reveria herself, she still had to change her dirty clothes. Accepting only a simple treatment, she has been sitting here by his side ever since. "You have amid Aki's keen efforts and the others to thank you for," Riviera said, as serious as ever. The pure white of the disinfected room hit Finn's eyes like a blinding light. He let his gaze travel to the ceiling while he waited for his surroundings to come into focus, then quickly pulled back the sheets, fully prepared to get up. "Calm down, Finn. Go back to sleep," Reveria said. Finn didn't answer, he just tried harder to stand up. "Do you know why I'm here? For this exact reason. To prevent you from getting out of this bed." Reveria spoke harshly. Finn sighed heavily. "Now rest. There's no point in hiding your true intentions from me," Reveria said, pointing a finger at the hobbit's forehead and gently pressing him back into the comfortable confinement of the bed. "I apologize," Finn said. They had too much history for him to think he could hide anything from the High Elf. "So the situation?" Finn asked. "The last I heard was that Eyes and her team were preparing to withdraw from Daedalus Street. They've probably finished that by now," Riviera said. "So Gareth and the others?" Finn asked. "Successfully evacuated, and once everyone was outside, all the known doors in the labyrinth were closed. There were no signs of pursuit by the enemy," Reveria said. "What about Bell?" Finn asked. "That boy is a tough nut to crack. He came in all broken, almost as injured as you." The girl named Naza didn't hesitate for a second before going to his side to treat him. "As soon as Ermid released your curse, she ran to Bell's side. He wasn't in bed for even an hour before getting up and going to continue with his work, although before that he left several members of our family in different rooms. Somehow he had them stored away in a kind of pocket dimension," Reveria said with a small smile. "Committed to his position as captain, I taught him well," Finn said with a small laugh. "Bell said that thanks to that, the physical damage to our person will disappear easily, but it's not the same with curses. These hinder HR and diminish our resistance, leaving our body too tired. Therefore rest," Reveria said. Finn sighed heavily. "I was so happy to have increased my strength considerably. On that mini-expedition, we reached the 50th floor without even breaking a sweat. We only turned back because we ran out of supplies. But I just had to run into the archenemy of this fantastic ability that empowers us," Finn said ruefully. "I also began to feel invincible thanks to that. My magic was boosted to incredible levels, my mana seemed inexhaustible, and when it started to run out, I only had to switch to using my mind. And thanks to HR, my mind was continuously restored. Physical attacks that were once my worst enemy became simple mosquito bites. I could take down monsters just by moving my hand," Reveria said seriously. Finn nodded in understanding. "But this fateful accident taught us that even though we are strong and have become stronger thanks to Bell, we are still far from being invincible," Reveria spoke harshly. You're absolutely right. That moment of doubt is what led me to this, and if it weren't for Rawl, I would have lost my life. I can't die. If I die, what will become of my race? What will become of my goal? More importantly, what will become of our family? I have to apologize to everyone for worrying you like this, Finn said seriously. Finn's determined and serious look faded, replaced by a somber one. What about casualties? Finn asked almost in a whisper. At the question, Reveria's face darkened. Very slightly she looked away. There were losses. 6 dead, including those who have disappeared. Lloyd, Kriya, Anju, Lisa, Kalos, and Remilia. Reveria said sadly. Finn looked up at the ceiling as he clenched his fist. Did you return in one piece, Gareth? Loki asked with his typical foxy grin. As the dwarf passed by, Loki asked him a question, gazing towards the city's nightscape. Yes, in one piece, Gareth said with a smile. You're as tough as nails, you know that, right? Loki said with a smile. They were outside the Hestia Familia clinic, illuminated by the light of a magic stone lantern. Although she didn't turn to face him, Gareth took her place beside her. It seems Finn has finally returned, Gareth said. Oh, that's good, Loki said with a small smile. Loki. Gareth spoke with excessive seriousness. The red-haired goddess, in contrast, turned to look at the dwarf with doubt. I'm sorry, Gareth said, lowering his head. Loki looked curiously at the dwarf before figuring out where the conversation was going, then turned to look elsewhere. For letting so many die, Gareth said, his gaze lowered. Neither of them looked at the other. Even after all this time, I still don't know how to react when things like this happen. I know this isn't our final goodbye, so to speak. I am a goddess after all, and a part of me understands that, Loki said with a sigh. Is that so? Gareth asked, but I can't stop thinking about their faces, you know. When I was all over them, or when I grabbed their butts and lifted them up in my arms. Moments like those, we'll never have them again. How do I put it? It feels a bit like losing your first love or something, Loki said dejectedly. I see, Gareth said, sounding just as depressed as Loki. I can't help but think I should have shared a few more drinks with them, Loki said as he thought about all he could have done with his deceased children. You think so? Yes, many more drinks. That would have been nice, Gareth said with a small smile. They simply stared into the darkness before them with heavy expressions. We lost. Those damned orichalcum gates were blocking my path through the labyrinth. Even if I had the chance to do it again, I don't think the outcome would have been any different, Gareth said, clenching his fist. Those orbs really are the key to everything. At least as far as infiltration is concerned, Loki said with a sigh. Their enemy's hideout was truly a labyrinth. Without a way to move freely through its corridors, they couldn't even hope to launch a successful raid. For now, we'll search for information as well as those keys. Uncover everything we can find, take any place that seems like it might be connected to those degenerates and turn it upside down, Loki said seriously. Very well, meeting postponed. It's time to start cooking up our revenge. Loki said with determination. Wait for us, you fools, this war has only just begun, Loki growled. Loki turned to look at the beaten Gareth before speaking. Why don't you go into the clinic and ask them to give you 1 or 2 potions? Loki said, these wounds are nothing, and even with that, we're too busy to freely explore the dungeon. We made a good sum last time on that mini expedition, but supporting a family isn't cheap. I can't afford that luxury for such simple things, Gareth said. Loki raised an eyebrow before speaking. Don't you know? Loki asked. Gareth was confused by Loki's words. Belchai, as soon as he woke up, gave the order that my children be treated as top priority due to our incursion, and he's not charging us for the potions or elixirs used in the worst cases, Loki said. Gareth acquired a thoughtful look. Our family isn't gaining anything from this, not even the guild is paying us. The only thing we get is the satisfaction of righting the city of evil. Belchai isn't getting anything either, but we can say that he has the heart of a hero, Loki said with a smile. Gareth also gave a smile. Well, taking advantage of your kindness a little, I'll go get a potion, Gareth said with a smile. Hey Gareth, I've been thinking about it, but I've decided that the Hestia Familia will be our main business partner. Tell the guys to prioritize this place to sell their loot, Loki said. Believe me, after this, no one will refuse, Gareth said with a smile. I also want us to meet with Belchai as soon as Finn is in perfect condition. We must share all the information we have. Honestly, I don't fully trust Dionysus or Hermes, but Belchai is different. It's much easier to trust him, Loki said. Kindness is repaid with kindness. It would be impolite, or rather complete stupidity on our part, to have asked Bel for help with this and then only give him the crumbs of the cake, Gareth said seriously. Loki responded with a big smile. Bel gave a heavy sigh as he looked at a sheet of paper in his hands. That sheet contained his latest statistics as a level 3. bellcranel. LV is 3. Strength SSS 1450. Defense SSS 1475. Dexterity SSS 1350. Agility SSS 1572. Magic SSS 1523. The white-haired man had risen to level 4 after his last battle against the one with my spirit. bellcranel, LV 4. Strength I0. Defense I0. Dexterity I0. Agility I0. Magic I0. Bell increased his INT by 10 points and instantly unlocked a skill. Swift Step. Requirements for obtaining it. Agility of 3000 square root. INT of 120 square. Description: instantaneous transportation of the user to a specific location. Each 100 of agility is equivalent to 1 meter. Bell assumed a thoughtful pose as he analyzed his new ability. As he understood it, he could transport himself to any place within a radius equivalent to 100 agility per meter. Taking into account his current agility, his radius was 46.72 meters. Bell had an idea of how his ability worked. I simply used it for a test, and in an instant it disappeared from his office and reappeared in the courtyard of his headquarters about 40 meters away. From what I could see, it was quite simple. I just had to think of the place, and as long as it was within range, it would appear there. But what if he didn't know the place? Then it would only go as far as his eyes could see. Counsel: the escape skill enhances swift step. Bell gave a nod to nothingness while searching for the ability. Upon reaching level 4, Bell acquired the development skill Punch Strike, which when at S rank added 32 ATK points to each of his strikes if they were punches. But since I was at level 4, I had already unlocked the escape skill. By acquiring this skill and maxing it out, my range increased. Now 10 agility was equivalent to 1 meter. Bell also unlocked the map function. The map function has been unlocked. Requirements for obtaining it. Have the gallery section square root. Have the swift step skill square root. Have the escape skill square root. Description: a perfect map of your entire surroundings which you have explored. Bell opened the map function and instantly saw a redundancy intended map of the city of Arario. His map wasn't completely complete. Outside of Arario, everything was black. There was only one small line leading to a village in the mountains which wasn't black. That line was the route Bell had taken to Arario, and the town was his home village. Arario is your starting city, you must explore the rest. Upon seeing the new message, Bell acknowledged it. He then headed to a section called the dungeon. Inside the words floor 1 were enclosed in squares, going up to floor 20, the lowest level Bell had explored. Bell then saw a section with a red dot and the word respawn. By marking a respawn, you can go to that place instantly as a way to escape. At that moment, Bell understood the reason for the development ability escape. According to the information Bell was viewing, to mark a respawn, you only need to stand in the place where it is and then mark it, that's all. Bell put his research aside and set out to finish his work. Statistics: the gamer. Name: bellcranel. Gender: male. Family: Hestia. Nickname: Little Rookie. Alias: Knight of Diamond. Money: 0. Level 4. 0. XP: 1,978,000. Points: 0. HP: 1469. HR: 169M. MP: 1515. Mr. 168M. AP: 1297. AR: 179 Ms. INT: 120. WIS: 168. VIT: 132. ATK: 173. IF: 76. DF: 153. AM: 107. DM: 150. Strength: 4450. Stamina: 4475. Dexterity: 4250. Agility: 4672. Magic: 4523. The Gamer S. Abnormal Resistance S. Hunter S. Luck S. Merchant S. Mystery S. Cooking S. Tamer S. Mage S. Mixture S. Ruler S. Swordsman S. Punch S. Escape S. A day had passed since Bell left for Knossos. At the gates of the Hestia Familia, 2 people could be seen. A woman with short blue hair and incredible beauty, the other was a man with tanned skin and considerable musculature, along with an elephant mask covering his face. "I am Ganesha," shouted the man in the elephant mask. "Ganesha-sama, there's no need to shout. There's a doorbell right here," the woman sighed as she pointed to a red button next to the imposing gate. Just as the god Ganesha was about to say something else, the 2 of them could see a small figure approaching them. "Oh, you saw little Lewin, he came right away," Ganesha laughed. Both God and the dependent met the little hobbit a few days ago while he went in Bell's place to the Ganesha family headquarters to discuss certain important matters. The hobbit stood in front of the gate and opened it simply by placing his hand on a panel. "Ganesha-sama, Shakti-san, welcome. Our captain awaits you in his office," spoke the hobbit. They both nodded as they followed the hobbit through the incredible mansion. As the 2 of them walked, they saw a small flash, and then they saw something perfectly that left them amazed. At the back of the chimney mansion courtyard, a large number of metal pillars could be seen lying about, emitting a great brightness. "Hey, those are what I think they are," Shakti asked, pointing towards the pillars. "They are pillars of orichalcum. The captain brought them last night. The entire outer fence is going to be replaced with those," Lewin said. Orichalcum, how did they get so much? Shakti said with great amazement. Lewin shrugged. The captain has his secrets, Lewin said, downplaying the situation. Bell had obtained those pillars using his version of Gate of Babylon, Treasure Gate. Treasure Gate was an ability that gathered all the treasures of the world in one place. There was nothing that couldn't be found there, and the best part was that it would never run out. If what Bell took from that place broke or ran out, another one exactly the same would appear inside. Apparently, some ancient king built a wall with those orichalcum pillars, so Bell only took them from his treasure gate. Fortunately, they were the perfect size and there were a lot of them. Her family definitely has a lot of money, Shakti said with a small smile. I also think we're making Goibniu-sama rich, Lewin said with a small laugh. In the distance, the aforementioned god could be seen, holding a map in his hands and directing several of his dependents. The three continued their walk, surprisingly silent, until they reached Bell's office. Upon entering, the three of them could see Bell sitting behind a desk. I am Ganesha, shouted the god while waving the palm of his hand. Shakti in contrast sighed with cessation. Bell simply smiled at the god. He was one of the few gods he respected. Bell, fresh out of the guild. Ganesha spoke as he handed Bell a roll of paper. Bell took the scroll, then opened it to reveal a carefully written document. This is your certificate. From now on, your family is officially a family of tamers, and you are allowed to take monsters out of the dungeon and house them in your domain, and I can see that you have already prepared for that, Ganesha said with a big smile. I have also received several letters from Urano-sama. Apparently, it will be easier to obtain a permit to release monsters from the dungeon. Regardless of the family's rank, one must demonstrate to the Ganesha familia that they are capable of this. Subsequently, a very slow bureaucratic process will begin, and then taxes must be paid starting at 1 million volleys and up, Bell said. Yes, I read all of that too, Ganesha said with incredible seriousness. Because of our situation as cooperators with that project, we don't have to pay that tax and even our family's taxes are reduced by half, Bell said with a smile. After all, this project is extremely important, Ganesha said. Lewin, tell the others to get ready. In a few days we'll be leading a small expedition to get a good number of monsters out of the dungeon, Bell said. Lewin nodded. Hey Bell, speaking of monsters, well, you know, Ganesha said somewhat embarrassed. Bell laughed slightly before turning to look at Lewin and nodding. Lewin soon left the room and Bell opened a drawer in his desk and took out a necklace which had a red gem in its center. Creating these collars was very difficult. It required a lot of research, along with a great deal of classic trial and error. These collars were designed to guarantee the submission of a monster, but on a human or them, they are completely useless. It's 100% guaranteed. I received help from Fells and a collaborator for their creation, along with Lewin who closely monitored the project, Bell said. Ganesha nodded as he took the necklace. Just to confirm of your family, only you and the Hobbit know about that, right? Shakti spoke. Bell nodded. The others aren't ready yet. I informed Lewin and I asked for her cooperation to see how far her loyalty to my family would go, and the results were more than gratifying, Bell said with a smile. Shakti nodded. By the way, how does this work? Asked Ganesha. From now on, my family will sell monsters as pets, but only to certain families and under certain criteria. The owner or master must place their blood on the stone. This will guarantee the monster's complete obedience to its master. It is even more advisable that after the owner places their blood, their god does the same, so that the monster recognizes members of the same family as members of its pack, so to speak, and this guarantees that the monster will never attack them. As for strangers, the monster will be completely docile until it senses hostility towards someone from its pack, Bell explained. Ganesha nodded. By the way, monsters also need feeding. I've already developed this. In the pet store next to my family's clinic, you can find all kinds of items for your pets, Bell said with a smile. Ganesha-sama knows that the items are more expensive in that store. He could very well have bought toys for his pet somewhere else, Shakti said with a sigh. Ganesha, who was carrying a large sack of croquettes and a bag full of toys in his left arm, turned to look at Shakti. A hellhound who was also wearing a leash turned to look at Shakti. Fido is not just any pet, he is my soulmate. He deserves the best, said Ganesha while hugging the dog. He's only been its owner for half an hour, Shakti said with a sigh. It's the same as you and that Almiraj, Ganesha said. As the god had said, the human Shakti carried an Almiraj in a pink fanny pack strapped to her chest. How rude, his name is Mr. Rabbit. I don't call your dog a hellhound, Shakti growled as she hugged the Almiraj protectively. Even so, you call him dog, his name is Fido, Ganesha said irritably. It's not my fault she gave her pet a terrible name, Shakti said angrily. And Mr. Rabbit is a better name, Ganesha grumbled. While God and the dependent were arguing, they heard an explosion and then saw a large pillar of smoke. That direction, Shakti murmured in amazement. This is bad, Ganesha said. She knew who he was. Only the Freya family could have launched an attack like this in the pleasure quarter. Did he attack without even waiting for me to strike? Ishtar thought desperately, and without a single warning. Absurd, this is an atrocity. Ishtar growled. She could hear all his preparations, all his plans coming to nothing and crumbling in an instant. Reinforcements. I need to contact Kali and Marin, but no, the original plan was to launch a pincer attack on Freya's house. Signaling them now would be too late, so should I escape to Daedalus Street and unleash the Bull of Heaven? But what am I thinking? It's too late now, it's too late to do anything, Ishtar thought as she succumbed to despair. Ishtar's carefully laid plan hinged on her being the instigator. Summoning Kali or escaping to Knossos would require her to abandon the pleasure quarter, impossible now that she was surrounded. It was too late, there was nothing she could do. At the moment his enemy launched a lightning-fast attack towards his family. Freya. Ishtar growled, her eyes bloodshot, digging her fingers into the balcony railing. Attack anyone who tries to interfere. Meanwhile, along the main street of the pleasure quarter, the silver-haired goddess of beauty walked calmly through the carnage, heading straight for the temple of Ishtar. Ishtar may have a bad temper, but she's not stupid. She's careful, shrewd, and unlikely to start a fight if she knows she has no chance of winning. The way she's been acting, she probably has an ace up her sleeve, Freya murmured to herself. Freya looked up as her own followers waged war with the Berbers on either side of her. Her silver eyes stopped when they reached the temple balcony and the copper-skinned goddess of beauty who was currently peering over its railing. Her features twisted into a chilling smile, cold enough to freeze her seductive enemy in place. But you've lost, thought Freya with a smile. The real beauty queen was here. Ishtar had aroused the wrath of her king, and Freya responded with a hellish rage that rivaled the wrath of heaven and ravaged the carnal district to the ground. Ephraim, Ishtar-sama is in trouble, save her. The Amazon turned around just as two Berbera emerged above the roof from a ladder. Breathless, both Amazons rushed to his side in a panic. Exhaling through her nose, Phryne ignored them. With her back to them, she saw the pleasure district for the first time and froze in place. What the hell is going on? Asked Phryne in complete shock. Many plumes of smoke emanating from the city were reflected in his bulging eyes as he somehow chained up his rage. Phryne finally noticed that something very bad was happening around her headquarters. There you go, where have you been? An Amazon said in reprimand. Watch your words, vermin, now tell me what is all this, demanded Phryne. In our territory, the pleasure district has been invaded. Spoken Amazon. Phryne listened in disbelief as both Amazons filled her in. Suddenly, the three women fell silent when they sensed someone else's presence on the roof. He came from the opposite side of the garden. The Berbera plants were on the east side of the roof. The newcomer emerged from the west side. With the moonlight blocked by passing clouds, the newcomer was enveloped in darkness. So this is the highest point. A low male voice came from a colossal figure. He was at least a head taller than Phryne, who was 2 meters tall. The three Amazons watched the muscular newcomer walk silently through the badly damaged garden. Judging by the outline of the shadow, he was a beastman. Damn it, Ishtar growled. Phryne watched him suspiciously. The Berber women, however, rushed at the newcomer in desperation. Whether it was the Amazon blood in their veins or the dire situation that drove them, both warriors charged at full speed toward the mysterious figure. The muscular shadow gazed at the two armed adventurers rushing towards him and calmly threw down his right fist. The fist struck the first Berbera with the force of an explosion, sending her unconscious body flying through the air. Flying through the stone pillars like a cannonball, he didn't stop until his back slammed into the fountain. Even Phryne didn't see the impact. She could only stand and watch with trembling eyes as the newcomer approached, extending his left hand and grasping the face of the second Berber woman, like a hawk catching a fish from a lake. With his smile stretching from ear to ear, the dark figure lifted her like a sword before slamming her to the ground. A crater in the shape of his body appeared on the stone surface as each breath of oxygen was expelled from his lungs. His 4 limbs fell to one side. Water rained down from the sky a moment later, soaking the area. It had come from the spring. The impact had caused the water to leap several meters into the air and fall as rain. Phryne gasped as the clouds parted, revealing the identity of the newcomer. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when Warlord Borman came into view. "Owater," Phryne exclaimed in disbelief. Short, rust-colored hair and boar ears, bones as solid as iron with an imposing body built like a cliff. She turned towards the Amazon, a stoic, fearless look of determination fixed on her face. Phryne Jamal, the last otter's monotonous but overwhelming voice filled the air. Phryne's fingers trembled. Part of it was from amazement, but mostly from fear. "Why are you here?" asked Phryne fearfully. Her voice screamed as she finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The Freya family did not wait for the Ishtar family to declare war, and they attacked first. Cold sweat trickled down her oily cheeks. She struggled to swallow. This was inevitable. Fighting the Freya familia meant they would eventually have to deal with Otter. Therefore, they already had a plan in mind. Phryne and the upper echelons of the Berbera clan, empowered by fragments of the Killing Stone, would employ various forms of anti-status magic and curses to weaken him physically as much as possible. Facing this man in combat without doing so was tantamount to suicide. They stood no chance against him at full power. Even if the level boost gave her the strength to surpass the sword princess, Izu Wallenstein, it would do little to protect her against the warlord. He wore no armor and carried no weapons, yet he still dominated his opponents with his mere presence. The upper part of the Freya family, the strongest adventurer in Arario. In the Labyrinth City, he was the only LV7. Its true power was suffocating. Phryne gripped the handle of her axe in terror, each of her fingers drenched in sweat. It was the same feeling as being in front of a floor boss on the lower floors of the dungeon. The horrible knowledge that the moment I showed him my back, it would all be over. The only option for LV5 Frene Jamal was forward. Howling with all her might, Phryne decided to fight the enemy. Raising the great war axe in his right hand, he decided to use all his momentum to swing his weapon towards Otter's shoulder. Otter knew exactly why she had been given the title of Androctonus, the Manslayer, when thousands of adventurers had fallen before her axe. The same axe that was approaching her at this very moment, but he silently extended his left arm. He stopped the attack, grabbing Phryne's right hand and the handle of the axe with his left hand. Complete protection. The silver blade of the axe didn't even come close to his skin. Otter's rock-hard hand completely encased his opponent's fleshy fist. As for the collision, a slight bend in her elbow was enough to absorb it without her feet moving in the slightest. Phryne's attack was abruptly stopped. Narrowing his reddish eyes in a frown, Otter clenched the muscles of his left hand. Many cracking sounds came from beneath Otter's grip. The weapon's handle broke, along with most of the bones in Phryne's hand. Her scream pierced the night air. Phryne doubled over in pain as the powerful man released her. The blade of the great war axe struck the ground at her feet with a dull thud. At the same time, Otter took a step forward, following the staggering Phryne. The Amazon clutched her disfigured fist as the Boorman hooked her arm under her shoulder and threw her to the ground. Her round body slid and rolled across the piles of stones scattered across the ground. Dust rose, forming a small cloud as it came to rest on her stomach at the base of the fountain. My beautiful face. Phryne spoke with great pain upon seeing her reflection in the water. Her horrible face was full of dust and a little blood. With his fury unleashed once more, he lunged at Otter. His target, her throat. His hands, intact or not, were wide open and eager to squeeze the life out of her. Die boarman die, Phryne shouted. More stone tiles broke beneath her feet as the Amazon rushed forward. Otter shifted his left arm to the side. How noisy, Otter said, annoyed. Then he threw his own fist straight at her. Landing directly in the middle of her face, Otter's blow sent Phryne flying into the sky. Silbando a través del air, la gran figura como rana de la Amazona debujo en arco sobre el lado del jardín y hacia el suelo. The whistling grew louder, loud enough to hurt his ears as he collapsed. Despite falling from over 40 stories above the ground, her level 5 stamina, far stronger than the average dungeon monster, kept her alive. Blood gushing from her broken nose stained her battle clothes a deep red. Phryne held her face with her uninjured hand, tears falling down her cheeks. The warrior Boorman followed her. Leaping around the decorated exterior of the palace, he jumped a few times before his feet broke the stone path that ran through the front garden upon impact. Phryne was still planted on his rear end and desperately tried to back away, but the two were not alone. From the front, from the side, from all directions. 8 figures joined together. A catman, a dark elf, and 4 hobbits appeared. Looking at the faces of the adventurers surrounding her, all the color drained from Phryne's skin. Vana Freya, Hegni, and Hedin of LV6, and even the Gulliver brothers, Bringer. Phryne thought with terror. All the desire to fight that remained in her vanished in an instant upon learning that the most powerful members of the Freya family were approaching her from all directions. After completing their mission to incapacitate the enemy fighters, the group had gathered to deal with the most formidable member of the Ishtar familia. Otter was directly in front of her, with his circle of allies preventing her from escaping. HYSSAVME. Phryne screamed pathetically. Supporting his head with one arm, he looked from person to person and began to beg for his life. What have I done to them? Certainly nothing to deserve this, Phryne said through tears. The fact that you're still breathing is sin enough, said Catman Allen with annoyance. A scathing retort was heard from Catman, but Phryne never heard it. I'll do anything for whoever saves me. That's it, my body, I'll pay with my body, I'll sleep with you, so please let me go, Phryne said in a pathetic plea. There was a unified outburst of disgust from the first-class adventurers. No woman can even aspire to compete with me, no one. Not even the goddesses can handle my beauty. And you can devastate me, do whatever you want, you can't let this go, Phryne declared. Each of the first-class adventurers looked at her with the eyes of death itself, but Phryne was too focused on speaking to notice. The face of every adventurer around him was blank, completely devoid of emotion. Otter twisted his neck before looking down at the ground at the Amazon's feet. Then a sinister smile appeared on Phryne's lips as she made her final offer. Even that Freya looks ugly next to me, said Phryne with a very stupid arrogance. With that, Borman looked up. Otter broke down. Author's note, both images looked good and I couldn't decide on one. At Otter's outburst, Phryne let out a pathetic groan. You have sullied the name of the most sacred goddess. Otter growled. Red lights like magic stone lamps shone from his eyes as he roared with unimpeded fear. Alan and the others displayed the same signs of indignation, each seething with rage as their veins throbbed and their muscles twitched. There's only one worthy fate for someone like you, Otter growled. Death, death, death. The other 7 adventurers spoke at the same time. Phryne's face turned ghostly white. The circle of adventurers approached in unison, one terrifying step at a time. Ignoring every plea, 8 dark shadows fell upon the great Amazon. A chilling scream echoed through the smoky skies of the Pleasure District. 2 days had passed since Freya's attack on the Pleasure District. On the 30th floor of Babel, the gigantic structure in the center of Aurario, an unusual noise filled the corridors. A Denatus was underway. Young and old gods, men and women, attended the so-called advisory council which was about to begin. They all had far too much free time on their hands. This Denatus is a bit ahead of its time, isn't it? That's because of, Ishtar and that idiot god. The meetings were supposed to take place every 3 months, but due to recent events they were brought forward. The gods chatted excitedly as they gathered in the Great Hall. Some were even stretching in preparation, though there was no reason to do so. Hestia sat at a massive table that could seat 50. She craned her neck looking around. She scanned the faces in the Loki, Freya, Maich, Hephaestus, Mikazuchi, and Ganesha were all present aside from Apollo and Ishtar, who had been banished and expelled. The crowd was almost identical to that of the last gathering, but much had happened in those 2 months. I am Ganesha. More importantly, I am the moderator of this meeting. Ganesha declared, by no means. If Ganesha is moderator, I'm going home. Wait, don't rush. Very well then. Ganesha will recount the recent events in the city. Ganesha spoke. The elephant-masked god energetically got the meeting started. First came the regular briefing where information about the city and other places was exchanged. But despite Ganesha's enthusiasm, the briefing ended almost before it began. Any questions? Speak up, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have, Ganesha said with his typical cheerfulness. Ganesha insisted. However, the attendees seemed eager to leave things as they were. This was disheartening for Ganesha, who had dedicated himself day and night to maintaining peace in Aurario. Very well, then we shall proceed to the naming ceremony, Ganesha said without spirit, and the instant he did, the atmosphere in the room transformed. The gods suddenly burst with life and erupted with excitement. Yes, finally, this is what I've been waiting for. That's the only reason I showed up today. They all took copies of the guild documents that were being passed around the table and began to leaf through them with enthusiasm. The last page was what caught the attention of many in the group. That's where they found the information about the white-haired human, hastily updated at the last minute by the guild staff, just as had happened in the last Denatus. The little rookie bellcranel. I've never seen a child appear in the Denatus so many times in a row. Yes, can you believe he got 2 level ups from LV, 2 to LV, 3 and then to LV, 4? How insane. Voices erupted from around the oval table. They were all exuberant and joyful shouts of support. The goddess of beauty smiled sweetly, while the trickster goddess narrowed her eyes and hummed a tune. Our familia is more respectable now, with a grand house and everything. Our familia has even risen in rank alongside Belcun. Yes, things are really different from how they were 2 months ago. And my own speaking skills should be improving too, Hestia thought. The young goddess clenched her hand into a fist. Drenched in sweat and battling her inner anxieties, she focused all her energy on avoiding a title that might embarrass Bel. Soon the naming ceremony would begin in earnest. Now let's give Belkion his new nickname. The naming ceremony went smoothly and soon it was Bel's turn. Hestia, who was experiencing déjà vu, inhaled deeply and held her breath. The other gods were smiling and murmuring that the crucial moment had arrived. As they exchanged glances as if to ask who would start the debate, the elegant goddess of beauty raised her fresh, youthful arm. Can I offer an opinion? Freya said with a smile. Freya made a move. A murmur rippled through the gathering. Not only the terrified Hestia, but the Denatus as a whole had reached peak nervous tension and excitement. What is this? Is Freya-sama herself showing interest? So now you're a fan of Belkion, right? Indeed I am, Freya said with a smile. The gods, who had no idea of Freya's true involvement, assumed her interest in the boy was an inevitable development. After all, Bellcranel could hardly escape attention after causing such a stir throughout the city. Some of the gods even suspected that the goddess of beauty had developed feelings for the boy and watched with amusement to see what would happen. Among the crowd, only Hestia felt extremely nervous. Freya, I trust you'll choose a good nickname for my Belcun, Hestia said hopefully. Mon Hestia, comments like that make me even more nervous, Freya said, somewhat embarrassed. Freya replied, returning the smile venerably. Even the gods, who would normally be mocking the goddess lowly in a situation like this, were intimidated. Had the final battle of Ragnarök finally arrived? Freya put a hand to her cheek and put on a great show of hesitation before finally flashing a bright smile. What do you think of Vanadi's otter, companion of the Vanadis? Freya asked with a smile. Hey hey hee. Hestia shouted. Hestia slammed both fists on the table with a loud bang and stood up. Partner, my ass, Belkun belongs to my familia. Hestia shouted. What, didn't you like my suggestion? Freya said sadly. How the hell am I supposed to like it? Hestia growled. Everyone knew that Freya was an extremely passionate goddess. For the moment, the gods set aside the question of whether her initial proposal was sincere, a joke, or an attempt to meddle in Hestia's affairs and chatted happily. Her supporters were especially thrilled to see her queenly behavior once again in a Denatus. Although the boys' main goddess immediately rejected Freya's suggestion, she showed no signs of being upset. Instead, she smiled maliciously and withdrew her proposal with a sigh and a too bad. That's not good, Vanadi's otter, are you joking? You're way too obsessed with Hex and it doesn't make any sense anyway, Loki said with a laugh. Okay then, Loki, what's your suggestion? Asked Freya. Let me think, Loki said as he brought a hand to his chin. Dramatically ignoring Hestia's glare, who was almost shouting, don't say anything stupid. Loki raised a finger in the air. Monster, Loki said with a smile as he recalled the horror stories his children told about Bel losing his mind. Get out of here. Hestia shouted. Soon all the other gods were crowding into the unpleasant party that Freya and Loki had started. Yes, I have an idea, chestnut cream. Oh, Bel Caillou and marry me. What about wedding Bel? You've just turned 80% of the gods in this room against you. That enormous smile on Freya-sama's face is the most lethal look I've ever seen. Shut up and listen to my song. It's called Lucky Pieing Kitschy. Give up now. Brave long ears, you're trying too hard. It doesn't even have long ears. Let's move away from the topic of the rabbit. I've heard he flirts with any girl. How about everything is good? ARGHHH. Hestia growled. Hestia's patience had reached its limit. Shouting, she flailed both arms in the air. Take Mikazuchi and Mayach tried to calm her, but even as they did, the other gods continued roaring with indecent laughter. Hestia howled with rage. The chaos in the room was reaching its peak. I didn't want to do this, Hestia murmured. Hestia took 2 sheets of paper from the pile in front of her before raising them and angrily hitting the table. Do you bunch of idiots want the Hestia Familia to declare war on you? Hestia growled. Huh? You haven't seen the 2 newest members of my family, and they really do require a nickname, Hestia said with a smile. The gods stared in shock at the 2 leaves in Hestia's hand, then turned to their own documents and rummaged through them. Level 6. HESTIA obtained 2 level SIXES. Hestia smiled, shocked by the gods. After Freya sent Ishtar to heaven, a gigantic multitude of Amazons appeared asking to join the Hestia Familia. Of all those former members of the Ishtar Familia, Hestia only accepted one, and just as she was about to leave, 2 other Amazons she knew very well appeared at her door asking to join her Familia. Those 2 were after Bel, but Hestia couldn't reject them. Name, Argana Caliph. Level 6 Family Hestia. Name, Bach Caliph. Level 6 Family Hestia. Not counting Loki, Freya, Hephaestus, and Ganesha, who were on Hestia's side, no other god in the room possessed any first-class adventurer. Hestia with her 2 level 6s exerted great pressure. Listen up, you bunch of idiots, you've pushed me too far. I'll be choosing my employees' nicknames from now on, and I don't want any complaints, Hestia shouted. HAI, we're sorry. The gods shouted at the same time. Faced with Hestia's outburst of anger, Loki smiled as he said, that's how it's done. Fortunately for Hestia, her children who were going to receive nicknames already had them for various reasons, so she didn't have to think about it too much. She only had to think of nicknames for Wendy and Lily. Therefore, there weren't many problems. A large number of demi-humans were pushing and shoving in the lobby. The crowd was gathered around the enormous notice board in the corner of the guild headquarters lobby. Adventurers rushed there as soon as they heard the Denatus was over, because the nicknames chosen at the naming ceremony would be posted there first. Even some curious citizens and merchants could be seen among the crowd, hoping to catch a glimpse of the god's influence. The moment the guild staff finished posting the list of names, dozens of eyes focused on the wooden notice board. Sighs of admiration and voices of joy and sadness began to rise from the crowd. Oh, look at that. I know, I can see for myself. Most of the spectators were searching for a particular nickname. They craned their necks and squinted, reaching out to point. All attention converged on a single name, an adventurer, and the commotion coalesced into a singular buzz. Master Beastman and his servant, the pair of hobbit sisters standing anxiously on tiptoe, the group of beautiful elves, the ruffian dwarves with scarred faces, and the lip-licking Amazons were all discussing a particular nickname. Bel watched the scene from the back of the crowd. Oh, bellcranel. The moment someone murmured his name, all the adventurers turned toward him at once. Then, having noticed his presence, they fell silent, as if it had been arranged beforehand. Bel had just arrived at the notice board, and when he took a step forward, he realized he was the center of attention. Those are, if the Hestia Familia. Level 6 Argana Caliph Kalima. Level 6 Bach Caliph Queen of Potion. Level 2 Lilaruka Ardfiana. Level 2 Wendy Krazo Akagami. Finally, all eyes turn to Belle. Level 4 bellcranel, the 3-time record holder Knight of Diamonds. Chapter 34. Rakia, the Hestia familia just 4 months ago, was nothing, just a poor goddess living with her only dependent in an abandoned basement. Currently, it was one of the strongest families in Arario, possessing great military and economic power that made most of the families in Arario look ridiculous. It was said that the Hestia familia was extremely selective with its members. They had rejected more than 50 applicants in a single day. You shouldn't bother the little goddess of that family unless you want to be destroyed. You mustn't speak ill of Hestia, not in front of a member of that family. If you did, their captain would hunt you down, find you, and make you suffer. In a luxurious room, still asleep in a gigantic bed, lay a little goddess. The sound of an alarm filled the room. The little goddess had to roll around several times on her bed before she could get close enough to her dresser to turn off the alarm. Hestia woke up very lazily. She easily got out of bed. Although Hestia's bed was extremely spacious, able to comfortably accommodate 5 Hestias, it was relatively low in height to allow the small goddess easy access. Hestia could see through her window that the sun had not yet risen. She did a few light stretches before going into her bath. Shortly after, and after taking a quick and relaxing bath, Hestia came out with a towel covering her body. While humming a song, Hestia approached her wardrobe and took out a suit, one of more than 10 identical ones she owned. At first, she didn't understand why Hephaestus always wore work clothes, having plenty of money. Now I understood perfectly. On her first day as boss, she wore a luxurious dress and high heels. It was the worst idea she'd ever had. Her feet ended up covered in blisters and she needed a healing potion. To top it all off, the dress restricted her movement, and she was nothing but a burden to her employees who had to lift her off the floor 5 times. She had definitely gotten off to a bad start as a boss. Hestia immediately sought help from her friend Hephaestus. The goddess of blacksmithing was more than happy to assist Hestia with her little but significant problem. Hestia dressed in a black and blue outfit, wearing thick black pants, a short-sleeved white shirt, and over it a long-sleeved white shirt, also made of thick fabric. Hestia also put on a pair of black gloves that reached up to her elbows and black boots as well. For her busy workdays, this was the most practical clothing, perhaps not the most feminine but certainly the most suitable to her needs. Hestia took a brown bag and put several items in it, especially several keys and some notebooks. The goddess left her room and walked silently through the corridors. His family's headquarters were very large and there were few people, so there were always places that were too quiet. The little goddess arrived at her family's kitchen where there was noise and quite a lot of it. Hestia could see Anna and Haruheim moving around preparing large quantities of food. Hestia sighed heavily as she sat down on a bench and Anna handed her a plate of food. "Please excuse us, Hestia-sama, we are busier than usual today," Anna said with a bow. Hestia shook her hand. "It's Ares' idiot fault," Hestia said with a sigh. The Hestia familia, thanks to the integration of Argana and Bach, had risen to rank B, and due to the Rakia invasion that was taking place at this moment, the guild requested the participation of their familia. Not counting Lewin, who had better things to do, Ermid, who was running the clinic, Anna and Haruheim, the others were currently on the front lines dealing with Rakia's troops. "I don't really blame Argana or Bach, I only blame that idiot Ares," Hestia growled. While Hestia ate her breakfast, Anna and Haruheim packed the breakfast they were preparing to take to their comrades on the front lines. Hestia finished her breakfast and set off. With a steady pace, he put his family's headquarters behind him, reached the gate that marked the boundary between the outside and his territory, and with complete simplicity placed his hand on a panel, after which the immense gate opened. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw a carriage waiting for her. An adult man was sitting in the driver's seat, and his family's emblem was displayed on both sides of the carriage. Hestia quickened her pace, greeted the man with a smile, and climbed into the carriage to go to her first destination of the day. Hestia had started out selling Jayagamarukan at her former boss's stall. Later, the business was bought from that woman, and Hestia took over. Thanks to several recipes Belle had given her, her food franchise became a success, requiring her to open many more locations to avoid long lines at each one. Currently, there are 25 food stalls. Hestia's first destination was relatively close to her home. It was at the back of it, and it was an immense cellar. This place was so far from her headquarters, as there was activity in this place all day long, and Hestia did not want to disturb her dependents. Hestia got out of the carriage and the driver parked the carriage next to 10 others. At the moment Hestia arrived at the place, several men were finishing putting Hestia's order into the gigantic warehouse. 200 sacks of coal and 10,000 pieces of firewood had been piled up. No sooner had the first workers left than more and more carts arrived. "Oh, it's good to see you. We brought you your order." "A pleasure, Hestia." 3 gods appeared. Demeter, Ninsun, and Enarjord had come to deliver Hestia's order of ingredients. Most of the incredible amount of products being put into the warehouse were going to be for Hestia's stores, the other part would be for her own family. As always, a big order, Demeter said. Hestia simply river. I don't usually travel so often and you make me do it, Njord said with a smile. I'll try to place this week's order, but the fried fish sticks are so popular my supplies run out extremely quickly, Hestia said with a smile. In my case, it's the same, Hestia. Do you want to sacrifice all my livestock? Ninsun said with a small laugh. Don't worry, if you can't meet the demand, I can find other suppliers, Hestia said with a smile. Not so fast, we have a contract, Ninsun shouted with mock anger. I say the same thing, you can't buy vegetables from any family other than mine, Demeter said with a smile. Hestia simply laughed. For the past few weeks, Hestia had begun to hoard the products of those three gods. Several entire harvests of Demeter had been bought by Hestia. Everything that Njord fished was hoarded by Hestia, and it almost seemed that all of Ninsun's cows were destined to become hamburger meat for Hestia's customers. Speaking of favoritism, Hestia, look at the baby one of my children found, Njord said with a smile, as one of his attendants brought an ice chest closer to the group of gods. When Njord opened the icebox, Hestia could see a large fish with red scales. Ultra-rare class of Dodabas, and it's of the highest quality, I assure you of that, Njord said with a smile. Belkun likes the Dodabas, are you 100% sure this one is better than any other, Hestia asked. Njord nodded with complete confidence. I trust you, put it on the left side at the back, Hestia said to a fisherman who nodded before dragging the cooler. Hestia gave a small sigh before turning to look at the three gods. I have a big request for you, Hestia said. All your orders are big, Ninsun said with a smile. Much bigger, at least 5 times bigger, and they must be only top-quality products. I know your products are already high quality, but now I need the highest quality you can give me, Hestia said seriously. The three gods turned to look at each other before sighing in unison. You're definitely going to wipe out all my livestock, Ninsun said with a sigh. With so many orders coming in one after the other, I don't know if my vegetables will have time to grow, said Demeter as she put a hand to her cheek. The good thing is that your family actually produces a powder to ward off monsters, otherwise it would be impossible to fulfill your orders, Njord said seriously. Hestia had used the powder, formerly a scent bag, that Naza had accidentally created, which repelled monsters, to negotiate with Njord, who had serious problems with monsters. This powder, with some modifications, became one of the indispensable elements of the Njord familia and also of the Demeter familia, as it kept pests away from their crops. Hestia had secured the best market prices for vegetables and fish, thanks to an astonishing negotiation using the powder Naza had created. By guaranteeing a good price for these items and a steady supply, Njord and Demeter significantly lowered their prices and only delivered the highest quality products they had. Speaking of that powder, I must go and collect the week's supply, Njord said as he saw that his assistants had finished unloading the carts that were previously full of boxes, which were full of fish. Njord was currently earning a good amount of money thanks to Hestia. It could be said that in the week he started working with her, he was making almost a year's worth of earnings from previous years, and this god spared no expense when it came to ensuring the safety of his children. He bought almost 4 times as much of that monster-repelling powder as Demeter. The 4 gods looked at each other before continuing with their tasks for the day. The army of the kingdom of Rakia was advancing. That news spread like wildfire through neighboring nations. Warriors clad in thick metal plates, along with thousands of armored horses, traveled under partly cloudy skies, their gleaming rows of spear points trailing behind them. Many merchants and travelers glimpsed them in long columns as they passed beyond the outer limits of their territory. The Kingdom of Rakia. A monarchy located on the western side of the main continent. It was said that at least 600,000 people currently lived under its rule. A great castle stood in the center of its largest settlement. Rakia possessed a large amount of fertile land but very little culture. Its people lived under constant martial law. Everything went according to the wishes of their king, which were one and the same divine will of their one god, Ares, the god of war. He sat atop Rakia and controlled all parts of the land. Ultimately, the kingdom of Rakia was actually very similar to the many other families, but on a completely different scale of size and complexity, operating as its own country. All Rakian soldiers had been blessed with the fauna of Ares. The Rakian subjects tasked with managing the kingdom's industries were the equivalent of non-combatant members of other families. As the sole god, Ares had chosen his king, the leader of the family, in the entire history of the land. A family that began with Ares and only a handful of dependents had overcome many difficulties to become its own country and now stood as a powerful nation with a rich history. Because of their god's love of war, the kingdom of Rakia had been the aggressor in many wars throughout the centuries. But the idea that this conflict was caused by Ares' warmongering was solely the opinion of the other nations observing these events from the outside. The advancing troops numbered around 30,000. This army was once called invincible when armed with a certain type of magic sword, and now its target lay even further west. a city that possessed the world's only dungeon and had thus come to be known as the center of the world, Arario. High walls and a white tower that seemed tall enough to pierce the sky appeared on the horizon. The heavy footsteps of fully armored warriors drew ever closer. The horses' neighing was thunderous. But that sound was drowned out almost immediately by thousands of hooves crashing against the ground as they charged across the plains. The open grassy field stretched for 30 kilometers east of Arario. Thousands of red flags waved in the air as the soldiers carrying them ran forward. A wall of silver spears ran across the plain, the weapons gleaming in the sunlight. It was a sight that would have made any soldier on the battlefield tremble, but this particular cavalry unit was trembling with terror. The color drained from their faces beneath their helmets. Each pair of eyes was open and fixed on the lone dwarf in their path. Every muscle of his sturdy frame bulged beneath layers of thick armor. A cloak hung from his shoulders. His helmet sat perched over his eyes. An incredibly large battle axe rested on his shoulder, awaiting action. The dwarf positioned the axe just as the echoes of the horse's hooves reached his ears. Then, as soon as the knights were within 10 meters of his position, he charged to meet them head-on. Holding the axe in his right hand, the dwarf tensed every muscle in his body to bring it forward. A moment later, the invincible cavalry was launched into the sky. The knights and horses sent flying dotted the horizon. The incredible spectacle could be seen from all around the open plain. Tears streamed from the knights' eyes as their helmets and pieces of their armor rained down from their bodies. Worse still, the expressions on their now exposed faces revealed that they knew all too well this was coming. Screams of agony filled the air as they plummeted to the ground, crashing one after another alongside their horses and shards of shattered metal. The next wave of knights halted their charge at such a beating, but the group further back didn't realize it in time and crashed straight into them. Both the second and third ranks of knights fell from their mounts in a stunned disarray. The dwarf, Gareth Landrock of the Loki family, watched as the enemy soldiers fell upon the other and sighed to himself. "Damn it, Finn, pushing this job on me," the dwarf muttered under his breath. Two more companies of knights arrived on the battlefield, but they hadn't learned from their allies' mistake. Gareth didn't even bother to sigh again as he raised his battle axe to his shoulder. The newcomers charged, only to suffer the same fate. Once more, the bodies of horses and people decorated the horizon, their tears glistening in their wake. Gareth Landrock, the first-class adventurer of Arario, having reached LV6, his dexterity and skill with an axe were known throughout the world. Facing him in battle were companies of knights, mostly level 1 from the kingdom of Rakia. Their captains might be level 2 but no higher. The knights of Rakia now knew exactly how reckless their attack had been. The days when overwhelming numbers could win in war, especially in battles between people, were coming to an end. In the current divine era, quality over quantity reigned supreme. Arario had no choice but to face Rakia's invading army of 30,000 on the battlefield. The guild had issued a mission, a general order to specific families residing in the city to halt the Rakian advance before it reached the city walls. Many different familias, not just the Loki familia, were engaged in fighting Rakia's forces on several different fronts around the battlefield. The adventurers of Arario were quickly dispatching their opponents. Bell sighed heavily as he saw an incredible number of soldiers running towards him. With complete simplicity, Bell threw a punch at the ground, causing it to crack while a slight tremor made the soldiers lose their balance. Lily, who was next to Bell, at that moment shot out like a cannonball, elegantly moving the spear she held in her hands and defeating a large number of Rakia's soldiers. "Captain, the Eastern Battalion has been eliminated. The Western Battalion has been annihilated." Bell turned to look at two Amazons who were looking at him like a couple of little girls waiting for their father's praise. "Well done," Bell said with a smile. Both Amazons smiled as a blush spread across their cheeks. As soon as Lily finished off the soldiers, something Bell was too lazy to do, the group of four headed straight for the main store. On their way, they met up with Wendy's group Mikode, O'Daphne, and Cassandra, and Aisha's group Samira and Lena, who had just eliminated other battalions. Bell calmly entered the main store and met the Hobbit Finn. "This is extremely boring. Do they really do this every so often?" Bell asked with a sigh. Finn nodded with a forced smile. "Who would have thought you'd join us this time?" Finn said with a smile. "Considering my family's rank and the fact that the guild gave us no choice, we are here," Bell said. "Those two Amazons have risen to rank B, which means they'll soon have to go on expeditions," Finn said. "Yes, I lose, and honestly I don't blame them both. For my part, by reaching level 4, I would have raised my family's rank to at least D, which means we should be carrying out expeditions, although with this the expedition was postponed," Bell said. Finn nodded with a small smile. "Hey, good soldier. If you buy right now, a potion made here in Arario can be yours for only 1,000 varisu." The wounded soldiers were brought to Rakia's camp one after another, and business was booming. Countless tents had been erected in straight rows. The cries of the wounded were relentless as they lay on their backs in the shade of the provided tents. At the same time, non-combatant demi-humans and gods strutted around the encampment. The merchant families of Arario saw an incredible business opportunity and rushed to sell their goods. Doesn't that hurt? Isn't the pain unbearable? Don't you want that wound healed immediately? Why, yes, I do want to. Excellent, let's make a deal. The Hestia Familia are the best potion producers. Some of the gods of Arario stood over the badly wounded soldiers, smiling and putting potions up for sale out of the soldiers' reach. In fact, these gods were selling not only to their own forces, but also to enemy troops. Their entrepreneurial spirits knew no bounds. They had found a market and they were going to exploit it. Nobody can fight with a broken weapon. Come and buy a new one. Weapons, armor, and even magic swords changed hands. It was all a simple case of supply and demand, and the fact that Arario hadn't suffered the slightest damage meant that demand was overwhelming. The merchants were gnawing at the spoils. The adventurers of Arario had completely destroyed Rakia's supply lines and means of communication. These soldiers had no choice but to buy. The commanding officers couldn't go against the will of their god Ares, and so they wept rivers of tears watching a fortune vanish. Listen, go to headquarters, bring more supplies, they're running out, a god said. Mayach and Naza had brought a large number of the clinic's employees to this location to conduct business. They had brought a large quantity of potions, and in an instant, their supplies were depleted and replaced with bags full of coins. Come on guys, there will be a prize for the best seller, Mayach said with a smile. The men and women wearing outfits with the symbol of the Hestia Familia embroidered somewhere on their clothing nodded as they headed off to negotiate with the Rakia soldiers. This is an amazing potion worth 5,000 volleys, but I'll give it to you for only 3,000, a girl said. Seriously, a soldier said. If you're interested, I'll sell you these 3 for only 8,000 whales, the girl said. The soldier breathed a sigh of relief as he handed the money to the girl. The girl walked away from the soldier and approached another while taking a potion, tore off the 200 volleys label and spoke with a smile. Noble soldier, you look badly hurt. I'll give you this 10,000 volleys potion only for 5,000, the girl said, feigning sadness. You're an angel, the soldier said as he paid 5,000 volleys for a 200 volleys potion. Damn, at this rate Marta will beat us, grumbled a young man as he continued selling his products. You're trying to sell a lot, try to raise the prices as much as possible, a girl said. The young man nodded. Mayach, for his part, watched all this with a forced smile. The handsome god was against swindling the wounded, but his employees were professional swindlers. 15 doctors, former members of the Diane sect family, were wandering around selling things here and there. These young men had no affiliation, they were non-combatant members. They felt comfortable working under Ermid and Naza's orders and Mayach's supervision. The Hestia Familia currently had the lead in the potion business. No one could compete with them. Unlike Diane's sect, who focused mainly on top-level adventurers, Mayach decided to innovate. He kept the main building as a sales point for top-level products and had a slightly more rustic establishment built next door for low-level potions. Thanks to Mayach's idea, adventurers from level 1 to level 7 consumed the products of the Hestia Familia, given that its workers had to produce absurd quantities of potions daily. The handsome god had never tried to recruit any of his employees into his family. He felt just as comfortable as any other employee. Mayach took a pocket watch out of his pocket to check the time. Oh, it's almost lunchtime, guys. 1 more hour of selling, then I'll treat you to lunch, Mayach said with a smile as he raised his hand. At Mayach's voice, his employees nodded while smiling back at him. Inviting them to lunch was typical of Mayach. Sometimes while they were working, the god would arrive with snacks for them to eat and encourage them to rest. Belle, Hestia, and Mayach all shared the same belief. A happy employee works better than an unhappy one. And it was true. When asked to stay after their shifts to meet the demand for potions, they readily agreed with a smile. Their bosses treated them exceptionally well, and they showed their gratitude by working tirelessly and with smiles on their faces. Mayach saw a woman approach him, place several bags full of coins in a basket with her name on it, and write down how many potions she had sold on a piece of paper. The same woman drank more potions before leaving again. Of the 15 baskets, there was not a single one that did not have at least 20 bags full of coins. Mayach was currently raffling off a day off to whoever made the most money that day. That incentive had created a great competition among his employees. What was once Rakia's camp for the attack on Arario had become little more than a playground for the economic ambitions of the city's citizens and gods. A report from the front. Battalions 1 through 5 have been eliminated, and our front lines are retreating in total defeat across the field. The enemy seems to have predicted all our strategic maneuvers, as each one ended in failure. Damn you all! A god sitting under a tent at the rear of Rakia's forces clenched his fist in rage. With golden hair as thick as a lion's mane, the god was clad in tough red armor. His masculine and robust features rivaled those of a male god of beauty, the epitome of masculinity. It was none other than the instigator of this war, the true leader of the kingdom of Rakia and the god of the family, Ares. He gritted his teeth as he listened to the messenger's report, his immaculate face contorting into a frown. The forward camp has been overrun by the greedy scum of Arario. Swindled by Amazon prostitutes, our soldiers' morale has been shattered. Morale is at an all-time low. Arario, how cowardly they are using such dirty tactics. Ares growled. Ares' face turned so red it matched his armor. If Loki were there, he would quickly strike him with a single line like, "You think we'd do something like that, you idiot?" Just thinking about it filled Ares with even greater rage. God himself called it his innate urge to fight, but the people around him would refer to it as recklessness. Other gods described him as having 100% muscle between his ears. The young man beside him glanced at his god's enraged state and let out a heavy sigh. His shoulders slumped as he shook his head, clearly tired of watching him. This was the god of the military, also known as the god of war, Ares. He might have been a god of war, but he did not control victory. An air of defeat had already filled the commander's tent. Everyone was silent. Only Ares' angry shouts echoed in the distance. "T the Sword Princess." "It's the Sword Princess." Huan. She was at the far north end of the plain where the battle was taking place. A female swordswoman had appeared in the line of sight of a small force preparing an ambush at the edge of the forest. At that moment, each of the ambushers lost their will to fight. Their commander shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to rally his troops, but it was no use. The infantrymen threw down their weapons and retreated into the woods as fast as their legs could carry them. "That was to be expected," Reveria said with a sigh. "Damn it, Eyes, that's why we told you to stay at the back of the formation. Now we have to go after them." Gabite said irritably. Eyes was ready for battle, sword in hand. But her shoulders slumped and she shut her mouth as soon as she heard Reveria and the werewolf Bite's words. With golden eyes and blonde hair, Eyes stood out like a sore thumb and was easily identifiable even in a large battle. Rakia's soldiers feared the girl who had once single-handedly killed a floor boss in the dungeon. Eyes watched them disappear into the forest with a distant expression on her face, but in reality she felt a little depressed. "Eyes, don't just stand around, let's chase them down. We can't allow any harm to reach the surrounding villages," Reveria said. "Yes," Eyes replied simply. "Let's end this and return to Arario. Being here is a waste of time," said Bite. Reveria and Bite led the other members of the Loki Familia and rushed into the forest. Eyes joined them to pursue the panicked figures darting through the trees. Directly to the southwest, a white tower tall enough to pierce the skies stood as it normally did on any other day. This attack by the Rakian forces would be known as the Sixth Invasion of Arario. Life continued as normal for the citizens of Labyrinth City, even though the war dragged on longer than usual. Several small, unnoticed stories unfolded among the gods and their attendants. In the southern part of Arario, outside the wall, one could see what would be described as the clash of two titans. Bellcranel Kingdom of Diamonds and Otter the Warlord were currently engaged in a fierce fight. When the swords of these two clashed, a great noise was produced. Currently, the two of them were only wearing ordinary clothes as armor. Otter launched a downward slash with his supreme black sword and Bell blocked the attack with his fitan. Bell's red eyes met Otter's monotonous gaze for a moment. At that moment, Otter slightly reduced the force he was applying to his sword, and with dizzying speed, he took a step back and then kicked Bell in the stomach. Bell, due to Otter's monstrous strength, was thrown a few meters and upon impact with the ground created a small crater. "You're doing well, you just need more technique. It's not all about brute force," Otter said in his monotonous voice. "Look who's talking," Bell said with a smile. Both opponents looked at each other before launching an attack on one another. Bell and Otter had initially gone to eliminate a battalion of soldiers, but one thing led to another and they ended up fighting each other during training. The monstrous strength of the two made the ground tremble and destroyed the surroundings. Several battalions of Rakian soldiers were rushing towards this location, but they fled upon witnessing Bell and Otter's battle. Of course, their strategic retreat was anything but orderly. They ran away in desperation. "What's happening in this place?" A hobbit who arrived with three others identical to him spoke into the void. "The Muscle Brain and Alan's brother-in-law are having a sparring match," said a very handsome elf with glasses. "I see," the four hobbits replied at the same time. "They seem to be more serious than just sparring." "Alan's brother-in-law is amazing," said a dark elf. "You too, do you want me to kill you?" Growled a catman as he glared angrily at the two elves, who let out a small laugh. The executives of the Freya family, who were a few meters away from their goddess, who was ecstatically watching the battle, let out a few compliments in the air at the battle they were witnessing. Chapter 35. New members. Several days had passed since Rakia had begun its invasion. Vanafreya head east, a cavalry battalion is approaching, attack head-on. Vanguard must be in its rear at this moment. It will be a pincer attack. Standing on a pedestal, holding a pair of binoculars in her right hand and resting her spear Fianna Day on her left shoulder, Lily could be seen. "Damn Fianna," growled the catman Alan before shooting off with terrifying speed towards the Rakia soldiers. "You divide into two groups. More soldiers are approaching from the left. Take them out as quickly as possible," Lily said. The group of four hobbits clicked their tongues before following the order. Currently, along with Finn, Lily was one of the main commanders of Arario. The reason Bell wasn't very happy there was that he decided to hand over his command position to Lily. Similarly, Freya decided to go to the rear guard alongside Bell, leaving Lily in charge of her family. The adventurers of the Freya family reluctantly accepted the Hobbit's orders. They wouldn't admit it, but thanks to the Hobbit's strategies, they had reduced the number of their enemies by more than 50% in record time. Argana-sama, Bak-sama, go with Tyone-sama and Tiona-sama to the reconnaissance that Fin-sama ordered, provide support. Lily spoke. The two Amazons nodded before leaving. You look like you're working hard, said a redhead as she rested her sword on her shoulder. Bell-sama pushed all his work into me, Lily said with a sigh. Look on the bright side, you're the one she trusts the most, Wendy said with a smile. At those words, Lily's previously gloomy face lit up. By the way, Wendy-sama, does it really not bother you to fight against soldiers from your own country? Asked Lily. I left Rakia a while ago and I don't have much attachment to that place, so I don't care, Wendy said dismissively. Lily nodded, though not very convinced. Besides, my family is an Arario and everything I love and value, so it's normal that I protect it, Wendy said with a smile. Lily smiled at Wendy's words. Oh, Hestia, what are you doing? The little goddess, who was pushing a mask, turned around to look at two very handsome, long-haired male gods. Well, take Mayach, don't expect to see them around here, Hestia said with a smile. My children are exploring the dungeon, and today is my day off, so I went for a walk, Take Mikazuchi said. The god Take Mikazuchi was currently a manager at one of Hestia's branches. Likewise, today Naza and Ermid took care of everything and forced me to take a day off. They say I don't usually rest much, Mayach said with a small laugh. Well, I don't have anything to do either, and I thought I'd try to get some positive karma points, Hestia said with a smile. Positive karma points. Both gods spoke with a raised eyebrow. Yes, I feel like meeting Bell took away all the luck of a lifetime, Hestia said while scratching the back of her neck. The gods, still not understanding, looked at Hestia with intrigue. In fact, I think this affects you too, Hestia said. Both gods were even more confused. Think about it, ever since Bell came into our lives, everything has gone from bad to worse. No debts, no worries about money, everything became easier. Bell even donates money to Take Shrine. Bell is too good and incredibly lucky. Probably all the luck we could have had in our lives was taken away so Bell could come into them, Hestia said. Now that you mention it, I've made a lot of silly mistakes lately, Take Mikazuchi said. Me too, and I might even say I've had bad luck lately, Mayach said with a nod. You don't think we've run out of luck, do you? Take Mikazuchi asked. Of course not, that's absurd, Mayach said with a small laugh. The three gods shared a laugh as they looked at each other. Here you go. Come in, we still have a long way to go, don't be afraid. Mayach and Take Mikazuchi's voices echoed almost simultaneously as they pulled toys, sweets, and even packaged food out of a mask and gave them to orphan children. Thank you very much, Goddess-sama. Hestia smiled as she watched a child running with a toy in his hands. Next to the three gods appeared a meter which was in the negative, but little by little it began to rise to become positive. The three of them had been visiting orphanages for quite some time, leaving a good sum of money as well as gifts. Of the three, the meter that rose the fastest, as well as the one that was most in negative numbers, was Hestia's. The three gods were trying to recover, through good deeds, all the luck they had spent. This is really very rewarding, Mayach said as he handed a bag of candy to a child. We should do this more often, Take Mikazuchi said. Hestia nodded. The initial gifts Hestia had brought with her were quickly used up. Since both Mayach and Take Mikazuchi earned good salaries at their respective jobs, they withdrew money from their bank accounts and bought more things to continue their adventure. Belkun often says that kindness is repaid with kindness. Because Belkun is so stupidly rich and simple-minded, gifts for him are difficult, Hestia spoke. Yes, but he's very kind. This is probably the best way to return his kindness, Take Mikazuchi said. Yes, although it's also not good to do a good deed expecting something in return. Even so, this is a good way to repay Bell for everything he's done for us, Mayach said with a smile. Hestia gave a settlement. PAAM. The sound of a door slamming shut filled the place. Standing in front of a small building was a little elf with tears in her eyes. Damn it, this is the 16th time I've been rejected, said the little elf. Come on, you'll find a family soon. The little elf turned to look at a human girl with pink hair. The pink-haired girl's sincere smile calmed the sadness that filled the little elf's heart. Bell could be seen resting in the shade of a tree. While he maintained a serene and completely calm expression, an imposing figure approached him. I want to ask for your help. Bell raised an eyebrow as he looked to see where the voice was coming from, and he could see Otter. What do you need? Bell asked. For several months or perhaps years, my stats haven't gone up a single point no matter how much I train or kill monsters, but with our little training my stats have gone up quite a bit, Otter said. Bell nodded as he stood up with a small jump. Without warning, the white-haired man transformed his Hestia knife into his Fitan sword and launched a slash towards Otter. Otter reacted instantly and jumped back. In short, you want me to help you level up, am I right? Bell said with a smile as he pulled his sword out of the crack he had just created in the ground. You're not wrong, that's exactly what I want, Otter said as he withdrew his sword from his back. The two opponents looked at each other seriously before clashing swords. The ground beneath their feet was destroyed, leaving a small crater. Bell looked seriously at Otter while blocking several of his attacks. This is more fun than fighting those soldiers, thought Bell with a big smile. It was past midday when Hestia returned to one of her shops to continue with her work. Although it was 1:30 p.m. because the sky was cloudy, the time could not be clearly distinguished. The shop was currently empty. This was because it had been closed before Hestia arrived. And although she had opened the place, there was still a closed sign hanging on the door. This particular place is under renovation. A few days ago, there was a malfunction in one of the magic stone stoves. A burner literally exploded, causing the stove to catch fire. Hestia was grateful that there was only material damage and that her employees only suffered minor burns and cuts, which were easily treated with a potion. Naturally, due to the incident, Hestia didn't remain silent and, in a fit of indignation, complained to the company from which she had purchased the stove. As a result, fearing bankruptcy for incurring Hestia's wrath, the company showered Hestia and those affected with extremely expensive gifts. As Hestia walked through the kitchen, seeing the place quite burned, the fire was not small. She heard the doorbell ring at the front door. Hestia calmly, because she had a magic sword the size of a dagger on her right side of her waist, stepped forward to see who had entered. As Hestia approached, she reached for the dagger, which was in a sheath on the right side of her waist. It was at Belle's insistence that she began to use that weapon to protect herself. Hestia withdrew her hand from the hilt of the magic sword upon seeing two girls completely soaked from head to toe. They must have sought shelter from the rain. That was the most logical explanation. "We're sorry, Goddess-sama, that rain came out of nowhere," said a pink-haired girl as she looked at Hestia. Because all the gods emitted a certain aura, it was easy to identify a god when you saw one, although there were some who could camouflage their aura so perfectly that they could be mistaken for humans. Hestia shrugged. They hadn't broken into steel, so she had no problem. "This day has been horrible," the elf said in a small, adorable tantrum. "We haven't had much luck," the human said, forcing a smile. "You can stay until the rain stops. I have no problem with that," Hestia said. "Thank you, Goddess-sama," the human said in a small bow. After the human's small bow, an awkward silence fell. Hestia quickly tried to find a topic of conversation. She didn't like the awkward silence, and it was even worse when combined with the rain outside the shop. Whom are you two adventurers?" Hestia asked, saying the first thing that came to mind to start a conversation. Just as the human was about to speak, the little elf spoke with complete pride. "That's right. I will be the next great mage, able to stand beside Reveria-sama." The little elf spoke with total pride while puffing out her small and almost non-existent chest. Reveria. Hestia thought as she got lost in her thoughts. That name sounded familiar. At that moment, something clicked in Hestia's mind. The image of a beautiful elf with emerald green hair appeared in Hestia's mind. The little elf was talking about the same elf who occasionally visited her headquarters to drop off items and magic stones as part of an agreement with Belle. Likewise, whenever Loki came to visit, he always went with her or with Eyes. "Oh, that's a splendid and difficult goal," Hestia said with a smile. She had heard from Belle that this elf was probably the best mage in Arario. "It won't be so bad for a genius mage like me," the little elf said proudly. "And tell me, little one, what family are you in?" Hestia asked. At that moment, the elf's attitude changed completely. Her shoulders slumped and even her ears drooped. "I see," murmured Hestia. Hestia looked at the little elf, and for a moment she remembered Belle. "And do you have any idea why they don't accept you?" Hestia said, resting her chin on her right hand. "She's 10 years old," the human said, seeing the elf's trembling lips. "I understand," Hestia said. Accepting a small, weak-looking child was a tremendous gamble that many families wouldn't take. Once again, silence began to fill the place, and at that moment the human spoke to break that awkward silence. "I don't have a family either," the human said, trying to revive the conversation more than anything else. Hestia nodded, sensing that this conversation was coming to an end. "I'm sorry if I didn't introduce myself at first, but my name is Emma Flores," said the pink-haired human. The human Emma had long, pink hair and eyes of the same color. She wore a red and pink top, a red skirt, and red and pink stockings. "Cousin Libera," the little elf said as she regained her good mood. The elf Primo had purple eyes and blonde hair tied in 2 pigtails with purple ribbons. She wore a dark and light purple dress along with a necklace, gloves, stockings, and shoes. "Hestia, it's a pleasure," Hestia said as she greeted them with her left hand. "Hestia," Primo said in complete shock as his eyes widened in shock. Hestia raised an eyebrow at the little elf's reaction. "Hestia, like the goddess of the Hestia Familia." The diamond Familia. Primo spoke in amazement as he watched over Hestia. Hestia laughed while scratching the back of her neck because of Belle's nickname. Since his family was absurdly rich, they had nicknamed them Diamond Family. "Diamond Family?" Emma asked doubtfully. "Don't you know the Hestia Familia is currently one of the most influential familias in Arario? It's rank B, and its captain is King of Diamonds," the record holder Primo spoke. "My village is a month away from Arario and I arrived just 3 days ago. I don't really know much," Emma said, somewhat embarrassed. "Kingdom of Diamonds went up to level 2 in a month and a half, to level 3 in a month, and to level 4 also in a month," Primo said excitedly. Hestia laughed nervously, still struggling to accept that her family, especially Belle, was extremely famous. Kingdom of Diamonds in just over 3 months managed to reach level 4, while other adventurers spend years or their entire lives just to reach level 2. Primo spoke. I see, Kingdom of Diamonds is a big fish, Emma said. Yes, and he could be called one of the sharks of the pond. He single-handedly eliminated more than 150 adventurers in a war game, and I've heard he's currently wiped the floor with entire battalions of Rakia. Primo spoke. Upon hearing Primo's words, Emma couldn't help but feel a certain admiration for someone she didn't even know. Haha, what can I say, Belkun is our star, Hestia said with a nervous laugh. The little elf appeared in front of Hestia in an instant. Please. Hestia-sama, let me join your family, Primo said on his knees while holding Hestia's shirt. Hestia was extremely confused by Primo's words. I know I'm young and small, but I promise you won't regret it, Primo said. Hestia would be lying if she said she hadn't considered inviting them into her familia. She could tell they were both trustworthy, and she was sure Belle would let them in. After all, he had entrusted Hestia's judgment to determine which of the more than 100 Amazons who had recently applied to join her familia could truly do so. Of all of them, Hestia only allowed one named Lena Tally. It wasn't because she wasn't obsessed with Belle like the others, but because of all those Amazons, she was the one who best fit the familia Hestia wanted to create. She exuded a friendly air. The others were either too vulgar, too proud, or simply demanded to be admitted. Lena, on the other hand, was friendly, understanding, and patient qualities none of the others possessed. Please, I'll work very hard, even as support if necessary, Primo said. Seeing the elf's pleading and tearful gaze, Hestia patted her on the head a couple of times. If someone gave her a look like that, Hestia couldn't refuse. I don't think Belle will mind me not consulting him, or at least I don't think he'll scold me not too much, Hestia thought. Currently, all my children are away attending to their affairs. As you are a magician, I wouldn't feel right sending you to the dungeon alone, Hestia spoke. So I took Miss Emma too. Primo said hurriedly while still on his knees, pointing at Emma. Hestia turned to look at the pink-haired girl who had a forced smile while scratching her cheek. Well, it's not like I've had much luck either. If he's okay with me, Emma said with a small smile. Hestia sighed before lifting Primo up and forcing him to stand. That's not what I meant, it sounded like I was making an excuse to reject you. I'm sorry, Hestia said. Hestia stroked Primo's hair before speaking. I simply wasn't going to let you go to the dungeon until one of my children could supervise you, Hestia said with a smile. At that moment, Primo's face filled with joy. Hestia then turned to look at Emma and gave her a smile. Since I've said that, if you want to join my family, I extend the invitation, Hestia said as she extended her right hand towards Emma. Actually, I would be delighted to accept your invitation, Emma said as she approached Hestia and Primo. Hestia nodded as she took a step back and adopted a serious expression. They are 100% sure they want to be adventurers, Hestia said seriously. The Days nodded with determination. Hestia nodded before turning to look at a window and seeing that the rain had stopped. Well, we should go and get your things. Where have you been staying? Hestia said as she started walking. Seeing Hestia walk quickly, Primo and Emma followed her while Emma explained where her inn was. The three left the shop, which Hestia locked. Hestia then approached a carriage and climbed in. Emma and Primo quickly got in beside Hestia, and although the driver's seat was designed to fit 2 adult men, since Hestia and Primo together barely counted as one, Emma was able to fit comfortably. It's curious that he drives a carriage, Emma said. As Hestia guided the horse with the reins, she raised an eyebrow without taking her eyes off the road. Because of my job, I have to travel all over the city. This is necessary. Besides, having a driver is a waste. I only ask that one of my employees pick me up in the morning, and that's only occasionally. Mostly I'm the one who drives, Hestia said. They both nodded. But if your family is rich because they work, not because the gods of great families mostly do nothing and live off their children's income, Primo said doubtfully. Well, to be honest, my captain won't let me be lazy, so he makes me keep working, Hestia said, and finding no excuse, she spoke honestly. How to say it, Primo spoke. Hestia waited with a smile for what Primo was going to say. It's obvious that the god receives a portion of his children's earnings. I'd like to know how much that would be, Primo said, somewhat embarrassed by his question, although it was necessary to manage his money. Well, 20% of your total earnings will be taken from you. Of that, 15% will go to the family fund, 4% to my personal fund, and 1% to the fund of Belkun or the captain of my family, Hestia said. Only 20%. Primo asked doubtfully. Some gods took more than 50% of their children's income. My children really do earn a lot of money. For example, Argana and Bach, when they went on their first trip to the dungeon, each earned 10 million volleys. Following that, it was 1,500,000 volleys for our family account, 400,000 volleys for my account, and 100,000 volleys for Belkun's account. Both of them were left with 8 million volleys, Hestia spoke. At the mention of what they considered a lot of money, the two felt dizzy. And why does the captain receive a share of everyone's profits? Emma asked. Well, that was a unanimous decision because Belkun worked so hard to support our family, everyone wanted to reward him, but Belkun is very humble and simple-minded, everyone felt dissatisfied, so that rule was put in place. At first it was 10%, but Belkun lowered it to 1%, Hestia said with a smile. The two girls nodded. I'd also like to take this opportunity to tell you something. First rule of the Hestia Familia: Belkun's word is absolute. If he says something, it is done. Although don't worry, he doesn't abuse his power, Hestia said with a smile. They both nodded. The second rule is never anger Belkun. This rule is somewhat decorative. He doesn't usually get annoyed easily and takes many things as a joke. Above all, if it's within your power, you should prevent any idiot from bothering Belkun unless you want to see that idiot's blood spilled. Hestia spoke, while thinking about the trial Bell had been in earlier. He could have easily escaped with his authority, but he decided to continue with it as if it were a game or a joke. Bell would never seriously raise his hand against a member of his family. Sometimes he would hit Hestia, but they were small taps as a scolding when she made a mistake. He did the same with others, and he would give both scoldings and rewards when someone did something praiseworthy. While the three of them were talking, they arrived at the inn where Emma and Primo had been staying. The little elf excitedly got off the plane and went to get her things, with Emma following her. Shortly after, the two girls returned with their luggage, which was really very little. When the two of them got into the carriage, Hestia started it while she thought about the best route to take. After much thought, he decided to go to the guild first. For two reasons: first, to register Enma and Primo, and second, to delay the inevitable. Bell went to the dungeon alone at first because he had no choice, but now that Hestia had more children who possessed experience in the dungeon, Hestia much preferred that someone keep an eye on her two newest members. When Bell joined the guild and Ina became his advisor, she placed an enormous amount of study on Bell and delayed his entry into the dungeon for a few days. Hestia was currently hoping for the same so that the energetic elf would calm down a little. When Hestia arrived at the guild, she looked around for a certain half-elf until she found her. Quickly, with Emma and Primo behind her, she approached her. "Hestia-sama, what brings you here?" Ina asked as she saw Hestia approaching her. "Advisor Kun, I came to register two new members," Hestia said as Emma and Primo introduced themselves. Ina nodded as she took down the information from both of them. "Well, I guess I'll be your advisor anyway," Ina said, adjusting her glasses. Hestia sighed. She knew the half-elf's teaching method perfectly, and that method took many hours. Hestia didn't want to wait that long and didn't want to leave the two of them alone. While Hestia was thinking about how to solve the problem she had caused, she saw a rather fat and old elf. Hestia knew that elf very well. She had dealt with him many times. The little goddess didn't take long to approach the elf to talk to him. Soon the elf approached Ina and the two other girls who had pale faces. Ina was surprised to see the elf next to Hestia. The fat elf named Royman cleared his throat before speaking. "As requested by Hestia-sama, from now on you will be the official advisor of her family," Royman said seriously. Ina was extremely confused by Royman's words. "Also, as part of your duties, you must go to the Hestia Familia headquarters whenever your presence is requested. With that said, I'll take my leave. I'll handle the paperwork," Royman said before leaving. Ina was utterly astonished and speechless at what she had heard. "Well, Advisor Kun, don't just stand there with your mouth open. Grab your things, we're leaving," Hestia said with a victorious smile. Ina robotically took her things from her desk and followed Hestia along with Primo and Emma. The group of 4 girls arrived at the Chimney Mansion in no time. Upon arriving, Ina, Emma, and Primo were extremely surprised by what they saw. "I've never seen this up close, it's even bigger," Ina said with a nervous laugh. "It's incredible," Primo said excitedly. "To think we'll be living here," Emma said. At the words of admiration, Hestia puffed out her chest with pride. "Once you have my Falna, you will be able to open this gate simply by placing your hand on this panel," Hestia said as she opened the gate. Emma and Primo nodded excitedly at Hestia's words. As soon as the 3 girls behind Hestia entered the courtyard, they saw something that made them scream in terror. A minotaur. Hestia, upon hearing the combined scream of the 3, had to cover her ears. "Kami-sama, there's a barrier around our headquarters, creating an illusion to hide the monsters. Inform any new recruits." Bell had told her those words, and she had completely forgotten them. She had gotten used to all those monsters surprisingly quickly, seeing it as something commonplace. The Minotaur in question turned to look at Hestia before continuing to walk, to fulfill his assigned task, which was to patrol. For the 3 girls, the terrifying thing was not seeing a Minotaur, the terrifying thing was that there were many of them and they were all armed. "Don't worry, they won't attack you as long as you don't attack any member of my family," Hestia said. The 3 girls still had terrified looks on their faces as they hugged each other. "I knew they were a family of animal trainers, but it's a complete surprise to see it with my own eyes," Ina said with a small laugh. Hestia sighed as she began to walk with the 3 girls hiding behind her. Hestia arrived at the doors of her headquarters, which were white with gold details. Once again, Hestia only had to place her hand on a panel to open them. As they walked, Hestia greeted Anna and Haruheim, new members and Bell's advisor. That was all Hestia had to say to satisfy the 2 girls. Hestia led the three girls to the fourth floor where, after passing several rooms, they stopped in front of two doors. These will be your rooms, for now leave your things in front of the door, Hestia spoke. The two girls nodded as they placed their things in front of their respective doors. Lewin, Daphne, Cassandra, Ermid, Anna, Aisha, Samira, Haruheim, Lena, that was the order of the doors, each marked with a number. Argana and Bach had their rooms on the fifth floor as executive rooms due to their status. Once they had left their things, the four continued their journey to the fifth floor. There, Hestia gave Ina directions to the main library before heading with Emma and Primo to her office. I could honestly give you my Falna anywhere, but I prefer to do it in my office for my own comfort, Hestia said. The two girls nodded as they watched Hestia open the door to her office. Upon entering, they saw what could be called a library, filled with shelves overflowing with books. To the right, at chest height, was a shelf where various objects were carefully displayed in glass cases: knives, a piece of armor, and a good number of other items. At the top, framed in an exceptionally large frame, was a portrait measuring 1 meter high by 50 centimeters long. The portrait was of Hestia with a young man with white hair. Primo and Emma turned to look to the left where they could see more carefully framed portraits. These were smaller, measuring 30 centimeters high by 20 centimeters long. Images of mostly women smiling next to Hestia appeared before the eyes of the two. They are all my precious children, Hestia said with a smile. Although neither of them asked, Hestia began pointing to each painting and saying the name of everyone who appeared there. What the two of them discovered was that Hestia had a great favoritism for Belle, although none of the others were far behind. Well, it's time to give you my Falna, Hestia said with a smile as she placed several sheets of paper on her desk. Well, who first? Hestia spoke. Primo spoke excitedly as he raised his hand. Hestia nodded as she walked to a closet and took out a kind of chair with wheels. I asked Goibniu to do this for me. It makes things much easier, Hestia said, and with the push of a button, the chair, which was at a 180 degrees angle, was tilted to 45 degrees. Primo, somewhat nervously, sat with his back to the strange chair, followed by Hestia sitting behind him. The little elf trembled slightly when she saw a needle in Hestia's hand. Isn't this going to hurt? Primo asked as he closed his eyes. Well, only to me, Hestia said as she pricked her finger and then drew a line with it. The little elf trembled slightly as she felt Hestia's fingers running down her back. You're very pretty, Hestia said with a smile as she looked at the little elf who was blushing. Upon seeing the elf's state, Hestia smiled before copying it onto 3 different sheets of paper and then blocking it. Congratulations, cousin, Hestia said with a smile. Primo adjusted his dress, then took the leaf from Hestia's hands and was surprised to see her condition. First free. Level 1. Strength 10. Endurance 10. Dexterity 10. Agility 10. Magic 10. Magic. Lumen Pleiades creates beams of light that rain down on the target. Corner. Illusory stars crossing the jet black sky. Hear my unqualified prayer and guide the glimmer of the coming light. Descend or starry tears. Light of the Pleiades. Skills. What? Magic, Primo said surprised. I have magic, Primo said while jumping with excitement. Once the elf's excitement subsided, she stood firmly and placed a hand on her chest. Well, it's obvious from a genius magician like me, Primo said proudly. Hestia, seeing the excited elf, called her several times to calm her down. Remember, to be a good magician, you must recite your chant correctly or an ignis fatuus will occur, and that's not nice at all, Hestia said seriously. Yes, memorize this immediately, Primo said seriously but still smiling. Hestia nodded in satisfaction. By the way, can anyone else in the family use magic? Asked Primo. Well, Belkun, Lily, Wendy, Mikoto, Daphne, Cassandra, Ermid, Aisha, Haruheim, Bach, well, most of them do it, Hestia spoke as she raised her fingers one by one. The little elf looked amazed. If you want help, give me a few days to get you one. My children either have extremely rare magic short chance or a support magic, so they don't possess traditional magic. Although Cassandra is a healer, she can help you with the basics, Hestia said. Cousin nodded. Well, Emma, sorry for leaving you out. You're next, Hestia said. The pink-haired girl, who had been silent until this moment, nodded as she removed her top clothing, revealing her back, and then sat down in front of Hestia. This is embarrassing. It's a blessing that she's a goddess, Emma said sheepishly. Hestia gave a slight nod as she repeated the same process as with Primo. Unfortunately, you have no magic, Hestia said as she copied Emma's state onto 3 sheets of paper and then blocked it. I see, Emma said, sounding somewhat disappointed. Although you have a skill, a strange one, Hestia spoke. Skill. Emma murmured. Hestia said nothing. She simply gave him a sheet with his status. Emma Flores. Level 1. Strength 10. Endurance 10. Dexterity 10. Agility 10. Magic 10. Magic. What? Skills. Rain Amour causes a rhapsody among those with the same Falna for a short time. Rain Amour rhapsody. Emma murmured doubtfully. Hestia did not answer. She simply approached her bookshelf and looked for a book. Here it is, Hestia said as she picked up a book, a dictionary. Hestia skimmed through several pages until she found what she was looking for. Rhapsody, a musical piece composed of fragments of other works. Hestia spoke as she read what the dictionary said. Hestia's words only increased Emma's doubts. More informally, we could call it a composition of several things or even a collection, Hestia said. Emma nodded, already understanding something. Now the question here is exactly what does she collect, or what does she gather? Hestia spoke. And I acquired a face of complete doubt. You could say that's the fun part of abilities, figuring out how they work, Hestia said, emphasizing the quotation marks in her sentence. Emma nodded while smiling ironically. Well, when Belcun comes, I'll ask him to look into it. You'll have your answer before you know it. Trust your goddess and captain. Okay, Hestia said with a smile. Emma nodded as she smiled. As the two girls were lost in thought, each looking at their own state, Hestia clapped her hands to get their attention. All right, let's get your rooms ready, just bring your things in and that's it. You can settle in properly later. I brought Advisor Kun here on a whim and I don't want to keep her waiting for too long, Hestia said as she headed for the door. The two girls nodded as they followed Hestia. They quickly went down to the 4th floor. Just so you know, the bathrooms, or rather the showers, are on the 3rd floor. Only high-ranking people have their own bathrooms, sorry, Hestia said. That's not so important, Emma said as her cousin nodded. It was rare for a family to give their children a private bath. Although they do have a private vanity, sink, and such things included in their rooms, Hestia said. The two girls nodded in amazement. That was already a luxury. Most families had that kind of thing in special rooms where there were several of them. Wouldn't it be better to install several of those throughout the headquarters? Primo asked. Consider it a small luxury. Although on the 4th floor only the bathrooms up to room 25 are available, from there on there are several bathrooms throughout the headquarters as guest bathrooms or simply if there was that need, said Hestia. The two girls nodded again. Anyway, I'll send you a map later, I think that would be best, Hestia said. The two girls nodded repeatedly. It was no exaggeration to say that it would be really easy to get lost in that gigantic headquarters. Well, cousin, your room is 10 and Emma, yours is 11, Hestia said. The two girls watched as Hestia pricked her finger and then drew a line with her ichor on a panel the size of a sheet of paper. The front door and gate panel can be used by any member of my family, but these panels are special. They will only open for one specific person, Hestia said. The little elf took a step back when she saw Hestia pointing a needle. Prick your finger and put some of your blood on the panel, Hestia said. Primo looked at Emma and Hestia before nervously taking the needle and bringing it to his index finger, pretending not to have felt any pain, and with a traitorous tear in his eye he brought his finger to the panel and put some of his blood. Primo and Emma were both surprised to see the door glow. Instantly, Primo's name appeared on a bronze plaque in the center of the door. Now just put the palm of your hand on the panel, Hestia said. Primo nodded as he did what Hestia said, hearing the insane creature say clank before nervously reaching for the doorknob and opening the door. Hestia turned to Emma and guided her to repeat what Primo had done, only this time she let out a groan of pain. Emma opened the door and put her things aside before going out. After all, Hestia had told them to do that. The little goddess spoke to the little elf, and when she came out of her room she spoke with pride. From now on you are members of my family. Anything you need, don't hesitate to tell me or your captain, Hestia said proudly. They both nodded. Well, now let's go to Advisor Kun, Hestia said with a smile. The two girls nodded before following Hestia. With her, the number of my children increases to 17, so in this house there are 18 of us living, counting me, well 19, but Gil is almost never here, he attends to his own affairs. What is a spirit supposed to do? Hestia thought as she walked. The elf and the human followed Hestia to a gigantic library, with shelves that reached the ceiling and a large number of books. Their Ina was waiting for them with a stack of books beside her. Good luck, was all Hestia said before abandoning her two new daughters. Emma and Primo swallowed hard when they saw Ina. The sun had already set on the outskirts of Arario, where two men could be seen in a completely devastated area. Their clothes were torn, their bodies covered in numerous cuts, scratches, and bruises. Good thing I wasn't using my armor or I'd wrecked it, Belle thought. Both Belle and Otter had abandoned the sword fight more than an hour ago and switched to a bare-knuckle fight. The two looked at each other seriously before exchanging one last blow. In perfect synchronicity, they both hit each other on the cheek. That final blow caused both of them to lose consciousness and end their 6-hour battle once and for all. The spectators who were watching the battle took this last step to each pick up their corresponding fighter. Freya smiled and asked Alan to carry Otter. Cassandra approached Belle and cast healing magic on him to heal him enough for him to regain consciousness. An hour had passed since he had lost consciousness, and a little over 5 minutes since he regained it. Otter smiled as he looked at the sheet of paper in his hands. 8. Nivel 7. Fuerza S999. Resistencia S999. Destreza S999. Agilidad S999. Magic C600. Foo, that battle was your last push, Freya said with a smile. Otter's mostly expressionless face lit up with joy. Congratulations, you gained the development skill healing power, Freya said with a smile as she handed a sheet to Otter. Adder. Nivel 8. Fuerza I0. Resistencia I0. Destreza I0. Agilidad I0. Magic I0. Otter had finally achieved level 8. Chapter 36, Newcomers. In the Hestia Familia headquarters room, Emma and Primo could each be seen lying on a sofa. Miss Ina is terrifying, Primo murmured. My head hurts, Emma murmured. Hestia, who had gone to get a glass of water for both girls, let out a nervous laugh. Come on, they did well, they even got his approval in the first study session. It took Belkun 3 sessions, Hestia said while forcing a smile. And what about the dungeon? Primo asked as he looked at Hestia. Don't even look at me, wait and see what Belkun says, Hestia spoke. Primo nodded somewhat dejectedly and Emma simply shrugged. Speaking of him, he should be arriving any minute now, murmured Hestia as she looked at a clock on the wall. Almost as if by fate, the front door opened, revealing a group of adventurers. Belkun, what happened to you? Hestia shouted upon seeing Bel with his clothes torn and some blood on various parts of his body. Hestia quickly invaded Bel's personal space while examining his entire body. Don't worry, Kami-sama, I'm fine, I just did a favor for a friend, Bel said while patting Hestia on the head. Just when Hestia seemed to want to find answers, Lily spoke. I'm fighting against Otter-sama, Lily said with a sigh. Otter. The warlord Primo spoke in shock. Who won? Emma asked. The two tied, they lost consciousness at the same time, Mikoto said. Both Primo and Emma let out a whistle of astonishment. By the way, who are you two? Bel asked as he approached the two girls. Both Primo and Emma blushed and stammered incoherently. Because Bel's torso was bare, it revealed his well-toned body with all his muscles quite developed and defined. These two are the newest members of our family, Hestia said proudly. This time it was Bel who turned to look at Hestia, seeking answers. Bel sighed. Kami-sama, take them to my office, Bel said. Hestia nodded. Argana, Bach, go find Ermid and Lewin, we're having a family meeting, Bel said. The two Amazons nodded and left with a hi. I'm going to take a bath, Bel said as he started walking. Once Bel had left the room, Emma leaned over to talk to Primo. Is that Kingdom of Diamonds? Emma asked. Yes, and it's even cooler in person, Primo murmured as his eyes sparkled. Emma couldn't help but turn to look at Bel, who was walking with complete confidence. Bel carefully read 2 pages in front of him. A magic and a skill barely receiving his fauna is rare with the least, murmured Bel. And you approve? Hestia asked. Hestia, Primo, and Emma were all sitting in front of Bel with their hands clasped and their heads down, almost like students being scolded by the principal. Bel took 2 books from a drawer in his desk. Bel opened a book and placed the sheet on top of one of the pages of the book. Instantly, the information from the first sheet was copied into the book. Bel then raised the blade and, firing firebolt at minimal power, reduced it to ash. Finally, he repudiated the process with the next blade. Emma, Bel spoke. Why yes, Emma replied hurriedly as her body straightened up. Relax and smile, Bel said. Upon hearing those words, Hestia sighed before smiling. Emma didn't understand, but she smiled as naturally as she could. Shortly afterwards, a small leaf measuring 5x5 centimeters appeared in Bel's hand. Bel had learned to print the photos in his gallery using his mana. Bel then repeated the process with Primo, before gluing each photo onto the cover of one of the books. Emma, cousin, from now on this will be your progress book. Every update of your status will be filed here, so make me proud, Bel said. The two girls nodded. My name is bellcranel, I am the captain of this family. Let me know if you need anything or have any questions, said Bel. The two girls nodded again as they relaxed. For a moment they thought they were going to be kicked out. That said, I hope we get along well, Bel said, then gave a big smile. Emma and Primo imagined a pink background with flowers and sparkles floating around Bel. Not knowing how to respond, they simply nodded somewhat sheepishly. Well, it's time for our family tradition, Hestia said with a big smile as she stood up. The little goddess took Emma and Primo by the hands and lifted them from their seats. Emma, you go first. Give us a big smile, Hestia said as she stood next to Emma. The pink-haired girl was so confused by Hestia's actions that she didn't see a banner with the Hestia Familia logo appear behind her. When Bel made a hand signal, Hestia immediately switched Emma with Primo while smiling. Here you go, Bel said as he gave 2 photos to Hestia and 1 to each girl. Both Emma and Primo were surprised to see a portrait of themselves next to their goddess. It's a tradition in our family to take a picture with the goddess and the captain, Hestia said. They both nodded. Wait, with the captain too, Emma murmured. Without warning, Bel stood to Emma's right and put his arm around her neck while giving her a big smile. Almost instantly, Bel produced 2 photos in his hand and gave one to Emma. Emma looked at her picture in embarrassment. Her face was as red as a tomato. When she glanced at a shelf, she saw she wasn't the only one with that reaction, and when she looked at Bel, she saw him next to Primo, who looked extremely embarrassed. Well, girls, here's your starter pack, Hestia said. Emma and Primo looked confused when they saw a leather bag being placed in their hands. 50,000 volleys, use them wisely to obtain equipment, Hestia said. EHHH. The 2 girls shouted in amazement at the same time. Did they really think I was going to make them get their equipment with their own money? Hestia said with some indignation. But Hestia-sama is a lot, Emma said as Primo nodded repeatedly. Seems like a lot now, but the more you progress, the more you'll realize how insignificant that amount is to an adventurer, Hestia said. Hestia frowned when she saw the two girls reluctant to accept the money. You cannot refuse it, it is an order from your goddess, Hestia said firmly. The two girls nodded. Honestly, it feels good to be able to properly provide for my children. Gone are the days of feeding Belkun nothing but stale bread, eggs, and Jagamaru-kun scraps, Hestia thought contentedly. Well, then go to Wendy so she can give you equipment, and Ermid can provide you with a staff. Keep in mind that both of them will charge you, Bell said with a smile. I have a question, Primo said, raising his hand. Bell nodded as he turned to look at Primo. That person, Wendy, is a Krazo, right? She was the one who made the magic swords for the war game, Primo said. Yes, why? Bell spoke before remembering that Primo was an elf and about their dislike of the Krazo family. No, nothing, it was just a question. I thought those swords were great, Primo said. At Primo's response, both Bell and Hestia raised an eyebrow. Cousin, don't you dislike Wendy? Bell asked. No, why would I be upset? He hasn't done anything to me, Primo said, shrugging his shoulders. Well, you know, he's a Krazo and his swords, Hestia said nervously. Ah, you mean that one. I've certainly heard horror stories about those swords, but it's not like my village was destroyed. Besides, the blacksmith isn't to blame for what others do with their weapons, Primo said. Both Bell and Hestia were surprised. Besides, Wendy-san is relatively young. It's not like she forged the swords that destroyed those forests, said Primo. Once Primo finished his speech, the next instant Hestia was hugging the little elf. You are so understanding and mature for your age, why can't other elves be like you? Hestia spoke as she buried Primo's face in her chest. Emma and Primo, after receiving a welcome party and personally meeting each member of their new family, headed with Wendy to their workshop. Are you sure you want to go now? I mean, you don't have to go to the dungeon tomorrow, Wendy said. It's best to get things settled right now, Emma said. Besides, you'll be on the wall for most of tomorrow, preventing Rakia's advance. If we see you tomorrow, it will be the same as at this time, Primo said. Well, they're right about that, Wendy said, shrugging her shoulders. By the way, Wendy-san, said Primo. Only Wendy, Wendy interrupted her cousin. Wendy, why are there more women than men in the family? Asked cousin. That's right, we are 15 women and only 2 men, Emma said. That's not an easy question to answer. There's the fact that Hestia-sama is one of the 3 virgin goddesses. And there's also the fact that Bell attracts more women than men, or maybe they're just coincidences, Wendy said. It might be the captain. He's, how to put it well, Argana-san, Bak-san, Aisha-san, and Samira-san don't do anything to hide their feelings. Ana-san also openly expresses her love for the captain, Emma said. Over time, I've accepted that seducing women without him noticing is part of his personality. You've probably already fallen under his spell, Wendy said. Of course not. They both said at the same time. Wendy let out a small laugh before stopping in front of her workshop door, then opening it. Emma and Primo were surprised to see the large number of monster weapons and items on the walls and shelves. Ignore these, they're the boys' weapons. I was just maintaining them, Wendy said as she walked away. Emma and Primo hurried to follow Wendy, trying to ignore the extremely conspicuous weapons and armor. Wendy led Emma and Primo to the basement where she had equipment more at their level. The redhead quickly selected a set of 2 swords, a breastplate, leather gloves with metal parts and boots also with metal parts for Emma, and for Primo a leather tunic and a pair of boots. Try them on and I'll make the necessary adjustments, Wendy said. The 2 girls nodded. Wendy, about a magic staff, asked Primo. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but my knowledge in that area is very limited and I don't have any here, Wendy said. Primo sighed in defeat. Why don't you ask Bell for one? He's got like a million lying around, I'm sure he'd give it to you easily, Wendy said. I'm barely a newcomer to this family. I haven't done anything to deserve something like that. If the captain were to give me a staff, it would probably be an incredibly cool one and I don't deserve it, Primo said, lowering her gaze. Wendy couldn't help but pat her cousin on the head. Wendy, what do you mean by the captain having a million magic wands? Emma asked curiously. Well, they're part of this family, it's something they would know sooner or later. We can say that he possesses an ability that allows him to connect to the treasure of the world, Wendy said. Treasure of the world? The 2 asked uncertainly. It's hard to explain, but we can say that anything considered a treasure is stored there and Bell can take them out at will, Wendy said. The 2 girls nodded in amazement. And if you're looking for a walking stick of your caliber, there's a shop literally next door to our headquarters that specializes in that. This shop is also run by our family. Go see Ermid and explain your situation to him, Wendy said. Primo nodded several times before thanking Wendy. Staves were designed to amplify the user's magical power and increase the effectiveness of their magic, quite unlike weapons such as swords, which were designed to provide a cutting advantage to an adventurer's strength. Therefore, the creators of these staves must also possess powerful magic. Very few people were capable of creating these weapons from scratch, and those with such skill were known as mages. In other words, they were stave smiths. The mages used wood from the sacred trees that comprised many elven forests, as well as special types of metal and minerals, to create items that enhanced a magic user's abilities. They could also create magical crystals that did not exist naturally in the world. Coming in many brilliant colors, the crystals dramatically amplified the effects of spells. The difference between a staff with these crystals and one without was like night and day. Primo had arrived at the Hestia Familia's second-rate shop where he was looking at a large number of staffs, some with magic crystals and others without. Wendy had charged him 9,000 volleys for his equipment. He had 41,000 for a staff but couldn't use that much. He had to buy potions and other things. The little elf looked from one staff to another without having any idea which one to choose. "Take this one," Ermid said in his monotone voice as he handed Primo a walking stick. Primo looked at the wooden cane before nodding. The little elf turned to the counter where Emma was buying various potions. This shop catered to lower-class and third-class adventurers. Prices were relatively cheap, making it a favorite among many. Clearly, they didn't carry staves crafted from ancient trees or exceptionally outstanding magic crystals. Those kinds of items cost a fortune. For example, staves with magic crystals were priced at over 500,000 volleys, and this shop was among the more affordable in that regard. Taking as an example a potion whose standard price was 500 volleys, here you could find it for 200, or a magic potion which restores the mind, whose normal price was 8,700 volleys, here you could get them for 3,000 volleys. Those low prices were because the employees could create hundreds of them without any difficulty, because they all possessed the mixing skill at a high level, combined with their experience and the fact that there were many resources, many medicinal herbs were placed in the back meant that an employee could make 500 potions without breaking a sweat. The demand in this place was gigantic. Primo had heard that daily revenues were around several million. The little elf approached the counter. Her staff was priced at 28,000 volleys. Considering that, she ordered 3 magic potions and 10 other potions, leaving her with only 2,000 volleys. "Put them here, the captain gave me these," Emma said as she showed Primo a backpack full of potions. "How many did you buy?" Primo asked. "Hestia-sama was very insistent about not returning the money, so I bought 20 potions and 6 magic potions. I still have a small fund. Considering the cost of my equipment, 12,000, I have 18,000 volleys left," Emma said. Cousin nodded. "From now on we'll be a team, we'll share our profits, and we must buy with both of us in mind," Emma said with a smile, while Primo smiled back. "When I become a great mage, I will make sure to pay Hestia-sama back," Primo said. "I agree, but you should probably buy her something. She'd be offended if we just gave her the money," Emma said. "You may be right," Primo said. "Well, I think it's time we went back," Emma said. Primo, for his part, did not speak. He simply followed Emma back to her headquarters. The next morning, Emma woke up to something outside. It was a few soft knocks on her door, signaling that she should get up. Sitting on her bed, she rubbed her eyes, then slowly opened them. "It wasn't a dream," Emma murmured. She had joined one of the most prominent families of the time. It still seemed like a dream to her. Primo is probably still processing this, Emma thought. The pink-haired girl's thoughts weren't so far from reality. The little elf was currently lying in her bed with a lost look as if she couldn't quite accept reality. Although it was hard to believe they had done it, a family, and a big one at that, had accepted them. Emma, still sitting on her bed, glanced around her room. The room, although somewhat empty, was extremely luxurious for someone who came from a humble village. The bed was spacious and very soft, the sheets were cozy, and the pillows were like a cloud. There were several magic stone lamps and also a special item that served to regulate the temperature. There was an empty bookcase, a desk, and a chair. A banner with his family's crest hung on one of the walls. 2 pictures sat on a shelf. And that was all that his room contained. The room could easily be called large, according to Emma, and another person could easily live there, and if it were reduced to the size of a few things, up to 3 people could call that room their room. That large size made the fact that Emma had few things stand out 100 times more. Emma stood up, slipped on some slippers, and went to her closet to grab some clothes and her gear. She glanced at a clock on the wall and saw it was only 6 in the morning. It was still very early, but if they'd woken her up this early, it must be for a reason. Once Emma was ready, she left her room, and as she did so, she could see Primo, who was also completely ready to go to the dungeon, but she was completely sleepy. The two went down to the first floor and headed to the dining room where they could see everyone gathered. "Sorry for waking you up so early, we forgot to discuss something extremely important yesterday," Hestia said. The two nodded as they took their seats, at least now they knew who had woken them up. "Well, we must decide who will accompany you to the dungeon. I would feel better if someone went with you, and since most of my children are about to leave, I decided to get you up now," Hestia said. Both Primo and Emma nodded as they looked at each of their new classmates, wondering who would be the one to go with her. "As captain, it is my duty to instruct the new recruits. I will go with them," Belle said with a smile. "EHHH." Everyone in the room shouted in disbelief as they turned to look at Belle. "Belle-sama, are you planning to escape your responsibilities?" Lily asked, sharpening her gaze. "Lately, everyone is depending on my orders. It's fine to depend on your captain, but you should also think for yourselves," Belle said. Belle turned to look at Lily, who was sitting next to him, then took her hands and spoke while a strange pink background and many sparkles appeared. Lily, you're the person I trust the most. I'm counting on you to take my place for today, Belle said with a smile. Lily, whose face was red and whose gaze was lost, only managed to give a silly nod. Belle immediately turned to look at three people. Cassandra, Mikoto, I have an important mission for you, Belle said. The two girls nodded as they looked at Belle. Rakia's soldiers are weak because of it, they can't even get through its defense, Belle said. They both nodded. I want you to learn and master the concurrent chant, Belle said. Both girls were speechless. The concurrent singing was an advanced and extremely complicated technique. Mikoto had been trying it, but without good results. There's no time limit. If they can have the foundations in place by the time this war is over, I'll be extremely satisfied, Belle said. Mikoto and Cassandra still couldn't speak. If you accomplish this difficult task, this will be your reward, Belle said as he extended his hand. Everyone present could see two books appear in a golden circle. Grimoires. Everyone remained silent as they looked at the valuable books. Currently, Cassandra had 2 magics and Mikoto had 1. Both could still grow more. Do you accept this mission? Belle asked. Yes, they both replied as they became filled with determination. More than wanting the grimoires, they both wanted to surpass themselves. Haruheim, you have the same mission, only you practice here at headquarters with Anna supervising you, Belle said. Renard nodded, equally filled with determination. Belle snapped his fingers and several boxes filled with jars containing a pink liquid appeared from golden circles. 30 elixirs for each one, in case of an Ignis Fadus or a zero mind, Belle said. The 3 girls, whose eyes were wide with shock, turned to look at Belle. Did you really think I was going to send you into something so dangerous without giving you insurance? Belle said indignantly. We're sorry, the 3 girls' voices rang out instantly. Belle had 17 grimoires in his personal treasure, adding those he took from Hermes and those he took from Diane's sect. Now in his treasure gate he had hundreds of these, so many that Belle was too lazy to count them. Belle wasn't stingy, he usually didn't use his treasures so as not to hinder his growth. But if his friends' lives were at risk, he could empty the treasury if necessary, and even more importantly, if those treasures helped his subordinates progress, all the better. Currently Lily and Wendy. They each possessed 3 spells, the limit allowed by Falna. While the gamer allowed Belle to acquire spells without chanting, it allowed others to acquire spells with chanting, up to a maximum of 3. Belle had not yet designed the grimoires that would only increase the number of slots for acquiring spells, and which would surpass normal grimoires. The reason Belle hadn't given everyone in the room the necessary number of grimoires to reach their limit was simple. The moment hadn't arrived, it would have been very easy to give everyone those grimoires, but it would have been much better if everyone had pushed themselves to obtain them. Oh, Daphne, why are you looking at me like that? Do you want me to give you a mission? Belle asked with a smile as he felt Daphne's intense gaze. Nothing, I just think you shouldn't abandon your position as commander so easily, Daphne said, crossing her arms. Well, anyway, I have an important mission for you, Belle said. And which one is that? Daphne asked, narrowing her eyes. Make sure Cassandra doesn't get hurt too badly, Belle said. I would do that even if you didn't ask me to, Daphne said, staring intently at Belle. I'm glad to hear that, Belle said with a smile. Daphne simply sighed. And you too, I hope you're ready. This will be a long day for you, Belle said. Emma and Primo, who hadn't finished reacting to seeing such valuable objects, simply gave a very robotic nod. Walking through the streets of Arario, one could see Belle, wearing his armor and with his knife sheathed at his waist. His armor gleamed and reflected the sun's rays, and combined with Belle's excellent physique and striking good looks, the word knight suited him perfectly. Belle was the very embodiment of the knight in shining armor that every woman dreamed of, and Emma and Primo felt incredibly embarrassed to hear Belle's fans shouting obscenities at him. How can he stay so calm? Emma and Primo murmured as they watched Belle looking completely relaxed. Belle's mind. While Belle was lost in his own world, the 3 of them arrived at a restaurant. At that moment, the gears in Belle's brain started turning again and the screensaver mode was deactivated. Belle lightly knocked on the door before opening it. He was greeted by a gray-haired woman. Oh, Belle-san, it's been a while since you've come for your breakfast, the girl said with a smile. Since I reached level 4, I've been very busy, Belle spoke, a specific part of his sentence coming out. Inside the shop, an elf with green-dyed hair. Informative note. Most have only seen the anime, uncultured people, but Ryu is certainly blonde, but to keep her identity hidden she dyes her hair, or rather her hair is dyed. Inside the shop, an elf with green-dyed hair dropped a tray while bringing her hands to her completely flushed cheeks. Belle-san, please come in and wait for me a moment, sir said. The moment sir opened the door to let Belle in, Ryu immediately ran to hide in the kitchen, muttering, I'm not ready, with her face all red. When Belle entered, he was greeted by the waitresses of the Lady of Abundance. Oh, adventurer-kun, are they new? Lunwar asked. Oh, these 2 are the newest recruits in my family, Emma, cousin. Introduce yourselves, Belle said. Emma Flores. Emma spoke with a small bow. Primo Libera. Primo spoke. When the 2 girls introduced themselves, Lunwar and the 2 Catmans responded with a smile and their respective names. I'm currently taking both of them to have their first time, Belle said. Belle's statement provoked different reactions. Lunwar murmured, I see. Anya put her hands on her waist and said, "The first time in the dungeon is always the hardest," as she closed her eyes. Chloe, for her part, let out a lascivious laugh while covering her mouth. Emma and Primo blushed intensely as they looked away from Belle. A short time later, Sir came out of the kitchen with a bento in her hands, which Belle received with a smile. Just as Belle was about to leave, he saw a certain person walk past the shop window and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Belle turned to look at a certain waitress while smiling. The white-haired man brought his left hand to his chest and extended his right as he knelt down, while a small black box with a pink cushion and a gold ring with a dazzling diamond appeared in his right hand. "Anya, marry me," Belle said with a smile and a tone that was too loud, which completely filled the room. The Catwoman remained silent as she looked at Belle. Early in the morning, heading towards the outskirts of Arario, was a group consisting of a catman and 2 elves. "Damn Fiona, who does she think she is to give us orders like that?" Alan growled. "Come on, it's Freya-sama's orders to obey that girl," said a brown-skinned elf. "Besides, it's undeniable that thanks to her, Rakia has had an extremely difficult time," said an elf. Alan grumbled. "Besides, you just have to accept it. After all, that girl is your sister's harem mate. She's practically your sister," the elf said with a laugh. "Huh," Alan said indignantly. "That's right, and tell us, Alan, when is your sister getting married?" said the brown-skinned elf with a small laugh. "My sister isn't going to F herself," Alan growled but stopped abruptly. "Anya, marry me." Those words fell like bricks on Alan. The catman quickly hurried and stood in front of the Lady of Abundance window, almost pressing his face against the glass to see through it. What he saw made him pale. There was his worst enemy kneeling while asking his sister to marry him. The 2 elves instantly stood behind Alan and looked through the window. Seeing the whole panorama, they smiled maliciously. At that moment, the color drained from Alan's face, as if the prelude to the apocalypse had just happened before his eyes. With a dull thud, Alan's head crashed against the wall, then he fell unconscious to the floor. "Huh." Several shouts filled the room after Belle's statement. Belle remained completely serious until he heard a bang, and when he turned around and saw 2 elves laughing openly while tears streamed from their eyes, and clutching his stomach tightly, Belle smiled with satisfaction. Ignoring everyone's stares, the white-haired man stood up and hurried out of the premises. At that moment, Anya's legs gave way. With a thud, she fell backward to the ground, smoke billowing from her ears, her eyes swirling, and her face flushed beet red. But above all, a smile of contentment spread across her beautiful face. On the other hand, a loud bang was also heard in the kitchen, and if someone had gone to see what was happening, they might have seen Ryu passed out against a wall. May and Mia were the only ones who saw that, with Mia watching her 2 daughters faint with a small laugh. All the girls who were conscious could see Belle next to 2 elves laughing while pointing at something on the floor. "What are those idiots doing?" Mia said as she adjusted her apron and hurried to the door. Everyone could see Mia come out intending to scold Belle and the 2 elves, but halfway through scolding, she looked down at the ground. Mia's face went from furious to completely shocked, then a smile formed. The next thing everyone saw was Mia laughing out loud, while leaning on the shoulder of one of the elves to keep her balance. All the workers from the place plus Emma and Primo approached the window while Belle, Mia, and the 2 elves exchanged laughs and the occasional high five. When they reached the window, they could see a catman lying on the floor. Her skin was extremely pale, foam was coming out of her mouth, and her hair was standing on end. At that moment, Sir could not contain his own laughter and brought his hands to his mouth to avoid laughing out loud. That day, the Fromel brothers fainted because of the same man. "Okay, Belle, we'll pass your message on to Finn. And rest assured that we will reward you for brightening our day, not our month. This will be a topic for a long time." As Belle walked with Emma and Primo on his back, 2 elves walked beside him. The 2 mostly serious and expressionless elves looked extremely cheerful as one of them dragged Alan's unconscious body. "By the way, Belle, did you hear?" asked the brown-skinned elf. Belle raised an eyebrow, confused. "The muscle brain reached level 8, for God's sake, it keeps leaving us further behind," said the blonde elf as he adjusted his glasses. Belle gave a big smile before speaking. "Tell Otter to stop by my family's headquarters one of these days," Belle said. The 2 elves nodded. With that last statement, both groups went their separate ways. Dungeon first floor. On the first floor of the dungeon, 3 people could be seen walking. As Belle walked with complete confidence, the 2 girls behind him looked frightened. To them, the blue walls and the light, whose source they couldn't pinpoint, were a completely different world. On the first 4 floors, only goblins and occasionally kobolds are generated. For each floor, the generation rate increases and the monsters become stronger, Belle said. The 2 girls nodded as they continued walking behind Belle. "Well, we'll discuss things after they've dealt with them," Belle said. Emma and Primo, following Belle's gaze, could see a group of 7 goblins and 2 kobolds running towards them. "Stay still," Belle said as he crossed his arms. Emma and Primo watched in amazement as the monsters stood still in their places as if something was holding them back. "Emma, you go first," Belle said. The pink-haired girl nodded as she left the safety of Belle's back and stood in front of them. "I just have to cut it easy, right?" Emma thought as she took both swords in her hands. Belle murmured something that Emma couldn't hear because she was lost in her own world. In an instant, a goblin appeared before her. The girl simply nodded and took a few steps back before the goblin attacked and knocked her to the ground. Emma had 2 swords and the goblin was unarmed, but the girl's nervous system did not react in time. He had lost both his swords and was struggling holding the goblin's wrists to keep the goblin's claws away from his body. Easy. This is the complete opposite, Emma thought anxiously. While Emma was trying to think of a plan or something, in an instant the goblin fell. The girl's eyes widened in shock as she watched the monster's head literally explode in a shower of blood, its body then tumbling to the side of her. It was a miracle that only a few drops of blood landed on Emma. Emma turned to look behind her where she could see Primo with his eyes wide open and Belle with a handful of stones in his right hand, which he was throwing and catching. With a stone, Emma murmured. You're very tense and practically scared to death, Belle said. Emma simply managed to lower her gaze. I was the same way the first time I was here. If you think you're pathetic now, just remember that your captain ran back to his goddess to brag about killing a goblin, just one goblin, Belle said with a smile. Both Emma and Primo let out a small laugh, imagining their captain level 4 and the most respected member of their family running to seek praise from Hestia after killing a single goblin had helped them relax. Being afraid is normal, making mistakes means you can still improve. Never underestimate yourself, Belle said with a smile. The pink-haired girl who was still on the floor nodded shyly. Okay, the next one, Belle said. Emma quickly stood up and grabbed her 2 swords. A new goblin launched an attack on Emma. Making mistakes means you can still improve. Those words came to Emma's mind. She could see the goblin run a few meters before jumping towards her. Once she jumps, she cannot change her trajectory, but she can move. Emma abruptly managed to move her body to the side. The goblin passed by Emma, and she took advantage of the moment to deliver a downward slash to the goblin's back. More than a cut, Emma had struck the goblin, who fell to the ground with a wound in his back. The pink-haired girl quickly repeated the action, this time severing the goblin's spine and causing a small spurt of blood. Because the goblin was still moving, Emma delivered a 3rd and 4th slash until he finally stopped. There was not the slightest trace of elegance. She simply struck hard, hoping to kill her enemy. Emma looked pleased to have won and quickly turned to look behind her where Primo smiled at her while clapping several times, and Belle simply smiled back. The pink-haired girl immediately remembered Belle's story. If she had been alone, would she have run to tell Hestia? With that question on her mind, Emma blushed slightly as she admitted that she probably would have. Next, Belle said. Emma's body stiffened as she watched a second goblin run towards her. He repeated the same operation with that goblin and with the next one managing to kill 3 goblins. Emma trembled as a kobold approached her. She had figured out how to deal with goblins, but kobolds were a different story. The kobold lunged to attack Emma with its claws, trying to scratch her. The pink-haired girl, with her arms in an X shape, covered herself as best she could. Thanks to arm protectors, the kobold was unable to harm her, but she could feel the monster's strength that slowly forced her back. Emma felt that at any moment she would lose her balance and the kobold would fall on top of her. But what should he do? In the potion he was in, he couldn't use his swords. Emma, swords aren't your only weapon. Belle's voice reached his ears. Emma was confused as she wondered, did he have more weapons with him? She only remembered getting 2 swords from Wendy, so what were those weapons? Emma wanted to ask Belle for the answer she was looking for. Damn it, Emma thought as she put more strength into her feet to avoid losing her balance. At that moment, Emma heard a shriek of pain and the kobold backed away. Emma was confused. Why did he back down if he was winning? As Emma searched for her answer, she glanced slightly at the ground. There was blood. Following the trail of blood, he could see that the kobold had lost the toes on one of his feet. At what point? Emma thought she hadn't attacked him. While searching for answers, he noticed a small pool of blood under his right foot. At that moment, the answer Emma had been searching for came to her. She had unwittingly stepped on the kobold's toes when she strained to stand upright. Emma rushed towards the kobold and, standing in front of it, stomped directly at the monster's feet. The kobold let out a shriek of pain, and the moment it was distracted by the pain, Emma stabbed it in the stomach. The pink-haired girl felt joy when she saw the monster fall defeated. I meant you should kick it, but I guess that works too, Belle said. Emma scratched the back of her neck in embarrassment. Emma returns, it's Primo's turn, Belle said. Emma nodded as she stood next to the elf. Belle transformed his knife into a black katana and used it to draw lines on the ground. The first line was a few meters from the 2 girls, the third was right behind the monsters, and the fourth was 1 meter from the wall. Emma, keep an eye on Primo's rear, make sure no monster interrupts her singing, Belle said as he leaned against the wall. The pink-haired girl nodded as she got into a fighting stance, though she was somewhat trembling. Belle shifted his gaze from the 2 girls to the monsters. They can move, but they can't cross the lines. Lose yourselves in the madness, Belle spoke as an order. The next instant, the monsters' eyes glowed bright red as several veins stood out on their bodies. Unlike when they fought Emma, now they were much more savage. They moved erratically, climbing walls and threatening to attack, but they never crossed the lines as if an invisible barrier prevented them. Cousin, use your magic, Belle said, but Primo murmured as he saw that Belle would be within range of his magic's attack. Don't worry, just use it, Belle said. Primo nodded nervously. The little elf gripped her staff tightly and held it in front of her. Illusory stars crossing the jet-black sky. Primo began his song, closing his eyes and concentrating as best he could. Hear my unqualified prayer and guide the glimmer of the coming light. While the monster's growls threatened to make Primo lose concentration, she gripped her staff tightly and managed to gather courage to continue her singing. Descend or starry tears. Emma watched in amazement as a lime-green aura surrounded the little elf and as several spheres of light formed around her. Emma had lived in a small town a month away from Arario by carriage. Her town was so unimportant that no wizard would stop there to show off their magic, so this was the first time she had ever seen magic. Lumine Pleiades. Primo spoke almost in a shout as he opened his eyes. 4 beams of light were fired forward. None of them directly hit any monsters, but simply hitting near them was enough to kill them. A large cloud of dust was raised, blocking the view of the two. I did it. Primo shouted with joy as he jumped several times. It was the same on my first try. Primo said, almost dancing with joy. Emma let out a nervous laugh at the cheerful elf, though it wasn't her place to judge. She'd almost done the same thing herself. Well, it's natural for a genius mage like me, Primo said as she stood still, puffed out her chest with pride and brought her right hand to it while her left hand, with which she still held her staff, went to her waist. Wow, that was incredible, Belle said with a smile. When the dust cloud began to dissipate, they could see him there, standing against the wall with his arms crossed, without even a single scratch on his person. Although the two girls didn't know it, one of the rays directly hit Belle, allowing him to learn the extent of the elf's magic. Although he destroyed the monsters, including their magic stones, Belle said as he looked at several craters. I'm sorry, Primo said as he bowed. It destroyed even those I killed, Emma said, though more than scolding or being annoyed with Primo, she was extremely surprised by the great damage caused by his magic. I'm sorry. Primo shouted as he imitated the pose Hestia had taught him, the doja. Come on, I'm not scolding you, I'm just saying your magic is too much for this floor, Belle said. Each beam of Primo's magic caused an ATK of 15, even higher than Belle's firebolt when he was at level 1. On the other hand, the monsters on this floor would have an HP of 3 to 6. Cousin, you'll fight with a sword for now, your magic is too much for this floor, is that alright with you? Belle asked. I suppose that's fine, otherwise Emma and I would be left without magic stones, Primo said with his ears drooping. Belle gave a settlement. The gamer allowed the magic stones to be recovered without them breaking, so Belle and the others always attacked to break them so that the monsters would turn to ash and corpses would not accumulate. But the gamer wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Lily was the clear example. If you didn't have a single point in your basic stats, the gamer would give you an ATK of 1 point but randomly. In other words, for newbies, the gamer was more of a hindrance than a help. You needed at least 100 in your status for it to be helpful, otherwise it would simply slow you down. Lily was often annoyed when she saw that she was hitting the monsters but a message of null hit appeared. For her it was frustrating to have literally passed through the monsters but they did not receive any damage. Belle created a sword with his magic and gave it to Primo. Let's continue for now, Belle said as he started walking. Slightly torn clothes, disheveled hair, some scratches on their faces, and monster blood on their clothes. They had a very hard day, Hestia said as she updated Primo's status. The two girls nodded wearily. They had spent 6 hours in the dungeon and were forced to fight until they couldn't anymore, with Belle having to carry them back. Hestia updated the status of the two while listening to the heroic battles of the two on the first and second floors of the dungeon. Stories of goblins and kobolds. For Hestia, who had started her family just 3 months ago, those were the stories she should be hearing, none of Minotaur, Goliath, and other stupidly strong monsters that her children talked about like insects. This is more on my level, Hestia thought as she listened attentively to both of their stories. They spoke excitedly about having killed many monsters, and Primo spoke happily about having used his magic 3 times. Well, here are their stats, both went up 30 points, Hestia said with a smile. First free. Level 1. Strength I4. Endurance I3. Dexterity I5. Agility I3. Magic I15. Emma Flores. Level 1. Strength I10. Endurance I8. Dexterity I7. Agility I5. Magic I0. Both girls looked at their statistics with excitement, but were disappointed to see such a poor increase in both of them. Belle told me to give you this. It's your earnings for the day, Hestia said as she gave a handful of coins to the two of them. 800 volleys was her income for the day, Hestia said. The two of them were stunned as they murmured, that's all. According to Belle, the two of them killed 40 monsters, which is incredible. Unfortunately, the stones from those monsters are only worth 50 volleys each. Between the two of them, they obtained 2,000 volleys, meaning 1,000 each. After subtracting their taxes, that's what they're left with, Hestia said. 150 family incomes, 40 incomes from Hestia-sama and 10 incomes from the captain. Saying that out loud sounds like a pittance, Emma said dejectedly. At this rate, we'll never pay Hestia-sama her money, thought Primo. That's a normal income for a rookie, I'd even say it's a lot. Belkun in his early days barely earned 200 volleys. With great effort, Hestia spoke. Emma and Primo nodded, their eyes brightening slightly. Anyway, you two shouldn't worry about supporting the family or bringing in large incomes, leave that to Belkun. You two should just worry about earning enough to maintain your weapons and buy things for yourselves, Hestia said. They both nodded. Now go take a bath and then rest, and if necessary ask someone for advice on maintaining your equipment, Hestia said. The two nodded again as they left the room with an emo aura. As the two of them left the room, they could see Lewin heading somewhere. Edo, Lunsan spoke. Cousin. The hobbit turned to look at the two girls. What's happening? Lewin asked. Like how much money could you make by going to jail? Asked Primo. Lewin put a hand to her chin as she thought. Well, I don't usually go to the dungeon much, I have better things to do, although when I do go I can make up to 200,000 volleys if I stay for about 3 hours, Lewin said. The two girls were in complete shock. In half the time it took us, Primo murmured. And 200 times our income, Emma murmured. If I could know what prompted the question, said the hobbit. The two girls timidly extended their hands, showing a few coins. Under the girls' gaze, the hobbit leaned against a wall while laughing. Both of them puffed out their cheeks in a pout, believing they were being mocked. Come on, both of you just started. In fact, that's a lot of money. When I started, I could barely get 50 volleys before I started running away from the monsters. My income increased when I went as a support, but even then it was only 300 volleys, said Lewin. The two girls nodded. And tell me, how many monsters did you defeat? Lewin asked, doing some mental calculations based on her experience. We didn't really count them, Primo said sadly. But the captain and Hestia-sama say that around 40. Emma spoke with embarrassment. F40. Lewin screamed in shock. The two girls were surprised by the hobbit's reaction. About 20 each, Lewin murmured. The two girls remained silent, thinking they were being mocked, and Hestia-sama didn't give them a medal or anything. Lewin asked. The two girls shook their heads, thinking the hobbit was speaking sarcastically. Ah, this goddess we have, well, she's never seen normal people. Her first son was the captain, and he's anything but normal, Lewin said with a sigh. The two girls still didn't understand. Listen, erase those bitter expressions. If you're going to be depressed, I'll personally make sure you're kicked out. This isn't that kind of family, Lewin spoke harshly. Emma and Primo nodded strongly. Look, a normal person could defeat 3 or 4 monsters on their first day before giving up and running to safety. Other people like me would only defeat one before running away with their tail between their legs, said Lewin with her arms crossed. Even if they went with the captain, he's not the type of person who would just leave monsters motionless so they could stab them. He probably made them fight one-on-one, and while that's a big help, any smart person could manage that on their own, Lewin said. In fact, that's what he did. He made us fight one monster at a time, Emma said. What floor did you get to? Lewin asked. Second, said Primo. You must. Hestia-sama can't get someone normal. The word abnormal suits them perfectly. Look at how killing 20 monsters each and reaching the second floor, even with the captain watching over them, is worthy of praise. They could even be called prodigies, Lewin said while scratching the back of her neck. The two girls smiled shyly. Look, you really did something incredible, but don't let it go to your heads. Too much ego can get you killed in the dungeon, even if you're as strong as the captain. It's best to be cautious, Lewin said. The hobbit glanced from Emma to Primo before sighing. I'm not this kind of person, but for their first day they did well, Lewin said as she extended her hand. The two of them could see how in a small blue flash 2 vials with a blue-colored contents appeared in the hobbit's hand. You did well, take this as a reward, Lewin said. Wait, those are, Emma murmured. High-quality dual potions, Primo said, noticing a label on both. Come on, take them at once, said the hobbit. Nervously, they both extended their hands and each took a vial. Listen carefully. If you've noticed, everyone in this family exudes a cheerful and lively aura. Even the shy Cassandra and Haruheim have that kind of aura. I'm the only exception. And I won't tolerate 2 depressed girls ruining this great atmosphere, the hobbit spoke sternly. They both nodded firmly. Who wants those depressing auras gone once and for all, ruining the cheerful atmosphere I love in this family? Grumbled the hobbit as he started walking. The two watched the hobbit leave while muttering things about depressed girls ruining his good mood. The only exception, Emma murmured. Actually, he's a nice guy, Primo murmured. Lewin stood in front of Hestia's door and knocked a couple of times until he heard a pass. Hestia-sama, I want you to update my status, Lewin spoke. What is it this time, or rather, what are you plotting? Since you joined my family, you rarely come to update your status. You mostly prefer to be fulfilling the tasks Belkun assigns you, Hestia said. I've simply been killing a lot of monsters. I'd like to see how much I've improved, said the hobbit. Hestia let out a small laugh as she approached the hobbit to update his status. Oh wow, you've really put in a lot of effort, Hestia said. The hobbit slightly turned his neck to get a better look at Hestia and he could see her smiling broadly. You reached level 2, congratulations, Hestia said with a smile. Lewin's surprise was no small thing. He literally shouted with joy. Abnormal resistance and tamer, those are the development skills you can choose. Which one do you want? Hestia said with a smile. The answer is obvious, Lewin said with a small smile. Then tamer will be, Hestia spoke. Lewin nodded. You have tried so hard, my child, Hestia said as she stroked the hobbit's hair. I just wanted to level up, that's all, Lewin said. Looks like we have another tsundere here. You think I don't know that? You've been sneaking into the dungeon every single day, every chance you get. I know perfectly well that you wanted level 2 to help Belle with that project, Hestia said. Lewin didn't answer, she simply turned to look away. Here, take your latest stats as level 1, Hestia said with a smile. Lewin a spell. Level 1. Strength B 710. Endurance C 670. Dexterity A 850. Agility B 730. Magic I 0. Lewin smiled broadly before checking her level 2 stats. She knew they were all going to be at 0, but it was still gratifying to see them. Lewin a spell. Level 2. Strength I 0. Endurance I 0. Dexterity I 0. Agility I 0. Magic I 0. Tamer I. As Lewin looked with a smile at the leaf in her hands, Hestia stood up. You know, Lewin, there's something that's bothering me, Hestia said. What is, Hestia-sama? It's within my ability, I'll resolve it for you, Lewin said as he stood up and picked up his shirt. Of course it's within your capabilities, Hestia said with a smile. Lewin nodded as she looked seriously at Hestia. You know, there's a very ugly I0 in your magic as level 1, and there's also a great lack of skills, Hestia spoke. I apologize for my incompetence, Lewin said seriously. Let's sort that out, Hestia said as she placed a book on her desk. Hestia-sama, is that it? Lewin spoke. Yes, Bellcranel gave me 4, Hestia said with a smile. Hestia-sama, that's too much for someone like me, Lewin spoke. Come on, Lewin, take it, Hestia said. But Hestia-sama, after the things I said about you, Lewin spoke. Come on, that was on Apollo's orders. Stop tormenting yourself with that. Everyone, even Bellcranel, forgave you for that since you didn't mean it, Hestia spoke. But Lewin began, trying to find an excuse, but Hestia spoke first. Take the book, it is an order from your goddess, Hestia said seriously. Lewin nodded as she nervously picked up the book. You know, I would have liked to give it to you sooner, but your level up came first, and I'm absolutely sure you wanted to level up as soon as possible, Hestia said with a smile. Hestia-sama, how could I possibly repay you? Lewin asked. There's only one thing I want you to do, Hestia said. Lewin nodded with determination as she looked at Hestia. Keep supporting Bellcranel in whatever he needs. You know, I'm an incompetent goddess who needs to leave all those complicated issues to others. Please help your useless goddess, Hestia said sheepishly. Hestia-sama, please don't speak about yourself like that. The captain would be upset if he heard you say it, Lewin spoke. Lily takes care of all the work Bellcranel can't do, and Anna is always there to look after Bellcranel's health. Although I'm envious that they're both so close to him, I won't say anything since Bellcranel needs them, and I need them to take care of him. As another of Bellcranel's trusted people, I ask that you continue to support him and lighten the heavy load on his shoulders, Hestia spoke. Lewin nodded with determination. Night had already fallen at the Hestia family headquarters. The little goddess was exhausted after updating so many statuses. But what about today? Hestia murmured. Lewin went up to level 2, Aisha to level 4, as did Samira. Lena went up to level 3, as did Daphne and Cassandra. Hestia murmured. 6 level boosts in one day was, to say the least, unusual. Not only that, several of them were boosts that could only be described as jumps. While Hestia was lost in her thoughts, Belle entered her office. Kami-sama, can you update my status? Belle said. I swear if you reach level 5, I'm going to scream, Hestia said, who had suffered many shocks today. Hey, several of you leveled up, Belle said as he took off his shirt. Something strange, Hestia said. Unwavering desire, Belle said. Huh, Hestia murmured. The gamer creates a bond between everyone, like the core. Some of my abilities also affect them. That was my first ability, therefore it remained as a small influence on the gamer, Belle said. Please, if they start growing at your rate, I'll go crazy, Hestia said. Maybe not as fast as me, but at an extremely high speed. Lily, Wendy, and Makoto are about to level up, Belle said. I knew those numbers were impossible. Mikoto has only been level 2 for 2 months, Wendy for a little over a month, and Lily is about to complete a month, Hestia said with a sigh. This is the clearest example, Belle said as he showed 2 leaves to Hestia. Ah, I'm definitely a terrible goddess. How could I not have realized it? Hestia groaned. It's because Haruheim hardly ever updates her status, or rather today was the second time she's updated it since she joined the family just a few weeks ago, Belle said. Ah, this family will soon be full of first-class students, Hestia complained. Sanjano Haruheim level 1 strength, I8 endurance, I32 dexterity, I15 agility, I23 magic, E403. Sanjano Haruheim level 1 strength, I35 stamina, I80 dexterity, I99 agility, I96 magic, D543. The stronger they get, the better. After all, we have to take care of that, Belle said. Ah, the last of the three great missions, the Black Dragon. Good heavens, how can Gil ask you for that? Hestia said, annoyed. Kami-sama, our family will be known as the family that defeated the Black Dragon, or as the third family to fail in the attempt, Bell spoke. I hate that subject, don't talk about it, Hestia said. Bell simply shrugged. I'm still surprised Gil didn't attack Loki because of what you know, Hestia said. Kami-sama, there is a reason behind the expulsion of the Zeus Familia and the Hera Familia at the hands of the Loki Familia and the Freya Familia, Bell said. And what is that reason? Hestia asked. Those two are your friends, find out, Bell said. We're not friends, Hestia said angrily. Bell simply river. Even so, Kami-sama, Haruheim is about to level up. I would appreciate it if you didn't tell her she can level up yet until her magic reaches S. Bell spoke. Hestia nodded. Anyway, you've increased a lot, you gained a new ability, the gamer's rank has increased and your magic has been modified. Although your fight with Otter bothers me, I'm helping you a lot, Hestia said. Bell looked extremely confused, but at that moment he was flooded with notifications. Congratulations, the gamer has reached rank A. Your HP, MP, and AP have increased by 800 points. Your HR, Mr. and AR have increased by 80 points. Plus 40 points in all stats, the gamer. I thought the gamer could only level up with XP, Bell said. So far you've only leveled it up that way, but it's still a developmental skill, so it's logical that with use and with the updating of your status it will increase in rank, Hestia said. You can be very clever when you put your mind to it, Bell said with a small laugh. Hestia childishly hit Bell's back while puffing out her cheeks. Bell let Hestia get her revenge for her little joke and decided to continue looking at everything she had won. You have gained the ability Battle Continue. Battle Continuation. This skill allows combat to continue after suffering fatal injuries. It also reduces the mortality rate from injuries. The ability itself fit with the battle he had against Otter. The two fought even while seriously injured, and had they not fainted, they would have continued fighting. Bell closed the message and saw what had him curious. Firebolt evolved into Sacred Flame. Sacred Flame LVX. Fire magic of the enchantment type. The most powerful, purest, and hottest fire in existence. In its base form, it surrounds the user's body or weapon and grants additional power. It will not damage the user's equipment. Adds 50 ATK, 60 DF, 20 AF, 80 DM, and 40 AM. Technicas. Firebolt LV 100 Max. Quick cast magic, its mana consumption and ATK are variable depending on how strong the user wants it to be. Any use will receive a 110 ATK bonus. Each 1 point of ATK is equivalent to 1 mana. The fire can change its temperature at the user's will. The attack range can be increased at the user's will. The ATK will be divided evenly across the entire range. Hee, Sacred Flame Belkun, this is proof of our great bond, Hestia said as she hugged. Bell simply smiled. Apparently, Hestia had also seen the change in his magic due to his fauna. Even so, that wasn't all of his rays. Electrosphere has evolved into Divine Ray. Divine Ray LVX. Lightning magic of the enchantment type. The most powerful, fastest, and deadliest lightning that has ever existed. In its base form, it surrounds the user's body or weapon and grants additional power. It will not damage the user's equipment. Add 70 ATK, 80 DF, 40 AF, 100 DM, and 60 AM. Technicas. Electrosphere LV 100 Max. Quick cast magic, its mana consumption and ATK are variable depending on how strong the user wants it to be. Any use will receive a 436 ATK bonus. Each 1 point of ATK is equivalent to 1 mana. The lightning bolt can change its speed and discharge at the user's will. The attack range can be increased at the user's will. The ATK will be divided evenly across the entire range. Bell smiled when she saw the last of his messages. Well, Belkun, here's your status sheet, Hestia said, still smiling from ear to ear. Bell nodded as he surveyed his condition. He had truly experienced a significant improvement since reaching level 4. Bellcranel, LV. Strength A 878. Stamina A 890. Dexterity D 520. Agility C 650. Magic D 570. Kami-sama, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to continue with my work, Bell said with a small smile. Hestia nodded. Chapter 37, Fiona AAA. Outside Aurario, where the war against Rakia was taking place, a group of soldiers ran in terror. A small hobbit with brown hair sighed heavily as she rested her spear on her shoulder. This is a nuisance, the hobbit sighed. Lily had been commanding her family members for 4 days. Bell only led them for a single day before considering the whole thing a complete nuisance. I understand why Bell-sama prefers to train the rookies, Lily murmured. Just 2 days ago, Emma and Primo joined the Hestia family, with yesterday being their first day in the dungeon. Commander, the Braver, ordered a retreat. We will leave the front to the Freya family, Lena said as she stood in front of Lily. Ah, music to my ears, inform the others, we're leaving, said Lily. Unlike other families, the Hestia familia had the benefit of being able to rest at their headquarters instead of camping outside like everyone else. This was because the guild catered to all of Belle and Hestia's whims. Without thinking much, Lily started walking towards the gates of Arario. The next day. Lately, your little brother's family has been the talk of the town, a pink-haired human spoke to a half-elf. Belcun is quite the talk of the town, and his companions are no exception. 2 level 4s, 3 level 3s, and 1 level 2. When those level increases were reported yesterday, the guild went crazy, Ina said with a sigh. The Hestia familia due to those level increases has risen in rank again, now it is Amisha spoke. 2 level 6, 3 level 4, 3 level 3, 5 level 2, and 4 level 1 with so few members they earned that rank, Ina spoke. Not only are some of its members very talked about, King of Diamonds, D. Saint, Kalima, Queen of Poison, Akagami, and Fiona are famous names in Arario, Misha said. Ina nodded as she became lost in her thoughts. Fiona, the name of the fictional goddess of the hobbits, and the alias from the third-class adventure Lilaruka Ard. Lately, the name Fiona has been becoming more and more popular. The inhabitants of Riviera claimed that Fiona had defeated a Goliath all by herself. The stories of having blown up entire battalions of Rakia confirmed the previous story. Fiona, or also called Little Monster, was a celebrity among hobbits. Her exploits in a short period of time had turned the hobbit world upside down. Currently in Arario, few hobbits did not know the name Lilaruka Ard. Lilaruka Ard. Level 2. Strength E504. Endurance B740. Dexterity A830. Agility A879. Magic S916. Lancer S Archer S Magic. Ascinder Ella. Transformation magic. The goal of the transformation is based on imagination when chanting. When precision is lacking, it will end in failure. Activation chant, your wound is mine, my wound is mine. Release chant, the echo is the signal of midnight. Skills. Anonymous hero. Activates when the weight of the equipment exceeds a certain limit. The compensation amount is proportional to the weight. Lily looked with satisfaction at her level 2 statistics. Unlike before, her current self was growing by leaps and bounds. Level 3, which for her was once impossible, was now a near future. Just one more push and you'll get level 3, although I still think it's too soon, Hestia said. No problem, Mikoto-sama and Wendy-sama are in the same boat, Lily said. Well, you're right, Hestia said as she looked at the states of the two mentioned. Yamato Mikoto. Level 2. Strength S910. Endurance A870. Dexterity A850. Agility S934. Magic E560. Abnormal resistance S Hunter S Wendy Cross. Level 2. Strength S930. Endurance A875. Dexterity S905. Agility S902. Magic E520. Blacksmith S Sewing S you are all completely abnormal, Hestia sighed. Lily could only manage a forced laugh. The others are also growing quite well. Haruheim, for example, has been giving her all to achieve what Belcun expects of her. Even Anna is keeping up a good pace, and that's despite the fact that she rarely enters the dungeon, Hestia said with a smile. Even so, Hestia-sama, I've wondered, why are we growing so fast? Is your blessing special compared to others? Lily asked. Hestia responded by simply puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. Belcun is the reason. In his early days, he fell in love with that wall and whatever, which caused him to develop a special ability. After that, his numbers started increasing much faster, Hestia said irritably. Belsama's feelings for the Sword Princess are so strong, Lily thought. Lily's original question was lost in the conversation. Currently, Lily was lost in thought after Hestia's words. Developing a skill solely due to infatuation was extremely rare, almost impossible. For that to happen, the person had to have extremely strong feelings. Not even Lily, who loved Belle more than anyone else, had managed that. A great frustration and helplessness invaded Lily's small body. Belcun says that Party gives this base ability to others. In those who are in the same family as him, its effectiveness is 50% or up to 70% of what he has. In other people, it is up to a maximum of 10%, Hestia spoke. Lily nodded. She already had her answer, but now she was no longer interested. I've seen the statuses of Naza, Auka, and Chigusa, who are in Belle's party, and I can tell you that their growth is extremely large, much more than normal adventurers, Hestia said. Lily gave one last nod before leaving the room. Hestia remained silent. For a moment she swore she saw Lily's extremely somber gaze and felt an intense murderous instinct. Lily left through the main door of her family's headquarters, and when she turned to look into the depths she could see her family's hobbit companion playing with a minotaur. Lewin wore 2 large metal bracelets which covered up to his elbow, and by using these bracelets as a shield he blocked and deflected the attacks of a minotaur's sword. Him and his research, Lily said with a sigh. Lewin and Belle had recently dedicated themselves to investigating monsters, forcing them to fight against each other or against one another. They managed to discover patterns in their fighting styles and other behaviors, which they noted down and occasionally shared with the guild. When Lily turned to look elsewhere, she saw a golden-haired Renard panting heavily as an Amazon ran after her. Haruheim, the concurrent chant won't do you any good if you're too slow. Aisha-sama, have mercy, please. It seems you need more motivation. NOOOO. Lily laughed as she watched Aisha chase Haruheim with a sword in her hand, while Renard ran desperately with tears in her eyes. Lily could also see Anna next to the two of them, following her own exercise routine. Fortunately for everyone, a powerful magical barrier surrounded their headquarters, preventing anyone from the outside from seeing what was happening inside. Lily's terrible mood calmed down for a moment. She took a deep breath before deciding to take a walk around the mansion's courtyard. Oh wow, they reached the 4th floor today. They're progressing fast. Yeah, well, that's normal for a genius mage like me. Belle, along with the 2 new members of her family, arrived at the guild before nightfall. The blue sky was still visible outside the windows as they spoke with her family's advisor. The voice of a very serious Ina was followed by the energetic voice of Emma, and finally the arrogant voice of Primo, who had a hand on his chest. I couldn't be happier to hear you're making progress. Don't push yourselves too hard, okay? Ina said with a smile. Both Emma and Primo, whose clothes were dirty, had some scratches, and whose hair was slightly disheveled, nodded. Don't worry, I'll take care of them, Belle said with a smile. That's what worries me, you'll probably put them in some extremely dangerous situation, said Ina. In response to Ina's harsh words, Belle was surrounded by an emo aura as he fell to the floor and then began drawing circles with his finger. They're a really curious family, Misha said with a smile as she watched Belle being comforted by Primo. Emma, who was still standing in front of Ina's desk, let out a small laugh as the human Misha joined their conversation. They are considered rank A, and the highest floor they have reached is the 18th floor, Misha said with a sigh. Come on, the Hestia familia has been far too busy to undertake any expeditions, especially now with Rakia attacking, Ina said. Emma decided to ignore the topic of how many floors her family had reached. It really wasn't something that concerned her yet. Therefore, she decided to change the subject. Edo, Ina-san, haven't you found out anything about that? Emma asked. Unfortunately not. I've registered the names of all the adventurers who have registered in recent years, and I haven't found anything, Ina said. Emma nodded, looking somewhat dejected. Once they had finished discussing everything at the counter, Emma said goodbye to Ina and Misha. With Primo's help, Emma managed to comfort Belle and get him back on his feet and walking again. They crossed the white marble hall of the guild while each was lost in their own thoughts. Just as Belle was about to leave the guild headquarters, he heard a voice calling him. He sounded like a child. Belle turned around to see who it was, light golden hair and a small stature. With a face like his and a body of that size, he could pass for a child, but nothing about his appearance matched the mature aura that emanated from him. Finn, Belle exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. I'm sorry to stop you like this. I've wanted to talk to you about something for a while, and it was convenient to find you here, Finn said. Okay, what's going on? Belle asked. Well, how to put it to begin with. Actually, I escaped from my subordinates, Finn said honestly. Oh, I see. So shall we go to the same bar as always or look for another place? Belle asked with a smile. Finn remained silent for a few moments as if he were carefully analyzing the proposal. Even if you looked closely, you could see hundreds of mathematical formulas flying around Finn as he got lost in his thoughts. After being silent for a few minutes, Finn sighed heavily before shaking his hand. Even if I wanted to, this is a serious matter. It should be discussed without a single drop of alcohol, Finn said dejectedly. Belle murmured I see before adopting a serious expression. Cousin Emma, come back to our headquarters. I'll be there in a bit. By the way, here are your earnings for the day, Belle said to the 2 girls before giving them both a small leather bag. The 2 girls nodded before bowing and leaving. It's always good to see the new ones grow even though you're not much older than them, Finn said with a smile. Come on, you talk like an old man, although you're right, in fact, Emma is a year older than me, Belle said, smiling back at the hobbit. Finn and Belle left the guild headquarters and then took a series of alleyways to reach a cafe called Desire in the southwest of the Arario district. A young elf mage told me about this place, Finn said, as he guided Belle through a series of repeated narrow passages toward the front door. Belle followed Finn into the cafeteria, then took seats on opposite sides of a table in the quiet cafe. Since this is a secret meeting between the highest-ranking members of 2 families, I would like to ask that we keep what is said confidential. Okay, Finn said with a smile. Belle nodded as he shrugged. I shouldn't change the subject, but has anything strange happened recently? Finn asked. Belle raised an eyebrow at Finn's words. It's quiet inside the walls, but it might be a good idea to keep your eyes open. Recently, it feels like there's going to be trouble, Finn said, his mouth behind the mug in his hands. Wait, don't tell me, Belle said before letting out a heavy sigh. Yes, that's what I'm afraid of, although it's just a guess, but considering that God's fascination with those swords, it's logical that they would try something like that, Finn said before taking a sip of the contents of his cup. That idiot, I think I need to keep an eye on that girl, Bell said while stroking his hair as if to calm his nerves. Finn nodded before placing his cup on the table. Bell, for his part, raised his gaze and stared at Finn as if to say, is that what you wanted to talk about? That's enough talk, let me get to the point, Finn said, guessing Bell's thoughts. Bell nodded as he picked up his cup and brought it to his lips. I'd like you to introduce me to your vice captain, a hobbit with brown eyes, Finn said seriously. PFFFFFFF. Bell dramatically spat his coffee to the side. Unfortunately, the cafe owner had been standing there to bring them some snacks. They hadn't asked for them, so it was a courtesy. Bell laughed nervously at the elf owner who was soaked in coffee. He keep the change, Bell said with a small laugh as he handed her a bag filled to the brim with volleys. The owner nervously took the bag and turned around to go change his clothes. Bell sighed before turning to look at Finn. Well, I should be more direct. As a member of your race, I would like to offer you my hand in marriage, Finn said. Finn's seriousness never disappeared while Bell was extremely surprised. I swear if this is a joke, I'm going to break your teeth, Bell said, sharpening his gaze. First, I want you to calm down. Then I'd like you to understand that this isn't a joke or a spur-of-the-moment proposition, Finn said, gently waving his hands in front of her. Well, explain yourself, Bell said, crossing his arms. To begin with, you might wonder why I would make such a proposal to a member of my race who belongs to a different family, but first I have to ask, Bell, do you know about the goddess Fiona? Finn spoke, returning to his usual seriousness. When asked the question, Bell simply replied with a yes. Firstly, how could he not know Fiona? After all, his grandfather had told him her story at some point he couldn't remember. Secondly, in his personal library, he had about 30 books about her. She was a fictional goddess in whom many hobbits believed. Once upon a time in ancient times, there was a group of strong and proud hobbit knights who worshipped her. Perhaps it was due to their small size and gentle appearance, but hobbits are generally considered to have the least potential compared to other races like humans and demi-humans. Indeed, very few hobbits had ever achieved worldwide fame in the thousands of years of their history. The exception was that group of knights. Achieving one heroic deed after another, they became known as the Spears of the Battlefield. Their glory became the pride of the hobbit race and also inspired a deep faith in the goddess Fiona. They were so acclaimed that Bell had a section of his library dedicated solely to that group. However, once the ancient age ended and the divine age began, faith in the goddess Fiona dried up in the blink of an eye. It was all because the goddess revered by the entire hobbit race was not among the gods who descended to the mortal world, the underworld. Hobbits everywhere lost their faith and their lives completely collapsed. It was a devastating blow from which their race has not recovered even to this day. Hobbits need a light they can call their own. A new hope that can fill the role that faith in Fiona once played. Finn spoke with determination. And that would be it. Bell asked, forming a basic idea, just as you're thinking. I came to Arario to live as an adventurer so I could become that hope for my people and reunite them. I wanted my name to be legendary so the other hobbits would have someone to aspire to. Finn spoke with determination. Bell already knew that. In fact, the hobbit repeated it about 50 times while he was drunk, but Bell said nothing. He didn't want to interrupt the hobbit's moment of inspiration. A single moment of glory is not enough to build a future for my people. The light of hope must continue to shine upon the hobbits for years to come, Finn said. Finn declared that his people would not know lasting prosperity if they did not have hope. Frankly, the light must pass to the next generation, and the best way to do that would be to have an heir with my blood in their veins, Finn said. Bell raised an eyebrow again. A half-hobbit won't do. The pride of our race must be a pure-blooded hobbit, Finn said. Someone had to carry the torch and restore their race to glory. It was necessary to pass on the genes of a hobbit with the title of brave to the next generation and beyond. Finn insisted that those descendants have a completely hobbit lineage. All demi-human races could only reproduce with themselves. It went without saying that spirits like fairies could not have any offspring, and elves, dwarves, and beastmen could not have children with each other. The exceptions were humans, who could interbreed with demi-humans, and Amazons who always gave birth to female offspring of their own race. Bell crossed his arms again and sighed. I would like to take that girl as my wife and have her give birth to my children, Finn said directly. Bell took on a serious expression. He saw one or more problems in Finn's ambition, but he had no desire to lecture the hobbit. Firstly, it would be strange for him to lecture someone 30 years older than him. So first of all, it was because of the first problem in Finn's ambition. Lily isn't in your family. People from different families can't get married, right? Bell asked, stating a harsh truth. That's not a problem. I have Loki's permission. Well, I should. I agreed to join his familia under two conditions. One, that I would have his cooperation in helping my people, and two, that he wouldn't stand in my way, Finn said seriously. Bell sighed as he scratched his head. Of course, I care deeply about my family. It's grown so much since the beginning, and I feel it's my duty to protect them, Finn said with a small smile. Like Finn, Belle shared the same thought, so it wasn't going to be so easy to convince him. Another thing I want to make clear, even if I have Loki's permission, I cannot allow this personal matter to make life difficult for my family. If your vice captain Lilaruka Ard refuses, or if the goddess Hestia objects to my proposal, I will not pursue her further, Finn said earnestly. Why are you interested in Lily? Give me at least 3 reasons, Belle said seriously. Finn closed his eyes when Belle asked the question, then his deep blue irises appeared behind his eyelids as he looked directly at Belle. How long ago was that? Maybe 2 months. The day you defeated the Minotaur on the 9th floor, Finn spoke as he became lost in his memories. Belle nodded. She was so determined to save your life that she ignored her own injuries and swallowed her pride to convince us to help you. Watching her do all that, it made a huge impression on me. At that time, she wasn't strong in every way, but she showed enough courage to rival anyone, Finn said. Belle nodded. Valentia had already scored a point. When he fought in the war game, he showed incredible strength, and his determination and courage only grew stronger, Finn said. Belle gave another settlement. Fueza already had a second point. Recently, as commander, he has shown intelligence and leadership equal to or greater than my own. That left me deeply impressed, Finn said. Belle nodded. Intelligence was the third point, and that was his total. Leadership had 4. Even though Finn gave her good points, Belle wasn't convinced. He was hoping for something like she has beautiful eyes, her personality is amazing, or she's extremely cute, adorable, although that might just be his point of view. It's true I want a partner, but not just any partner. Right now, what my people need is courage. I'm looking for someone who possesses this forgotten weapon of the hobbits to join my cause, Finn said. Hobbits were considered the weakest of all races. They lacked the physical capabilities of humans, did not possess the magical prowess of the elves or the physical strength of the dwarves, had not developed the combat experience of the Amazons, nor did they have the enhanced senses of the beastmen. The only weapon possessed by the smallest race of all was courage, just like the Hobbit knights of old who had the courage to face enemies much greater than themselves in those days long ago. Unfortunately, that single advantage had disappeared over time. If that's the case, wouldn't anyone who meets your standard be? Belle asked. Yes, you're absolutely right, Finn said without hesitating for a second. Belle sighed again. If they're worthy and at least a decent person, then I'd probably offer my hand in marriage to any of them. The idea of having multiple partners doesn't sound bad, Finn said seriously. A man's romance is the harem, Belle said with a small smile. Although I left all that behind me when I chose this path, I have dedicated my life to serving my people, Finn said. She sat with her back straight and remained silent for a moment, her face calming down again. As I said before, if she or the goddess Hestia reject my offer, then that's where this ends. On the other hand, if my offer is accepted, I'll take it seriously and dedicate myself to building a strong bond with her, Finn said. Belle sighed again. She'll live happily, I can promise you that. Would you tell her everything I told you today in my place? Finn asked. Belle didn't like this at all. The white-haired boy shrugged as he took a piece of paper that Finn gave him. Unfortunately, I only have time tomorrow, Finn said. Belle gave a settlement. If you have an answer for me, tell her to come over there tomorrow. If she doesn't want to answer, that's perfectly fine. I'll be there all day either way, Finn said. Belle saw the hobbit stand up before speaking. Well, I'll be the messenger, but what do I get out of it? Belle asked with a smile. Finn turned to look at the smiling Belle. Among all the merchants or traders, Belle was called Walking Charmer. Belle only needed a few words to sweeten your whole world and throw you into the biggest debt of your life. It was often joked that he could sell ice to an Eskimo if he wanted, or that he could easily get you to give him your products for free and even pay him to take them. Finn somehow felt a deep emptiness in his wallet. Before you say anything, I don't want your money, Belle said. Finn sighed. One good turn deserves another. I'll get you the date you want with Lily, but in return you get me a date with Tyone, Belle said with a smile. At that moment the hobbit felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped on him, followed by a large number of bricks hitting his head. And you won't accept a date with eyes? Finn asked, forcing a smile. Finn had taken care of Eyes since she was 7 years old. She was almost like his daughter. But for some reason it seemed like a better idea to get Belle a date with her than with Tyone. No, to be honest, Tyone has better breasts than Eyes. Seriously, those things bounce every time she takes a single step. Amazons are usually good lovers, so I prefer Tyone. Don't worry, we'll only have a one-night stand. Although if she gets hooked, I won't deny her entry to my room, Belle said with a smile. Finn clenched his teeth and fist tightly, almost as if he was ready to punch Belle. Belle, with a mocking smile, stood up from his seat and walked until he was in front of Finn. Finn grunted at Belle's mocking smile. But suddenly Belle turned serious, which surprised Finn. You can lie to everyone if you want, but you'll never deceive your heart. You can't force someone to fall in love with you, nor can you force yourself to fall in love with someone, Belle said seriously. Finn calmed his emotions and looked at Belle. The same emotions that invaded your body when you mentioned Tyone were the ones that invaded my body with your proposal, Belle said seriously. Finn sighed in defeat. Belle started walking and turned his back on the hobbit. Don't think you're so special, like you're the pinnacle of your race. If you're not careful for even a second, you'll soon lose your podium and you'll have to watch Lily and Lewin from a bench, Belle said with a smile. Finn nodded. By the way, you're completely wrong if you think I'll hand over my Lily to you so easily, Belle said seriously. Finn gave a small smile at Belle's words. I assure you she'll reject your offer. I know it, plain and simple. I know her better than anyone, Belle said before leaving the cafeteria. Lily remained conflicted even when everyone gathered for dinner together. She acted as if everything were normal, participating in the conversation as usual. She sealed away the heavy feelings in her heart to maintain a light mood around the table, even smiling and laughing along with everyone else. Mikoto and Haruheim were in charge of preparing tonight's dinner, and they received many compliments before they focused deeply on their own conversation, enjoying each other's company. Wendy was busy eating and didn't try to include Lily in the conversation. Hestia, however, sensed that something was wrong. Her dark blue eyes occasionally glanced in Lily's direction, but the goddess said nothing and joined Mikoto's conversation as usual. Belle, as always, was serene and calm, occasionally joking with someone. Dinner ended shortly after. Lily didn't go to the living room and instead started back towards her own room. Lily, if you have time, could you give me a minute? She was about to go up the stairs in the main hallway when she heard Belle's voice behind her. A small shudder ran through her body as she froze in place. All the anxieties and emotions that had built up since the previous night reached a breaking point. She was acutely aware of the boy at this moment. What's wrong, Belle-sama? Lily asked in a nervous and strained voice. Lily could see Belle sigh heavily before speaking. There's something I need to tell you, Belle said while forcing a smile. A marriage proposal for Lily. Lily said in shock. Belle's brief explanation left Lily extremely surprised. She turned to look at the white-haired man who nodded. Lily opened her brown eyes as wide as she could. Belle had told her about a marriage proposal from another hobbit. Earlier that afternoon, Finn Damney had asked Belle to arrange an in-person meeting with Lily. With a stunned look, Lily looked up from the sheet of paper Belle handed her. Why would the brave be interested in her? That was the first question that popped into her head, but it didn't stay there for long. There was something more important. Lily pressed her lips together and looked down at her feet. As I expected in Belle-sama's eyes, Lily is nothing more than Lily thought with frustration. The fact that Belle had delivered this marriage proposal sent her reeling. The fact that Belle had offered Lily another man's proposal instead of his own sharpened the emotions coursing through her heart. She had already been dealing with the eyes incident since morning, and now this. Her gaze remained fixed on the ground. Lily did not look up as she forced words through her trembling lips, somehow overcoming the storm of emotions swirling inside her. What do you think, Belle-sama? Lily asked. Well, I don't really care, Belle said. Upon hearing Belle's response, Lily looked up in astonishment. He didn't care? How could he not care? She meant so little to him. Lily was furious, and seeing Belle completely calm only served to increase her anger. That solves it. Lily will be reunited with the brave one. Lily shouted angrily. Lily expected to see Belle extremely surprised or showing some sign of anger, but Belle remained completely calm, which annoyed Lily even more. A marriage proposal from the valiant. Lily will be the envy not only of other hobbits but of every woman in the city. He has it all: power, money, fame. Yes, it's the rich marriage Lily has always dreamed of. Lily cried. Well, you're right, Belle said, shrugging his shoulders. Lily growled, her face turning red with anger. Then in utter indignation she turned her back on Belle and began to walk away. When you reject Finn's offer, don't be so harsh. He's totally determined to have a hobbit heir, Belle said with a small smile. Lily stopped dead in her tracks at Belle's words. What makes you think I'll reject his offer? Lily asked without turning to look at Belle. It's simple. Belle knows Lily-sama perfectly well, Belle said with a small smile. Don't make fun of Lily, said the little hobbit. Belle walked a couple of steps until he was next to Lily, then placed a hand on her head. Perhaps my previous choice of words wasn't the right one. I apologize if I hurt you, Belle said, patting Lily on the head a couple of times. Lily remained completely silent. Like I said, I don't really care. I know Finn and he's not some degenerate I should be worried about, Belle said with a small smile. Lily continued without making a sound as she listened attentively to Belle's words. I know Lily in the same way. I know that the Lily I know would never abandon me, nor would she trade me for another man, Belle said while containing his own embarrassment. The little hobbit lowered her gaze as she blushed. Her previous anger had disappeared. I'll tell you, I'm quite a hypocrite, and the desire for a harem is part of my personality, Belle said with a small smile. Womanizer, idiot, Lily muttered with a small laugh. You're right, I'm a womanizer and an idiot who can't choose anyone, Belle said. Without warning, Belle took Lily in his arms and carried her, leaving her sitting on his right forearm. The size difference between the two was very noticeable. Lily was barely 110 meters tall and Belle had already reached 180 meters, the latter having grown too much in a short time. I ask that you give me some time. I have to sort things out with a certain person first. Depending on how that person responds, that will determine how I act, Belle said. What do you mean? Lily asked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the situation she was in. Well, there's a very possessive person. She's calmed down a bit, but she still wants me all to herself. Unfortunately for her, I don't love any of them more than anyone else. I love them all equally. Belle said with a smile. You mean wait, you said you love me. Lily spoke at first analytically while thinking about a certain person and then extremely shyly while blushing. Of course you're my lovely vice captain. Without you, what would become of me? I miss you much more than you can imagine, Belle said with a smile. But didn't you love Sama? Lily asked shyly. As I already told you, I love many women, you know them all. I don't love anyone more than another, whether it's you or Eyes. I love you both the same way. If you accept this idiot, it's your decision. Belle spoke with strange seriousness. More than anything, he was hiding his shame as best he could. Belle loves her as much as he loves Eyes. Lily felt her heart beating with incredible force, her cheeks burned, and she felt that consciousness would leave her body at any moment. Unfortunately, I can't be just yours. If you agree to share me, I promise that one of these days I'll give you a proper declaration, Belle said. What do you mean? Lily asked timidly. As I said, I wanted to sort things out with that person first, but damn Finn made me rush everything, Belle said, forcing a smile. Lily looked somewhat confused and Belle cleared his throat. Lily, you're a truly special and wonderful person. I'm sure you deserve someone much better than me, but tell me, would you accept this idiot? Instead of the wonderful man you deserve, Belle said with a smile. Lily was completely stunned. I was planning to give you this later, but like I said, the fear of losing you made me move things forward, Belle said as he brought his left hand closer to Lily's small hands. Lily took the small object in her hands. It was a gold necklace with a small gold plaque. Lily was speechless at what she saw. The front of the plaque was engraved with bellcranel and the back had a small message. Although you planned to steal my dagger, you ended up stealing a piece of my heart. Lily's eyes quickly became moist before she began to cry like a little girl. Idiot, Lily muttered as she hugged Belle tightly, burying her face in his shoulder. Bellcranel, that was literally a marriage proposal. Lily couldn't tell if Belle understood the weight of it or if he'd just done it on a whim. Still, Lily's maidenly heart wanted to fantasize and think that Belle had been planning to ask her to marry him all along. If you accept me, you'd be agreeing to share me. It's impossible for me to reject the feelings of the women around me because I love them too much. Even so, as I said, I'm quite hypocritical. If you accept me, you'd be agreeing to share me, but at the same time to have me only, Belle said somewhat shyly. Lily nodded before wrapping her arms around Belle's neck and finally giving him a kiss on the cheek. She wanted to kiss Belle on the lips, but for some reason she felt this wasn't the right time for that. I'm fine with that. Lily has always known that Sama will form a harem sooner or later, Lily said. Belle smiled before kissing Lily on the forehead. The next day, Lily was back to normal. Her terrible mood from a few days ago had disappeared and been replaced by a good mood. That same day, she went to the place Finn had agreed upon and politely declined his proposal. Chapter 38, Cursed Blood. Finally, everything is in order. The light from a magic stone lamp flickered in the darkness. Two hooded shadows stood facing each other in a small room and whispered in low voices, "Our soldiers have entered safely. Once we're finished, they can deploy at any time." All right. One voice was that of a man brimming with enthusiasm, the other, a stern and solemn voice of someone many years older. Their private conversation continued. "We know where he is. I'll get in touch in a day or two." The young man took another step closer to his silent companion. "Don't tell me you're scared." The old man simply remained silent. It's too late to start hesitating now. We've received an important assignment that will lead directly to our Lord's promotion. This may be our last chance. I am aware. The old man nodded as the young man bowed towards him. The man was very pleased with that answer. Without wasting a moment, he channeled into words the numerous emotions coursing through his veins. "We have to bring her back. That power belongs to us and this place is not worthy of her." The old man fell silent again. Lost glory is once again within our reach. The old man remained silent during his younger companion's impassioned speech. The light from the lamp cast two long, flickering shadows on the wall. The heat from the forge beat against the side of Wendy's face. The flames burned with an intensity akin to her own passion. The young woman's face was covered in sweat despite the towel wrapped around her forehead. With only the roar of the furnace beside her in the dimly lit workshop, Wendy repeatedly struck her hammer against the red-hot metal atop her anvil. Sharp metallic echoes resonated in the air. Showers of sparks scattered across the floor. It was a battle between her and her craft. His gaze remained fixed on what lay directly beneath him. Completely focused on shaping the metal, nothing could distract him from the task at hand. With his crimson hammer in hand, he simply guided it toward the target with his eyes. Each swing of his hammer left a thin trail of dark red light through the air, generated by his development skill, blacksmith. It allowed him to infuse sublime power into each of his weapons and armor, making them stronger and sharper as they ascended to levels of breathtaking quality. His ears had grown to love the sound of metal on metal. Each impact had a slightly different ring and he could hear every detail. It was as if the metal were speaking to him, guiding the hammer's next fall. A smile grew on his lips before he knew it. Listen to the words of metal, lend your ears to its echoes, pour your heart into your hammer. Back in a forgotten corner of her memory, the voice of an old man from many years ago cut through all the rust and stirred her thoughts once more. She had heard the mantra in a workshop as dark as this one. With the smell of metal in her nostrils, Wendy had been a child and nothing more than an assistant. Bright images of those days flashed through his mind as Wendy brought the melody of the forge to life. The molten metal bent to the will of her hammer, taking the shape of a sharp blade as his passion burned as hot as the flames that blazed beside him. "It's still impossible," the girl said, annoyed. The redhead was currently extremely frustrated. She had put all her XP points into her blacksmith skill with the goal of being able to replicate a weapon like Ushiwakamaru. But even having blacksmith at rank S, it was absolutely impossible for him to accomplish such a feat. All the magic swords he created were ordinary and would break after only a few uses. Wendy could currently create magic swords even with her eyes closed and half asleep. His dislike for these had diminished considerably. From his point of view during the Battle of Goliath, he was extremely useless, only helping when he used his magic sword. If only they had brought magic swords that day, they could have prevented many events. If I had brought magic swords that day, I could have been of more help to Belle. At that point, her hatred for them lessened, and she began to accept them as a valuable and extremely useful resource. But not something she liked, nor something she would want her companions to carry with them. Even she admitted that at that point her feelings were confused. But after that, his hatred towards them almost completely disappeared. Seeing Belle lying in bed with a wound that wouldn't close and kept bleeding uncontrollably had left a great trauma on her. If only she had forged a better armor for Belle back then. If only he had given Lily a magic sword back then. The Hobbit had asked him for one days earlier as they had been having trouble with swarms of monsters. She had flatly refused. According to her, she didn't want her precious friends to be tainted by something like that. "I was a complete idiot," Wendy kept repeating that to herself over and over again. In her eyes, Belle's mortal wound was her fault. The distressed Lily, who felt like trash for not having helped, was also her fault. If I had given Lily a magic sword back then, perhaps that could have been avoided. But the maybe or the what if didn't exist. All that was left for him was to change his ways. She had been doing quite a bit of research. Magic swords like Ushiwakamaru, which weren't destroyed by using their power, were something she could accept and something she would gladly forge. Unfortunately, so far there had been no results. He had forged more magic swords than he could remember since creating Ushiwakamaru, and none even came close to the majesty of the latter. At first it took her hours to forge a magic sword, now it took her minutes. Even the metal could be cooled or kept warm at her will. Her blacksmith rank, skill and her natural ability Krazo blood made this possible. Wendy glanced at a sheet of paper in her hand. It was her status. Wendy Krazo. Level 2. Strength S930. Endurance A875. Dexterity S905. Agility S902. Magic E520. Blacksmith S sewing S magic. Will-o-wisp. Anti-magic fire. If synchronized correctly, it can cause an ignis fatuus. Singing. Burn fire blasphemer will-o-wisp skills. Krazo blood, the blood and power of a spirit that runs through your veins. This ability is divided into two capacities to create magic swords and spiritual cloth. Magic sword. Allows you to forge magic swords. Increases the power of magic swords during their creation. Feelings will ultimately play a role and provide the key. Spiritual cloth allows you to imbue any cloth with magical attributes. Increases the power of magical attributes during its creation. Interestingly, her ability had split into two parts. One allowed her to create magic swords and the other magic cloths, so to speak. The clearest example would be salamander wool, which she could create without any problem. Wendy had initially only acquired the development skill sewing in order to work faster on the Goliath hide for Belle's armor. Her skill did not divide until she had risen in rank several times sewing. The current Wendy could forge third-class weapons and armor with her eyes closed, second-class weapons with a little effort, and first-class weapons by getting serious and giving it her all. Although she hadn't yet learned things like the Durandal attribute and the like, those were things she would master in time. His current goal was none of that. It was something much further beyond that. "Why did you call us?" Under Lily's gaze, Wendy brought out several boxes from her workshop. "The captain ordered me to create new equipment for everyone," Wendy said, with the exception of Emma and Primo, who were in the dungeon with Belle. All members of the Hestia familia, including the goddess, were in front of Wendy's workshop. Wendy gave each of them a box. They all opened them, eager to see what was inside. "It's similar to your current battle gear, only this is much better, and don't complain. The captain ordered it to cover a good portion of your body," Wendy said, then pointed to a group of Amazons. The 5 Amazons of the family initially viewed the clothing in front of them with rejection, since it covered a large part of their body, but upon hearing that it was an order from their captain, they accepted the garments. "This is heavy," Haruheim murmured. It feels strange for an ordinary tunic, Cassandra murmured. Wendy-sama, could this be? Asked Lily. Wendy crossed her arms while proudly raising her chin. That's right, they're made from Goliath skin, the same fabric used in Belle's armor, Wendy said proudly. Everyone present was in shock. Excluding Lily, everyone else owes me approximately 130 million volleys, Wendy said. Everyone's jaws dropped to the floor. When the battle against Goliath took place, Belle, along with Lily and Wendy, discovered something. Floor bosses gave a lot of loot. The gamer awarded loot and a magic stone to each party member who contributed to killing the floor boss. The one who contributed the most would receive 4 times more loot, not counting the loot that the monster normally dropped. Just kidding, Belle covered the expenses, Wendy said with a smile. Everyone sighed with relief. Currently everyone except Hestia owed the redhead money because of her weapons and armor. Obviously nobody works for free, and Wendy mostly charged for her work. Not for the material, since Belle, her family, covered that expense. Even so, in pieces of art, what costs the most is the labor, and Wendy did not charge that cheaply. Although, just like with Belle, it was a decision made by the whole family that Wendy should receive some kind of payment for her work, since forcing her to work for free didn't seem right to any of them. After much discussion, it was agreed that Wendy would not include the cost of materials. Her family would cover that expense. Wendy would only charge for labor, and that would be the full price. Similarly, Wendy decided that she would not charge them a single volley for servicing their weapons and armor, provided they were not seriously damaged. Finally, with the exception of Lewin, Anna, Ermid, Haruheim, and Cassandra, everyone currently possessed first-class weapons. Lewin had a second-class weapon because until recently she was a level 1. Anna didn't really need a weapon, she only had a third-class one for her occasional trips to the dungeon. Cassandra, Ermid, and Haruheim, being healers and a sorceress respectively, already possessed staves as weapons. To give examples, Makoto's katana Kotsu was worth 57 million volleys. Aisha's greatsword Pada was worth 68 million volleys. And Lily's spear Diaphiana was worth 103 million volleys. All made of premium materials and crafted with meticulous care. But if it's made of the same material as the captain's armor, why is it so light? I mean, the captain's armor weighs a ton, Daphne said doubtfully. Certainly their new armor had considerable weight, but compared to Belle's armor, it was extremely light. To be honest, their battle suits are currently better than Belle's armor, Wendy said. Everyone was surprised. Thanks to my skill, I managed to make the Goliath hide lose weight without losing resistance. I even managed to increase it. They are also enchanted and better than salamander wool and undine cloth combined. In other words, they are extremely resistant and effective against the elements of fire, earth, air, water, and ice, Wendy said. Basically a spiritual cloth made of more than one element. Is that even possible? Ermid asked. Apparently so, Cassandra spoke timidly. That was possible because of the material. If I had used, for example, some kind of silk, it would have been impossible, but Goliath skin was relatively easy to obtain, and I even managed to change the color of each one, Wendy said. Now that I see it, it's true, Makoto murmured. Their new battle suits were identical in some cases to the previous ones, even in color. It's one of my best creations, the magic fabric, Wendy, patent pending, Wendy said with a smile. Upon hearing the redhead's declaration, everyone felt a drop of sweat appear on the back of their head. I have a question, why do I also need one of these? Hestia asked. Belle said that we currently have many enemies. That ensures your protection. If someone attacks you, put on your hood immediately and run, Wendy said. Hestia nodded. Lily, your armor is the best of all. I took the liberty of using adamantite for the metal parts. As I said, Belle is paying for everything, Wendy said. Why not use that on Belle-sama? Lily asked. Because Belle is my first client and I wouldn't give him something so pathetic, Wendy said. Everyone raised an eyebrow. Belle's next armor will be 100 times better than his current one, so much so that it will make his suits look like mere rags, Wendy said with a smile. Everyone smiled at the blacksmith's statement. Wendy-san, we're here. Miss Wendy, the captain sent us. Emma and Primo's voices filled Wendy's workshop, one after the other. Lately, Belle has been pushing them to the limit, the redhead said with a small laugh. Both Emma and Primo had just returned from the dungeon, and as was obvious, they were covered in dust and had slight bruises and cuts. She says we should try harder, Emma said with a small laugh. The captain is a bit demanding, but why did they ask us to come here? Asked Primo. Wendy crossed her arms and smiled. It's time they received a personalized weapon, Wendy said. The two girls were surprised by Wendy's words. Miss Wendy, that's not necessary, Primo said, waving his hands repeatedly. That's right, we haven't done anything yet to earn a weapon like that, Emma said. Come on, be a little more greedy. Besides, it's a gift from Belle. Or are you planning to refuse a gift from Belle? Wendy asked with a small smile. The two of them remained silent after hearing the redhead's words. Okay, Emma, I need to take some measurements so that the weapon is completely custom-made, Wendy said. Emma nodded as she approached Wendy, who took several measurements of her hand and even used a piece of clay to make a mold. Next, Wendy took what looked like a piece of stone with red dots and another one exactly the same but with pink dots and got to work. Come back in half an hour, the redhead said as she stoked the coals in her oven. The two girls nodded before leaving the redhead alone. Incredible, it's more than I could ask for. Wendy smiled at the surprise of the two girls. Emma held in her hands two twin knives, both with a 30-centimeter long blade. One was bright red and the other pink. Primo held in awe a 160-meter tall cane, literally taller than she was. The cane was divided in two. The first part was a 90-centimeter double-edged blade, and the second was the 70-centimeter handle, which was gold-colored and had a green crystal at its tip. The first 20 centimeters of the handle were also covered in leather. I'll start with you, cousin, Wendy said. The little elf nodded. Although it may not seem like it, Belle has been observing you all this time. According to Primo, she's not very adept at hand-to-hand combat. Her best weapon would be a spear or longsword. Your staff is based on the staff of a first-class adventurer. I forged the blade, but Belle created what the staff truly is. According to Belle, it can amplify your magic and possesses a magic crystal. The blade can also be replaced if it breaks. Wendy spoke. I understand, but wouldn't something like this be better for Ermid-san, Cassandra-san, or Haruheim-san? Primo asked. No, Wendy replied simply. To the surprised Primo, Wendy continued speaking. Your walking stick would be classified as third class. Belle is still creating walking sticks for them, which will be first class, Wendy said. Primo nodded somewhat sheepishly. Belle said that the cane is called Light Elves. Wendy spoke. Primo nodded enthusiastically. The redhead turned to look at Emma. Well, yours are twin swords or knives made of a rare material from the Far East, hurricane. They must be light and extremely resistant, third-class weapons that will withstand a lot of punishment from the lower and middle floors. Perhaps they might also be useful for the lower floors, but with more difficulty, Wendy said. Emma nodded excitedly. These are called Emmasuk and Florsuk, Wendy said. The pink-haired girl looked completely confused by the name Wendy wanted to give her knives. Wait a moment, Wendy-san. Emma spoke hurriedly. Wendy raised an eyebrow at the pink-haired girl. Emma mentally prepared herself for the battle that was about to take place. In Wendy's personal workshop, Emma could be seen on her knees as tears streamed from her eyes. He had managed to name the red blade Gekka, but the pink one ended up being called Emmasuk. Emma looked at the pink blade in her hands as if to say, I have failed you. With all this done, you can go, Wendy said, shrugging her shoulders. The two girls nodded before leaving. Wendy, having finished making weapons for the novices in her family, took a white ingot from her shelf and left her workshop. Wendy left her family's headquarters and headed to Northwest Central Street, where she entered a 3-story store. Wendy received several looks of disgust and annoyance. For the redhead, it was normal. She never got along well with her companions in the Hephaestus family. Currently, the magic swords market was led by the Hestia Familia, with Wendy being the most sought-after manufacturer of these. Wendy could produce a classification of 3 types of magic swords: third class, second class, and first class. Third class, mostly of the dagger type, they were relatively cheap and less powerful. Even so, they were better than the average magic swords on the market. You could get one for 1 million volleys. Second class, mostly normal-sized swords being more expensive and 3 times more powerful than a third-class magic sword, they were worth 5 million volleys. First class, the most powerful magic swords that Wendy could produce, created gigantic destruction in their wake. These were limited to Wendy's family and a few chosen ones. Magic swords were not easy to make and were highly coveted. Whenever they appeared on the market, they were quickly sold, therefore there was always a shortage of them. Because the Hestia Familia always had display cases full of these, it didn't win the approval of many blacksmiths, although adventurers were delighted. Although Wendy had a strict policy, if you want a magic sword, wait in line like everyone else. In other words, don't come to her directly for them. She disliked most of the adventurers who sought them. In contrast, there were adventurers who had earned her approval, whom she allowed to come directly to her with orders, offering them discounts and even preferential treatment in purchasing them. Wendy ignored all the stares from the blacksmiths in the place. She didn't care if they hated her, as long as they didn't mess with her or her family. Faced with Wendy's disdain, most grunted and looked away except for one person, Wendy Kitch. A smiling, brown-skinned woman rushed to hug Wendy. The other day I stopped by your family's shop for some potions and saw a whole section of magic swords which had your signature on them. They were so well made that I couldn't help but buy one to try it out. Let me tell you, you are undoubtedly the best in all of Arario in that area, the woman said enthusiastically with a big smile. Trapped in the embrace of her former superior, Tsubaki Kalbrand, Wendy was forced to receive all of her affection. Falling in love with that boy definitely made you mature quite a bit, Tsubaki said. At Tsubaki's words, Wendy's face turned even redder than her hair. Now that you accept your talent, what's your next step to reach the top? Tsubaki asked. Wendy sighed heavily. She knew very well that the woman in front of her would not stop bothering her until she answered. I will be the first person to create magic swords that don't break, Wendy said. Tsubaki was speechless at the redhead's words. Magic swords that don't break, that's absurd, illogical, contradictory, and quite crazy. I like it, Tsubaki said with a smile. Anyway, I need to go talk to Hephaestus-sama, Wendy said as she freed herself from Tsubaki's grip. Oh, that's great, I'm going there too, Tsubaki said. Wendy sighed heavily at Tsubaki's persistent questioning. Wendy arrived at Hephaestus' private office, knocked a couple of times before entering the office where she had been several times in the past. This is what I wanted to talk to you about, Wendy said as she pulled an ingot from her pocket. Wendy walked with the ingot in her hand until she stood in front of Hephaestus' desk and placed the ingot on it. Tsubaki quickly hurried behind Hephaestus and gave the curious white ingot a couple of glances. Where did you get this? Hephaestus asked. You could say a rabbit and a book led me to him, Wendy said with a small laugh. I understand, murmured Hephaestus as he looked closely at the ingot. I wanted you to tell me what it could be and how it could be used. Wendy asked. When the gods descended to the lower world, they sealed most of their powers. Abilities such as the charm of the goddesses of beauty were permitted, as well as some abilities of the gods of smithing which allowed them to evaluate weapons and minerals and discover a great deal of data about them at a glance. In my entire life I have never seen anything like this, murmured Hephaestus as Tsubaki nodded. Wendy gave a heavy sigh. I haven't the slightest idea how to process something like this, Hephaestus said. Hey Wendy Kichai, could you let us have the ingot? Tsubaki asked. I think I'll have to recline. If they don't know how to process it, then I'll figure it out myself, Wendy said. Hephaestus shrugged before handing the ingot to Wendy. Tell me, do you plan to use the ingot for that boy's next armor? Hephaestus asked with a smile. Yes, and I'll also forge him a sword so incredible that it will make the ones you gave him look ridiculous, Wendy said with determination. Jealous? Well, it must hurt to see your man go looking for another woman, Hephaestus said with a smile. At the goddess's words, Wendy had a nervous tick. If Wendy already felt betrayed by Belle for buying weapons from someone else, the goddess had earned Wendy's anger. Enjoy his attention while you can, old woman, soon he'll come looking for me on his own, Wendy said. What did you say, brat? Hephaestus growled. While what could be called a mother-daughter fight was happening, Tsubaki laughed nervously. If your man seeks me out, it demonstrates your inability to keep him satisfied, Hephaestus said with a smile. Wendy growled openly before responding to Hephaestus with a string of insults. This discussion can be misinterpreted in many ways, Tsubaki thought. Tsubaki turned to look at the two redheads who were bumping foreheads while hurling insults at each other. Are they still talking about weapons? Tsubaki wondered to herself as their discussion seemed to have taken a more personal turn. The fight between Hephaestus and Wendy continued for several minutes, with Hephaestus emphasizing Wendy's inability to keep Belle satisfied and Wendy responding with many insults. Wendy turned around, her face red with anger, before starting to walk away. Hephaestus smiled broadly, having won the fight. This isn't over. Besides, what does the fourth great virgin goddess know about keeping a man satisfied? Wendy yelled before slamming the door. Wendy's last statement hit Hephaestus like a bucket of ice water. All of this was seen by a smiling Tsubaki. Wendy left in silence, walking through the city streets under the dark red sky. The buildings on both sides of the street were filled with boisterous voices and well lit by magic stone lamps. Wendy walked through the lively crowd without saying a word. No one greeted her as she passed by the side of the street. It was as if no one even noticed she was there. He walked away to the west, the last rays of sunlight illuminating his jacket when suddenly, Wendy. I hear a voice I couldn't believe. Wendy froze. Her eyes widening, she quickly turned her head toward the voice. For a brief moment, she was sure something was wrong with her head, that she was hallucinating and that it was all just a figment of her imagination. But sure enough, she could see a faint outline in the shadows of an alley beside her. The shadows swirled as if they were waving a cloak in front of the motionless Wendy and moved further down the alley. An invitation, no doubt. Wendy followed her without hesitation. He made his way through the narrow alley. They were somewhere in the alleyways. Trash was scattered along the path. Lively voices drifted from the bars in the distance. The cloaked figure turned toward Wendy as he stood on a completely deserted and narrow path. Then he removed his hood. It's been a long time, Wendy. The face of a middle-aged man who looked much older emerged from the hood. The unusually large number of wrinkles covering his face made it difficult to determine his age. His brown hair, long for a man, was tied back behind his head. There was no brightness, no strength in his gaze. Wendy couldn't believe what she was seeing as she stared at the old human. Old man, Wendy murmured. The person standing before him was none other than his real father. They shared the same blood, Will Crosso. Wendy had cut all ties with him 7 years ago. This man should be nothing more than a part of her past. A citizen of Rakia, he was the current head of the fallen noble blacksmith family, the Crosso. Why are you here? Why would you be here? Murmured Wendy. Do you need an answer, silly girl? Will asked. Wendy struggled to control her trembling voice. Will gave the young man a tired look. She clenched her jaw. Just as the man had said, the obvious answer was right outside the city wall. No need to think. Everyone knew about the 30,000 soldiers currently fighting against the Arario Alliance. She herself had fought against many of those soldiers. The man in front of her belonged to the army of the Divine King who came from the west. You don't say. Wendy murmured as she fitted the pieces together in a puzzle. The reason Will came to the city, the reason she had sought him out, the reason Rakia wanted to attack in the first place. The young man's father watched the expressions pass over his daughter's face and declared his purpose. Wendy. Forge magic swords for us, Will said. The redhead remained silent. The kingdom of Rakia, Arisama himself, has recognized the power of your magic swords, the ones you forged for that senseless battle between gods using our family's gift. Will spoke. The battle between gods, the war game. Just as her skill had attracted the attention of adventurers within Arario, word of the incredible power of Wendy's magic swords had spread to the kingdom of Rakia. And now Ares had launched an attack in an effort to secure Wendy's powerful cross of magic swords for himself. The only reason this war is dragging on is thanks to you, Will said. That harsh truth hit Wendy like a punch to the stomach. Shock coursed through her body and left her speechless. Wendy was speechless at Rakia's level of obsession with the Crosso magic swords. Of course, we had been preparing to attack Arario for some time. However, once news of the wargame reached us, Arisama and our king decided to change our plans, Will said. Wendy remained silent, still processing all the information. Then it became my role to bring you back. Come with me, Wendy. With you and the Crosso magic swords by our side once more, Rakia will regain its former glory, Will spoke. Her god was thirsty for battle. Wendy thought that she probably wasn't Rakia's only target. Are you stupid? Wendy shouted. Wendy practically spat the words out of her mouth. The guild was very strict when it came to monitoring the flow of capable warriors, so luring a high-class adventurer out of the city was nearly impossible, and scaling the city's Great Wall was no easy feat. Even if Will managed to contact Wendy, the combined forces of Arario's adventurers would be there to prevent his retreat. The solution was to bring in the 30,000 soldiers and take out as many adventurers as possible. Most likely the reason they were still fighting now was to buy enough time to get Wendy out of Arario. The kingdom of Rakia was willing to go to such lengths to regain the lost power of the Crosso magic swords. Go to hell, me, join you, keep dreaming. I said goodbye to the family and Rakia a long time ago. There's no reason for me to go along with your bucking crazy plan. Wendy growled. Silly girl, I was giving you the chance to come peacefully out of paternal mercy, Will said. The atmosphere was tense, but Wendy wasn't intimidated by Will's threatening words. Reaching for the sword strapped to her back, she curved her lips into a smile. So you're going to kidnap me, drag me by force? Wendy asked. Wendy was aware of the other figures trying to hide in the darkness. He looked towards the alleyways, smiling as if he wanted to fight. Wendy had the advantage, as well as the hilt of her greatsword. However, Will's expression remained unchanged as he told his son. If you refuse to come quietly, my comrades within the city will set it ablaze with magic swords. Real Crosso, Will spoke. The gleam of the sword was a few centimeters outside its sheath when Wendy's hand stopped abruptly. Her eyes trembled in shock as she screamed. Don't give me that crap, there can't be any more Crosso magic swords in Rakia. Wendy said, actually yes there are, 50 of them were saved at the time of the spirit's curse, Will said with a slight smile. He went on to add that Wendy hadn't been old enough to learn that family's secret before he left. A smile appeared on Will's face for the first time. The commanders were afraid of losing them, so they've been gathering dust all these years, Will said. With his smile still plastered on his wrinkled face, Will reached inside his cloak and pulled out a sword. This should be proof enough, Will said. The weapon firmly in his father's hands was, without a doubt, a magic sword. Wendy knew in an instant what the swirling red energy inside her blade meant, and she was speechless. The Crosso blood in her veins knew how to recognize one of its own. This was no deception. My fellow countrymen have one too. If I give the signal or don't return in due time, they'll unleash hellfire on Arario, Will said with a smile. If the Crosso magic swords were used within the walls of Arario, the results would be catastrophic. Just like the Elven Forest and the Spirits' homes, this peaceful city would become a sea of flames, its buildings reduced to rubble. Countless civilian lives would be lost if that were to happen. Will could see that his daughter understood the situation and narrowed his eyes. You come with us and none of that happens. None at all, Will said. The old man Crosso watched the fire disappear from his son's face and his smile turned into a sinister grin. Wendy, the kingdom of Rakia will rise once more upon your return, and we, the Crosso family, will once again bask in the glory of olden times. Money, status, fame, all ours. Will exclaimed with unrestrained joy, gradually freeing himself from years of suppression with every word. Wendy remained silent as she looked at her father with disgust. Arisama gave his word that he will restore our family to its rightful place if you agree to forge magic swords once more. Our family name will be proclaimed as it once was. The Crosso family's greatest wishes will come true, and I will make it happen. Will exclaimed joyfully. Will let his emotions take over, a new light shining in his dead eyes as his long hair fluttered beneath the tie behind his head. The vigor in his eyes was very close to the edge of madness. They blinked with an abnormal brightness in the gloom. Make your preparations to leave Arario tonight. Bring all the magic swords you have in your possession to the storage facility located on the southwest edge of the city by midnight. I don't need to remind you what will happen if you tell anyone, do I? Will said. Will finished giving orders to his son before returning to the shadows. The other figures in the alleyways also withdrew, but some stayed close enough for Wendy to sense their presence. He was being watched. Wendy stood there watching her father until he disappeared, her hands clenched into trembling fists. After returning home, Wendy invented an excuse to spend the night in her workshop to avoid talking to anyone. I wasn't sure of his ability to maintain a calm expression. The last thing he wanted was for Hestia to realize that something was wrong. Alone in the stone building in the back garden of their headquarters, by the light of the red flames illuminating her face, Wendy stared into the heart of the fire in the forge. She sat on her bench, not moving a muscle. His mind began to stir along with the subtle dance of the flames. Each change in the fire produced a flood of forgotten memories that had been awakened by the sudden reunion with his father. Listen to the words of metal, lend your ears to its echoes, put your heart into your hammer. Before he knew it, there was a hammer in his hand and hot metal on the anvil. A shower of sparks rained down with each impact, the echoes filling the workshop. Her heart listened to the song of the metal, synchronizing with it to create a calm in the storm. Wendy was finding her center. The sounds of the roaring forge rose into the deepening night. He had finished the sword just as he had to leave. It wasn't a magic sword, but the silver weapon emanated a clear glow. A type of sword he had never made before was in his hands. He spent several moments contemplating his reflection in the mirrored surface of the whitish sword. Then he gently placed it on the anvil. Wrapping several weapons in a thick piece of white cloth, he left his workshop. Time had passed much faster than I had anticipated. The night sky was clear and full of stars. There were no lights in the windows of the chimney mansion. Wendy gazed at her home for some time before leaving through the back door. The appointed time was approaching. Wendy made her way silently through the streets toward the outskirts of the city, when suddenly, "What the heck, Emma?" He sensed someone following him and moved to confront whoever it was, only to find a pink-haired girl. Emma stepped directly into the light of a magic stone lamp and spent several seconds trying to figure out what to say. A few seconds later, she said in a calm voice, "You seemed upset and I was worried," Emma said. Wendy was surprised by the girl who had run away at night to follow him, but then she smiled. He extended his right hand and shook the girl's hair. Seeing the blank stare on the girl's face broke down her last defenses, and Wendy smiled sincerely. Seeing that gentle expression made Emma follow her example. Wendy had been determined to solve this problem on her own, but now she felt as though she could share the burden. She told the girl everything that had happened that afternoon. Arrakia. "Not only that, but your father," Emma exclaimed in complete surprise. "Yes, that country really seems to like crosso magic swords," Wendy said with a sigh. "But shouldn't I tell the captain?" Emma asked. "I don't want to involve him in this," Wendy murmured. Wendy could still sense the presence of her observers keeping their distance, but what could they do at this point? With Emma around, they wouldn't be able to sneak up on him and would be forced to let this transgression slide. "So what are you going to do?" Emma asked. Emma looked up at him anxiously, visibly trembling. She was legitimately worried that the red-haired blacksmith would give in to her demands. Wendy laughed dryly, flashing a smile. "I'm not going to leave them behind." "So don't worry," Wendy said with a small smile. He told the girl to leave everything to him. At the same time, Emma's concern helped Wendy relax. They both continued walking under the night sky toward their rendezvous with destiny. There was a through station between the storage facilities located on the southwest edge of the city. It served as the entry point for shipments arriving in Arario by land and sea. Goods from other regions and countries were brought here and stored until merchants distributed them throughout Arario. It also served as a market, as many people came to buy unusual items from foreign lands. Emma and Wendy headed to a part of the facility that housed many warehouses, both large and small. The magic stone lamps were few and far between and couldn't illuminate all the paths that crisscrossed the facility like a spiderweb. There were countless dark alleyways and blind spots. They both kept an eye on their surroundings until a hooded man finally appeared in an alley. He waved his cloak as an indication to follow him. The alley was completely deserted except for the sound of 3 pairs of footsteps. The hooded man led them to an old rectangular warehouse that had seen better days. "I told you to come alone," Wendy, Will said. "I wanted to do it, but she followed me on her own." "What was I supposed to do?" Wendy said. Will Crosso stood in the middle of the old storage unit, bathed in moonlight streaming through the glass windows high in its towering walls. The man's brows furrowed in displeasure. Wendy, however, reached out and ruffled Emma's hair with her right hand. "It was nice meeting her, but this is where we both say goodbye," Will said. Will reached into his cloak and drew his magic sword. Almost as if on cue, other hooded figures emerged from the shadows of the old warehouse. There were at least 50 of them, far more than Wendy had expected. With Emma by his side, the young man braced himself for the overwhelming numbers. Although he didn't particularly like the idea of hitting his father, if it weren't for that, he could handle them all on his own. Will's allies began to enter the moonlight. The soldiers of the Ares family had concealed their identities with an assortment of cloaks and hooded robes, disguising themselves as travelers. Drawing knives and daggers from sheaths hidden at their waists, the warriors moved to surround Emma and Wendy. "Now, silly girl, you're coming with us," Will said. Emma and Went were ready. Will's voice crackled with a cheerful laugh. But then, countless magic stone lamps came back to life, flooding the warehouse with a bright light. Will, his soldiers, Emma, and Went were astonished. A circle of people outnumbering Rakia's soldiers had the entire group surrounded. The warehouse was under their control. Wendy squinted to protect her eyes from the sudden burst of light emanating from her lamps. The first thing she saw when her eyes adjusted was the emblem engraved on the armor of the newcomers, overlapping hammers in front of a volcano. "To the Hephaestus family," Emma murmured, "and they are not the only ones." A voice echoed through the warehouse. A banner depicting a bell engulfed in flames was raised, after which several people stepped aside, revealing another family, Captain. All members of the Hestia familia, except for Primo, made an appearance, with Lily raising a spear to which her family's flag was attached. Leading one of the most outstanding families of the present day, Bell appeared wearing his classic knight's armor and wielding a sword in his right hand. Behind him, all the members of his family seemed ready to fight well. Hestia was hiding behind Bell, Cassandra behind Daphne, and Haruheim behind Aisha. But you get the point. Well, it seems Finn hit the nail on the head. "Tsubaki," Wendy shouted. Wendy's jaw dropped as she looked at one person after another. Leading a world-renowned familia, Tsubaki appeared alongside the many high-class blacksmiths who formed one of Arario's most powerful groups of adventurers and artisans. Will's voice trembled as he shouted as loudly as he could. "WI, how did they find us?" Will shouted. "Oh, we've known about this little scheme for a while now, so we've been keeping a close eye on your target," Tsubaki said. Will's face tightened in a mixture of shock and disbelief. At the same time, Tsubaki's lips curled back in a smug smile as she spoke. The Loki familia, realizing that Rakia's army had been avoiding a decisive battle, discovered their true objective, Bell said, shrugging his shoulders. "Besides, they thought this guy would leave his girlfriend unprotected," Tsubaki asked, pointing at Bell. Upon hearing Tsubaki's declaration, Wendy blushed and Bell gave a big smile. "My boys have captured the reinforcements you had parked outside the warehouse. Be grateful." "The goddess Hephaestus," Will shouted. Will recoiled at the appearance of the goddess, who wore a similar eye patch but on the opposite side to Tsubaki's. Hephaestus's eye patch, beauty, crimson eye, and hair were instantly recognizable worldwide. His sudden appearance surprised the soldiers of Rakia. Will counterattacked with a tone bordering on madness. "This isn't over, we still have our magic swords, the power of the Crosso is on our side," Will declared. He raised the gleaming red sword in his hand, the magic sword Crosso, into the air. An anxious shiver ran through Emma and the members of the Hephaestus family. It was one of the last legendary magic swords, said to be capable of burning the sea. Tsubaki's expression became much more severe at the sight of a weapon perfectly suited to handle superior numbers. Hephaestus remained calm and composed. She cast her gaze upon the still silent Wendy. The soldiers of Rakia were reinvigorated by Will's call. Each one drew their own magic swords one by one. "Wendy, come with us if you don't want to see the city turn into an ocean of flames," Will said. Will screamed at his son, his eyes, which had lost their vigor but now burned with a dreadful despair. "All of you stay out of this," Wendy said. "Wendy," Bell said. "You too, trust me," Wendy said. Bell nodded before appearing next to Emma and taking her to a safe place. A look of relief spread across Will's face as his daughter approached. "That's right, Wendy. Now come here, hand over all the magic swords you brought," Will said. Wendy continued walking towards her father, full of joy, but stopped 10 steps ahead of him. Everyone in the warehouse watched with bated breath as Wendy reached for the roll of white cloth slung over her shoulder. The young man pulled a single dark crimson longsword from within the mass of swords contained in the cloth. Then he held it up. "This is all I have," Wendy said. "What?" Will said incredulously. "Yes. This is the only one I made today," Wendy said, though she was thinking the last part. Will's face turned red with anger. "Have you already forgotten what I told you, you silly girl? Arario will become a landscape of hell," Will said. "That sword in your hand is the only real Crosso, isn't it?" Wendy said. Bell, Tsubaki, and the entire Hephaestus familia and Hestia familia reflexively moved closer to the two men in the center of the warehouse after hearing those words. Only Hephaestus remained unaffected as he watched the tense scene. "Spending some time locked away in my workshop was just what I needed to refresh myself. Even if those magic swords survived the purge, there's no way Rakia would release them all at once," Wendy said. Like her family, Wendy knew that the kingdom of Rakia longed for its glory days when the Crosso magic swords reigned supreme, and they were therefore deeply attached to them. They wouldn't risk losing the few remaining magic swords on a plan that might not succeed. It was highly unlikely that this expeditionary force would even have access to the remaining Crosso magic swords in the first place. She had reasoned that her original plan must be to meet with her allies outside the city wall, armed with all the new Crosso magic swords that she had supposedly forged, and then trap the alliance forces in a deadly pincer attack. Wendy had discovered that her return to Rakia was the bargaining chip, how her father had negotiated his way to acquire one of her precious remaining magic swords. Will stood there in shocked silence, almost confirming Wendy's suspicions. His allies did carry magic swords, but they weren't cross-o-magic swords. They exchanged nervous glances. Wendy stood confidently. Will took a step back under his son's sharp gaze. Will's eyes suddenly flashed as he howled with rage. "Stay back, just one is enough to burn you all to oblivion," Will shouted. Another wave of nervous energy swept through the warehouse as the man holding the glowing red sword staggered, nearly losing his mind. Her fate would be determined by the flick of her wrist. Bell extended his right arm, ready to unleash his own magic at any moment. Tsubaki licked her lips, her hand resting nervously on the hilt of her thick katana, shifting her right foot to achieve the best possible jump. In the midst of all this tension, Wendy said, "Just do it." Her father froze. Wendy's red hair slid to one side as she coldly mocked the man. "Go ahead and try it," Wendy said with a smile. His father must have passed the breaking point because he ignored his allies' calls to stop and stepped forward with the crosso-magic sword above his head. "Why, you stupid girl?" Will yelled. Then before the red sword could fall before Bell, the high-class blacksmiths, and even Tsubaki could react, Wendy's eyes opened as she swung the dark crimson longsword in her hands with all her might. Furious inferno. An explosion of flames rushed forward. At the same time, a wave of fire erupted from Will's red magic sword to confront her. Before all of Wendy's current and former allies, and under the intense, one-eyed gaze of Hephaestus, the young blacksmith's crimson flames absorbed and dominated the red flames, extinguishing them. A roaring fire and a small mountain of sparks filled the warehouse, with heat flying in all directions. Those caught in her were sent flying, others fell to their knees in a desperate effort to withstand the shockwave. Still others tried to use their own magic swords but were likewise engulfed by the flames unleashed by the redhead. With her red hakama flapping violently around her legs, Tsubaki stood in front of her goddess to protect her. Then, when everyone's eyes had recovered enough from the red light to make out their surroundings, Bell and the other observers slowly looked up and saw Wendy standing on both feet and Will firmly planted on his rear end on the charred warehouse floor. Will's face froze in disbelief when suddenly crack. The red magic sword in his hands shattered into pieces. Wendy's dark crimson longsword was not only intact but glowed with even more magical power. The difference in power between the two swords, as well as their limitations, was obvious to everyone. There was no comparison. The magic sword forged by the boy, who had shed blood working as hard as he could to improve his status, was superior to the one forged by his ancestors, who relied solely on their innate talent. That was all. Why? Will murmured. Will, utterly stunned as he stared at the remains of the magic sword, roared at his son. Trembling from head to toe, the last of his self-control disappeared, and every repressed emotion burst out of him furiously at once. "Why don't you forge magic swords when you have all that power?" Will exclaimed. "Why don't you use that power for your family, for your country?" Will growled. Wendy did not respond to her father's howls. "Why are you the one who can forge magic swords? If it were me, if I had been born with the gift by now, damn you, you useless girl." Will growled. Will stood up, unloading years of frustration on Wendy. The man's eyes were bloodshot, not unlike those of a ferocious animal, as his cloak billowed around his body. "Are you still spouting that crap about not being able to stand to see a gun break? Guns are disposable, you can make another one." Will said, his anger evident. Wendy tightened her grip even more on her magic sword. "Make more swords, enjoy endless on. Have you forgotten the teachings of the noble smiths who gained glory with the magic swords?" Will spoke. With those words, Wendy reached her breaking point. "What nobles a Herrera, what honor?" Wendy shouted. The young man's voice cut through the air inside the blackened warehouse. Will remained silent as Wendy took several hurried steps forward. A moment later, Wendy's closed fist slammed deep into her father's cheek. The Rakian soldiers watched their leader fall to the ground in disbelief. Several stepped forward, drawing their weapons, but a great crash followed by a blinding light occurred. Everyone could see Bell with his right hand raised. Through his slightly open fingers, several rays could be seen running between them. In front of the Rakia soldiers appeared a crater which was charred and from which sparks were flying. At that moment, Bell tightly closed his hand into a fist and forcefully lowered his arm as if he were pulling something down. Then another beam struck the ground in front of the soldiers. "If anyone moves, I'll kill them," Bell said, sharpening his gaze. Wendy mentally thanked Bell and threw her magic sword aside. Once Will stood up again, his lips split and bleeding, the young redhead threw another punch. "The pride of nobility, have you forgotten the necessity that drives all blacksmiths?" Wendy growled. The barrage of blows and verbal attacks made Will back away, but he raised his head, his cheeks burning with rage. Will channeled that anger into his fists and threw a punch the moment Wendy's face was exposed. His blow connected with the young man's jaw. "Compared to honor, our useless desires are nothing but rubbish." Will spoke angrily. Wendy struck her father again, sending him sprawling to the floor. Unlike him, Wendy didn't have a single scratch on her beautiful face, while Will had several bruises and open wounds. What the hell do you call garbage? I can't hear you, you old loser. Wendy growled. You stupid girl, Will yelled. Overcome with rage, Will slammed his son's arms out of the way and closed the distance with his right fist raised. However, every time her father's fist struck her face, Wendy would rush to counterattack with an elbow or a punch of her own. The spectators, including Belle, who was being stopped by Hestia, Lily, Mikoto, Haruheim, and Anna from committing murder, watched in stunned silence, their eyes following every move. With their current situation and physical pain long forgotten, the father and daughter continued to intensify their struggle. Nothing else mattered to them. A weapon just needs to be strong. Pretty words don't change anything. Will shouted. Brown hair and red hair swung from side to side with each beat. Will lost his balance and staggered backwards. A weapon is part of its wielder, a valuable companion that stays by their side through thick and thin, carving a path forward, a piece of their soul. Wendy said, That's nonsense, Will shouted. As blacksmiths, we should be proud to provide that kind of weapon. Wendy said, glancing furtively at the white-haired man, though she was surprised by what she saw. Hestia was tightly hugging Belle's right leg, Lily his left, Mikoto was holding Belle's right arm, and Haruheim his left, each doing their best to keep Belle's arms still. Meanwhile, Anna was tightly hugging Belle's back, with her legs holding his waist and her arms around his neck. Belle took a step forward, and as if that were a signal, the other women behind him rushed towards him, each one somehow holding onto Belle. Lewin watched everything from afar with a nervous smile. Wendy ignored the comical scene and turned her gaze back to her father. We'll have nowhere to go if we lose the kingdom. The Crosso name cannot survive without the glory of nobility. We won't survive, why don't you understand? Wendy shouted. The bloodline had lost its noble status, its pride. The moment the family was exiled, they would lose the only way Will knew how to live, and he would soon die. The only way to save his family was with the magic swords. Will insisted that the power hidden in his blood, the magic swords he could produce, was the only path to his salvation. His powerless punches barely connected, but his voice remained as impassioned as ever. You're alive, aren't you? Your hands can still move a hammer, grip metal, Wendy growled. Wendy grabbed her father by the neck and pulled him closer to her. He looked directly into the old man's eyes, his throat trembling as he shouted. A hammer, some metal, and a burning desire. With those, you can forge a weapon anywhere. Nobility, kingdom, those are worthless. Wendy snarled. Will endured the weight of his son's fury while Wendy desperately tried to make her father see the truth that was right in front of him. Listen to the words of the metal, lend your ears to its echoes, put your heart into your hammer. You and my grandfather taught me that, didn't you? Shouted Wendy, a smelly workshop covered in soot. His youth, when he worked alongside his father and grandfather, hammering metal. A time before the latent abilities in their blood awakened, when the disgraced family was determined to make a new name for themselves without magic swords. A time when 3 generations of blacksmiths joined forces to make this a reality, days that once existed in his past. Wendy awakened those memories in her father. Will's eyes trembled, flexing the powerful muscles of her arms and tightening her grip on her father's neck. Wendy began to cry as her voice cracked again. Where did that pride go? Wendy shouted. Those words floated in the air, echoing throughout the warehouse. They lingered in the ears of Rakia's soldiers, the high-class blacksmiths, and Belle. No one moved. Will's face was a complete mess. The old man's eyes opened and he let his arms fall. Everyone was focused on the 2 blacksmiths. A thick stillness descended upon the warehouse. Enough. The voice of an old man broke the heavy silence. A figure stepped forward from the group of Rakian soldiers and removed his hood. Wendy's shoulders trembled the moment she saw the man's eagle eyes through his white hair and beard. Grandpa. Wendy murmured. Father. Will spoke. Garin Crosso. Remarkably muscular despite his advanced age, the man stepped into the moonlight with his back straight and his head held high. He was even taller than Wendy, standing at over 170 centimeters. The former head of the Crosso family, he and his son, Will had been the ones to give Wendy her foundation as a blacksmith. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Wendy had learned what a blacksmith should be by watching this man shape the metal to his will. The young redhead did her best to hide her shock at learning that her grandfather had also come to Arario. Grandpa, you came here for the same reason that, murmured Wendy. Yes, I was also called to ensure your return, Garin said. Wendy moved away from Will, gaining some distance before turning to her grandfather with her fists ready. However, the elder Crosso looked at Will, who had fallen to his knees. But that's enough, Garin said. Wendy remained silent. Your will is too strong, like tempered steel, Garin said. The corners of Garin's lips curled upward, sending a shiver down Wendy's spine. Not once in her entire life had she seen her grandfather smile. When you were still a child, I was never sure if forcing you to make magic swords was the right decision. Looking at you now, it's my biggest regret, Garin said with a look full of regret. When his talent was discovered 7 years ago and Will was determined to force him to forge one Crosso magic sword after another, Wend had sought his help. Instead, the elder Crosso had stared blankly at his grandson and said, "Do it," in no uncertain terms. For Wendy, Garen himself was the very essence of a blacksmith. Receiving that direct order was an incredible shock and pushed him to the brink of despair. That event had become the main reason why Wendy fled her home, the kingdom of Rakia, to start a new life. Hearing her grandfather's true feelings surprised Wendy, but Garen's expression sharpened. However, the blood in your veins will never disappear. The Crosso curse will haunt you for the rest of your days, endlessly leading you down the path of the magic swords. Garen spoke. There's something you and that old man don't understand. I do forge magic swords, a lot of them in fact, Wendy said. Garen and Will's eyes were filled with total astonishment. But I'm not doing it for such stupid reasons as nobility, wealth, or any such nonsense. I'm selling them because they'll just gather dust in my warehouse, and because Ermid advised me to do so, Wendy said. Wendy turned her gaze to Belle again, and Ermid, who along with the others was desperately trying to keep Belle from moving, gave her a smile and a greeting. I realize that to achieve my goal I need to forge many magic swords, but don't even think about me coming with you. I'll live here, said Wendy. Garen gave a slight smile. I will forge a weapon that will put the magic swords to shame. Our bloodline means nothing, and I will prove it. I am not just a Crosso. I am my own person. Wendy spoke as she thought of a dagger in the possession of her first client. You daring young lady, Garen said. Garen narrowed his eyes after Wendy said her part. Almost as if she were happy to see how much her granddaughter had grown. We're not going to chase anymore, Garen said. But father, if we don't do it, our place in the kingdom is as good as lost. Will tried to persuade. Will looked up from his crouched position, expressing his objection to Garen's decision. Every muscle in his wrinkled face tensed beneath his bloodied skin as he pleaded with the elder Crosso. The old man replied calmly. Let's start again, not as the noble smiths but as blacksmiths, Garen said. Will couldn't say anything. His gaze slowly fell to the ground as he clenched his trembling hands into fists. Then Garen made eye contact with his granddaughter. With a hammer, some metal, and burning passion, you can forge a weapon anywhere, right? You couldn't be more correct, Garen said. Garen looked away from Wendy and gazed at the goddess who had taught him that valuable lesson. He narrowed his eyes until they were aligned, as if trying to look straight through her before bowing deeply. We surrender, O goddess. The responsibility is mine and mine alone. Please have mercy on my companions, Garen said. Very well then, I'll do it, Hephaestus said with a sigh. Hephaestus nodded slowly, accepting their admission of defeat. None of the Rakian soldiers voiced any objection. Their defeat had been a foregone conclusion the moment Will's magic sword Crosso shattered. Completely surrounded by the high-class smiths, they knew they were in no position to resist. Dropping to their knees and discarding their weapons, they held out their hands to be bound by the members of the Hephaestus Familia. The light from the magic stone lamps began to fade from the streets of Arario as the night drew to a close. The moon disappeared as the eastern sky grew clearer. Wendy sat cross-legged beneath the fading light of the night sky as it grew ever brighter around him. He was on the roof of the warehouse. High above the earth, doing his best to look like a stone statue, he remained wordless. Once he was freed and the others were going to escort the Rakia soldiers, Belle sat down next to Wendy in a flash. You're too beautiful to be making such a depressed face, come on. Show me that beautiful smile I love so much, Belle said as he wrapped the redhead in a hug. Wendy blushed deeply as she was filled with embarrassment but did nothing to get out of Belle's embrace. The redhead murmured words that Belle didn't hear. What did you say? Belle asked. It's embarrassing. When I clarify my feelings you don't hear them, Belle. Idiot, said the redhead, although thinking the last part. If you have something to tell me, I'll gladly listen, Belle said with a smile. Wendy spoke again in an extremely low tone as her face turned red. Sorry, I can't hear you, Belle said with a nervous smile. The redhead lowered her gaze and puffed out her cheeks. It was impossible for her to express her feelings. So many years of living and behaving like a man had taken their toll and had made her terrible at any sentimental matter. Wendy sighed a couple of times before speaking. I will soon forge an incredible weapon. That day you must invite me to dinner and I will tell you what your useless ears could not catch, Wendy said, her face red as she bought herself some time. Belle smiled as he pulled the redhead closer to his body and then kissed her forehead. Okay, then we'll have a date soon, Belle said with a smile. No, it's a date, the redhead murmured as she rested her head on Belle's chest. Sure, Belle said as he stroked the redhead's hair. Later that day. Only those directly involved with the small Rakian invasion knew what had happened. Even most of the guild's employees were kept in the dark. The guild's high command believed that informing the public would do more harm than good, so they handled everything themselves. Captured enemy soldiers were kept in deep chambers within the Pantheon, out of sight. Life in Arario continued as usual, with the citizens unaware of what might have happened if events had been different. Chapter 39. Beloved Bodyguard. The guild headquarters was as busy as ever. Several lines were formed in front of each receptionist. Each one listened attentively to the adventurers' problems outside their window and worked to resolve them. Each of the young women from a wide variety of races was extremely professional. Humans, dogmen, catmen, and even some elves populated their ranks. If the young women had anything in common, it was that each one of them was incredibly beautiful. Ina, a half-elf, was one of the guild's receptionists. Her brown hair was long enough to rest on her shoulders. Her emerald-green eyes gazed out at the world from behind a pair of glasses. Her pointed ears, shorter than an elf's but longer than a human's, were a direct result of the thin elven blood that flowed through her veins. This was his 5th year working at the guild. Today was another hectic day dealing with one adventurer request after another. Ina, hey Ina, let's go find some food. Sure, sounds good. Ina let herself relax for a moment just as a human coworker at the next window called her. Her pink hair swung from side to side as the girl gestured. With a highly expressive face and lovely features, she was quite charming. Misha Flott, a friend of Ina's since her school days, couldn't wait to escape her workplace and quickly led the half-elf away from the counter. "I'm so hungry. I swear my stomach is going to eat me from the inside out," Misha exclaimed. "Misha, don't pull me," Ina said with a small scolding. Ina informed her coworkers that they were both going out while the pink-haired human pulled at her arm. "You're in luck. I found a place the other day that has really good food. It's in the West District," Misha said excitedly. "Misha, are you sure we'll have time to eat and get back before our lunch is over?" Ina said as stern as ever. It's probably fine," Misha said dismissively. "Hey," Ina said, scolding her carefree friend. They began chatting as they had during their school days and left the guild headquarters through the back exit. They emerged on the side of the building opposite Main Street. Ina. "Ah, is that you, Dormal?" Ina said as she turned to see who was speaking to her. A young dwarf was waiting for her when she turned around. Misha felt very out of place as the dwarf approached them, waving his fleshy arms. What a surprise to see you here. I was just passing by," said the dwarf with a nervous laugh. Ina immediately knew it was a lie and grimaced. Like most dwarves, Dormal was a large, sturdy man. However, he was taller than most of his kin, standing at 170 centimeters. His arms resembled robust branches sprouting from a torso that resembled a solid tree trunk. "Hey, Ina, are you heading to lunch? I'm going to grab a bite myself. You want to come with me?" "Oh, of course, I'll pay," Dormal said, nervously scratching his prominent nose. "No, there's no need for that, but Dormal, today I'm with one of my coworkers," so Ina spoke politely but declined the dwarf's invitation. Ina had lost count of how many times the dwarf had bumped into her by chance and invited her to lunch. At this point, she didn't know what to do about it. The bulging muscles beneath his valiant armor revealed Dormal to be an adventurer. Currently a level 3, this high-class adventurer who had made a name for himself through his strength in battle had once called Ina his advisor. The two had known each other for years. Ina knew that the man liked her. I didn't want to give the impression of being conceited, but I also didn't want to hurt his feelings. Dormal wasn't like the other adventurers when it came to flirting with pretty girls. He was always sincere, perhaps too sincere in his attempts to ask her out, so Ina couldn't just reject him. She had always refused, but she made sure to choose her words carefully to avoid hurting his feelings. However, Dormal still hadn't gotten the hint. "Ina, I can have lunch alone if I'm on the road," Misha said with a smile. "Wait, Misha," Ina said, a small pain in her chest as she felt betrayed. "Ha ha ha. Just because we're perfect for each other, you don't have to think you're in the way, miss," Dormal said, smiling. A smug smile appeared on Misha's lips and Ina quickly reprimanded her. Dormal, on the other hand, took it as a sign of good things to come and couldn't contain his joyful laughter or the tears that welled up in his eyes. "Do this immediately, you despicable dwarf. Can't you see that Ina-san is distressed?" Dormal turned around to find a handsome elf adventurer who embodied the very definition of the word elegant standing behind him. Longer, more pointed ears than Ina's protruded from his long golden hair. Clad in leather armor, he carried a longbow and had a quiver of arrows strapped to his back. Both men were the same height, but their body types could not have been more different. The elf was as slender and graceful as the bow slung over his shoulder. The uncomfortable atmosphere suddenly turned hostile. "Move aside," said the elf as he roughly walked past the dwarf and stopped in front of Ina. Luvis, Ina spoke with a nervous smile. "Are you all right, Ina-san? This man didn't try to touch you with his filthy hands, did he?" Luvis spoke elegantly but with a very venomous tongue. "Do you want to say that to my face?" Dormal growled. The elf named Luvis snorted through his nose, shaking off the barely disguised threat from the dwarf. Ina had also been the advisor to this LV3 elf. It seemed that, as with Dormal, he had developed feelings for Ina while under her tutelage. In typical elven fashion, Luvis looked down at Dormal before returning to Ina. "I just found the rarest and most beautiful bouquet at the shop right at the end of the street. I thought of you the moment I saw the dazzling hues and the elegant shape of the flowers. Please accept them as a gift from your servant," Luvis said as he extended a bouquet of flowers and placed a hand on his chest. "Why, you know I can't accept this," Luvis said, a very nervous Ina. Ina's eyes were drawn to the vivid colors, but she did her best to gently reject them when a thick hand suddenly snatched the bouquet away. "What are you doing?" Luvis asked irritably. "HMPH. Aren't you the one bothering Ina, pushing these mushy flowers at her in an alley? How do you think she's feeling?" Dormal said irritably. Apparently the aesthetics of a bouquet are beyond your comprehension, you filthy dwarf. We elves are noble, keep your distance. Luvis said, even more irritated. Ina is only half a woman, don't lump her in with your detestable group. Dormal growled. It was rare for elves and dwarves to meet face to face, and this was a perfect example. Ina had seen this sort of thing play out far too often. Giving up on resolving the situation, she said a quick excuse me and lowered her head. Both men were so caught up in their argument that they didn't even notice. Illusory stars crossing the jet-black sky. Hear my unqualified prayer and guide the glimmer of the coming light. Descend or starry tears. Lumine Pleiades. With the tip of her staff resting on the ground and firmly gripping its leather handle, the little elf invoked her magic and eliminated a group of 5 war shadow. The moment Primo invoked his magic, a frog shoot approached from the right side. Primo raised his right hand a few inches on the leather hilt and then swung his staff. As if it were a guillotine, Primo decapitated frog shoot. Behind the little elf, a human was fighting against a small group of monsters. Moving quickly, dodging the monsters' attacks as best she could and counterattacking, Emma was absorbed in her fight. He swerved his body, dodging the attack of a frog shoot's tongue, and launched an upward slash with his Gekka blade, cutting the monster's tongue, then propelled himself towards the monster and embedded his other blade in the monster's eye. On both sides there was a large number of monster corpses, both human and elven, giving great and heavy breathing, a sign of all their work done. You can switch to support, I'll keep an eye on it. A male voice caught the attention of the two of them. Following the direction from which the voice came, they could see a young man with white hair who was wearing a knight's armor. They both nodded. Emma sheathed her knives in 2 sheaths behind her back at waist level. Primo did the same, resting his cane in a sheath on his back that he had asked Wendy to make for him. They both put on brown gloves and took out knives from a pouch on their right leg. A few days ago, Lily had shown them both the correct way to remove the magic stone from the monsters' corpses. Each time they removed a magic stone, the corpse crumbled into ashes. Under Belle's watchful eye, they both removed the magic stones and stored away any loot they might have left. Primo clicked his tongue when he saw that he had accidentally broken a magic stone. Since it was in pieces, they would pay much less for it. A stone worth at least 500 volleys was now divided into 3 pieces worth a maximum of 50 volleys each. Removing the magic stones wasn't as easy as it seemed. And our vice captain made it look so easy, Primo muttered, recalling the countless magic stones he'd practically broken. For better or worse, he'd been practicing on goblins from the 9th floor who had recently been brought to their headquarters. They had larger, easier-to-remove stones than the goblins. For both of them, having Belle nearby was a tremendous help. Even though he did nothing more than lean against a wall, he somehow kept the monsters away and allowed them to focus on their work. Hiring a support person wasn't in either of their plans at the moment. They wanted to wait a little longer until they had learned more from Belle and their superiors. Basically, until they were left alone. You could say they had a certain dependence on Belle, but it was normal for newcomers to be accompanied by someone more experienced for a while. In fact, only new families sent their members out alone. A clear example of this was Belle when he was the only member of his family. Currently, Hestia wouldn't let Emma or Primo go to the dungeon alone without someone supervising them. After all, she had bad experiences with Belle and didn't want them to be repeated. If Belle could no longer continue traveling with the two of them, she would find someone else for that purpose. That's why Belle was currently accompanying the two of them. Hestia didn't want to leave them alone under any circumstances, and Belle didn't want to go into battle against Rakia, so it was a win-win situation. That's all for today, Belle said as he retreated from his position lying against the wall. The two girls nodded as they put the last of the magic stones into a leather bag. The sun was beginning to set, marking the beginning of the night. At this time of day, Belle headed to the guild while being followed by Emma and Primo. Upon arriving, Belle called out with a smile to a beautiful half-elf with brown hair. Emma and Primo swallowed hard when they saw the half-elf. His handsome face concealed an extremely strict instructor who would have made the ancient Spartans proud. He went so far as to earn a terrifying reputation among many adventurers. No one had ever lasted until the end of his course, all having fled halfway through. Even Dormal and Luvis couldn't stand his teaching style. Stay with Ina to learn about the 7th floor, I'll go change the magic stones, Belle said. Emma and Primo walked with noticeable depression towards Ina. They really had no other choice. Goddess's order, everyone must be advised by Belkun's advisor Kun. It's for their own good, their goddess had said. Demonstrating once again her concern for her family, since Belle had told Hestia more than once that Ina's strict teachings had served him well and even saved his life on occasion. Hestia took this as absolute truth and issued the order. Even her superiors suffered because of the teachings of that half-elf. The two had already surrendered to their fate. Belle entered Emma and Primo's study session shortly after it began. Here are your earnings for the day, not including tax. Each one is 8,000 volleys, Belle said, also adding that the total was 20,000 volleys. The two girls nodded happily as they took small leather bags. They could see their earnings growing steadily. Today's earnings were 10 times what they earned on their first day. You all earn quite a lot. I still remember when that hobbit came here to exchange bags full of magic stones, Ina said with a nervous smile. Come on, it's nothing compared to what our superiors earn, Emma said as Primo nodded. Nor should they belittle their efforts. They've only been doing this for a few days and they can already earn that amount. There are adventurers who have been doing this for years and earn less than that, Ina said. Yes, but none of those adventurers have someone like the captain looking after them all the time, Primo said. That's a good point, but regardless of Belcun supervising them, that doesn't mean he's overprotective of them, Ina said. True, the only time I handed them the monsters on a silver platter was on the first day so they could gain real experience, and even then I made Emma fight them one-on-one, while Primo focused his magic under the threat of the monsters, Bell said while crossing his arms. Bell turned to look at both girls before smiling. I'm not fighting for you. If things get complicated, I'll intervene. As long as I'm letting you both fight, I'm just giving you the best conditions to fight. Even so, that won't last forever. Take advantage of every day of the lessons I'm giving you, Bell said as the two nodded energetically. The study session ended. Saying a quick goodbye, Bell carried Emma and Primo, who were exhausted both physically and mentally, onto his shoulders. Ina watched Bell walk away until he disappeared into the night. That was a long day, wasn't it, Ina? Misha and all of them too, Ina said when she saw her friend. Ina was surprised to be greeted by a group of her coworkers after returning to the office. It was very strange that all the receptionists were still at the guild at this hour. I don't know how you do it, working so closely with an adventurer. It won't change anything on your paycheck. Ahaha, laughed a nervous Ina. As the group's most senior receptionist addressed those words to Ina, she became lost in her thoughts. Flashback. Why did you call me? A nervous Ina spoke in a trembling voice while standing in front of a rather obese elf. The elf named Royman gave Ina a tired look before sighing. As it's quite obvious you're the private advisor to the Hestia Familia, you'd have to be very stupid not to remember that, Royman said. Ina gave a silent nod. I'll get straight to the point. You have a heavy burden and a great responsibility. Every member of that family requires your full attention, not just Kingdom of Diamonds. If you have a preference for him, I don't care, Royman said. Ina nodded again. From now on you will receive a small incentive in your check. The number of members of the Hestia Familia will influence your earnings. With the current number of members, this is your first check. I know you received the previous one recently. Consider it a bonus, Royman said as he gave a piece of paper to Ina. The half-elf froze in place upon seeing the number written on the paper. 180,000 volleys, 10,000 volleys per member. The most surprising thing was that it said, paid weekly. I want to make it clear that I will not accept a half-hearted job. If any member of that family has the slightest doubt, it is your responsibility to answer it, even if you have to spend a whole week without sleep to find the answer. Understood, Royman said while raising his voice. Why yes, Ina said hurriedly. Okay, now go, Royman said. Ina nodded as she turned around. The guild, not Urano-sama, expects great things from the Hestia Familia. They are currently working closely with the guild, and it is your duty to properly prepare these future first-class adventurers. If you fail, this promising familia could fall apart, and I don't think I need to mention the problems that would cause, Royman said. Ina nodded, still with her back turned. She understood it very well. On the softer side, the Hestia family had a famous food brand that would be sorely missed, and its loss would cause many job losses. Families like Demeter, Nissan, and Enjord, whose biggest financial partner was precisely the Hestia family, would suffer a severe blow. The family's medicinal brand would then be lost. Although Mayach could probably take over, it wouldn't be the same. That would be a hard blow to Oliver Rario since potions would rise drastically in price, and many adventurers would risk not being able to afford them, which would cost many lives. On the darker side, the casinos would be left without owners. Many battles for control of them and great bloodshed would ensue. There would be no other Dark Age like when the Zeus Familia and the Hera Familia disappeared, but Aurario would suffer considerable damage to its economy, which had been progressing thanks to the Hestia Familia. Ina knew that perfectly well, and she had promised herself not to fail. End of flashback. There were no men in the office, so the girls each took a chair and complained about work for a while. Oh, that reminds me, Tool, did an adventurer ask you out again today? A girl asked. Misha, Ina said as she turned to look at her friend. What was I supposed to do? How can you expect me to keep such a juicy story to myself? Misha said with a smile. Ina looked at her friend, who couldn't keep a secret to save her life. But she soon burst into joyful laughter. She couldn't stay angry with Misha for long. Seriously, I'm here, and yet you get all the attention adventurers need, their eyes checked. But Rose, you've given up on the adventurers, haven't you? To each and every one of them. Adventurers always break their promises, Rose said. Rose, a werewolf woman, fiddled with the ends of her long red hair as she continued her speech. Nothing good comes from being with someone who has a death wish, Rose said. The atmosphere in the office changed suddenly. The other receptionists looked at the floor to the side or hid their faces behind their teacups as if they could all relate to her. They say I like you, I love you, anything they think we want to hear. But when it comes down to it, they never come home. I guess adventurers are more interested in monsters than women, Rose said, a heavy dose of irony in her voice. For the most part, the receptionists kept their distance from the adventurers. Nobody was trying to cross the line. Just as Rose had said, it was only a matter of time before the adventurers disappeared. It was almost a guarantee that more than one of the women present had loved one of them with all her heart, only to soak her pillow with tears. Ina herself had once fallen to her knees in grief when one of the adventurers she mentored returned from the dungeon a corpse. The half-elf glanced to her side and saw that even Misha lacked her usual energy. Tool, I won't say anything about how you're doing your job right now, but the more you try to be friends with everyone, the more regrets you'll have and things will get more complicated, Rose said. I see, Ina murmured. Of all the receptionists, Ina was the only one who tried to make personal connections with her adventurers. Even before that incentive, she did everything she could to help the adventurers under her charge, providing them with all the information she could. The preservation of all continued for a while, but a depressive atmosphere could be felt in the place. The receptionists said their goodbyes and Ina left to go home alone. Crossing Northwest Main Street, he continued north of the guild headquarters and into the Northern District. Many guild employees chose to live in the Northern District because of the high quality of the housing and the community. The guild had also built a shared house there for the receptionists. In fact, the guild owned several buildings in the area and assigned them to its employees. It was already night and the streets were somewhat dark, yet you could still see people all over the place, some just passing through and others drinking in their favorite batters. In the midst of all this, Ina stopped abruptly. A shiver ran down her spine as she felt someone's gaze on her back. Ina glanced over her shoulder. There were several people outside standing on the stone pavement, but no one was looking in his direction, so after taking just a few steps, she felt that gaze again. Her heart was pounding so hard she couldn't breathe for a moment. Trying to act as if she hadn't noticed, Ina walked casually for a few moments before turning around as quickly as she could. The nightlife of the side street was reflected in her emerald eyes, a straight path without twists or turns. He knew this area like the back of his hand, so the black shadow that jumped out of his line of sight stood out like a sore thumb. Whoever it was wearing a black hooded robe. A few moments passed before he cautiously peered around the corner of the building and stared at her, another jolt in his spine and now a cold sweat. He began to move again towards his house at a faster pace. Ina was running, she didn't even realize it. Holding her bag close to her chest, she ran as fast as her legs could carry her. Completing the last leg of her journey in what seemed like an eternity, she finally reached the front door of the shared house. I stepped through the door and into the building. Ina placed her hand on one of the exterior pillars and tried to catch her breath as she looked around. All she saw was her neighborhood shrouded in darkness. No hooded figures, nothing out of place. Clutching her ribs to control her racing heart, Ina didn't move from that spot. What, were you harassed last night? Misha, not so loud, it was morning in the lobby. The adventurers were starting to go through the front doors when Misha screamed after hearing Ina's story. I'm not trying anything cheeky, am I? Did you see his face? Misha said, he didn't touch me, but I never got a good look at his face, there was a hood in the way, Ina said. Ina then proceeded to explain every detail of the events of the previous night. This is really bad, Ina. Talk to the bosses and see if you can get a bodyguard. Some of the best from the Ganesha familia are still in town. One of them could take you home tonight, Misha said, sounding somewhat agitated. Don't you think that's an exaggeration? It could have been my imagination, Ina said, shaking her head. Ina thought that involving a family, even one with close ties to the guild, was going too far. And yes, there was a real possibility that it was all in her head, but above all, he didn't want to receive any special treatment. Exaggerate? How is that exaggerating? It was a while ago, but I heard stories about this kind of thing, young girls being targeted, followed, kidnapped, and taken out of town. Misha said, still shaken, I doubt it. This is Aurario after all. Gate security thoroughly inspects anyone leaving the city and who would dare point a gun at a guild employee. Ina said, her voice visibly nervous. But. There are so many rumors about girls being sold to brothels, and even some about a group of Rakian soldiers who managed to infiltrate the city recently. Misha exclaimed. Ina gave her friend a suspicious look as the pink-haired girl began to throw out unfounded conspiracy theories. Misha liked rumors. He probably gathered stories from around town and repeated them to anyone nearby who would listen. She was about to say something else when an adventurer appeared at her window. Misha reluctantly let it go and went back to work. Ina soon followed suit. Time passed normally and the sun was already setting. Ina was certainly not the same throughout the day and she was lost in her thoughts when a voice called her and pulled her out of them. Ina, she knew that voice. Bell was standing in front of her. Apparently it had lined up in front of his window and now it was his turn. Focus, I'm working. Ina thought to herself. She quickly smiled after scolding herself. I'm sorry, Bellcranel, I got distracted for a moment. How can I help you today? Ina asked with a smile. So information from the 8th floor, They both did very well today, and tomorrow maybe I'll take them to the 8th floor so they can get to know the place, Belle said, while behind him you could see a smiling Emma and Primo. That was all Ina needed to hear, and she stood up from her seat. He left Misha and the other receptionists at the counter and met with Belle in the consultation room as soon as he had gathered some documents for the meeting. The four of them went to a consultation room where they soon began a detailed explanation about the 8th floor, but in the middle of the study session, Belle's voice interrupted the three girls. Ina, Belle spoke as he crossed his arms and squinted. What's wrong, Bellkun? Ina asked as she put some documents aside. Did something happen? Belle asked. Ina's eyes widened in shock at the question. You just don't seem like yourself today. If something has happened recently, don't hesitate to tell me. If it's within my ability, I'll help, Belle said with a smile. Ina had thought she was doing a great job of acting, pretending that today was like any other day. Apparently her mask was starting to crack, cracks big enough for the boy to notice at least. Now that the captain mentions it, Ina-san isn't the same as usual, it's like putting it, Primo said. Less strict, Emma said, scratching her cheek. Yes, that's right, Ina-san has also seemed more distracted than usual, Primo said. Normal. Ina murmured, perhaps getting distracted during her study sessions. Well, how can I put it? Your eyes usually wander toward the captain. Like you're daydreaming, Primo said. Huh, Ina let out a small gasp of astonishment as her cheeks flushed red. At that moment the thought, I really do that, flooded her mind. Although it wasn't noticed by Belle or Ina, Emma leaned towards Primo and whispered something in her ear, causing the little elf to jump and shout, of course not, while her cheeks turned red. Anyway, you seem much more distant than usual today, as if you're thinking about something far away. It doesn't sound good though, Emma said, while beside her a blushing Primo stared at the ground. Perhaps because Ina was still agitated from the previous night, but seeing the three of them worried about her gave her a small, warm and fuzzy feeling inside. The words left her mouth before she realized it. She told them everything that happened. She could see Emma and Primo's expressions change from astonishment to deep concern. Belle's expression also changed from astonishment to concern and finally to anger. I'm sorry, please forget everything I said, Ina said. Hubby, but Primo murmured, this is my problem and it's not that serious. I'll find a way to fix it myself, Ina said. Ina-san, what are you saying? This is very serious. Emma said almost in a shout while Primo nodded several times. Ina laughed nervously at the startled girls, but Primo murmured. We really can't do much, Emma said dejectedly. Ina gave a silent nod. That was the truth. They couldn't do much for her. After all, there was a clear line between the guild and the families. Captain, the half-elf had to cover her ears at the sudden scream from the two girls. Emma and Primo stopped looking at Ina and turned to look at Belle with a pleading look. There's no way out, Belle murmured with a sigh. Emma and Primo smiled as they looked at Belle with admiration. Ina, wait for me after your departure time. I'll accompany you home, Belle said, but murmured Ina. Ina, this is serious, and before you say it doesn't concern us, you're our family's advisor. Messing with you is like messing with one of my subordinates. Don't even think I'll let this slide, Belle said. I'll take them both back to my family's headquarters and then I'll return, Belle said. Ina nodded. Ina was sitting at the reception desk with her coworkers as usual when she saw Belle returning to the guild. He approached the quest board and then left after exchanging a settlement with Ina. No one else noticed their brief communication. My apologies, but I'm going home, Ina said. Oh, are you going home early? See you tomorrow, Misha said. She gathered her things between brief conversations with her coworkers. Misha looked up from her all-out battle with paperwork, clutching her desk with worry in her eyes. Ina gestured to her, telling her not to worry. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Bellkun, Ina said. It's not a big deal, shall we go? Belle said. Let's go just until I get home. I'm counting on you, Ina said with a smile. Belle simply gave a settlement. Ina, who had left through the back door of the guild headquarters, found Belle waiting for her. They both left together. The streets were bustling under the dark red sky. The bars were starting to fill up with demi-humans on both sides, making it difficult to walk through the crowds. Ina and Belle did their best to avoid bumping into other people as they moved through the crowd. It wasn't anything too drastic, but Ina could feel how close they were. They still had to decide how long it would continue, but the thought of going home with Belle every day made her heart race. She hadn't forgotten about her mysterious pursuer by any means, but she couldn't ignore the boy standing next to her shoulder as they walked side by side. Her eyes darted around as she wondered what the other pedestrians thought of them. Then, Belle's aura changed completely, taking Ina by surprise. Be Bellkun, Ina murmured. We are being watched, Belle said. Really? Ina murmured. Unlike yesterday, she had no idea. Ina might have been astonished by his keen senses, but the serious, focused gaze on Belle's face surprised her even more. His ruby-red eyes scanned the crowd and the surrounding buildings, leaving no place unchecked. Her heart skipped a beat. Although it felt strange to see Belle acting like a genuine adventurer, his pulse quickened slightly. So he has this face too. She'd seen glimpses of it while watching War Game, but seeing it like this in person was exciting her a little. Ina, don't worry, I'm here, Belle said with a smile as he took Ina's hand. Although Ina didn't realize it, Belle's smile wasn't directed at her. Even so, Ina got lost while looking into Belle's eyes. Oh, the observer wants to kill, Belle said with a smile. Ina froze in place, unsure if it was because of what Belle had just said or because he said it so calmly. Are you sure? Ina asked. Yes, although the murderous intent is directed at me and not at us, Belle said. Ina nodded. Tell me, do we solve this here and today, or do we wait a few days to see how it behaves? Belle asked with a smile. Ina remained silent as she thought about it before speaking. Belle-kun, let's go into that alley, Ina said. Oh my, who would have thought you were so daring? And I thought you preferred to do it in private places. Now I see you're the exhibitionist type, Belle said with a wide grin. Idiot, that's not what I meant, Ina said as her face turned red. Belle chuckled softly as Ina calmed down. Despite their predicament, Belle's laughter reassured her. We will attract whoever it is away from other people. There is no doubt that they will follow us, Ina said. Belle immediately agreed, understanding Ina's plan. They both left the busy street and entered the dark alley. After walking for a while, they found an ideal spot to lie in wait, well hidden by the shadows. A few moments later, they heard powerful, hurried footsteps. Ina clung to Belle as the echoes resonated in her ears. She did her best to remain as quiet as possible, breathing only when necessary. Then it arrived. A black shadow passed in front of his hiding place. It continued further down the alley toward a dead end. Belle leaped out of the shadows the moment his pursuer stopped. Dormal! Ina exclaimed in total shock. Ina stepped into the dim light behind Belle and gasped the moment she saw the man staring at his bodyguard. The dwarf wore a hooded robe that was barely large enough for him. However, he must not have heard Ina's voice because his burning gaze was fixed solely on Belle, his entire face ablaze with red. What the hell do you think you're doing, bringing Ina to a place like this? Growled the dwarf. Dormal glared at Belle as he pulled a war hammer from the sheath on his back. He grabbed it with both hands, lifting it above his head and charged before Belle could say a word. Be Bellcun, Dormal, stop, Ina shouted. The deafening impact of Dormal's hammer drowned out the last part of Ina's desperate scream. Fragments of stone flew into the air, a tremendous shock wave ripped through the street. Belle stood still, blocking with his body any small stones that might hurt Ina. White hair, red eyes, human, I know you're the king of diamonds, Dormal spoke. My fame is certainly famous, Belle said with a smile. You're level 4, but don't think I'll give up without a fight. Dormal growled. Dormal launched an attack with his hammer towards Belle, an attack that Belle stopped simply with his hand as if it were nothing. This is not good, Ina thought. Belle and Dormal were both second-class adventurers. However, Belle was one level higher than Dormal, who had reached level 3 almost 3 years prior. In terms of raw power, Belle had the advantage. In terms of experience, Dormal had it. For Ina, the outcome of a battle between them was uncertain. Dormal launched a flurry of attacks that Belle blocked without any problem. Damn you, try to stop this, you rodent. Dormal growled. Dormal's frustration had reached its boiling point. He reached behind his shoulder and pulled out another giant hammer. A magic sword. Ina exclaimed in amazement. Ina knew immediately that the bright yellow energy surrounding the weapon was not just for show. The magic swords came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, but each one had the ability to summon incredible magical power in an instant. If one of those powerful weapons were to unleash its power in this confined space, it would hit its target without fail. Dormal knew exactly what he was doing. Ina forgot to breathe. She had to stop this, but before she could even try. For the first time since the fight began, Belle went on the offensive, extended his hand, and in an instant a powerful white flame emerged and completely covered the dwarf's body. Dormal fell on his back, his entire body scorched. Is he alive? Ina asked, her voice trembling. It should be. It's a version of my firebolt which transmits sleeping pills, Belle said as he approached the dwarf and then squatted down. Yes, he's breathing, Belle said before standing up. Upon reaching her side, they both checked her vital signs, seeing that she was fine. Ina, however, had a more clouded expression. I couldn't believe it. Dormal was her stalker. That couldn't be true. She'd encountered all sorts of adventurers during her years working as a receptionist at the guild. She was quite confident in her ability to see a person's true character. How could a clumsy dwarf with a kind and gentle soul do something like this? Ina looked away, a somber look in her eyes. Belle stood beside them, looking around the dead end and at the walls that surrounded them. His searching gaze fell upon Dormal and then upwards into the night. He was unable to shake off a strange feeling. Belle helped transport the unconscious Dormal to the guild headquarters before the end of the night. The dwarf would have the opportunity to explain himself once he regained consciousness. Ina was still reeling from the shock. She couldn't even concentrate on her work. Ina, are you feeling okay? Asked Misha. Yes, I'm fine, I'm sorry, Ina said. A knot had been in her heart all day. Time passed and night fell again. Ina forced a smile at Misha and her worried co-workers before leaving the guild headquarters. Of course, Belle wasn't expecting her. The stalker incident had been resolved, so there was no reason to ask her to accompany her. Under the night sky, Ina walked along the familiar streets on her way home. There was no warning. Ina glanced over her shoulder just enough to catch a glimpse of a figure she couldn't ignore, someone in a black hooded robe. It was the same outfit her pursuer had worn the first night, all the blood drained from her face. It can't be, Ina murmured. She screamed silently and ran away. Another glance over her shoulder confirmed that the hooded figure was following her. So it wasn't Dormal after all, Ina thought. The real culprit was someone else. The kindly dwarf had nothing to do with it, causing even more thoughts to race through Ina's mind. Dormal had only been in the area by chance and had misunderstood. She must have sincerely believed that Belle had forced her into that dark alley. She ran out of the upper-class community and headed for the quaint street. There was no one else in sight. The occasional faint light from a magic stone lamp illuminated the side of her face as she ran past. His pursuer was faster. There was no escape. She could feel it getting closer faster. Ina took a deep breath in preparation to let out a scream that might or might not reach someone else's ears. A flash of flames lit up before he could scream. I came from behind her and her pursuer, shrouded in black. The magic raced across the stone pavement and exploded so close to them that both Ina and the figure stopped to stare. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from above, from the tops of the houses that lined the street. A flash of white hair appeared from the shadows as someone leaped into the air. The shadow fell upon the hooded figure, its foot crashing into its back. "Be Belcun," Ina exclaimed in disbelief. "I'm sorry, something just didn't feel right. I should have come faster," Belle said. Ina couldn't have been more relieved to see him and suddenly felt a strong urge to hug the boy. Quickly wiping away the tears that were welling up in her emerald eyes, she asked him a question. What do you mean that something didn't feel right?" Ina asked. "I didn't want to scare you, so I didn't say anything, but there were several pairs of eyes watching us yesterday when we were coming back to your house," Belle said. Belle went on to say that he had felt some distant stares focused on them even when he fought Dormal. Apparently, he'd planned to take her home again that night because he couldn't convince himself he was just being paranoid. Once he heard at the guild that the depressed receptionist had already left, he'd rushed over. The situation changed once again a second later. A muscular dwarf burst into the picturesque side street like a vigorous tank breaking through enemy lines. The three figures stood motionless, unsure how to react when the dwarf's enormous fists were aimed directly at the person wearing the black hood. The target was out of reach. "Are you all right, Ina?" the dwarf said. "Is that you, Dormal? What are you doing here? How did you get out of the guild?" Ina asked. "I made my own door in that insignificant wall," Dormal said casually. Ina slapped her forehead. But Dormal didn't notice her reaction. All his senses were focused entirely on the hooded figure, its gaze burning with fury. "So it's you, the sicko who's been stalking Ina," Dormal growled, clenching his fist. Ina's eyes widened in surprise when she realized that Dormal somehow knew about her situation. At the same time, the trembling hooded figure placed its hands on the edges of the hood. "Do you dare address me with such an uncivilized title, you filthy dwarf?" El Luvis. Ina exclaimed, her eyes wide open. With his elegant golden hair exposed, the elf returned the dwarf's gaze with his own from beneath his sculpted eyebrows. "I prefer to call you a pervert, you treacherous elf. How are you going to explain this?" Dormal said. I just wanted to express my true feelings for Ina," Luvis said. The area under the elf's eyes flushed slightly as he looked at Ina before he changed the subject and went on the offensive. "In any case, I got tired of following all the twists and turns of social convention. It's in my nature to be more direct. You've made a serious misunderstanding." Luvis said seriously. "Oh ho, what did I misunderstand?" Dormal asked, annoyed. Belle had been completely left out of the conversation. He stood there, glancing left and right as the other two men traded verbal blows. At some point, he'd leaned against a wall and pulled a pot of popcorn from a golden circle. Ina watched with the inexplicable feeling that both sides were overlooking vital information. He stepped between them and summoned all the professionalism he had developed during his work. "Stop right there, both of you. Both sides of this argument need to be heard, so calm down this instant," demanded Ina. The crack of Ina's verbal whip silenced Dormal and Luvis, but they continued to glare at each other. Now that things had calmed down a bit, Ina turned first towards the elf. "Can we please hear your side of the story, Luvis?" "All the details that led to this point," Ina said seriously. "Sure, I suppose," said the elf. Luvis swallowed hard under Ina's intense gaze. Shifting uncomfortably in his robes, he finally nodded. "A few days ago, when I was in the guild lobby, I heard that someone unknown was chasing you, and I made sure that you weren't harmed," Luvis said. Ina blinked a few times. The moment her friend Misha had practically screamed behind the counter immediately replayed in her head. That put that question to rest. Dormal had probably also learned from his situation in a similar way. Stop lying, we all know it was you from the beginning," Dormal said. "Dormal, you'll have a turn to speak, so please be quiet for now." "What were you saying, Luvis?" Ina said as the dwarf nodded. "Oh yes, I consulted with the god of my family," Luvis said seriously. Ina froze in place. "He advised me that real men should protect from the shadows, so I hid myself, making sure you weren't harmed," Luvis said. "My god told me the same thing. A man worthy of the title protects from behind," Dormal said, his voice trembling slightly. What?" Luvis said, almost shouting. Something was very, very suspicious. Basically, they were both worried, so they decided to secretly follow me. Ina said, that sums it all up, said Luvis. I suppose if you put it that way, Dormal said somewhat apologetically. It was a hard pill for Ina to swallow. Both adventurers had just admitted that they acted exactly like stalkers, but there was more to the story. Their increasingly aggressive approaches were also due to the advice of their gods. Both would do whatever it took to win her heart, and they had blindly followed their god's instructions. So that would mean Ina felt she was one step away from identifying the real culprit. Dormal also wore something like that, but Luvis, could you explain the tunic? Asked Ina. Oh, this. My god said it's the latest trend, or something like that, Luvis said, pointing at the robe. Didn't you think she'd go the other way? That would scare her, said a relaxed voice which belonged to Belle. What? Luvis shouted as he turned to look at Belle, who was still eating popcorn from a container. That was exactly it. Using that kind of suspicious cloak at night would only instill fear in her and make it more likely that Ina would misinterpret their intentions. Dormal and Luvis closed their mouths as if they had just realized what had happened. An eerie silence fell around the four of them, where only the crunching of popcorn in Belle's mouth could be heard. Gyuhihehe. Gyuhihehe. A crackling laugh filled the air from somewhere out of sight. Just as I thought, Ina murmured to herself. The mortals immediately looked up at the rooftops. That's when they saw them, two gods holding their stomachs, pointing at them and laughing at them. They had played with them, with all of them. That being the case, it was most likely that the first stalker in a black hood had been one of the two gods. Their plan was to turn their codependent lovers against each other as soon as Luvis and Dormal came to them for advice. All for entertainment. The gods typically had no qualms about treating the many children living in the underworld as nothing more than pieces on a chessboard. They had unwittingly been caught in a divine joke. And I thought Ina would reject them both once they made their move. I won the bet fair and square. Both of them were trembling with laughter in the moonlight. Their assistants Dormal and Luvis were also trembling, but for a very different reason. The dwarf grunted, grinding his teeth. Even the proud elf's skin had turned a boiling red from head to toe. With their hands clenched into fists, they endured the humiliation. Luvis, Dad just won a bet. I'll treat you to a big feast when we get home tonight. Dormul, I'm a little short on cash. Could you lend me a few varisu? Quite a bit, please. Go to HLLO. Luvis yelled. Go to HLLO. Dormal yelled. A hail of arrows from the elf's shortbow and any rocks the dwarf could reach bombarded both gods. However, the elusive gods escaped before any of the arrows or rocks could strike them. Their laughter echoed through the buildings as the merry pair vanished into the moonlit night. Ina couldn't say a word, and Belle did his best to break the silence as he looked at her. Dormal and Luvis were furious, their shoulders rising and falling as every imaginable insult spilled from between their clenched teeth beneath their ragged breaths, that is, until Luvis raised his head. No, I refuse to let it end like this. Ina, I'm in love with you, please become my eternal partner, Luvis said. I have a greater love for you, Ina, become my wife. Dormal said, huh, what? Ina exclaimed, almost shouting. At that moment, Belle dropped his popcorn container before bringing a hand to his mouth as he took in the whole scene. Belle. Another revelation had been waiting for her, and Ina gasped in surprise. Luvis and Dormal blushed as they stared at her. She blushed too. Many men had confessed their love for her, but a marriage proposal, that had never happened in any of her 19 years of life. Moreover, she could tell from the look in her suitor's eyes that both proposals were completely serious. How on earth could I entrust Ina to someone like you? Go back to the woods hole you came from. Dormal growled, take your hand away. A dwarf like you couldn't produce offspring with a wonderful girl like her in the first place. Luvis said, clearly annoyed. Ngah, what do you plan to do to him, you disgusting elf? Dormal said with disgust, don't be silly, I'm not a closet pervert. I was just showing you the difference in race. Luvis said as his face turned completely red. To tell the truth, such a serious and noble face as his, especially since he was a man, was something curious to see. Just when it seemed that another verbal confrontation between Luvis and Dormal was about to erupt, they both turned to Ina at the same time. She was speechless. Her shoulders bounced nervously. Please, give me your answer, Ina, Dormal said almost pleadingly. I'm ready, whatever your answer is, Luvis said seriously. Panic flooded her veins as they both pressured her to make a decision. Whatever her answer was, it meant she'd be committed right then and there. Of course, she wasn't ready for that. And if she rejected them without a valid reason, they'd both pursue her with even more determination than before. Ina was on the verge of tears as she changed her gaze. There was Belle standing there. He looked totally amused, almost like the two gods who had just fled. Say something already, anything? Ina thought. The boy's silence provoked his anger for some reason. Everything that had once frustrated her about him began to flash through her mind as her wide eyes narrowed into a stare. Belle tilted his head to one side with a truly bewildered look on his face. Ina's cheeks had turned into a total hell. Whether it was because Belle was there, she didn't know. Her usual calm demeanor had long since vanished. Ina closed her eyes to hide the rage building behind them. I cannot give any of you gentlemen an answer at this time, Ina said. Then he wrapped his arm around Belle's elbow and dragged him to his side. Because we're both in a relationship, Ina said with a smile. What? Dormal shouted in surprise. What? Luvis shouted in surprise. What? Belle shouted, even more surprised. Three surprised voices filled the night. Why are you so surprised? Demanded Luvis and Dormal at the same time. I'm sorry. Belle apologized with a nervous smile as he thought of a plan. Both adventurers took a few steps closer to Ina, even though Belle was still clinging to her side. Tell me it's not true, Ina, pleaded the elf. This is a scam, isn't it? Dormal said while making a face like a lost dog. No, we're dating, he confessed to me. Ina said, blushing deeply. Ina turned to look at Belle, waiting for him to say something. Meanwhile, the following message appeared in front of Belle. A moment later, Belle blinked a couple of times before turning off its screensaver mode. Belle smiled as he pulled Ina closer to his body and stroked her head. I can see you're both looking for an explanation, which is understandable, especially given my earlier reaction. Although I hope you understand, my Ina is extremely professional. She doesn't usually show me affection in public so as not to cross the line between advisor and adventurer that she has clearly defined, Belle said with a smile directed at Ina. Both elf and dwarf were devastated on the spot. As you all know, my lovely Ina, you must know what kind of person she is. She doesn't let me show her affection in public or when she's at the guild. Only when we're not adventurer and advisor, when we're alone, does she allow me to treat her like my wife, Belle said as he kissed Ina's forehead. Belle's statement came as a complete shock to both of them. They knew Ina and knew that she was very likely to make her partner act that way, especially if he was an adventurer. There you have it. Belkun is the right person for me. Ina exclaimed, her face completely red. That was the final blow. Dormal and Luvis staggered backward as if they had been struck by lightning. They could see or hear no falsehood in Ina's words or behavior. They slumped to the spot for a moment before their heads and shoulders sank. Then they took a few weak steps in different directions. The dwarf and the elf left the picturesque street. A cold breeze passed by Belle and Ina. You can let me go now, Ina said, clearly embarrassed. Why should I let go of my cute half-elf? Aren't we a couple? Belle said as he hugged Ina, putting his hands around her waist and resting his head on her right shoulder. Please don't joke with me like that, Ina said, blushing deeply. I see you're still not ready, even though you're the one who got me into this, Belle said with a smile as he let go of Ina. Belle ran his hand through Ina's hair, clearing a section of it from her forehead, and then kissed the half-elf on the forehead. When you're completely sure, just tell me and I'll make you extremely happy, Belle said with a smile. Ina blushed deeply while muttering unintelligible things. Belle smiled slightly before accompanying Ina home. Belle walked towards his headquarters, and as he walked he saw two people he had just met sitting on a bench. Belle approached the place where an elf and a dwarf were exchanging insults with a depressed air. Apparently they need this, Belle said, showing each of them a bottle of liquor. Dormal and Luvis glanced at Belle. It wasn't a look of hatred, it was more one of defeat. The two silently accepted the bottle. What they did was very dangerous, especially you, Dormal. If I had acted a moment later, the power of that magic sword could have harmed my Ina, Belle said with a sigh. Dormal had taken a swig of the liquor before spitting it out dramatically, as if he had realized something he had been ignoring until that moment. The dwarf set the liquor bottle down beside him before striking his thighs hard with his open palms. Then he bowed his head as far as he could. I'm sorry, Dormal shouted. The dwarf's sudden scream caught everyone's attention. Come on, it was dangerous, but nothing serious happened to Ina, so I'll let it go, Belle said while waving his hand. Dormal, still with his gaze on the ground, seemed to be waiting for punishment for his behavior. You thought I was some kind of degenerate who forced Ina into a dark alley. I understand your anger, Belle said. Dormal let out a sigh before straightening his back again and looking at Belle. You stupid dwarf, you could have hurt Ina-san, Luvis said. This time I'll accept that, Dormal said regretfully. By the way, I want you to give a message to your gods, Belle said seriously. They both nodded. Tell them that Ina is my advisor and that raising a hand against her is a clear offense to my family. Unless they want to anger the goddess Hestia, they'd better play elsewhere. Today was just a joke and it didn't escalate, but if they had harmed Ina in any way, I would have sent them back to heaven on the spot, Belle said seriously. We'll pass on your message, you can be sure of that, Luvis said. Don't worry, they're not stupid enough to want the Hestia Familia over them, Dormal said. Belle nodded in satisfaction. Before leaving, the white-haired man glanced at the hammer resting beside the dwarf. On the hilt, he saw a symbol he recognized quite well. Then to the side of the elf, he saw a quiver containing several colored arrows, some red, some blue, and some white, but all of them bore the same symbol. What do you think of magic swords? Belle asked. Useful and extremely powerful things, Dormal spoke. Efficient and the best final resource, said Luvis. I see, and why do they carry them around? To earn money, maybe to look cool. What's the reason? Belle asked. Money, Luvis murmured. Great, Dormal murmured. Belle gave a small smile. I'm the group leader. It's the best way to eliminate large groups of monsters and ensure the lives of my companions, Dormal said. I can't believe I share the same thoughts as this dwarf, but he's the same with me. The lives of my companions are worth more than anything in the dungeon, Luvis said. Belle smiled before turning away. Why are you asking? Dormal asked as Luvis nodded. Simple curiosity, Belle said as he started walking. Chapter 40, Serious Misunderstanding, Part 1. What the hell is going on there? A fist slammed into a table placed in the middle of a fabric tent. The clenched fist belonged to a god. Ares' followers cowered in fear of their leader's furious shouts as his golden mane gleamed in the gloom. Just as I said, our warriors are being captured by the forces of Aurario. Of our original 30,000 soldiers, at least 10,000 are now in enemy hands, said a human who went by the name of Marius. I know that. What I'm asking you is why Marius? Ares demanded. Because the adventurers of Aurario are stronger than the monsters of our worst nightmares, that's why, Marius said. The human whom the god had named Marius remained surprisingly calm in the face of Ares' wrath. Each of his simple, direct replies was accompanied by a long sigh. They were at the main base of the Ares family. Far from the battles taking place against the Aurario alliance, near the deep forest Ciaro, a meeting was being held attended by the main generals of Rakia. However, it had deteriorated into a pointless, one-sided shouting contest by the time Ares learned of the horrific state of his forces. Considering the wounded and our captured allies, there's no hope of holding the front lines, let alone advancing. To make matters worse, traitors have been draining our war funds left and right, Marius said. Those sons of bitches, damn you, Orario. Ares shouted angrily. Ares raised his head and roared toward the tent ceiling. Marius, on the other hand, let out another long sigh. The rest of the generals were so terrified of their god that only Marius, the highest-ranking mortal present, dared to utter any negative comments. The human's honey-colored hair was a far cry from the god's lustrous lion's mane. Nevertheless, he stood 180 cm tall and possessed a decently muscular build that was neither too thick nor too thin. He certainly looked like royalty. Even at only 20 years old, if he weren't weary and at the end of his rope, his handsome features combined with full armor would have made this military commander a worthy knight on the battlefield. His pride as commander had been utterly crushed by repeated failures in the battle against the Alliance, and his resentment against his god threatened to surface, worsening the latter's mood. Forcing himself to remain calm, he sighed again. I'm sure you know this, but we can't continue this war, can we? Let's go home, Ares-sama. If you've learned your lesson, please stop this unnecessary invasion of Aurario, Marius said. Marius, you insolent coward, and your father Martinus always obeyed all my orders without hesitation, Ars said. That's what earned him the nickname Stupid King. For trying to fulfill all your whims, damn it. Marius growled angrily. How dare you speak to me like that? I'm very close to revoking your rank and banishing you from the kingdom. Ares said, you won't have to. I'll hand over this position right now. That way you won't mind if I leave the country and fulfill my dream of becoming an adventurer in Aurario, right? Marius said with obvious anger. I refuse. You won't do such a thing. Ares said, shaking his head. So, Marius growled angrily. My prince. The other generals sensed that their young, red-faced commander was about to attack and quickly moved to restrain him. Wake up. No matter what we do, Garen's attempt to bring Wendy Crosso back has failed. In fact, the guild is demanding money to secure the release of Garen and his men. Our safety net is gone. Prolonging this war is pointless, Marius said, explaining his point. Marius had finally cooled down enough to look Ares in the eye and lay out the facts. The god roared again. That was true. The strategy to obtain the Crosso magic swords, their trump cards, was no longer on the table. The war had lost its meaning. Ares' vision of using Wendy's power to revive his battalion of magic swords and trap the Alliance forces in a pincer attack was nothing more than a dream beyond a dream. Marius had never believed the plan would succeed from the start. He wanted nothing more than to retreat as he stared at the god of war. However, the only emotion in the god's red eyes was an intense desire not to lose. Very well, then I will go to Aurario myself, Ares said as he stood up. What? Marius shouted in obvious surprise. If you worthless soldiers can't do the job, I'll personally acquire those swords with my own hands. With them at our side, the glorious days of the past will be in our hands once more. Ares spoke with strange determination. Don't tell me you're planning to kidnap Wendy Crosso. She's level 2. She single-handedly destroyed several of our battleships. Raising a hand against her would be suicide. Instant death, I tell you, Maris said, desperately trying to reason with the god. Enough of this talk of instant death. The target is not the girl Crosso, but her goddess Hestia, Ares declared. Apart from Marius, all the generals in the tent were wide-eyed and wide-mouthed at Ares' plan to kidnap a goddess. She's just a little goddess. I'm sure you worms can carry her from one place to another, right? Then with me leading a strike force, we'll capture her and demand Wendy Crosso in a hostage exchange with Aurario. Ha 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 ha. It's so perfect, it even surprises me sometimes. Ares spoke. That's the worst and most despicable scheme imaginable, and it came from your own mouth. How on earth do you intend to breach the wall in the first place? How on earth do you plan to escape the wrath of its dependents? King of Diamonds, Kalima, Queen of Poison, Akagami, Fiona, it's practically asking for your life and the destruction of the kingdom, Marius shouted. How could I have been so blind? That should have been the plan from the start. If the king the god doesn't lead his men, they can't follow him. Marius, prepare my horse. We'll ride out under cover of darkness before that horrible Freya and her group know what's coming. Ares said with a laugh, that fool, that imbecile god. Marius said angrily. It was impossible to influence the divine king's mind once he made up his mind. The other generals quickly stood and began preparations. Their young commander frowned as he followed the golden-haired god out of the tent in a dash. And so it was that the army of Rakia launched its final maneuver at the behest of its god. The final battle to decide the outcome of this war was at hand. Arario's patrols, few in number, scattered far apart and practically asleep on the job, were unprepared for such a reckless, mad attack, one whose descent into the city no one could have predicted. Today was as peaceful as any other day within the city walls. The sun shone brightly on a morning when, unlike usual, Rakia's army was fighting outside the city walls. It was said they were trying to prolong the war. A curious group of people stood in the city streets, 2 elves, 2 Amazons, a human, and a goddess. This group of 6 attracted a lot of attention. Come on, the special breakfast run out fast. The voice of a smiling Amazon caught the attention of the others in the group. Tiona, aren't those breakfasts for children? Said an Amazon while shaking her head. So. You enjoy them too, I've even seen the captain order them for himself, Tiona said with a smile. Tione didn't answer, she simply turned to look away. Don't worry, we've come with someone with connections, right? Aizu, a red-haired goddess, spoke. A girl with golden blonde hair tilted her head in confusion. Reveria-sama, what does Loki-sama mean? Asked an elf with orange hair. True, you weren't there that day, so to make it easier, take a look around, Reveria said. Lefia followed the direction Reveria pointed and was shocked to see a banner 20 meters long and 10 meters high, perched atop a 30-meter-tall tower. The most striking feature of the banner was a perfect image of eyes holding a Jayagamarukan. How the hell did I not see that before? Lefia shouted. Well, you weren't there that day, and until now you've been going around to the other side of the city to go to the front of the war against Rakia, Tione explained. What exactly happened that day? Lefia asked. The girl held a Jayagamarukan eating contest. The challenge was to eat 100 orders of Jayagamarukan in less than an hour. If you succeeded, you didn't have to pay. If you failed, you had to pay double, Loki said with a smile. Tiona, Tione, and Loki tried but failed. In fact, many people tried, but only Aiz succeeded, Reveria explained with a small sigh. Then they offered Aizu the position of the new face of Jayagamarukan. When they mentioned Jayagamarukan at half price and being able to jump ahead in the lines, she accepted without hesitating for a second, Loki said with a smile. But isn't that more beneficial for them than for Aiz-san? I mean, Aiz-san is extremely famous, she'd attract a lot of people to buy, Lefia said, explaining her point. Aiz signed without hesitation, and it was before they told her how much money they would pay her for it. She simply heard Jayagamarukan and signed right away, Tione said with a small laugh. As they arrived at the venue, they could see more posters with Aiz's image with an incredibly long line. As full as ever, the Chibai can do well when she wants to, Loki said with a smile. Aren't there too many people to run a restaurant? Actually, there are a lot of adventurers, Lefia said. Ah, they're here for this, Tiona said, showing Lefia what appeared to be a cereal bar. That's not it, murmured Lefia. She knew those cereal bars very well. You must know them, they're the supplies the captain has been providing us on our mini expeditions, Tione said. Yes, I know, but I didn't know they sold them here, said Lefia. Well, it's obvious the captain gets special treatment and he buys them on request. He doesn't have to stand in line at these places and go straight to the warehouse to get them, Tione said. As you probably already know, they are good supplies, easy to transport, have a very long shelf life, and provide a large amount of vitamins and calories. Also, the more expensive ones can help with fatigue and restore the mind, said Reveria. Many adventurers line up very early to buy them. You can also place an order and go directly to the warehouse, but that has an additional cost. Only families going on expeditions make that expense to ensure they get the desired amount since these run out quickly, Tiona said. Lefia nodded as she watched adventurers leave the store with backpacks filled to the brim. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that adventurers fight over them. After all, such a practical food is highly coveted, Tione said. Lefia nodded. The biggest problem with supplies in the dungeon was that everything had a limited shelf life. Meat didn't last long and needed a fire to cook. Bread became stale after a few days and lost its flavor. But one day Finn arrived with a small backpack on his back which, according to him, contained supplies for 3 days. This statement was not an exaggeration. 1 bar was enough to quell hunger, its texture and flavor were pleasant and not too strong. They had lasted 4 days in the dungeon and still had provisions left, which was incredible since the plan was only for 3 days. Although since they were all used to eating very little, that also helped. The group of 6 arrived at the door where Tiona opened it with a smile. Lefia could see that there were 2 lines at the counter. In one, the longer one and which continued even a block later, there were 3 people attending to an adventurer who seemed to be ordering many pieces from the aforementioned bar. In the other line there was a cashier who was shouting orders to the kitchen behind her. In this shorter line there were only 10 people. Lefia was guided by Loki to a table where everyone except Aiz sat down. Eyes went straight to the counter without queuing, and upon arriving, she simply took a card out of her pocket and showed it to the cashier. It didn't take more than a few minutes from when Eyes ordered and returned to the table with the others, until a goddess with pigtails came out of the kitchen with several trays. "Oh, Chibai," Loki said with a smile. Hestia gave a slight smile before placing the trays on the table. "It seems business is progressing as always. That invention of yours, the BNH, Hestia Nutritional Bar, is selling quite well," Loki said. "Yes, it exceeded all my expectations. Every day the production of these increased, and every day they sell out, and still many people ask for them," Hestia said with a sigh. "Even so, you're one of the laziest people I know. How did you come up with that?" Loki asked. "Well, one day I heard a group of adventurers complaining that their supplies ran out and they had to return even though they were on a winning streak, and that they would give a lot of money for some more lasting supplies," Hestia explained. Loki nodded as he took a plate of food. "That gave me an idea. What if I sold supplies for adventurers, but not just any supplies? With the help of Anna, Ermid, and Naza, BNH was born. Then Bell, Lewin, and a guy named Fels built machines to automate the process. More than my project, it was a family project where everyone helped me. The others tested the results and made adjustments, until we gave a few to Finn and gave away free samples on the first day to see how people would accept it," Hestia spoke. "And you were surprised by its success," Loki said with a smile. "Yes, that day, not counting the ones I'd given away as free samples, we had 3,000 of them in stock. Since they have a shelf life of 1 month, I expected them to last a week in the warehouse before running out. But word spread quickly, and many adventurers returned and started buying them in large orders, almost as if they'd eaten them once and rushed back to the store. By midday, they were already gone, and we spent the rest of the day receiving numerous orders for them," Hestia explained. "Ha, almost like a drug," Loki said. Loki herself knew that those bars had nothing addictive or narcotic about them, but in the dungeon such good food is better than any weapon. You can fight for a long time without a sword, but with an empty stomach you won't last long. The same was true with water. "And when will you develop water in pill form?" Loki said mockingly. "It's still in production, it's still in the testing phase," said Hestia. Loki almost spits out his food upon hearing Hestia's reply. "These things literally hold a liter of water and weigh 10 grams, Hestia said, showing a small bottle with blue spheres. "That's incredible," Tiona said as the others nodded. "The problem is that someone could choke if they put one of these in their mouth," Hestia said with a nervous smile. Upon hearing those words, everyone nodded. Having a liter of water suddenly appear in your mouth couldn't be pleasant. "I thought it was a good idea to put one of these in your mouth and have the water appear there, but it's not a good idea at all. I thought about reducing the amount of water, but it was the same result. Having water appear out of nowhere in your mouth isn't pleasant. It starts to become tolerable below 50 milliliters, but by then it loses much of its purpose of being something compact and easy to carry," Hestia explained. They all nodded again. "One alternative is to leave this in a container and spit on it. Since it's activated by saliva, the protective coating dissolves and the water comes out. But the idea of needing to spit on it to get the water didn't seem like a good idea to me, unless people like drinking water with someone else's saliva, or even their own saliva sounds disgusting," Hestia said. They all nodded, as it really did sound unpleasant. "Well, in life-or-death situations you lose your sense of disgust, although I'd like to avoid it as much as possible," Reveria said. "That's what I mean," Hestia said. "And why not make the solvent something else?" Loki asked. Hestia smiled before taking out another jar with small blue spheres. This was the second version. "A drop of water will dissolve the protective layer and release the water inside," Hestia said with a smile. They all nodded in amazement. "Unfortunately, the protective layer is very weak in this version, and a strong impact can cause it to burst like a water balloon. You can't tell adventurers when they buy them, 'Please don't run in the dungeon or they might burst and soak all your luggage.' And there was a risk that if someone was careless in the water capital or with any water source, they could all explode," Hestia said. They all laughed nervously. It would truly be more counterproductive to carry those things in your luggage if they risked exploding from a fall, or if, through carelessness with a small lake or something like that, you lost all your supplies. Then I thought about using a special container for this, but I quickly dismissed the idea. It was too complicated. So I came to this conclusion," Hestia said. They all saw Hestia place a small bottle with 10 blue spheres and a small dropper on her table. These are light but extremely hard, like a steel sphere. The dropper is the diluent. You put one of these in a container and drop a drop of this special liquid onto it. If you happen to run out of the dropper or lose it, and in emergency situations, as your vice captain said, they can use their own saliva to dissolve the protective layer. According to Ermid, just like BNH, they can help with fatigue, minor injuries, and restore the mind. It has a much weaker effect than a low-quality potion, but the effect is there," Hestia spoke. Loki nodded as he examined the flask. "It's basically the same as the first ones, but with an added solvent to make it less unpleasant. You can still use saliva to dissolve the protective layer, but you have the option of using the contents of the dropper, which is a mixture of water and various herbs," Hestia said. Loki nodded again as he looked at a pale pink liquid in the dropper. My family has already tried them and hasn't seen any problems, but I want outside opinions. I've already given a sample to Freya, Hermes, Hephaestus, Take, and several gods I've met, Hestia said. And you want my children's opinion too, Loki said. Hestia nodded. I trust there's nothing poisonous in them. Reveria, give them to Finn and let him test them. I'll let you know his opinion when I get it, Loki said, shifting his gaze from Hestia to Reveria and back again. Reveria nodded as she took the bottle. If it's as Hestia-sama says, it would truly be very useful. I mean, we have that and can carry a lot of luggage without problems, but the average adventurer can't, Tyone said seriously. If you have the dropper, you can release the water using it. If you run out and you are in need of water, you can use your saliva. The last one doesn't sound pleasant, but it makes the product even more practical, said Reveria, while Lefia nodded. As I said, it's still in development. The final version is already out, but I want to see how it plays out in real or common situations that an adventurer would face. I could sell it like that, but taking myself as an example, I'd be upset if someone sold defective products to my children, Hestia said. Your family's opinion is not enough. Even if they test things to the extreme, they can still ignore things because it's something their own family produces, Loki said. Hestia nodded in satisfaction before leaving Loki's group to return to her work. Belle was walking through the corridors of my headquarters, listening to the birds singing outside the windows when I saw someone right in front of him. Haruheim. Belle spoke as he raised his hand. Her golden, fluffy fox tail swung from side to side under the skirt of her maid's outfit. She held a large basket in both arms, pressing it against her chest as she looked over her shoulder. Belle-sama. What brings you here? Haruheim spoke as a beautiful smile appeared on her pretty face. It was currently past noon, and while Anna was taking care of lunch, Haruheim was hanging up the laundry. Do you need any help? I'd be happy to lend a hand, Belle said with a smile. To be honest, he had been very bored. Today he didn't go with Emma and Primo to the dungeon and instead gave them both the day off. Everything's fine, Belle-sama. This duty was assigned to me. I don't want to take up your time, Haruheim said with a slight blush. No problem, please let me help, Belle said with a smile. Belle quickly scooped the top half of the mountain of laundry into the basket. Haruheim's hands were literally full. Haruheim might have had a status, but carrying all those wet clothes was a real challenge. She looked at Belle with shy eyes, insisting that she could do it on her own. Belle, in contrast, simply smiled at her. Belle spent a good while helping Haruheim hang up the laundry while she kept thanking him over and over again. Haruheim, tell me, are you getting used to living here? Belle asked. Yes, that's right. I have several familiar faces such as Aisha-sama, Samira-sama, Lin-sama, and even Mikoto-sama who are always with me. It's also nice to spend time with you all when we go to the dungeon or right here, Haruheim said with a radiant smile. It wasn't that empty, hollow smile I used to wear when I lived in the pleasure district. It was a gentle smile, so warm it felt like the morning sun was shining on me. Unfortunately, my inefficiency is always causing problems for everyone. Just like it is for you right now, Haruheim said somewhat apologetically. From the beginning, Anna had declared herself Belle's assistant and personal maid. Therefore, Haruheim took on the role of her apprentice, serving everyone equally with marked preferences. Laundry, cooking, and cleaning, all in addition to exploring the dungeon. Renard was certainly putting a lot of pressure on herself. Come on, you're an important member of this family, Belle said as he stroked Haruheim's hair. Haruheim blushed deeply as she tipped her ears shyly. This display of tenderness completely captivated Belle's heart and prevented him from noticing that Haruheim's tail was happily wagging from side to side. Currently, Anna and Haruheim had more than enough stat points to advance to level 2. The gamer parameters showed them at level 29 for several days now. They were simply instructed to wait for their magic to grow further due to Haruheim's incredible magic and Anna's healer abilities, which were, to say the least, unusual. The goal was for both of them to increase their magic as much as possible. One more exploration and you'll level up. You shouldn't speak so badly of yourself, it's more like you're your captain. If you need anything, just ask me, Belle said with a smile. Haruheim looked at Belle with trembling eyes, her hands clasped over the feminine curves at the top of her maid outfit. Well then, can I ask for your help right now, Belle-sama? Haruheim said timidly. Belle gave a settlement. Would it be okay if SSS hold my hand? Haruheim spoke with her face red and a trembling voice. Haruheim, her face completely red, extended her hand with a small, big hesitation. At that moment, Belle's processor had burned out and it entered screensaver mode for a few moments. Belle had frozen in place. Even so, Haruheim did not withdraw her hand, waiting and blushing even more. After Belle experienced a forced reboot, he blinked a few times before giving Renard a smile. Belle extended his right hand and intertwined his fingers with Haruheim's. At that moment, Belle realized something. Haruheim's fingers were cold. Not only were they cold, they were almost frozen. Is it acceptable to ask you to use both hands? Haruheim said with great embarrassment. Sure, Belle said, smiling and shrugging. Belle granted his request immediately. She raised her left hand and held Haruheim's cold right hand between hers. Then Renard placed her left hand on top of Belle's right. Their hands overlapped in a double handshake. What do you think you're doing, Haruheim-kun? Kaya, suddenly a terrifying low voice reached both of their ears, making Haruheim jump. Hestia-sama, this MMM. You see, Haruheim spoke hurriedly. Renard released Belle's hands and moved them several times in front of her while trying to find a way to explain the situation, failing miserably in the attempt. Belle, for his part, remained calm with a smile on his face. Hestia gave a heavy sigh before speaking. When you two are done being affectionate, go to the living room for a meeting, Hestia said. Belle and Haruheim gave a nod as they watched Hestia depart. Belle walked calmly through the corridors of his headquarters while Haruheim, who was beside him, walked nervously. Upon arriving at the living room of the Chimney Mansion, Belle and Haruheim could see all their classmates sitting on different sofas. In the center of the room stood Hestia next to a small Amazon. Although you already introduced yourself, this is Belle-kun, the captain of this family. Please introduce yourself, Hestia said. The Amazon looked nervously at the ground before speaking. My name is Gina Gwen. I would like to become part of this family, spoke the Amazon. Conversion, basically, it's when a person changes from one family to another. Belle nodded. Which family did you belong to before? Belle asked. Gina timidly played with her fingers while her gaze was still on the ground. The Hermes family, said Gina. Oh, Belle said, becoming serious. Now I understood why the others except Emma and Primo were so serious. Listen, girl, you're going to answer all my questions with the pure truth, Belle said as her gaze turned grim. Gina swallowed hard as she gave an involuntary nod. Did Hermes ask you to infiltrate this family? Belle asked. No, Gina answered involuntarily as if something was forcing her to speak. Do you plan to tell Hermes information about this family? Belle asked, crossing his arms. No, Gina replied. Belle gave a settlement. You are strictly forbidden from revealing any secret information about this family to Hermes, Belle said seriously. Gina nodded as her whole body trembled. Well then, welcome to the Hestia Familia. I'm bellcranel, the captain of this familia. Anything you need you can tell me, Belle said with a smile. Everyone else nodded with a smile. Gina remained completely silent as she tried to process what had just happened. The atmosphere changed abruptly. Belle-kun had a bad experience with Hermes. He hasn't wanted to tell me what it is, but he only told me that he's not entirely trustworthy, Hestia said as she bowed to Gina. I understand, Gina said with a sigh. Anyway, you don't have to tell us the reason why you abandoned your family. It seems to be something serious, and if Belle-kun didn't force you to talk, there must be a reason. I also won't forbid you from having contact with your former classmates, Hestia said. Gina nodded again, this time more relaxed. A little while ago, Hermes came to my workplace and asked if I could accept her into my family since she wanted to leave hers because of a problem she had with him, Hestia said, answering a question that had been left hanging. She also explained why she had returned so early. Hestia turned to look at Belle as if to say, I'll tell you later, to which Belle shrugged. And tell me, girl, do you want to join my team? Aisha asked with a smile. Gina turned to look at Aisha, who was next to Samira, Lena, Argana, and Bach. No, she'll be joining Emma and Primo's group, Belle said, crossing her arms. Everyone present turned to look at Belle. Soon the stupid war with Rakia will be over and we'll return to our normal activities, which means I'll have several mountains of paperwork to work on, Belle said with a sigh. They all nodded. What floor have you reached, and what level are you? Belle asked. Well, I could manage the 10th floor on my own with some difficulty, although I've reached the 20th floor but only as support, and I'm barely a level 1, Gina said somewhat sheepishly. More than enough, these two will be your new companions, Belle said as Emma and Primo raised their hands in greeting. Belle quickly turned to look at Daphne and spoke again. Daphne, I'm entrusting these three to you. Of all the people available, you're the one who can best take care of them, Belle said. Daphne sighed, followed by a nod. Well, I'll do the conversion here since there's another topic to discuss, Hestia said as she pulled the little Amazon along. Due to Gina's attire, like any Amazon, it was relatively easy for Hestia to perform the transformation. Hestia then instructed Gina to sit next to Emma and Primo. Second topic of discussion, how to keep Belle-kun's fans away. Hestia spoke as she closed her fist and raised it in the air. Belle's expression turned blank at Hestia's statement. Belle had many admirers. Whenever he went out, there was always someone who approached him to ask for an autograph or give him a gift. And apparently, this annoyed many of the female members of his family. Currently, the Hestia Familia was divided into two camps. Hestia led the group that wanted to keep Belle's fans away. She was joined by Lily, Aisha, Samira, Argana, Bach, and Anna. The others were in the group who didn't know what the topic was about, with Haruheim unable to decide which side to join. Belle and Lewin, for their part, kept their eyes blank. So Belle-kun, what do you think? Hestia asked. I really don't care. They can say they love or admire me, but it's not like I know them. I mean, I wouldn't go out with someone I barely know, Belle said, shrugging. Hestia nodded in satisfaction. And what about the goddesses? Emma asked. Belle raised an eyebrow as he turned to look at Emma. Just yesterday, a group of goddesses surrounded you while making all sorts of propositions. I had to cover Primo's ears halfway through the conversation, Emma said, although whispering the last part while Primo looked at her with intrigue. Ah, you mean that, Belle said with a sigh. Belle wanted to tell Emma, don't be so innocent, what those despicable women wanted was for me to join their families and abandon Kami-sama. But he didn't say that because it would provoke the anger of many members of his family. The others were used to Belle receiving proposals from many gods and goddesses alike, so they saw it as something commonplace. On the other hand, another person used that to talk. Why yes, like for example, if I were a goddess from a different family and oh no 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 no. Hestia spoke as her face turned beet red and she waved her hands from side to side. Belle forgot what he was going to say to Emma and turned to look at Hestia with amusement. Hestia cleared her throat as she looked directly at Belle. If another goddess offered you her love, what would you do? Hestia said with a deep blush. The living room fell silent, the question hanging in the air. Everyone was waiting for Belle's answer. Belle smiled as he closed his eyes. Initially, the question was global, referring to all goddesses in general. Belle couldn't help but think, you should have been more specific, you idiot goddess, though he thought it with a warm smile. Given his very bad experience with goddesses and that he personally only knew a few, his answer, speaking of goddesses in general, was obvious. I would reject her, Belle said without any hesitation. Belle's response was curt and even had a touch of annoyance. This was because every day more than one goddess offered him all sorts of things to make him leave Hestia and go with them. This greatly annoyed Belle. He tried to take it as a joke or baseless insinuations. Sure, I'm talking about the goddesses in general, not counting a few I know personally. The rest just want me to join their families and abandon all of you, Belle said irritably. Belle then smiled warmly. However, if I were to receive a declaration of love from a beautiful goddess with pigtails who is 140 centimeters tall, I would accept it as long as she accepts that she will not be the only woman in my life, Belle said with a very direct hint. What do you say? Kami-sama, not Hestia, Belle said with a smile as he extended his hand. Belle stared blankly as his hand hovered in the air with no apparent purpose. Belle blinked a couple of times. Where Hestia should have been, there was a silhouette made up of question marks which were pulsating. Hestia-sama ran away as soon as you started your speech, Lily said with a sigh. Belle slapped his face while letting out a long, heavy sigh. My choice of words wasn't the best, was it? I should have known she wouldn't stay to listen to everything I had to say, Belle said wearily. Well, Hestia-sama asked about the goddesses in general, and you answered because of that, so I think Hestia-sama was wrong to run away, Haruhime said shyly. That's one point, but Hestia-sama has no idea what Belle donated. She rejects 10 goddesses a day, Makoto said. Well, Belle-sama hates being separated from our family, so it's understandable that he's upset by that question. But I quickly smoothed things over so as not to hurt Hestia-sama's feelings, Anna said. Even so, Hestia-sama is very insecure about herself. She would obviously run away as soon as she heard I would reject her, Wendy said. If Hestia-sama lacks self-confidence, that's her problem, the captain simply responded honestly considering the context she provided. Besides, she didn't specify well. Aisha spoke. Before everyone split into two sides, Belle spoke. It's not important now who's right or who did the right thing and who didn't. I have to go find her before she gets into trouble, Belle said with a heavy sigh. They all nodded, thinking it was for the best. Belle headed to the city to look for Hestia. The sky above Arario was clear today. However, a group of gray clouds was gathering to the north. Damn, then I have to put a tracker on her, Belle said, annoyed at not being able to find Hestia. Oh, if it isn't Belle. Upon hearing someone say his name, Belle turned to see a blonde god. I don't have time for you, Hermes, Belle said irritably. Wow, that's tough, Hermes said with a smile as he watched Belle turn his back on him. I take it back, be a good bitch and send your boys to find my goddess, Belle said. Hermes ignored most of the words as he felt a twinge in his wrist. What happened to Hestia? Or rather, this time it wasn't me, I swear, Hermes spoke. I know, just get to work and help me find her before I burn your diary, Belle said. Come on, you're still mad at me, Hermes said. Only because Mord and his friends were decent and didn't dare to desecrate my goddess did you escape a direct step to the Tenkai, because if something serious had happened to her, I swear I would have held you responsible, Belle growled as he grabbed Hermes by the collar of his shirt. I understand, Hermes said as he raised his hand, trying to avoid Belle's intimidating gaze. So you'd better keep my goddess away from your schemes unless you want the beating of your life, Belle said. Come on, I haven't done anything, Hermes said. Gina is now part of my family. If you try to use her as one of your chess pieces, I'll knock your teeth out, do you understand? Belle said. Perfectly, Hermes spoke as he shrank with each word Belle uttered. Belle nodded. I see that you accepted little Gina since she was from my family. I thought you were going to reject her, Hermes said. And what stupid thing did you do to make her leave you? Belle asked. Well, you know, my family went to explore the 24th floor as a mission, and several of those violas killed some of my children. She didn't go because of her level and she was asking, but we didn't tell her anything. She didn't need to know, she was still very young, Hermes said. According to Eyes, that was several weeks ago, if not months. Why only now? Belle asked. She had nowhere else to go, and Isfi didn't want to let her go without a place to live, and she didn't want to leave her with just any god either, Hermes said. I see they were looking for a family for her, and none of them convinced them until they turned to my goddess, Belle said. Basically, although it was more Isfi, Hermes spoke. Apparently you can be a loving father, Belle said mockingly. Hermes smiled slightly as he followed Belle. Damn his stubborn head. Hestia's eyes were filled with tears as she walked through the streets of Arario. Passing through Central Park, he headed towards North Main Street. Taking care to avoid the fully armored adventurers on his way to the dungeon, he had covered a great distance since leaving the mansion that morning. Stubborn and obstinate rabbit. Complaints and random words continued to pour out of her mouth as Hestia made her way through Main Street. Oh, Hestia-chan, just in time. Sighing with every step, Hestia suddenly stopped when she heard someone calling her. Looking up, he saw a somewhat plump beastman woman waving her arms around the entrance to one of the side streets. She was one of Hestia's employees. Is something wrong? Hestia asked. By Gina's side, Hestia had left her post early. Well, you see, I was going to pick up a shipment of spices. It's outside the wall right now, the woman said. Well, if you need help, I'll come right now. The others must have their hands full, Hestia said. The woman bowed apologetically towards Hestia as the goddess scratched her cheek. The machines that produced B&H were scheduled to be modified within a few hours today, so Hestia employees were currently working non-stop to create a large supply in the shortest possible time. But you know, I'm also the leader of a family, so I can't go through the city gate, Hestia said. As they both pushed the cart full of boxes and other tools north towards the approaching city wall and the gate built into it. It was difficult for adventurers from Arario, or anyone belonging to a family, including the main god or goddess, to leave the city. This was because it would have a direct effect on Arario's overall fighting strength. Many problems would arise if, for any reason, high-level adventurers who had honed their skills in the dungeon were to leave the city and ally themselves with a rival faction. The main reason Arario was called the center of the world was because it was protected by the most powerful people in the world. The guild was extremely vigilant regarding the constant threats to the city and the risk of losing the protection provided by first-class adventurers to any of the surrounding countries. Therefore, anyone belonging to one of the city's various familias, especially high-ranking ones, had to undergo a rigorous selection process and navigate mountains of bureaucracy to pass through the gate. They were especially strict with the gods. Even if their dependents had to leave the city, a hostage situation would almost certainly arise if enemy forces captured a god. With the notable exception of the Hermes Familia, it was safe to say that no one could freely pass through the gate whenever they wished. Entering the city was simple, leaving was much more difficult. It was one of the unwritten rules of Arario that was accepted by everyone who lived within its walls. I'll go as far as the wall, but I can't help much after that, Hestia said. The Hestia Familia was on the rise and was already recognized as a high-ranking familia. They also wielded considerable political influence in the city and represented a portion of the guild's military power, so to speak. Belle never went into detail with her, only mentioning that her familia had a mutually beneficial agreement with Uranus. Because Hestia trusted Belle completely, she never pressed him further. But what she did know was that the guild was currently becoming dependent on her family. Therefore, Hestia doubted she could pass through the door immediately. They both arrived at an open square where countless merchants and horse-drawn taxis were lined up in front of the gate as Hestia explained her situation. In front of the imposing North Gate, guild employees, adventurers belonging to the families who worked closely with them, and two gatekeepers were busy inspecting those attempting to pass through the barrier separating the outside world. Anyone trying to pass through the gate without a valid pass issued by the guild would be stopped and detained on the spot. Hestia and the woman she worked with joined a group of 5 more of their colleagues waiting in line. It was still a small group for such a big job. Each of them had their passes ready. However, the news that Hestia wouldn't be of much help made the beastman woman place her hand on her cheek in contemplation. This could be a problem. Suddenly, the square was filled with cheers and applause. The surprised Hestia murmured as she turned to take a look. It's me, I am Ganesha. Oh, it's just Ganesha, Hestia murmured. The god was unmistakable. His resonant masculine voice, combined with his overwhelming presence, made it impossible to miss him as he entered from outside the door. His dark skin, long black hair, and perfectly toned muscles were one thing, but the elephant mask hiding his face from view captured the most attention. The god in command of Arario's largest familia, including many high-class adventurers, appeared on the scene. The citizens and merchants present to witness his entrance welcomed him with smiles and applause. Even Hestia's co-workers waited happily as the god approached. I'm spying with my own eyes, Hestia. Ganesha exclaimed in confusion. You don't have to announce all your thoughts to the world, Ganesha, but why are you here? Wasn't your familia called to battle? Hestia asked. Ganesha stared at Hestia as if to say, look who's talking. Ganesha's group approached Hestia and he struck a strange pose. Dismount. He shouted from his seat atop a horse being guided by 2 of his attendants and jumped down onto the stone pavement. You should already know this, but the war is coming to an end. So I've returned, Ganesha said, striking a few poses. That didn't take long at all, Hestia said with a sigh. Your children contributed a lot, Belle. On the first day, he eliminated more than 1,000 soldiers by himself before you say anything. He didn't kill them, he knocked them unconscious. Ganesha spoke. Hestia nodded with a sigh. Her attendants had told her about these things and how stupid this war was. I also brought the captured Rakian soldiers with me. There are so many of them that we couldn't keep them all in the camps, Ganesha said. Oh, but are you sure it's okay to come back here? Your familia is huge, it's the pillar of the Alliance's forces, isn't it? Hestia asked. There's no need to worry about the tide of battle. My strongest dependents, my ultimate fighters, are still holding the line. They deemed me a nuisance and asked me to return soon. Ganesha spoke. Is this how your children treat you? Hestia asked with a small laugh. Well, I am Ganesha. Ganesha shouted. Ganesha's masculine voice echoed around the plaza as he struck another unusual pose. Likewise, your children have held their positions perfectly. That girl of yours, Fina, was even praised by my captain as a great leader. She's probably on par with Valiant when it comes to leadership. Bell, he exudes charisma and is a born leader. He only needs a few words to create a quick and efficient strategy, Ganesha said. Hestia wasn't particularly fond of Ganesha, but Bell held the god in high regard. And she was talking about the kid who despised most of the gods, and for reasons he didn't understand, treated Hermes like garbage. For Hestia, who fully trusted Bell, the fact that he trusted the god was more than enough reason to hold him in high esteem. Well, my children are something, Hestia said with a nervous laugh. Ganesha nodded as he struck more poses. So Hestia, what brings you here? Ganesha asked. Well, this and that and a few other things, Hestia said, giving him a brief summary. Ganesha smiled, his white pearly teeth gleaming in the sunlight. If that's the problem, I'll give you permission myself. Go, Hestia, you may pass. Ganesha said, wait, Ganesha-sama, wait, Ganesha-sama. His bodyguards immediately turned to their god, opposing him on the spot while Hestia watched in surprise. What are you saying? We can't issue a permit for something like this behind the guild's back. I am the god of the masses, Ganesha. Potato croquettes are bundles of joy that bring tears of happiness to people's eyes. If they cannot eat even one, tears of sadness will be shed tonight. I cannot allow such a farce to happen to the children. Have you gone mad? One of his bodyguards shouted as they both desperately tried to reason with him, but Ganesha showed no signs of giving in. Ganesha was definitely one of the strangest gods in Arario, but as the cheers and applause erupting from the crowd around him showed, he was also one of the most reliable. Faith in him was profound. As his title God of the Masses demonstrated, the people of the lower world greatly appreciated Ganesha. His familia had allied itself with the guild and were known for assisting in many events around Arario, as well as providing security and maintaining peace. Even one of the guards at the North Gate belonged to the Ganesha familia, though he was currently trying to conceal that fact. Ganesha's voice was easily heard over the din in the square. The guards heard every word. Their faces went blank. If the guild finds out, they won't let this slide, they'll issue a warning. Then they don't need to know, Employee A, Ganesha said. You already know. How many of your employees do you think are here right now? And my name is Madek. A few sparks flew between the god and his bodyguards, but they couldn't convince him to back down. Both gave up, their heads falling silently. Ganesha turned to Hestia and gave her a thumbs up. Are you sure this is okay, Ganesha? Hestia asked. Of course. You are not a goddess who enjoys disorder, but one who brings joy to the children of the underworld. Now go, Ganesha spoke. A radiant smile appeared beneath her elephant mask. Hestia blushed awkwardly and gave her a thumbs up in return. You go with her, guarantee her safety, Ganesha said as he turned to look at one of his bodyguards. Ganesha's bodyguard smiled wearily as the guild employees, frowning, allowed Hestia to pass through the door along with her coworkers. Ganesha-sama is a strange fellow, but I must say he is a great god. Yes, I suppose, hard to hear, but a good boy, Hestia said. Hestia chatted with the Beastman woman as they joined the line of merchants and travelers making their way through the colossal gate structure. Her coworkers were still discussing the one god with the elephant mask who had captured the hearts of so many citizens when the group took their first steps outside the city. A vast green plain stretched out before them on both sides of the road that led into the distance. Mountains lined the far horizon. A lush green forest could be seen at their base. It might rain soon, Hestia thought as she watched the clouds gathering in the northern sky. I still can't believe you're actually going through with this. What if we get caught? I am restricting my divine aura. No one will be able to say that I am a god. Keep your voice down, trying to get in so confidently in broad daylight. Are you crazy? A heated argument drifted into his ears. Turning their heads, the group saw a line of people on the opposite side of the door waiting to enter. At the front of the long, winding line were two tall men dressed in hooded cloaks. Their faces were well hidden. Resembling travelers, they blended in easily with the many people wearing the same type of robe behind them in the line. For some reason, both their voices crackled with nervous energy. The traders in line behind the two men looked at each other in confusion as they listened to the conversation. I suppose those kinds of people are everywhere in the world. The Beastman woman standing next to Hestia commented. The goddess, however, couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Then when Hestia's group was about to pass in front of the hooded travelers, her eyes met those of one of the men in the middle of the argument. Strands of golden hair like a lion's mane peeked out from under his hood, and he knew he'd seen red eyes like those somewhere before. The power in his gaze made her stop. He too remained silent, his mouth slightly open. 3 seconds passed. Ares, Hestia asked. Hestia, the god and goddess pointed at each other, shouting at the same time. Hestia was surprised to find herself face to face with the god who was trying his best to invade the labyrinth city, and Ares couldn't believe his luck that the target of his last-minute plan had literally come to him. Ares' red eyes glowed during Hestia's battle against disbelief. He kicked the ground, lunging forward. "I've got you." Ares shouted. Ares lunged and attacked Hestia. With her eyes wide open, she was knocked out of the line of her co-workers by the perfectly timed attack of the god. They both fell onto the grass until Ares regained his balance and lifted Hestia over his shoulder. BWHHHHH. "Did you see that, Marius? Target complete." Ares exclaimed with a loud laugh. "And no way," said the human Marius. Ares removed his hood as he called to the human Marius. The young goddess was barely conscious, her eyes rolling as she leaned over his shoulder. Ares roughly adjusted his position and looked down at his attendants. "All forces, total retreat," Ares declared. With that, the travelers on the winding line made their way through and took off at full speed. The guard that Ganesha had assigned was completely frozen a few meters away.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.